46.
The Renaissance Festival is back, weekends now through March 29th. Be ready to have a great time. Amazing adventure awaits the entire family. New shows, shopping, jousting nights, non-stop feasting. Leave your cares behind. Happiness reigns at the Renaissance Festival. It's fun and affordable. Visit now through March 29th. Discount tickets available at Bashas' and Food City or online at arizona.renfestinfo.com. Presented by Delta Airlines, Bashas', Food City, Pepsi, Budweiser, and Guinness. Huzzah!
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have their head coach, Mike LaFleur, who has spent the last 3 seasons as the LA Rams offensive coordinator under Sean McVay. LaFleur and the Cardinals have agreed to a 5-year deal, and the coaching search is now complete. The Phoenix Suns Friday night handled the Cleveland Cavaliers 126-113, but Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers were too much for the Suns last night in a 117-93 loss. And over the weekend, Suns guard Devin Booker was named a Western Conference All-Star reserve. This will be Booker's 5th All-Star appearance. GCU got another Mountain West win Saturday, beating Boise State 86-69. And ASU and U of A were tied at halftime on Saturday, but the Wildcats, led by Koa Pete, pulled away in the second half en route to an 87-74 win and the best start in school history. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Call Parker & Sons for all your heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Voted number 1 by consumers 15 years in a row. Parker & Sons, not your average Joe.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley,
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta,
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin,
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
and Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
And away we go at the beginning of another new week. Happy Monday, everybody. It is Super Bowl week in America. Teams gathering in Santa Clara to get ready for the big game. Big week in Arizona. We've got a new head football coach and the Bickley and Marotta Morning Show. We have solidarity, folks. Would you like me to explain?
Well, please.
I had a note waiting for me on my console when I walked in this morning. To Dan Bickley. Regarding Yogurt Gate, we on the Bunker to Bunker Golf Show, Saturday mornings at 7 a.m., by the way, stand with you in regards to the cleanliness or lack thereof of one of our afternoon talk show hosts. We do this as we, too, have suffered in silence from having an unclean workspace. Until now, we haven't had the forum that you and Vince and Jarrett and Sammy have. Yours in solidarity, Bunker to Bunker.
Tremendous.
Wow.
Because when you think about it,
Shots fired.
they're the first show that takes over after the Friday afternoon Burns and Gambo show.
Yeah.
Their early Saturday morning, and they probably have to
true.
deal with an entire week's worth of grossness.
That's right. Well, no. It's not. It's because every morning I clean this thing. You see me.
Yeah, that's
You
true.
do.
That's true.
Almost
You
to
wipe
the
it
point
down.
where if people didn't know any better, they would think I'm a germaphobe. What I do with my cubicle or my desk here.
Howie Mandel over here.
No, I think you're perfectly. Believe me, I've seen what that
That's
studio
my
looks
point.
like.
I'm just reacting to what is left for me.
Yes, but you do a thorough job every day.
And I've never made an issue of it until I had a yogurt spoon sitting waiting for me.
Yeah, but you spilled
dry-
coffee.
Yeah, well, look, Bickley spilled coffee.
Can I share a story over the weekend?
Sure.
That I noticed?
Sure.
I'm not calling anybody out. I'm just going to say what I experienced. Yesterday, I had some commercial work I had to do because I have an appointment today. I can't do it after the show today, so I wanted to get it done yesterday. I left my house. I came here to get these commercials done. And I brought some food in, and I was eating in the prep room. Remember the prep room we used to, when we were working a different shift?
Oh, yeah.
We had the prep room, and it's where all the shows prep. But we don't need to use that room now because we've got carte blanche to the place we get here so early. The keyboard and computer station that I used to sit at, I don't think it's been cleaned or wiped down one time since we stopped doing the midnight shows several
It doesn't
years ago.
surprise me.
It was basically like hair growing out of this keyboard. It's disgusting.
I have noticed that the cleaning company the radio station hires cleans everything except what needs to be cleaned.
Well, yeah, I don't know how much they've been warned. Don't touch the equipment.
Yes, I believe in their defense, I believe I don't know if they've been told or they're assuming, but there's something about they're not supposed to or they don't touch all, because believe me, in here it looks like somebody's basement in a serial killer movie.
Why can't we all follow Bick's example? You use this stuff every day, isn't it? People
Just wipe it down, man. Wipe it down.
I don't know. It's
cleanliness is next to godliness, is what I was once told.
There's very little godliness among us.
How about it? All right, we got a lot of ground to cover. Start the show. Ferret.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash. Brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
The Arizona Cardinals have a new head coach. It's former LA Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur. The 38-year-old LaFleur spent the last 3 seasons on Sean McVay's staff with the Rams. Prior to that, he was the offensive coordinator under Robert Saleh with the Jets for 2 seasons. 12 years of NFL coaching experience, but this will be the first head coaching experience for LaFleur at any level. Cardinals team brass completed a second interview with Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak on Saturday. After he completed a second interview with the Raiders earlier in the day, then the reports came out yesterday that the Raiders were focusing on Kubiak, and soon after that, it was reported that the Cardinals have settled on LaFleur, who gets a 5-year contract. He's the 5th head coach in Arizona since Bruce Arians and the team parted ways in 2017, and the 12th full-time coach since the team arrived in St. Louis in 1988. So obviously, we're going to have a lot of reaction to all the ins and outs and what was another very thorough coaching search, Bick.
Yeah. This one lasted 27 days, and the first reaction for most Cardinal fans, and this is very, very Cardinal-esque, thank God it's over. Well, it had nothing to do with who it was. It was just, thank God it's over. Now, who do we get?
Yeah, there was that. There was those who really liked it. There was those who I am convinced were going to hate whatever the outcome was because it did take so long. The Cardinals have put themselves in a situation where there's arrows coming from all areas. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
about it.
that's accurate.
Raheem Morris, who was one of the finalists for the Cardinals head coaching job, is taking the D.C. position on Kyle Shanahan's staff in San Francisco. Morris fired after 2 seasons in Atlanta as their head coach. He served as the D.C. for the Rams for 2 years, including their 2021 Super Bowl championship year. The Vikings, they fired their GM Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah over the weekend after 4 years on the job. This was weird, too. He spoke to the media, did the post-mortem on the season one day, and the very next day they fired him. How do organizations let that happen?
They didn't like what he said, I guess.
Do they want to play it close to the vest? Like, oh, you're fine. Go ahead, speak to the media. But when you're done, can you come into HR real quick? Suns ran into a brick wall called the Clippers last night, 117-93 at Mortgage Matchup Center. They lost all 4 quarters. They shot a miserable 25.5% from 2-point range. Kawhi Leonard, 25. Ivica Zubac had 14 and 20. And two-way players Kobe Sanders and Jordan Miller combined for 32. Nevertheless, the Suns, who were shorthanded the whole homestand, finish it at 3-2. Now they hit the road for a one-off in Portland. They'll start another 4-game homestand Thursday night in Golden State. We'll have some reaction to that game as well today. Devin Booker named an NBA All-Star reserve from the Western Conference. 5th time he's been named to the All-Star game in his 11-year NBA career. He, along with Houston's Kevin Durant, Denver's Jamal Murray, Anthony Edwards of Minnesota, Chet Holmgren from OKC, Denny Avdia of Portland, and LeBron James of the Lakers named as Western Conference reserves. Although there's no East versus West There's 2 teams of American stars and 1 team made up of international stars for the game. I was reading Kellen Olson's piece on Arizona Sports, too.
Yeah.
And they're like, they're going to figure out who goes where because there's certain players who can play for either the international team or the American team. Can we just go back to East and West?
I agree.
Well, we got to see what this looks like first, don't we?
Okay.
No.
But it
Yes,
seems like
maybe.
they throw...
I agree with Dan.
They're throwing crap at the wall every year, and none of it's stuck. I don't
This
think
could
one's
be
gonna
exciting,
stick.
though, when it's actually being done. But the selection process is odd.
But anything that it's not the All-Star games, which this is going to be. It's another mini tournament between these teams.
Yeah.
It just
Yeah.
Everyone remember how much we disliked the All-Star game as it was. Let them try something. Because if they just go back to the way it was, we're going to not like that either.
I don't think it's fixable, quite honestly. I think they could try from now until eternity. If nobody tries, it's not going to be a good game. Over the weekend, top-ranked Arizona set a new school record by starting the season 22-0 after an 87-74 win over ASU on Saturday. Koa Pete led the way with 21 points. Fellow freshman Braden Burries had 17. Wildcats will undoubtedly be number 1 again when the AP Top 25 released later today. They will host Oklahoma State, but not until Saturday. Some time off for the Wildcats. ASU will be in Salt Lake City to face Utah on Wednesday. GCU back in the win column over the weekend as well. An 86-69 triumph over Boise State on Friday night. Jaden Henley had 20 for the Lopes. They will host Air Force tomorrow night. In baseball, former D-backs third baseman Gino Suarez continuing his reunion tour with former teams. He's going back to Cincinnati. Gets a 1-year deal worth $15 million. And apparently the news out of Cincinnati is he's going to be mostly a DH. I don't know if his defense dropped off that much, but here we are.
Quite a handful of errors, if you remember last year.
did.
Bushels full, Jerry.
Yeah.
There were quite a few throwing errors.
Carlos Alcaraz and Elena Rybakina are your Australian Open champs. Alcaraz beat Novak Djokovic in 4 sets to win the Aussie for the first time and becomes the 9th player ever to complete the career Grand Slam. And he's, 24? Mm-hmm. Rybakina took down top seed Arina Sabalenka in 3 sets to win the Australian for the first time, her 2nd career Grand Slam win. And Justin Rose cruised to a win at the Farmers Insurance Open at Torrey Pines, 23 under, 7 strokes better than a group of 3 golfers. Rose not in the field for the WM Phoenix Open, which gets underway Thursday at the TPC Scottsdale. There you go. There is your splash for this Groundhog Day, Monday, February 2nd. As we continue on this Monday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings, the Cardinals finally got their head coach. What do we think of the Mike LaFleur hire and how the Cardinals got here? We'll tell you next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Cardinals' search for a new head coach has ended.
Breaking news from the NFL. The Arizona Cardinals have announced the hiring of Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur as their next head coach. LaFleur is the younger brother of Packers head coach Matt LaFleur.
6 in-person interviews this hiring cycle for the Cardinals before they landed on LaFleur.
Stick around for more about the Cardinal decision on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
When you are struggling with private student loan debt, it feels awful. You feel stuck and embarrassed, and you feel like you run out of moves. I've heard from people who are in that situation. Not fun. But there is a way forward if you're in that situation, and that way forward is called Y-Refi. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and Y-Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That is what they do, and they do the whole thing without judging you in the process. They're not asking you a million questions about how you got in the situation and why you didn't fix it sooner. They just help you get back on track with a low fixed rate payment you can actually afford. If you've been turned down by other lenders, don't worry about it. That's when Y-Refi shines the most. They build a plan around your real life, not some perfect fictionalized version of it. Your student loans don't define you. They don't get the final say. Y-Refi helps you take back control. You can give Y-Refi a call today at 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Hey, whether it's our Arizona Ford dealers or the Phoenix Open, it's time to drive one. Time for the 9th annual Ford Drive One for Arizona Charities, closest to the pin contest on the iconic 16th hole. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Every year, this is a win-win for fans and even better, charities here in the AZ. And it's real simple. As the pro who knocks it closest to the pin during the first few rounds will win $10,000 in cash for the charity of their choice, including Gabriel's Angels, Military Assistance Mission, Harvest Compassion, First Tee of Phoenix, Soul Survivor Inc., Eden Village, Veterans Community Project, Salvation Army of Phoenix, and UMOM New Day Center. And don't forget, it's Ford Free Days. They are back. Yep, that Monday and Tuesday at Phoenix Open Week. Come on out, get in free. Everyone gets in free on February 2nd and 3rd. Ford Free Days, courtesy of our Arizona Ford dealers.
All Americans should do what they can to prepare for the future. Donald Trump Jr. here with an important message. More and more Americans are looking for ways to diversify their hard-earned money, and gold is the perfect solution. For example, a gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group lets you diversify your IRA or 401k into physical gold with zero taxes and zero penalties. You stay in control with a tangible asset that's held value for thousands of years. And right now, Birch Gold is offering a free info kit to help you understand how it works. Just text the word SECURE, SECURE, to 989898. There's no pressure, no obligation, just the facts. You can't predict the future, but you can be prepared, but only if you educate yourself. So take that first step right now. Text SECURE to the number 989898 today. That's SECURE to 989898.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
NFL offseason loading. Who will be the next head coach of the Arizona Cardinals?
The Cardinals have hired Mike LaFleur as the new head coach to a 5-year deal.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. Cardinal Decision with Bickley and Murata.
Good morning on this Monday morning to our audience up in Anthem. We appreciate you taking in the show in Anthem this morning.
We knew that Kubiak, if he decided that he was comfortable with the Raiders and the Raiders decided that they wanted to move forward with him, that they would probably have to wait. Well, they would have to wait until after the Super Bowl to finalize anything. So it would have been more of a, handshake agreement, wink, wink, and then nobody would really confirm that it's moving that way until after. But the wild card was Arizona. Would they continue to wait it out, or would they just hire somebody on the spot today? So they decided for the latter. It was really pretty clear that Mike LaFleur of the Rams was the next option for them. They wanted to go offense. Both teams did. That was pretty clear, just considering their quarterback situation, the uncertainty there on that side of the ball. They had to get moving with a young, exciting offensive mind that can kind of help them balance everything.
It's Jeremy Fowler, ESPN. Cardinals did make a hire. Happened yesterday. Mike LaFleur, offensive coordinator of the Los Angeles Rams, gets the job. 5-year deal. So all the questions that we had going into the weekend, Bick, were answered basically mostly by Mike LaFleur because we knew what was going to transpire over the weekend. The Cardinals were going to go to Seattle to talk to Clint Kubiak. It seemed like a last-ditch effort maybe to sway him away from the Raiders. We know how that went. He's going to be the Raiders' next head coach. It'll be announced probably a week from today after the Super Bowl. But the question was Mike LaFleur going to stick around and see if he was going to be the guy after the Cardinals said, we got to talk to one more guy. The answer is yes, and here we are.
Now, this might be a little bit of quibble in bits for you on a Monday morning. It might be a quibble, but I think the Cardinals, for the sake of, marketing, for the sake of appearances, probably should have hired Mike LaFleur if they liked him that much after interviewing him on Tuesday, and not even gotten involved in this idea of going out for Clint Kubiak. But there is an alternative reality that everybody's has got to consider, and that is maybe Mike LaFleur was not ready to commit to the Cardinals until he knew Clint Kubiak was going to the Raiders. It might have been a Mike LaFleur-driven thing, so just keep that in mind. I'm not saying it is, and I generally agree with the people who say, why did the Cardinals waste their time getting involved in the Clint Kubiak thing over the weekend? Maybe that was a Mike LaFleur-driven thing. Just keep that in mind. It's not cut and dry.
Yeah, but also on that front, Bick, like Clint Kubiak didn't say, no, I'm not talking to the Cardinals. I'm done. I'm done with those guys. I'm pulling out. He met with them. He granted them the interview. The other way to look at this from a LaFleur standpoint is we talked about this possibility last week. Are you going to let the flirtation go? The 2-day meeting with LaFleur last week was what, Tuesday, Wednesday, correct? Or
Monday, Tuesday.
Monday, Tuesday. Monday dinner, Tuesday in-person interview. And apparently they liked him, but they wanted to go flirt with somebody else. Does this show you could?
But again, that might not be accurate.
No, I know.
Okay, go ahead.
But we're going just possibilities.
All right, possible. Okay,
but people would say, who's going to sit around and wait for the Arizona Cardinals if they're going to operate like this? Maybe this just shows how confident Mike LaFleur is in his abilities.
Yeah, or Mike LaFleur wanted a head coaching job, and this was the last one available.
Well, that too.
I mean, look, there's a lot of different permutations about this, but at the end of it all, the Cardinals end up with Mike LaFleur, who I think most Cardinal fans are okay with.
As far as the ended up with and we finally have a coach thing, I think they wound up with somebody at the end of it, like you just said, best case scenario for the journey that they took.
You had a choice if you're the Arizona Cardinals. You could have gone and tried to hire a retread of Vance Joseph or Ron Rivera, somebody who's done the job, somebody who's had experience, or you could roll the dice again on a first-time head coach who is currently a coordinator, which is what they generally do. It's what they've been doing since Dennis Green. In this particular case, I'm cool with the latter because A, I wasn't really a fan of the retreads that were available to them, and B, if you're going to take a shot, roll the dice and see if you can find a Jordan Ott. Roll the dice, see if you can find a Liam Cohen. That kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so you've got a guy now with the last name that Cardinal fans are going to recognize. Oh, yeah, his brother coaches in the NFL. Yeah, he must be good. Oh, he worked for Sean McVay. He must be good.
What did Slayer say? He's walked in the same area or something.
He's been saying that for years. You walk
the ode of McVay.
That's it. If you're in the same room as Sean McVay, you are now a head coaching candidate.
I will say, though, of McVay's old offensive coordinators, the guy with the lowest winning percentage of them is Kevin O'Connell, and that's a .63 winning percentage.
Yeah, which is pretty good. You take that all the time.
That would be the best winning percentage of any Cardinal head coach since 1925.
Mm-hmm. And what makes see now, and it's different too, because the Sean McVay coaching tree, Sean McVay came from the same pipeline as Kyle Shanahan. Mm-hmm. That would be the Mike Shanahan tree.
Sure.
The Sean McVay coaching tree doesn't include Kyle Shanahan, right? It's Matt LaFleur, it's Liam Cohen, it's Zach Taylor.
It's Brandon Staley.
Which are they're kind of branches off of a bigger tree.
Yeah. So Mike LaFleur's got a little of both. He's worked for both guys, which I think is could be very beneficial for the team.
Of course, there's reaction pouring in from national voices, and we'll have a lot of that for you today as well as it continues to pour in. TJ Houshmandzadeh. TJ Houshmandzadeh on the Speakeasy Pod.
Your instant reaction to the LaFleur hire? Last option.
Ooh.
To me, Robert Saleh hired him when he got the job with the New York Jets. That was his hire. That was Robert Saleh's hire. So when they drafted Zach Wilson, LaFleur was the coach that was tasked with developing and making sure that Zach Wilson could play. He didn't do that. Am I wrong?
Correct.
So then he fired him, and then that's how Aaron Rodgers and Nathaniel Hackett end up in New York, because he was unsuccessful. And so you go to McVay. I mean, damn. Everybody that's a coordinator for McVay becomes a head coach, and they not even calling the plays.
Look,
Okay, let me say this.
Go ahead.
If somebody you know or somebody you don't know all of a sudden started ripping the Bikley and Merita radio show, would you discount their criticism? If they said, I really hate that Bikley and Merita,
I would.
Okay. So
Big Stanley and Vince Lasagna.
But
the point is if you're a football guy and you can't even pronounce Robert Saleh properly, how engaged really?
I was going to say, if your last name is Hushmanzada, you should be very careful about pronouncing it.
It speaks to how engaged have you really been intellectually in all of this?
Well, my counterpoint to TJ Hushmanzada would be, in defense of Mike LaFleur, is what has Zach Wilson done since he hasn't been working with Mike LaFleur? Sometimes guys just can't play.
Well, it's also,
is it Mike McCoy's fault that Josh Rosen didn't develop as a quarterback in the NFL? No, Mike McCoy was terrible at his job and lasted less than a year. But Josh Rosen, also terrible at his job that was unfixable.
He's also using an example from 3 years ago instead of what he's done most recently.
I'll look at an example from 3 years ago with Zach Wilson at quarterback. The New York Jets' offensive numbers were good. They were 7-4 after week 12 that year.
I'm going to bring up one of my other little pet peeves here, if you don't mind. The idea of the word play. I've always hated this, and I hate the context in sports. We played well. He didn't play well. Play is the wrong word. Play is a child's activity. Play is something you do without ramification. The word should be perform. If you're a professional, you don't play. You perform. Playing is something you do on a schoolyard. We played well. No, you performed well.
Okay.
Playing is this. I'm not saying. This is just me.
No,
this is
that's
just
interesting.
my pet peeve.
It makes sense, and I can go along with it.
As a connoisseur of language.
Zach Wilson just couldn't perform.
There you go.
Josh Rosen
Unless
just
he's with
couldn't
older
perform.
women.
Wow.
Then he plays just fine.
Play action pass.
What a performance. Oh, that's funny. Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley by collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. To donate and to learn more, text the word GEAR to 620-620. Coming up next, an undermanned roster finally caught up with the Suns in a loss last night, but it wasn't all bad news for the Suns. We'll share straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And again, a disappointing night tonight in downtown Phoenix, but there haven't been many of them lately. Suns will have their 3-game win streak snapped as they lose by the final score of 117-93 here at Mortgage Matchup Center.
Suns couldn't clip them at home. More reaction to Suns Clippers on the way at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children. children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Hey, sports fans, Wolf here. You know I've taken a few hits over the years, but back pain, that's been my toughest opponent. Luckily, I found the right coaches, the spine surgeons from Desert Institute for Spine Care. Dr. Joshua Abrams, great to have you.
Thanks, Wolf. Whether you're an athlete or just trying to stay active, you don't have to live with spine pain. I specialize in minimally invasive surgery, artificial disc replacement, which makes smaller incisions, less pain, and faster recovery, so you can get back to what you love.
That's what I'm talking about. Less downtime, more game time. And you even help develop technologies surgeons use around the world, right?
That's right. I've worked with the largest orthopedic company in the world to create tools that make spine surgery safer and more precise.
You heard the doc. Don't sit on the sidelines with back or neck pain. Visit sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620 to connect with Dr. Abrams and the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care.
Message and data rates may apply.
Low T, start for free. That's right, get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. You have more energy, stamina. It'll help you lose belly fat. You also think better, sleep better. Your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today at RedMountainWeightLoss.com. That's RedMountainWeightLoss.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'll be straight with you. I don't usually talk supplements. I'm skeptical by default. Most of them sell shortcuts, and shortcuts don't work. That's why I take M-Drive. I've been taking it for years. Not because it's flashy, because it makes sense. It's about routine, showing up every day, respecting what your body can still do even as it changes. Look, if you're still working, still competing and grinding, you've probably noticed it. Energy dips, weight sticks around longer. Burning it off gets harder. That's not laziness, that's biology. M-Drive Boost and Burn was built for that stage of life. It supports steady energy, a healthy metabolism, and fat burning. So the work you put in actually counts. No hype. M-Drive's been around nearly 20 years. High quality, clinically tested ingredients made right here in America. It fits my routine, simple, consistent. You can find M-Drive Boost and Burn at Sprouts, Amazon, or at mdriveformen.com. Taking care of your health matters. Don't put it off. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Welcome to the Valley, Mike LaFleur. That is right. The Cardinals have found their next head coach in the form of the former Rams offensive coordinator, Mike LaFleur, who is both from the Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan coaching tree. The Phoenix Suns split their two games over the weekend. They beat the Cavs Friday night 126-113, but fell to the Clippers last night 117-93, and will look to get both Jalen Green and Devin Booker back this week. And speaking of Devin Booker, he was named to his 5th All-Star game yesterday. ASU and U of A was tight for a half over the weekend, but eventually the Wildcats found their stride and got an 87-74 win. And it is officially WM Phoenix Open Week as the PGA rolls into town. Scotty Scheffler, Brooks Koepka, and more will be teeing it up starting Thursday in what is always a great week here in the Valley. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm. Trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
A big win, a bad loss, and an all-star bid. It was a busy weekend for the Phoenix Suns, and we're covering all of it on today's Burns and Gambo show. We started straight up 2 o'clock here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
And again, a disappointing night tonight in downtown Phoenix, but there haven't been many of them lately. Suns will have their 3-game win streak snapped as they lose by the final score of 117-93 here at Mortgage Matchup Center.
John Bloom on the final call last night. Clippers dominate 117-93, the final score from downtown Phoenix. And it was one of those very rare, and Bloomer kind of hit at it there, very rare outlier game for the Suns. Sometimes you're just not going to shoot well. That certainly was the case, especially from 2-point range. But it was just one of those games where the Suns' trademark energy and fight and stick-to-itiveness, whatever word you want to use, just never came to the forefront. Credit to the Clippers. They squelched everything the Suns had to throw at them last night.
Yeah, they did, and I think that it was just a real robust defensive effort. I think maybe the Phoenix Suns might have hit a little bit of a wall after a couple of very, very good efforts without Devin Booker, and I think maybe last night they just fell prey to one of those nights. And listen, and they're facing a Clippers team that is playing very, very purposeful, intentional basketball now after a very, very bad start. They were 6-21 at one point in time, and everybody thought, what is the matter with that team?
Yeah. They're 17-4 in their last 21
games.
They've
gotten themselves back into it.
And they did that last night without James Harden.
Yep.
Who, again, for this weird.
Yep.
2 games in Phoenix this year. He's missed both games for personal reasons. After he was very visible on Saturday. By the way.
Yeah.
Whatever. If you would have told me, especially a week ago, coming out of the Miami game on last Sunday, where Miami had their way with the Suns, and the way the offense, even going into the Brooklyn game, the way the offense was struggling to look like itself, I thought there was a real chance you were looking at about a 1-4 homestand. If you knew that Devin Booker wasn't going to play, if you knew that Jalen Green was going to get hurt again. But they finished this homestand 3-2. Big picture, you'll take it. But there was a light shined on the Suns' issues last night. One of them was the size issue. They got absolutely crushed on the boards last night. And Ivica Zubac, yes, he had his way with Mark Williams, but go back a few centers for the Suns. Who does Ivica Zubac not dominate at the center position when they play?
He's owned the Suns for, it feels like, since he's been in the league.
I think he's top 3 most underrated player in the league.
I would agree.
But Jordan Ott, the head coach of the Suns, he talked about being overwhelmed with size and physicality by the Clippers.
No doubt. I mean, their physicality, their size overwhelmed us at times. We got to use our speed the best we can. We couldn't get out in transition when you're taking it out of the net so often or after free throws. So, yeah, their size really impacted us for sure, really on both ends. Defensively, they're as good as anyone defensively when you're playing against them in the half court. You can't move them with an elite on-ball defender and done. And then offensively, they just threw the ball inside. And when they didn't get it inside, they threw it up on the glass. When they didn't do that, they got fouled and went to the free throw line. So, yeah, their size hurt us for sure.
The other thing that was different was the bench, which has been so good for the Suns, especially on this homestand. They didn't come to play last night either. I think really outside, Jordan Goodwin had a good game, even though he finished -6. But it was a tough night for the rest of the bench for the Suns.
Yeah, and the Clippers were without James Harden, who took the game off due to personal reasons. But Kawhi Leonard kind of shows you how low-key he is, just a killer on a basketball court.
I thought seeing Kawhi Leonard earlier in the season, I remember thinking to myself, wow, this guy looks like a shell of his former self. And it turns out he was pacing himself.
Maybe.
Because he is still elite.
He's one of these guys that he never shows much personality one way or another, but I am fascinated watching him play basketball. He's just got a different vibe than almost everybody else in the association.
He's one of the few players left in this league that every movement seems purposeful. He doesn't waste dribbles. He makes the right play almost every time, and he very rarely makes mistakes.
But to Bick's point, too, I mean, they're stoic. We've talked about Devin Booker being stoic. Devin Booker is downright emotive compared to Kawhi Leonard.
Completely.
He is just a cold-blooded machine out there.
Yeah, you just don't get much out of him regardless. But when he starts to feel it and when he wants to kind of take a game over, it's breathtaking to watch. Not when he's doing it against the Suns. And he didn't have one of those kind of games last night, but he had a couple of runs in that game where you're like, man, and he's got those gigantic hands. You can't get the ball from him.
No. He's a different dude.
He really is.
Speaking of Devin Booker, we were wondering going into the weekend, too, what Suns representation would look like in this year's All-Star game. Well, now we know. Booker named as a Western Conference reserve. Here was Jordan Ott reacting to that news.
The coaches get to vote on the reserves, which is a good thing because we see how coaches prepare for him, especially this season, the amount of bodies that he's seen time and time again, and the impact he has on the court in the locker room, on our entire city and organization. Again, there's not enough good things to say when you have a superstar that does all the things that no one sees and does all the stuff on the court. So, we're glad he's in there, and he deserves to be in there. I'm glad he's recognized by the coaches, which is the group that you want to be, players and coaches you want to be respected by, and he obviously has that.
Yeah, so Booker in. The other question we had was what kind of run or mention would Dillon Brooks get? I've seen some snub list, and I didn't even see Dillon Brooks' name on the. He was snubbed from the snubs list.
Okay, I'm gonna say this. Listen, I'm very happy for Devin Booker that he was given an all-star berth in a year where you might make an argument that he isn't even the all-star in the Phoenix Suns. I'm glad that this was given to him in years when he's really either had to fight to be a reserve or when he has been snubbed. So I'm happy that Devin Booker is in a place now where he can be the recipient of something like this. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, I think Dillon Brooks, to me, is clearly the all-star in the Phoenix Suns. I don't think the NBA or their coaches would in a million years think to honor Dillon Brooks, who even recently said, I am not going to beg for this. So there's that, and then there's also the fact that there's a couple of snubs in the Western Conference. Dillon Brooks and Kawhi Leonard at the top of it. What is LeBron James doing on this team?
Alperen Sengun.
And Alperen Sengun is another guy. Yeah. But to me, I'm not going to argue with Book because the Suns deserve representation. But I think that should have been Dillon Brooks' spot. But I don't think Dillon Brooks, given how the NBA views him, he's not going to be rewarded like that. I've heard people say, that's how you make the NBA All-Star game interesting. Put Dillon Brooks in it because he ain't going to play. It's not going to be a layup drill with him on the court.
I hadn't thought of that point.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, if you want something to spike, we're all complaining about, hey, nobody tries. I don't think he doesn't have that gear to go into exhibition mode.
No, he would go out there and he would, like, what are you doing, dude? I'm playing basketball, fool. What are you doing?
He ain't going to play. He's going to perform.
He's going to perform. Exactly.
Could you imagine the reaction if he was in the All-Star game and was being Dillon Brooks?
Oh, wouldn't it be the best?
Somebody got banged up because of it.
I think you kind of alluded to it, though. They were like, we need to reward somebody from the Suns. They are having a surprisingly good year. Well, let's just go with Booker.
Yeah.
Without overthinking it or them actually paying attention too much to what's going on.
They're not going to reward Dillon Brooks. So we want him to be rewarded, but let's not forget the way the rest of the league views Dillon Brooks. Yeah. Because we used to view him the exact same way.
And I don't know when the coaches vote. I don't know what the timetable was. We heard Jordan Ott allude to it. But we talked about it last week, especially early on this homestand. The Miami game, the Brooklyn game. The offense looked completely different because of the absence of Devin Booker. Now, they rebounded nicely against Detroit. Great game for Dillon Brooks there. The Friday night game against Cleveland, they blew that team out, and the offense looked fantastic. But I asked the question, was Devin Booker helping his all-star case by being out because of what they look like with and without? It wasn't consistent throughout the homestand, but Devin Booker's going to his fifth all-star game. And then the other thing, we'll get into this later on, too. What did Jalen Green do to piss off the injury gods in the NBA?
Goodness.
Mike, it's just reached absurdity at this point.
Yeah.
Where you just throw up your hand and say, what's going on?
Well, what's going on is he fell on his hip. I mean, it's.
Yeah, but I mean,
what, do you think there's some spiritual conspiracy against this basketball team?
Not against the team, obviously, because I've been a special.
Green?
Maybe against him.
Yeah.
He hasn't played 3 games in a row yet. Even like spot minutes in 3 games in a row.
Yeah. No, I know.
So the Suns go on the road to take on Portland. Then it's right back here for another 4-game homestand leading into the All-Star break. We'll have more on the Suns-Clippers game coming up in Vinny's View at 7 o'clock. But coming up next, where's my sheet? I lost my show sheet, Jared.
More reaction to the Mike LaFleur hire.
And did they get their guy?
Yeah, and did the gamble pay off?
The Cardinals gambled, but they still end up getting their guy in LaFleur. More on that next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
One app gets you opinion, analysis, and inside information from Arizona's biggest sports personalities. Plus live streams, breaking sports news, and play-by-play.
Booker, a lob down low. Williams will jam it home on the alley-oop. Devin Booker hits Mark Williams. That's the bookmark.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. It's 2026 now, and maybe you are looking to do something big this year. Maybe you're buying a new home. Picture this. You find the new place. It's your dream house. You move in right away without wasting time waiting around to sell your old place first. That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You still sell your old place, but you get moved into your new home first. Then you just do everything from there. It's perfect. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline, no showings, no double moves, no bending your schedule around the schedules of a bunch of strangers. I have done that. It is such a hassle. It impacts your everyday life. I'm not doing it again. You don't have to do it again either. Then the Orchard experts handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Orchard agents are some of the most experienced around town. They're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. This is what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their home without the stress. Their flagship program is buy before you sell. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Hi, Flo here to say that Progressive knows that life can change quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, like when I have to take my ex off my policy.
Oh, sorry. But yes, we can do that.
And can you send them a message and tell them that they have trust issues that they need to work on?
We don't really get in the middle of these conflicts.
Also, can you let him know that I was faking interest in his band and it's probably time to grow up?
I'm not going to do it. Just know that with Progressive, you can easily make changes to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Also, I'm staying in touch with his mom because she's absolutely lovely.
Bad idea.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
This is a league about wins and losses. We just felt like we were going in the wrong direction and we needed to change course.
The Arizona Cardinals head coaching surge is officially over. Yes, that's right. Mike LaFleur, Rams offensive coordinator, is heading to the Cardinals on a 5-year deal.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Bickley and Murata.
Well, I like this hire. A different opportunity, a different route for the Cardinals, Jordan, than what they did with Gannon. He was more of a defensive-minded coach. Now they're going with the offensive side. And I like this hire. And the reason why is because, number one, he's in his 30s. So clearly he's energized. He's vibrant for this opportunity. Number two, you look at the quality offensive minds he's been around. I understand we just highlighted his job there with Sean McVay. But you know who gave him his first premier NFL coaching opportunity, it was Kyle Shanahan. He was with Kyle Shanahan early in Atlanta, and then when Kyle became the head coach for the San Francisco 49ers, Kyle brought him out to the Bay Area where he got an opportunity to work hands-on with the offense.
Brian McFadden on CBS Sports Network talking about the Mike LaFleur hire. It's official. The Cardinals have tabbed their next head coach. Technically, were they the last team? They were technically, huh?
Yeah, I
mean,
the Raiders haven't announced, but
yeah,
no, they were the last team.
Yeah.
Just like they were in the Jonathan Gannon cycle, they are the last team and the least appealing job. 2 cycles in a row.
Yeah, and that's what the scuttlebutt has been. Mike LaFleur taking over this program. A lot of people like the hire. Some people don't like the process. We talked a little bit about this. There was a bit of a perceived gamble by the Arizona Cardinals with the way they handled this, meeting with LaFleur early last week, liking him, obviously, although we didn't have any indication from the Cardinals organization how much they liked him, because they did go to Seattle, continued their due diligence, talked to Clint Kubiak. Kubiak listened and made his choice that he's going to coach the Las Vegas Raiders after the Super Bowl is over. But the Cardinals did have a fallback plan. Mike LaFleur allowed himself to be the fallback plan. We'll get more details of how this unfolded, I would presume, at the Mike LaFleur press conference when it happens. But
I don't know if you're going to get that. I think that, listen, it was very odd to a lot of people that who interviews at 8 o'clock on a Saturday night for a job? Seriously.
A guy who's getting ready for the Super Bowl.
Well, okay. So
a guy who met with the Raiders earlier in the day.
So if the Raiders and the Cardinals each had a commitment to speak to Clint Kubiak in Seattle, the Raiders wrapped up their thing somewhere around, 7:30 or whatever, and then the Cardinals were clear to go. Mm-hmm. And a lot of people thought, what is this about? How much time are you going to get? How in-depth is this really? And again, this is why I present the alternative ending. Although I don't know whether it's true or not, it's something to consider. Maybe the Cardinals had to do that because Mike LaFleur was holding it up. Because maybe Mike LaFleur wanted the Raiders job instead, and there's the chance that the Raiders and Clint Kubiak don't strike a deal. That's the alternative option here, because the other option doesn't make a damn bit of sense. That you would interview a guy on Tuesday, you'd really like him, yet you'd go through this performative, brief, cursory interview with the guy who's on the clock trying to prepare for his Super Bowl, and you as the Cardinals, you've already been tabbed for tampering with the guy during Super Bowl week. So you certainly don't want to go, hey, man, can I get another hour from you? Can you fill out this essay for me? That's a joke. That's a little slap at the Cleveland Browns.
We like what the Browns are doing.
Yeah. So again, I don't think we're ever going to know, because what you're going to get is we got our guy. We got our guy.
Yeah.
Ignore everything we did after Tuesday. We got our guy.
So it's always our first choice.
Always our first choice.
Yeah, Michael Bidwell in a statement, quote, "We had the opportunity to speak with an outstanding group of candidates during this very thorough process, gathered tremendous insight from each of them at the end of the process. It was clear that Mike LaFleur possesses all the traits necessary to lead this team to success as its head coach." And critics will say, and there's going to be a lot of them, critics will immediately follow that up with, if it was clear, then why did you prolong the process?
Ready for the answer for that one? After speaking to even more candidates, it became even more obvious
but again,
that LaFleur was the right one.
I got to keep saying this. There's a chance that Mike LaFleur held it up.
I'm just saying that
let's just
this is how they're going to sell it.
Right. But again, this idea that, well, if you knew that he was going to be the guy, why didn't you hire him then? Maybe Mike LaFleur said, I'm going to think about this. Go through the process. I'm going to think about it. I'm just saying, it's not clear cut that the Cardinals were dillying when they should have been dallying. Right?
Dilly.
Exactly. So the question becomes, here's a broad-based observation I had. We are in such a different place in the sporting world compared to where we were 15, 20 years ago. 15, 20 years ago, if you hired somebody below the age of 40, what are you doing? You're an idiot. Do you not have any better options? Do you not value wisdom? Do you not value experience? And then we've seen a rash of young head coaches, 40 or under, from Jonathan Gannon to Kenny Dillingham to Mike LaFleur. There's a whole bunch. Mike McDonald. There's a whole bunch of them.
This is the third straight Cardinals coach, right? 40 or younger. How old is Cliff Kingsbury?
Kingsbury was right around
40,
there. 40 when he got the job.
42 or something. So close.
I think Wilkes was over 40. He definitely was over 40.
Yeah, he's talking about Kingsbury plus Gannon plus
plus the current one, LaFleur.
Plus LaFleur.
Arians over under 40. I can't remember.
yeah, right.
Way over 40, baby.
Right. So the question becomes, how do you feel about the fact that Mike LaFleur, if he's really that good of a candidate, why he took this job, why he didn't stay with the Rams and wait for a better opportunity to arise? Do you take solace in that? I'm going to be very interesting at this debut press conference. When is it? Do we have a word on when the press conference is?
I don't think anything's been announced as of yet.
The Kyler Murray question, the quarterback question. This is going to be on everyone's mind because we all assume, not all, but most of us assume that door has been shut. That part of what marked the 2025 season was we're moving off this cat.
Yeah.
What if Mike LaFleur is like, not so fast? Let me talk to him. I like this guy. I can fix this guy. I don't like the odds of it, but it's certainly going to be a question that's going to be asked of Mike LaFleur.
And I know you wrote in your column, Bick, too, that's the most fascinating question of all of this. I agree with you. The question is fascinating. If this is just another Cardinals, methodology of handling a press conference where there's nothing really, what I'm hoping for at the first part of his tenure is that the Cardinals empower Mike LaFleur, if he's got the personality and wants to say some things, to say some damn things, to inspire this fan base. Mm-hmm. Because there was nothing from the previous regime that inspired the fan base, good or bad. It was the same every single week. I don't know how much information they want to give. They've obviously held their cards close to the vest on the Kyler Murray situation. Mm-hmm. But you're right. Mike LaFleur, a confident offensive mind, he might look at the alternatives and say, hey, patience doesn't exist in the NFL. I got to win right away. This guy's under contract. He's on the roster. So is Jacoby Brissett. Which one of these guys gives me a chance to succeed and actually, get the direction going in the right way right from day one?
Jonathan Gannon, I'm not sure he said one interesting thing in 3 years. Cliff Kingsbury said one interesting thing in 5 years, and that was he would never give up football for a woman.
Whole helmet thing.
What was the helmet thing?
Well, that was it.
It was when Antonio Brown was bitching about his helmet.
Yeah.
And I asked Cliff, "Hey, would you ever heard of it? Or would you give up football for a helmet because Antonio Brown threatened to quit over his helmet?"
Yeah.
He's like, "Hell, I haven't even met a woman that I wouldn't quit football for." Something like that.
And Steve Wilkes didn't say anything interesting in his short term. So we have gone through what now? How many years without a head coach who said almost a decade? Without a head coach who has had the ability to inspire the listening audience at a press conference.
Bruce Arians left in 2017.
There's something to be said for having a football coach who's got the leadership gene enough where he can compel and inspire a room full of journalists. If you don't have that ability, how can you convince me you've got the ability to walk into that room and inspire 55-plus dudes? You can't even make an effort to make us think you're interesting.
You have a fire in your belly?
Not really.
Pew, pew, pew. Yeah. Did you take the bus?
It's like the Valley was only allowed a certain amount of interesting things being said, and Arians gave like 10 years worth in 4 years, and they had to like backlog everything.
I tell you, baby, I take it all back. It's not my fault. It's all their fault, baby. Everything I said on Saturday, I don't believe it.
Boring and losing is a bad combo, as it turns out.
The worst.
Coming up next, we'll get back into the Suns. Their loss to the Clippers. More thoughts and Vinny's view straight ahead. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting boys and girls clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
On the field, on the court, on the diamond, the three magic letters are MVP, most valuable player. Sports fans in Arizona have only had a few of those to cheer, but on the roadways, the three magic letters, BMW, the ultimate driving machine. And if you're in the market for a new ride, make it the ride of your life. That is what you're going to get from my friends at Chapman BMW. Remember, when you buy a car from Chapman BMW, you are just another customer. You are not just another customer. You now become part of the Chapman family, and I am talking about an award-winning family-owned business since 1966, serving the Valley for nearly 6 decades. Everything they do is elite, from Ted Chapman all the way down to the techs in the garage. Chapman BMW, your premier destination for luxury and performance. They've got 2 great locations, which means you're going to get the best selection of models you're going to find in the Valley. Whatever you're looking for, you are going to find it at Chapman BMW. As many of our listeners attest, they deliver an exceptional car buying experience. And once you become part of the Chapman family, the fun's only beginning, folks, because their state-of-the-art service center, staffed by BMW certified technicians, will ensure your vehicle will receive expert care. Finally, you've got a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. If you've always wanted to roll off in the ultimate driving machine, make sure you take advantage of it. Take a test drive, find what you like, ask for my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of both locations. He will hook you up. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Taxes was waiting on the refund you needed yesterday.
All right, your car repair is going to run about $3 grand.
Now Taxes is getting back on the road with TurboTax and Credit Karma, where you can get your refund up to 5 days faster and get personalized guidance to take every dollar further. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Deposit of federal refund into Credit Karma Money account and early submission of refund data by IRS required. Terms apply. Banking services provided by MVB Bank, Inc. Member FDIC. Credit Karma is not a bank.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Gleason Roofing. Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20-plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have their head coach, Mike LaFleur, who had spent the last 3 seasons as the LA Rams offensive coordinator under Sean McVay. LaFleur and the Cardinals have agreed to a 5-year deal, and the coaching search is now complete. The Phoenix Suns Friday night handled the Cleveland Cavaliers 126-113, but Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers were too much for the Suns last night in a 117-93 loss. And over the weekend, Suns guard Devin Booker was named a Western Conference All-Star reserve. This will be Booker's 5th All-Star appearance. GCU got another Mountain West win Saturday, beating Boise State 86-69, and ASU and U of A were tied at halftime on Saturday, but the Wildcats, led by Koa Pete, pulled away in the second half en route to an 87-74 win. And this report is brought to you by the Berg Simpson Law Firm. Injured? Call the Berg Simpson Law Firm or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
That boy's good.
It's Vinny's View on the home of the Suns, Arizona Sports.
Cue up the Twilight Zone music, because last night's Phoenix Suns loss to the LA Clippers was weird. Not a new development that the Suns are undersized on most nights, and that was certainly the case Sunday against the Clips, who had Ivica Zubac and Brook Lopez, 2 7-footers on the floor together for large stretches. The way the Suns have combated their lack of bulk is with hustle, relentlessness, and shooting. Last night the effort was there, but the shooting sure wasn't. Actually, that's not even totally accurate. The Suns shot the 3 just fine, hitting 19 of 46. Inside the arc was nightmare territory. The Suns hit only 12 of 47 shots from 2-point range. That is the fewest 2-point field goals they've hit in a game ever. And it's not like the Clippers have tremendous shot blockers. They ranked 19th in the NBA in block shots and had just 3 in the game last night. The shots just weren't going in. You want more weirdness? The Suns had the 2nd lowest point total in NBA history for any team that's made 19 or more threes. They became only the 2nd team in league annals to hit 19 or more threes and commit 5 or fewer turnovers and lose a game. They were out-rebounded by 28, only the 11th time since 1968 that's happened to a Suns team. Okay, weirdness aside, the Suns didn't play well on Sunday, but a 3-2 homestand with consecutive wins over Detroit and Cleveland is a huge plus. Devin Booker should be back very soon, maybe tomorrow, from his ankle sprain. Jalen Green, who knows, but his run of rotten injury luck has to be running out, right? Sunday's loss did remind us all that this team, as lovable as it may be, is incredibly small even in today's positionless basketball era. It'll be interesting to see what GM Brian Gregory can pull off in trade discussions to try to give the Suns some size, because they need it if they truly want to make noise in the postseason. That is today's edition of Vinny's View.
We've played so well with our second unit, and they've had the juice so often. Tonight we just didn't have it. We felt it early. We tried to change a little bit of rotation there in the second half to try to help us. Again, credit to them. Their second unit was really good. The minutes without Kawhi were really good. That's kind of where they were able to kind of get their gap. I thought Miller's development was stark, and then I thought the 2 bigs at times really hurt us. So, yeah, we'll take a look. It's a unique team.
That's Jordan Not talking about the bench discrepancy, and the bench for the Clippers was another area where they really, really thrived.
Yeah. This is interesting what you brought up, Vinny, because you from your vantage point now, the Suns have reached a point in the season where 30 wins into the season, and this is the benchmark that Vegas had pretty near their over-under for the entire year, that if you're extrapolating to the postseason, this team is not going to go very far if they get the wrong matchup. If they get a team that has a lot of bigs, a lot of heft inside, because the points in the paint and the rebounding last night, it was an abomination. And for as good as Mark Williams is for what he does, and I'm not sure Mark Williams until last night, in my viewpoint, has ever lost a jump ball.
It was weird last night. I noticed that too.
Yeah. He's that long and wiry, and he's really great at right around the basket with the quick slams and all that. Against a guy like Ivica Zubac, that's a lot of heft, and he couldn't deal with that. You need somebody who can body up on bodies, and that's an interesting thing now, that we're at this fork in the road now where the Phoenix Suns, if they're really thinking of, okay, how far can we push this thing, we need to take a real cold, calculated look at who we are and what we're not good at.
Or is that something they just put on the back burner and try to address in the offseason? Because, look, chemistry is chemistry, and there's no doubt that this team has chemistry.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to potentially disturb that by improving what you're putting out there on a day-to-day basis? Because, I mean,
I don't.
You can. This has been exciting. This team is a ton of fun to watch. Are they winning a championship this year? It's almost a 0% chance that they're winning a championship. We can agree on that, right?
Zero is that number. That's too heavy. That's too. Let's just say,
almost a zero.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. Yes, I agree with you.
But I mean, again, that's the weighty issue right now: chemistry against ingredients, because they are missing a big ingredient, and it was exposed big time last night. And if you want to go back a couple games to your point on Mark Williams, early in the game, and they got away with it. It was very interesting in the Detroit game. Jalen Duren, he gives a lot of people fits. He gave Mark Williams fits early in that game. And then Detroit just kind of stopped doing what they were doing. Cleveland, early on, Jared Allen. Jared Allen had 40 points last night in the Cavs win. But they went to him early and often, and he hurt the Suns, gashed them early. And then the Suns played probably their best 3 quarters of basketball all year. That fourth quarter on Friday night, my goodness. There's garbage time, and then there's what we saw on Friday night, which kind of leads into the point on the bench. Right now, I mean, last night was the anomaly, but we're in another one of those periods of time, Bick, and we talked about this earlier in the year, where Ryan Dunn is being counted on, and Ryan Dunn is pressing to the point where he does very little right.
0 for 5 yesterday?
0 for 5 yesterday. He was on the floor during the quote-unquote garbage time where a lead went from 33 to 13 against Cleveland Scrubs, but there was a lot of turnovers. It just looks like Ryan Dunn is so much into his own head right now.
He's, again, and I talk about in a year where almost everybody is posting career bests in career years, the guy who's an all-star, Devin Booker, and then Ryan Dunn, I think, are the outliers. And with no complaints about what Devin Booker is doing, but this is no way a career year for Devin Booker.
No,
but Ryan Dunn is really struggling.
Yeah, and I think
really
the Suns fans and I think the organization was counting on more consistent growth. And look,
he was the guy people are most excited about coming into this year.
So Iguodala, has it been consistent growth? No, there's been some step backwards, but I think if you want to compare those two players because they're at the same point of their NBA careers, Oso's growth in year 2 has been much more promising.
You know what it is? It's like when you're watching the mascot race at the ballpark and like the Randy Johnson mascot's got a big lead at the start and then miraculously the Mark Grace thing overtakes him. That's what it feels like with Ryan Dunn and Oso Iguodala. It's like it felt like Ryan was many lengths ahead of Oso on the track to becoming a pivotal role player on an NBA team. Oso's past him, in my opinion.
Yeah, because he's getting the consistent minutes at the backup 5. It'll be curious to see what the Suns do this week with Nick Richards. If anything, I think there's a market for him.
Is Marcin Gortat available? How about Yusuf Nurkic? Is he available?
Hey, he's been so good lately.
He's a triple-double machine for the Jazz, who give up 190 points a game.
Luis Scola.
Luis Scola available?
Join us April 11th for Pat's Run. This 4.2-mile run/walk honors Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. You can learn more. Sign up today at patsrun.org. Coming up next, what are the biggest challenges facing Mike LaFleur as the new head coach of the Arizona Cardinals? That and more straight ahead as we continue live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have hired Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur as their next head coach.
The Cardinals were very thorough in their process. They took their time, and they obviously feel comfortable that Mike LaFleur can not only run an offense, but run an entire organization. They may have been last, but they'll get the last laugh if their coach can turn around the franchise.
What does the LaFleur as head coach hire mean for the future of Kyler Murray in the desert? We're chopping up the Cardinal decision today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
When you are struggling with private student loan debt, it feels awful. You feel stuck and embarrassed, and you feel like you run out of moves. I've heard from people who are in that situation. Not fun. But there is a way forward if you're in that situation, and that way forward is called Y-Refi. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and Y-Refi specializes in helping people with distressed or defaulted private student loan debt. That is what they do, and they do the whole thing without judging you in the process. They're not asking you a million questions about how you got in the situation and why you didn't fix it sooner. They just help you get back on track with a low fixed rate payment you can actually afford. If you've been turned down by other lenders, don't worry about it. That's when Y-Refi shines the most. They build a plan around your real life, not some perfect fictionalized version of it. Your student loans don't define you. They don't get the final say. Y-Refi helps you take back control. You can give Y-Refi a call today at 888-Y-REFI-85 or visit YRefi.com. That's the letter Y, REFY.com.
Home sellers often face the same dilemma. Buy your next home first and risk 2 mortgages, or sell first and risk being without a home. But Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, has the solution. Carol's Buy Now, Sell Later program advances the cash so you can make a non-contingent cash offer, move into your next home first, and then sell your current home the right way for the most money, no double mortgages. Call Carol Royce at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. We have just the right gift for your sweetheart this Valentine's Day. Any style, any budget. Like heart-shaped necklaces, birthstones, or hand-matched diamond studs. Getting engaged? Create a dream ring and choose from natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside, creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morris Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morris Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Freeway Chevrolet. At Freeway Chevrolet, it's about more than just getting from point A to point B. And right now, you can get up to $11,000 off select new 2025 Silverado 1500 crew cabs. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Up to $11,000 off select new 2025 Silverado 1500 crew cab models from dealer inventory. Excludes trail box. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Restrictions apply. Offer ends February 2nd, 2026.
NFL offseason loading.
The Cardinals have hired Mike LaFleur as the new head coach.
LaFleur is the younger brother of Packers head coach Matt LaFleur.
Arizona Sports, The Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Bickley and Marotta.
Before we get back to the Cardinal Decision, which is now final, we'd like to send a good morning, a thank you to our audience in Scottsdale this morning and every morning. We appreciate you listening, watching the show in Scottsdale.
It's fit to the players. You know, whatever your players' skill sets are, that's where the offense ends up going, and starting with the quarterback, but also the skill around it, you know. So because we can all run this system or whatever the system is, but if it doesn't fit with the players that you got, then it doesn't really matter, you know. And so we fit ours in a way where, hey, we're going to use Puka's big body as a fullback sometimes, and Cooper's, you know, toughness and smarts as a fullback sometimes back there, because that's really what they are at times, which opens up the run game, which opens up the play pass and all that.
Mike LaFleur on the Peter Schrager podcast, that from January 2024, while he was still with the LA Rams. He was with them until yesterday. Becomes the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. An announcement coming up shortly, we're assuming, on the introductory press conference, although there were some real big delays with some introductory press conferences around the league.
Yeah.
Some teams waited quite some time to introduce their new coaches.
Okay.
But we'll see. Cardinals, the last in the process again. And look, there are challenges for Mike LaFleur. Anytime you have a 3-14 football team, there are challenges. One of the biggest challenges hopefully will take care of itself, and that was the injury issues. Cardinals were banged up to a large degree this past year. You would hope that would even out, but it starts, and I'm not going to say it ends with, but it starts with, and it lasts for a long time, the quarterback issue. You've got an offensive-minded head coach who's had success in the league as an offensive coordinator. If you look at the numbers with the Jets, they were pretty impressive for a Mike LaFleur offense. They decided to let him go. They went with Nathaniel Hackett. You saw how that worked out. Robert Saleh lost his job over it. Will it be Kyler Murray? Will it be Jacoby Brissett? We don't know. Again, you should read Bick's column on ArizonaSports.com, but he's right. The most fascinating question is going to be the quarterback question and how you go about succeeding at that position.
Well, the question becomes really what was the give and take between the Cardinals and Mike LaFleur over what are the boundaries of my employment? Was Mike LaFleur coached well enough by Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan? Was he given enough advice about how this is what you need to do? You can't go into these job interviews grateful for everything. You need to go in there and establish boundaries. You need to go in there and say, this is what I need and this is inviolate. I need space to do my job. I need autonomy, and I need this guy as my quarterback. Now, if the Cardinals want a head coaching candidate enough, then that kind of give and take is going to be part of the process. So what I'm curious about is Mike LaFleur having a pedigree, having a name, being part of a coaching tree that is of value, clearly, given the track record of success. Was he able to parlay that into things that will work for him going forward? And because if he's just a guy that's happy to be there, then it's going to fail. If he's a guy that has taken a long look at the organization and said, okay, here's what I hear about the organization. The owner is very, very much involved, not always to a detriment, but very, very much involved. The owner does not like spending big money on assistant coaches. And this last part, to me, is something that's going to be very, very instrumental in whether this works or not. This late in the game, who does Mike LaFleur know? Who has always dreamed of working alongside Mike LaFleur? Who are his buddies? Does he have any mentors? Does he have old dudes in the league that can come in and hold his hand through this? People don't remember this, but Bruce Arians, when he got the job in Arizona, was the reigning NFL Coach of the Year based on an interim performance he did filling in Indianapolis when Chuck Pagano fell prey to leukemia, I think it was.
Yeah. I believe you're right.
Yeah, and he came to Arizona, and he came in with all that hiss and vinegar and confidence that you would expect from BA, but at the same time, he admitted, I'm hiring Tom Moore. Tom Moore, an 80-plus-year-old dude, I am hiring him for me, to make sure that if I go down a path, it's the right path.
Yeah.
Somebody to say, yo, homie, don't do that.
By the way, real quick.
I've done that and it doesn't work.
That was 2013 when he made that proclamation, and people were like, "Whoa, Tom Moore's old." Tom Moore just retired.
I know. I know.
Like in the last couple of weeks,
Right.
he just retired.
That was one of the biggest flaws, perhaps, of the Jonathan Gannon era, is that he just brought in other young first-time coaches.
Yes.
Right?
Exactly.
Didn't
Yeah,
do
well,
that.
who didn't?
Exactly.
And look, Bick was all over it right at the beginning. And it wasn't waving the white flag saying, "Oh, this team, this staff has no chance to succeed." But you brought it up, and I think it really showed more in year 3 than it did in year 1.
When adversity struck, they had no answers.
No.
And that's when their inexperience showed. That 2-year grace period we all gave the Jonathan Gannon coaching staff might have been the worst thing for them, because when it hit the fan, they didn't know what they were doing.
Yeah, and look, the staff questions, that's a challenge as well. When you talk about the timing, a lot of these coaches have already started putting together their staffs. The real naysayers, "Oh, there's nobody left." Well, there's always coaches left. There's
Yes.
always
There's
a
always somebody
mass
left.
of movement in the coaching circles. But start at the defensive coordinator position. Gus Bradley was a consultant for the San Francisco 49ers. He is a guy with experience, with head coaching experience.
I'm cool with that.
Pretty well respected.
Yep.
And they just brought in Raheem Morris. I don't think they need the consultancy of Gus Bradley in San Francisco. So that's a name to look at.
That would be nice.
Offensive
I would take that.
coordinator, it's going to be a like-minded guy. I wonder. We'll find out. Is Mike LaFleur going to have play-calling duties as the head coach?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't have play-calling duties as the offensive coordinator with the Rams, but he did with the Jets.
You would kind of want him to do that.
Yes.
At least I would. And again, I've not always been a big fan of this. I like a head coach to be the walk-around guy. But in the case of a Mike LaFleur, I think this might be part of his skill set. That would be silly to pawn off to somebody else.
And look, we had some things that we were hoping the boxes would be checked by the Cardinals in this search. I think for both of us at the beginning of this process was an experienced head coach. There were experienced head coaches who had also won a lot in this league. The Cardinals chose not to go down that road. They chose not to go down the Mike McCarthy, Kevin Stefanski, Sean McDermott later in the process road. Okay, fine. So they end up with another guy. Something else we pointed out, the double whammy factor. Can you hire a coach from a division rival? And there's a lot of double whammies going on because this one, obviously, Mike LaFleur leaves L.A., and they're going to be fine. They always recover. They have new coordinators all the time. But Robert Saleh left San Francisco. Clint Kubiak's leaving Seattle. So all 3 teams in the division suffered significant loss. How much does that even things out? I mean, it certainly checks a box that we wanted to see checked. Now it's up to Mike LaFleur and company to make it hurt.
One football guy nationally that I spoke to over the weekend, he said part of the thing that's happened in this coaching search, and a lot of it has to do with the incredible success of the NFC West. A lot of it has to do with the fact that the Seattle Seahawks are in the Super Bowl a couple of years after hiring Mike McDonald at age 36. There's a belief among football people that both Mike LaFleur and Clint Kubiak might be a little undercooked, that this might be a year too early for them. We'll find out, because you can't roll into these kind of jobs and half-ass it and fake it. You've got to be ready for this moment.
Very true.
When you get up in front of 53-plus men, 75 men, whatever it is in the early stages of a team, you can't fake the funk.
No.
Right?
And very early on, when you're taking the field on a Sunday, the whole world knows if you're not ready.
Exactly.
To a man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That is not legitimate funk, is what they say.
No. But you can't fake it. That's my point. Funk is funk. You can't fake it.
Nobody wants
you know
artificial.
that, Jarrett.
Nobody wants artificial funk.
Nobody knows that more than I do.
Who's
Please.
funkier than you, Jarrett?
Whenever I
What
leave
color are your shoes, clown?
Today they are lavender. If anybody's watching,
of course,
perfectly matched socks too.
Wow,
but you're exactly right though. Whenever I leave a room, people always say, "Man, is it funky in here?"
But again, so it's going to be up to Mike LaFleur and Clint Kubiak to prove no,
Yep.
I'm ready. This is exactly the time for me.
Absolutely. We're going to continue our discussion all morning long. We're going to take your phone calls coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. We're going to talk to AQ Shipley about it. We're going to talk to JB Long from the Rams side of it. We'll also have a conversation conversation with Bobby Hurley on his weekly visit after the Sun Devils lost to the Wildcats on Saturday. But coming up next, Sammy's going to get us caught up to speed on all the big stories on this Monday in the Rush Hour Reboot. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We go back to the Cardinals. What would have happened if they would have hired DeMeca Ryans? Nobody's saying that about the Phoenix Suns. They got it right.
It's the thing that gives me a little sliver of hope about the Cardinals coaching search, because I remember a lot of frustration about the Suns coaching search over the summer. Nobody was happy with it. Nobody was happy with the direction of it. Everybody thought it was nepotism. Everybody thought it was Michigan State favoritism. Everybody thought they were ignoring the better candidates out there. And they got it so right that I think it gives you a little faith. Even though people don't love the names that are being thrown out there for the Cardinals right now, they can get it right. The same way the Suns got it very right with Jordan Ott.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
They call Life Changer Loan the loan the big banks do not want you to know about, and that is because for ages, the home buying process has remained largely archaic. You apply for a mortgage, you make a big down payment, then you spend the next 30 years of your life paying it off. A lot of people reconcile this process because they think they have a really good interest rate. Like one of our listeners named Jack, who before switching over to a Life Changer Loan, found out a couple of very alarming things. He found out it would not be until year 22 of that 30-year fixed rate mortgage until he actually paid more principal than interest, and in the end, at the end of it all, he was going to pay $700,000 for a $300,000 home, $400,000 in interest. That's quite a lot. Fortunately, on a Life Changer Loan, much better way. You do your banking inside of your mortgage. All of your income goes to paying off all your debt. You do all of that without changing a dime of your spending habits because you always have access to your equity, 24/7 access, which gives you the power to pay back, borrow back from yourself whenever you need it. And folks, 5 years, the average length of time it takes a Life Changer Loan client to pay off their home, which does a lot of great things, quite obviously. But now if you're younger, you get decades to build personal wealth. That's how you get ahead. Now, it's not for everybody. You've got to have the right set of financials. Highly recommend you give them a call, though, because if you're a good fit, you are going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Retail jewelry stores charge more because you're paying for their high rent, big storefront displays, and large sales staff. All of that overhead has to be covered, and it usually gets built right into the price of a diamond. I'm Diamond Dave, a fourth-generation jeweler at Desert Wholesale Diamond. We work by appointment, so important purchases get all the time and attention they deserve. We sit down one-on-one and take the time to look at diamonds side by side. We talk through what actually matters, how a diamond looks in real light, how it's cut, and what you're truly getting for your money. The goal is clarity, not pressure. At Desert Wholesale Diamond, you skip the markup that comes with traditional retail stores. Your appointment is private, honest, and pressure-free. Exactly how diamond buying should be.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com. That's DiamondDaveCantor.com. Or follow Dave on Instagram at DiamondDaveCantor. That's DiamondDave, Kantor.
All right, here we go. Hi, it's Tim Hovick, and you're invited to my favorite event of the year, and it's free. The Santan Ford Special Olympics of Arizona Celebrity Putting Challenge, located at the TPC Stadium Course Putting Green. The challenge features Special Olympics athletes, celebrities, big sports stars like Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Corbin Burns, Arizona Cardinals stars, and so many more. And top business leaders, all up close and personal. It's Tuesday, February 3rd at 11 a.m. And all fans are admitted free to the entire stadium course. It's Ford Free Days. Our Special Olympic athletes capture the wonder and amazement embodied by the great game of golf. Please join me in supporting our Special Olympics athletes, then watch the Tour Pros practice on the big stadium course. It's a great day. See you Tuesday at the TPC. The Waste Management Phoenix Open. It's Tuesday, February 3rd at 11 a.m.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Low T, start for free. That's right, get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Paul Calvisi here. You have more energy, stamina to help you lose belly fat. You also think better, sleep better, your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Welcome to the Valley, Mike LaFleur. That is right. The Arizona Cardinals have found their next head coach, the former Rams offensive coordinator, who is from both the Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan coaching tree. The Phoenix Suns split their 2 games over the weekend. They beat the Cavs Friday night 126-113, but fell to the Clippers last night in a 117-93 loss, and will look to get both Jalen Green and Devin Booker back this week. And speaking of Devin Booker, he was named to his 5th All-Star game yesterday. ASU and U of A was tight for a half over the weekend, but eventually the Wildcats found their stride and got an 87-74 win. And it is officially WM Phoenix Open week as the PGA rolls into town. Scottie Scheffler, Brooks Koepka, and more will be teeing it up starting Thursday in what is always a great week here in the Valley. And that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Daily and Mulatto mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning.
Good morning. It is 7:30 on a Monday, and we have a lot to talk about. The Cardinals have a head coach. The Suns are 10 games above 500, and the Super Bowl is this week. So I do want.
That's right.
Yeah, right? It's kind of not. I never want to say the Super Bowl is an afterthought, but given what we just had this weekend, Cardinals coach, Phoenix Open coming to town, the Super Bowl is just like, oh, it's here, you know? So we got lots to talk about, and I want to start with the Phoenix Suns. 1-1 over the weekend, and they've been missing their all-star in Devin Booker. What'd you make of him being named to the All-Star reserves, and your thoughts on the rest of the guys on that list?
Okay, I've got mixed feelings. I've got to be careful how I say this,
Sure.
so Devin Booker stands don't think I'm hating. I think the All-Star in the Phoenix Suns is Dylan Brooks. I firmly believe that. Now, Dylan Brooks might end up on Team Canada, but I would have liked him to have been a Western Conference reserve. I think he deserved it. That's number one. Number two, the fact that this team beat the Pistons and the Cavaliers without Devin Booker was part of what made this weekend really great for me until last night. Number three, it's about time Devin Booker gets this kind of respect. So for all the years that he's banged his head against the wall, trying to get respect that's been very late coming to him, I'm perfectly fine with him getting this honor. So you see what I'm saying here?
No,
it's
totally.
a mixed bag. I think Kawhi Leonard got hosed. Yep. I think LeBron being on the team is a joke, but I understand why. Year 23.
It's weird, though, because LeBron doesn't really care about that stuff, so.
But that's the thing. And you know what? Tom Chambers, to his credit, pregame went right at Eddie Johnson and said, this is a joke. They did the same thing for LeBron last year, and at the last minute, he ducked out of the game.
He might do it again. He talked about a week ago saying that, I don't know if I'm going to play if I'm picked. My thoughts, look, I think big hit on it. Devin Booker, he's seemingly been on the All-Star bubble his whole career, and there's been years where he was deserving of it and didn't make it. He's had a very good season for a team that deserved All-Star representation, so I understand why he made it. I'm still pulling for Dylan Brooks to get the call. There's a chance he could be named to the international team. They're going to finalize those rosters tomorrow at, I think, 4 or 5 o'clock Arizona time. So we'll see if he gets the call. But look, Devin Booker, he's had a good year, and I'm glad he's there because I think there's been other years where he's been left out.
Okay, and now the trade deadline for the Suns is in 3 days, and I'm going to name you some names, and let me know if they excite you. Okay, Sadiq Bey, Bobby Portis, Jeremy Sohan, Jonathan Isaac, or Gershon Yabusele. Those are all rumored potential targets for the Suns.
Vinny and I are in agreement. Yabusele is an interesting name. I really like Bobby Portis a lot. I think he would fit real well into the vibe of this team.
Yeah, I think you can get – I agree with you, but I think you can get Yabusele without disrupting the chemistry that we talked about. If you want to go after a Bobby Portis, it's going to cost you a little bit more.
Yeah.
And that's a decision the Suns are going to have to make. But Bobby Portis is a guy that I've had my eye on for several years.
Yes.
And I'm very curious if that's a possibility. Adding Bobby Portis and the edge that he brings to the Dylan Brooks edge, goodness gracious.
Yeah.
might be too much edge.
A lot of edge there. Okay.
Sohan, I mean, he would help a little bit. Jonathan Isaac is kind of an enigma. Really, really good defensive player. Vast injury history. If healthy, would help. Who was the other guy you mentioned?
Sadiq Bey.
Sadiq Bey's pretty good.
Yeah.
Villanova guy. Those guys know how to play basketball.
They do. Okay, so Mike LaFleur, your Cardinals head coach. Now, was this a case where being the last team to hire a coach actually might have worked out for the Cardinals?
Yeah, I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can draw a cause and effect because I think that there were better candidates.
Okay.
I think. Look, they couldn't get an interview with John Harbaugh, which is not surprising given where they were in their record and their situation at quarterback. Robert Saleh canceled an interview. Obviously used it as leverage to get the Titans job. Clint Kubiak might have been the same deal. Who knows? I think for being the last team, it could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, okay.
It could have been a lot worse, yes, but we have, I'm trying to train myself to separate the process from the actual work. Mm-hmm. We're all slaves to the process because that's what's on the news cycle, and everybody picks apart everything that everybody does. Nobody has any idea how this is going to work out. The Arizona Cardinals, let's just say they got John Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Somehow John Harbaugh identified the Cardinals. That's the team I want to work for, and did it early in the process. Okay, the process is over. Now the real process starts. The amount of work and the job ahead of any head coach is the same. I don't know what to expect. I'm curious to hear what Mike LaFleur has to say at his introductory press conference, because I think, winning the press conference, we've talked about it a million times on this show. Is it important in the grand scheme of things? No, but time and place matters. And I think this fan base in this city needs a little bit of inspiration coming from that press conference. So I'm curious to see what he has to say. But the work remains the same. There's a lot of challenges for any coach who took this job.
I'd agree. And so over the weekend as well, the Arizona Diamondbacks have maybe been rumored or linked to first baseman Carlos Santana. Does he do anything for you from a Diamondbacks perspective?
Hell of a guitar player.
I was going to say, one of the most overrated guitar players you're going to find. But aside from that, I look, if he... You know what? If one thing about a guitar player, he can pick it.
He's going to be 40 years old.
Yeah.
Older than the Cardinals' new head coach.
Older than the Cardinals' new head coach. If they're going to go down...
Goldschmidt is...
almost
as old, too.
Looking at the production from last year with their respective teams, Goldschmidt was more productive. I know they love Santana's presence.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I know what Gambo put out there about Santana being a positive influence on Ketel Marte. The fact that Ketel Marte needs a positive influence at this point in his career said something to me.
I know, yes.
Carlos Santana is a respected pro.
Yes.
But I think they could do better.
Okay. And lastly, as we're less than a week away, what is the biggest storyline as we start Super Bowl week?
Who's playing again?
I think it's...
That's a joke.
Is it the Drake May lingering injury? I hate for it to be that. To me, from like results based, what potential results based storylines, the Sam Darnold story is the biggest one to me. If he can cap this resurgence with a Super Bowl title, and that's storybook stuff.
Yeah. Seahawks going into Santa Clara to play a Super Bowl in the 49ers stadium, that can't be going well in the Bay Area.
No,
that can't be an easy pill to swallow for 49ers fans. I'm just going to keep an open mind for the Super Bowl. It's again, in terms of marquee value, it's certainly not, Brady against the New York Giants or anything like that.
Sure.
But I don't know. The Sam Darnold, the Drake May storylines, the Mike Vrabel, Mike McDonald storylines. Yeah, I think that, look, I think, and I know this as somebody who used to cover the Super Bowl week, as time has gone on, the Super Bowl week has gotten more and more irrelevant, and all that matters is game day.
Yes.
That is true.
I'm with that. But there you guys go on what's a very busy week.
Yeah. I just want to put this out there for the record because I got into a friendly back and forth on X over the weekend with some Arizona basketball fans.
Okay.
Who said, I can't wait. Those guys never talk about you, but they never give you any love. And I just responded, nope. And then I kind of relented and said, yeah, we'll talk about it. And somebody said, I can't wait for Sammy to be able to gloat about his Wildcats on the Rush Hour reboot on Monday. Let the record show that I did not veto any of the subject matter, and Sammy chose not to bring it up.
Let the record that I told him to ask a question about it, and he didn't.
We ran out of time.
You did, Ryan. It was too jam-packed.
Here's the thing.
I just don't want to be blamed for anything.
No, and I don't blame you. I write down like 15 topic ideas, and I try to pick like the most relevant, and they were next on the list. They're so good. That's all.
There's the commentary from Sammy. I just wanted to get that out there. Thank you, Sammy.
Yeah.
We're all rebooted. Coming up next, more on the Cardinals hiring of Mike LaFleur. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And again, a disappointing night tonight in downtown Phoenix, but there haven't been many of them lately. Suns will have their 3-game win streak snapped as they lose by the final score of 117-93 here at Mortgage Matchup Center.
Suns couldn't clip them at home. More reaction to Suns Clippers on the way at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey, everybody. Happy Monday here. Dan Bickley here. And 40,000 people is more than a crowd. It's a small city, and it's also the number of people who chose the simple but life-changing treatments at QC Kinetics, people who chose pain relief without surgery, 40,000 people who said there's got to be another way, and they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they use cellular-level treatments to restore and repair damaged joint tissue, and these patients today are moving better, hurting less, getting their lives back. This stuff truly works, folks. I know, because 92% of the patients at QC Kinetics express extreme satisfaction. I've leaned on them twice, both times to dramatic results. Emmett Smith raves about QC Kinetics, and you can find them right here in Phoenix, where they use safe, natural treatments backed by real science. Treatment that activate your body's natural healing power, safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime. And the sooner you start, the faster you heal. Call for a free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Get on the books by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Staples has hot deals and super low prices on everything for your business. And right now, brand your business at Staples with up to 30% off custom labels. Exclusions apply. Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app. Ends 4/18. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi, and I'm here with Matt Dagas, president of Bright Wealth Management. And Matt, most people enter retirement without a real roadmap.
They do, and it's really risky. You need to know how your income works, how taxes affect it, and how long your savings will last.
And you help people understand the whole picture.
Yes, we build complete retirement plans that are simple to follow and designed to protect your future.
And listeners can get a complimentary consultation?
They can. Call 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So, when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
NFL offseason loading. Who will be the next head coach of the Arizona Cardinals?
The Cardinals have hired Mike LaFleur as the new head coach to a 5-year deal.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Bickley and Murata.
I love his ability to get the most out of their offense. Number one, they got to find out what will happen at the quarterback position. Will it be Kyler Murray, or will they move on from Kyler Murray? But seeing what Mike has been a part of over the last few seasons, very, very consistent offenses. And if you're Trey McBride, you have to really love this hire as well, because look at what the Rams did with a three-headed monster type deal at the tight end position. They found multiple ways to get the tight ends involved in the passing game. Trey McBride was already a vocal point in the passing game, but knowing that Mike understands how valuable tight ends are, Trey should be smiling from ear to ear.
Brian McFadden, CBS Sports, talking about Matt LaFleur's fit with the Arizona Cardinals, plus a throwback to Sammy's thoughts on Ivica Zubac.
Wow.
I know what happened there.
Yeah, okay, so you heard the big question, and I think this is what bears a little bit of discussion right now. Cardinal fans, most of you have had it with Kyler Murray, but after watching a good chunk of the season with Jacoby Brissett, have you changed your mind? Is your mind back open to a reconciliation/reunion with Kyler Murray? Now, keep in mind, I'm not changing my stance. I think the divorce is final, except for the papers. I think it's almost written in stone, but it's certainly a question that bears asking here. Because if you're Kyler Murray, you might say that, well, what happened? You fired Kyler Murray's closest ally in the organization in Jonathan Gannon. What would possibly persuade him to feel differently about the organization? Well, it might be Mike LaFleur placing a phone call and saying, listen, Kyler, I know you think the book's closed here, but this is what I would like to build here with you as the centerpiece. What do you think of that idea? I mean, I think what you and I think about it.
Oh, yeah. But
rhetorically, is this something that Cardinal fans would be interested in?
Well, we know two things, or more to the point, we don't know two things about this story. We don't know the Cardinals' true feelings on it because there was this mystery injury that somehow lingered for 13 weeks of a football season, but nobody could pinpoint what actually happened.
Mm-hmm.
So we're forced to come to our own conclusions. The other part of this that we don't know is what Kyler Murray feels about all of it. He was visible. He was at the games. He was supporting his teammates. But we don't know how pissed off he is about how he was treated this past year.
He was, if depending on who you believe, who you trust, there are people who believe that Monty Ossenfort desperately tried to trade him at the trade deadline. And the New York Jets did not want Kyler Murray. And after that, Kyler Murray went on IR the day after the trade deadline. Mm-hmm. Put it together, and it feeds all those conspiracy theorists. It feeds all the people who think, okay, you know what? Kyler at some point said, I ain't playing for you anymore.
And was he justified in feeling that?
Well, it's a little entitled and a little grossly self-absorbed, but aside from that, yeah, I guess you're right.
If that's what transpired, then the Cardinals' response was, well, we're gonna call it an injury, we're gonna put you on IR, and we're gonna move forward from there. I'm with you. I think the divorce is final.
Yeah.
But the only complication at this point is, what is the market for Kyler Murray? Are you going to, what are you going to do? And everybody wants to know, and that came up in the coaching process too. And I'm sure it was a big talking point with Mike LaFleur and all these candidates that talked to the Cardinals. What's the plan? Because we can't have a real plan at quarterback until there's a solution on the Kyler Murray thing. I think he might be the solution. I'm speaking as the head coach,
right.
Candidate there. But if you're done with him, then we got to figure out what we're going to do to move forward. Mike LaFleur, if you go back to his time as the Jets offensive coordinator, I mentioned there was some statistical success. There was some winning in year 2 in 2022. And he had success with 2 backup quarterbacks that were very productive. Joe Flacco was productive. And you remember the Mike White emergence?
Yeah.
Mike White, for about 3 or 4 weeks, was the talk of the NFL. He was putting up massive numbers. That was in a Mike LaFleur offense. So, Jacoby Brissett represented an increase in offensive production this past year. It didn't lead to winning, but I'm not pinning that on Jacoby Brissett, just as I wouldn't have pinned the early season struggles on Kyler Murray. I just don't think that offense was very well hashed out top to bottom. I can't wait to hear what Mike LaFleur has to say about the quarterback position.
No, listen, because you bring up something interesting, because the way this business works in football and other professional sports, say you get a player who has had it with an organization. Very frequently, that player, his representation, and the team involved will come to an agreement. Okay, we'll set you off on the sidelines, but you are going to agree to allow us to trade you. And in a spirit of cooperation, that player and that player's agent will make it easy for the team to trade the player to a destination of his choosing. On the flip side, if things get nasty and the player and the agent understand there's a deadline out there that at what point in time, if there's no trade available, the team is going to have to cut the player. And that's very much in play with Kyler Murray. If Kyler Murray and his representation wanted to stick it to the Cardinals, they could very easily strike a side deal with a team like the Jets. You can name any other. Okay, listen, we're going to stay firm. Our guy's going to get cut, and then we're coming right to you. And then we'll make a deal happen. The former works if teams believe there are more than one suitor for a player and there's enough demand for the player and the player and the agent are agreeable with it. I don't know where Kyler Murray and Eric Burkhardt are in this whole scenario. Because like you said, we don't know anything about anything. We don't even know what this injury was that he allegedly suffered in what was it?
Week 5.
Week 5?
I mean, that was the week where everything fell apart.
Yeah.
That was the beginning, middle, and end of the end.
First football player who's ever taken a snap off the cage and missed 12 weeks because of it.
Wink, wink.
Wink, wink.
The 38th Annual Arizona Renaissance Festival is back in the state. Joust on over to the contest page at arizonasports.com for all the details and your chance to win tickets. Coming up next on the Monday edition, people have been waiting for this.
Fire!
And it's coming up next. The Bickley Blast. It's Bickley and Murata mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd Annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman Scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman Tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at petsrun.org.
How's your jump shot these days? How would you like to turn that jump shot into a year of free pizza? Hey, it's Vince Murata. Pizza and hoops, great combination. And in that combination, Spinato's Pizzeria has got you covered. A Valley favorite for over 50 years. And Spinato's is brought back for a third year of the Spinato's Pizza Competition. It works just like horse. You can enter, show off your shooting skills at a qualifying event, and a chance to win 4 tickets to a Suns home game and 1 shot on the court during a timeout in front of 17,000 people to win Spinato's Pizza for a year. No pressure. The next qualifying competition is coming up February 19th at Spinato's Ahwatukee location. Suns will be on the road in San Antonio. There's another qualifier in March at the Central Phoenix location. They all lead up to the championship event in Gilbert in April, and every one of the qualifying events. Also, Suns road game watch party, so even if you're not participating in the contest, you can watch some great hoops action on TV, and, of course, enjoy delicious Spinato's pizza. For locations, menus, and all the information on this year's pizza competition and to get entered, head right now to Spinato'sPizzeria.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Not sure how to tackle your taxes? Are you sweating the small print? You may be experiencing FOMO, the fear of messing up. The answer? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. It's time to take your taxes to the max. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-YREFI-85. That's 888-YREFI-85. Or visit YREFI.com.
Not available in all states.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have their head coach, Mike LaFleur, who had spent the last 3 seasons as the LA Rams offensive coordinator. LaFleur and the Cardinals have agreed to a 5-year deal, and the coaching search is now complete. The Phoenix Suns Friday night handled the Cleveland Cavaliers 126-113, but Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers were too much last night in a 117-93 loss, and over the weekend, Suns guard Devin Booker was named a Western Conference All-Star reserve. This will be Booker's 5th All-Star appearance. GCU got another Mountain West win Saturday, beating Boise State 86-69, and ASU and U of A were tied at halftime on Saturday, but the Wildcats, led by Koa Pete, pulled away in the second half en route to an 87-74 win and the best start in school history. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers. Help kids get in the game. Drop off new or used sports gear at any Earnhardt dealership or donate online. Text GEAR to 620-620 to learn more.
and Marana mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Only the sturdiest trees grow in the desert, and in the NFL, no tree is more dependable than the Sean McVay coaching tree, the most prolific bearer of fruit in recent football history. And that is why the hiring of Mike LaFleur should command your attention. He has been McVay's offensive coordinator for 3 years. He has worked for Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco. He requires no learning curve to understand the complexities and the hierarchy of the NFC West. And for a coaching search that lasted 27 days and featured no shortage of rejection, LaFleur, at the very least, brings an intriguing skill set and pedigree to the organization. He also brings a certain confidence because he surely knows how difficult the NFC West is at the moment, and he also knows how bad the Cardinals were in 2025. And he knows he could have continued to ripen on the vine that is the McVay coaching tree and simply get back into the hunt next season. But he chose the Cardinals, and he chose this very moment. And I hope he was coached by his former coaches to get the concessions and the autonomy he needs. Otherwise, this flourishing tree will be no match for the withering climate and coaching graveyard we know to be Phoenix, Arizona. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
It didn't surprise me. It just confirmed, how fortunate and grateful I am to have a leader like Mike and a great coaching staff on the offensive side, and really, coaching staff in general, that, guys just, they do a great job within their roles. And then if they're asked to step up, all they do is just answer the bell and take it to another level. And so, in a lot of instances, because of the approach that we're typically accustomed to taking on Saturday leading into Sunday, I missed a large portion of that, whether it's dialogue in the walkthroughs, dialogue with Matthew in terms of how we categorize, how we want to be able to call the game. And we were able to kind of, do that collectively. Normally I'm the one that's kind of got the direct communication. Mike ended up having that yesterday because of some of the things that I missed, and he did a phenomenal job.
That is Sean McVay. Back in December, talking about a situation where McVay missed a game. Mike LaFleur filled in, calling plays. You heard him talk about the great job he did. People will bring, he didn't call plays under McVay. Stop playing up the McVay thing. Well, Liam Cohen didn't call plays in Los Angeles either. Kevin O'Connell didn't call plays in Los Angeles either. Zach Taylor didn't call plays in Los Angeles either. But to be in that environment, we poke fun at it. We've poked fun at it for years. It goes all the way back to the Cliff Kingsbury hiring because he was tight with Sean McVay to a degree. Look, people in that realm, on that tree, they get head coaching jobs. More often than not, they succeed at those head coaching jobs. It guarantees nothing, but it's a pretty positive history to dip into. Well, yeah, and I think that is what maybe makes this a little more appealing than maybe Cardinal fans thought they were going to end up with. And that is the track record of success of people who have worked for Sean McVay. You can't deny it. It's not automatic, but there's something to be said for it. Just like there's something to be said that the Bill Belichick coaching tree produced very, very, very little fruit for whatever reasons.
Lots of fruit, but they were all rotten.
Yeah, Charlie Weiss, Romeo Crennel.
Right, exactly.
The Man Genius.
Genius.
All that stuff.
This wouldn't feel like a leftover. This wouldn't feel like they settled for this guy. If he was hired at any other point during the coaching search, you would be excited about this coach. It's just the timing of it is the only thing that made it feel like, they were left with this guy.
I have seen some people on social media report or suggest that Monty Ossenfort and Michael Bidwill disagreed on whom they should choose, that maybe Monty wanted more of the Anthony Campanile type, the strong, charismatic, force of personality kind of leader. I don't know how anybody could attain that information. The Cardinals have been so buttoned up about this that I really don't think Monty Ossenfort would go around whispering to people, yeah, man, I'm not getting the guy I want. Michael's getting involved. So I don't know how to treat some of those reports that I saw, but I do think that Mike LaFleur does bring a skill set here that, as Sammy pointed out, the lowest percentage of all the people who have gotten head coaching jobs from Sean McVay's coaching tree is Kevin O'Connell, and that's about 63% of his games that he wins. I'll take that. Sign me up for that.
Of the current guys, I mean, Brandon Staley, I think, was a 500
he flamed
head
out.
coach.
Yeah,
But-
right.
but
Brandon
even
Staley was way overmatched.
500. And for all the challenges they had, he took the Chargers to the postseason.
That's right, he
For a
did.
year.
And he was considered a failure.
Well, those fourth down calls did him in. I don't know if he learned that.
Fourth and 7 from your own 23. It's a very good point. Probably should punt the football at that point in time. But the big thing is going to be now, okay, Mike LaFleur as a younger brother of Matt, and he's significantly younger, 7.5 years younger than Matt. Matt is considered to be more edgy and less personable. Mike is considered to be more polished and less edgy. I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. Because some edgy is good to have in your football coach. It was one of the things we've learned from Jonathan Gannon, I think. There was always a lot of support, but not a lot of fear.
Even Cliff, I think, had the same thing.
Very much so.
Yeah, I think the vibes were probably similar under those two head coaches for different reasons.
Mm-hmm.
But I think they're both obviously total players. Most guys are players coaches now. There's not a whole lot of disciplinarians rolling around, but it depends on how you display your edge too. Like we saw one example that was visible to the public of Jonathan Gannon's edge, and it was a negative display of edge, and it happened to be in that game that we talked about earlier, the game where the wheels fell off, the Tennessee game. Amari DiMercato dropping the ball, and Kyler Murray taking the snap off of the cage, as you put it, and it completely derailed the season. And the Mike Tyson comment comes back, and it applies to the Arizona Cardinals in 2025. Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face. Well, that game was a punch in the face, and the Cardinals revealed that they had no plan.
They had nowhere to go with it.
And here we are.
That's a very, very good point. So, I do think that the introductory press conference, for what it's worth, is going to be interesting because you'd like to see how Mike LaFleur frames himself as a head coach. Because it's an adjustment for everybody. For the people who've never done the job before, now you have got to really fake it until you make it. You've got to be able to project yourself as a real leader. And so those kind of moments matter. And then the quarterback situation is going to matter.
Yes.
I would suggest that Jacoby Brissett, for the people who grew tired of the Jacoby Brissett experience, I would suggest you might feel differently if he actually had a running game to support him. And he didn't.
There was no. That is a fact. And that fell more on the offensive line than anything else. And the changes in the offensive line, while they were not vast on paper, it was the same personnel coming back. The changes in personnel the changes in production were alarming with that same personnel. Now, the thing that did change was the offensive line coach. That's going to be an important hire. We talked about the offensive coordinator position, too. And I think we're in agreement right now. We'll get answers to these questions as we move forward. But I think this is a situation where Mike LaFleur should absolutely, as the head coach, be the offensive play caller. But different from the Cliff Kingsbury era with the Cardinals, where he was the play caller, he was the de facto offensive coordinator too. And that was a big hat to wear. And you just saw Mike LaFleur come from a situation in Los Angeles where Sean McVay is the head coach / play caller, but always employs an offensive coordinator. I think that absolutely has to happen.
Yeah, and I think what they did for Cliff was they brought in Vance Joseph and they said, just worry about the offense. This guy will take care of the defense, which Vance Joseph can do. But what that doesn't recognize is how the football team looks at a guy when they know he ain't doing the job.
Yeah.
He's a glorified offensive coordinator.
But we can say this, too, that we know almost to a man, guys that are termed great offensive minds in whatever level of coaching, they like calling plays. It's fun. Mike LaFleur's on record as recently as December saying, yeah, it's a fun job. We've heard from Kenny Dillingham say, I miss football. That's what he refers to as football, as the play calling aspect.
Well, you remember how BA was the same way.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not going to turn over play calling until I can find somebody that does it better than me, baby.
And nobody does it better than me, baby.
And he finally would relent for one preseason game a year. Harold Goodwin, here, call the plays.
Yeah, James Betcher. Here you go. No, he was the defensive guy.
Yeah,
but your point is well taken.
Yeah. We're going to get your thoughts on the hiring of Mike LaFleur as the next head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. Some open phone time. Regardless of how you feel, we'd love to hear your thoughts. 602-260-9870. Your calls next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Monday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Cardinals' search for a new head coach has ended.
Breaking news from the NFL. The Arizona Cardinals have announced the hiring of Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur as their next head coach. LaFleur is the younger brother of Packers head coach Matt LaFleur.
6 in-person interviews this hiring cycle for the Cardinals before they landed on LaFleur.
Stick around for more about the Cardinal decision on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
If you are a homeowner in Arizona, you know the scorching hot Arizona sun can do a lot of damage to your home, especially your windows, which can lead to a lot of bad things, warping, condensation, and a huge spike in your energy bills. If that sounds familiar, now is a great time for new windows, great time to beautify your home, reduce those energy bills all at the same time by calling my friends at Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that is celebrating their 40th anniversary. They're a family-owned business that treats customers like friendships. They're co-owned by former NFL linebacker Nate Orchard, former Utah football legend. Maybe you remember him. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, and they do tremendous work, and I know that. I'm a customer of Advanced Window Products. They replace my windows. I'm here to tell you the finished product, absolutely tremendous. The installation, the cleanup, everything in between, first class all the way. Super, super excited about this company at Advanced Window Products. They'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life. During their New Year sale, you can get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 480-764-2110. Online at advancedwindows.com.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, Flo here from Progressive. You know, life changes quickly, so it's good to have flexible coverage.
Oh, you mean like adding another vehicle?
Yes, that's something we can do.
Great, because I was thinking about getting a van so we could just keep the kids' softball stuff in the car.
Oh, we don't need to get into specifics. Just saying it's easy to change.
Oh, and Hannah wants to try the tuba.
Again, we don't need the specifics.
Last year, she wanted to be a tap dancer, but that only lasted 2 lessons.
Okay.
But she kept the shoes because they are adorable.
Well, just know that with Progressive, you can easily add another car to your auto insurance because we know life changes.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Today at Berg Simpson, we're helping another client who's seriously injured. We're taking on the insurance company to help that client with their medical bills. We're helping them get access to great doctors and great therapists. And today, we're joining that client on their road to recovery because their better future begins with our help. Help that starts today.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
When you don't compromise on the court, you shouldn't compromise off of it either. Lose the calories, not the taste. Michelob Ultra. Superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri. Copyright 2024.
This is a
league about wins and losses. We just felt like we were going in the wrong direction and we needed to change course.
The Arizona Cardinals head coaching search is officially over. Yes, that's right. Mike LaFleur, Rams offensive coordinator, is heading to the Cardinals on a 5-year deal.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Bickley and Murata.
Hey, good morning. Shout out to our listeners and viewers in Goodyear. We appreciate you watching and listening in Goodyear this and every morning. Yes, the Cardinals did complete their coaching search. Made it official yesterday. Press release sent out. Mike LaFleur is the dude, 38 years old, 3 years as the offensive coordinator with the LA Rams under Sean McVay, 12 years of NFL coaching experience. Want to get your thoughts on the hire, the process, and where it goes from here. The phone number, 602-260-9870. Let's go right out to the phones. Talk to Robert in Phoenix, who's up first here in this segment on Arizona Sports. What's up, Robert?
Hey, how we doing, fellas?
Good.
I really like the I was telling Jared, I really like the hire. I just think it's a pretty simple one to make. I think we're in the toughest division in the NFC West. 3 of the last 4 teams in the NFC were from our division. So we really needed someone from this division to understand kind of what he's up against. Bickley, I thought you made a great point earlier, though, that I hope that LaFleur in the interview process wasn't just going through it saying he's so grateful for the opportunity, that he's really got to kind of put his foot down and say, like, hey, here's what I need, and you need to kind of hear me out and listen to me on this, because especially a first-time head coach, I could totally see him just kind of bowing down to Michael Bidwell, who, let's face it, doesn't have a lot to work on other than the Arizona Cardinals, which he inherited and didn't earn. So appreciate the time, fellas.
Thank you, Robert. Appreciate it, too. And I wonder, too, and we'll learn probably more about this, is how much Mike LaFleur picked the brain of his older brother on conducting himself as a head coach. Because, years ago, Matt LaFleur was a first-time head coach with the Green Bay Packers. And despite their failures in the postseason, he's been a successful head coach for the Packers. So he had that at his disposal as well.
Yeah, and you think Sean McVay would as well, even though that would be basically empowering a division rival. Coaches care about, their assistants. So I hope he got a lot of good advice.
Look, and this is another feather in the cap for Sean McVay. And he doesn't walk around touting it all the time, but there's a lot made about the coaching tree. It does mean a lot to these coaches. When one of their assistant coaches moves on to greener pastures, or at least in terms of opportunity, it's big for those guys. Andrew in Tempe is up next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Andrew, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. How we doing?
Good.
Good. Thank you for taking my call. Overall, I think that it's a pretty good hire. I think with, what was left as far as the coaches, I think they did the best that they could have got with what was left. I am interested, and I know this isn't going to be a popular take, but I am curious to see what LaFleur can do with Kyler. I don't know. I mean, I know a lot of people don't want to hear that, but at the same time, Jacoby won 1 game. I mean, I would like to see what he could do with Kyler. I hope it's not going to be a quote-unquote groundhog year, so we're not living the same thing day-to-day that we've done for the last couple of years. But that's my thoughts. That's my take. I hope that he works out. I hope that he can step up the offense. And hopefully, if we do keep Kyler, I am curious to see what he could get out of him. Maybe he could get a lot more than Gannon was able to get out of him. We'll just have to wait and see if we do end up keeping him. Anyway, thank you guys for taking my call.
Appreciate it.
Groundhog Day.
Yeah. Listen, the Kyler Murray thing is interesting, but the big issue is Kyler Murray did not defy the laws of nature and grow 3 inches during this coaching process. So Mike LaFleur and all the stuff he might have in his head isn't going to change the fact that there's a very quantifiable issue facing our quarterback.
Well, that's undoubted stuff right there. Jonesy in Gilbert is up next here on Arizona Sports. Jonesy, the floor is yours.
What's going on?
Man, what is going on, boys? That was a dangerous game the Cardinals chose to play, hanging on that long to pick a coach, right? I was half worried that they were going to say, we're going to go with Mike LaFleur, and he said, never mind, I'm good, and we would have had to end up on Ron Rivera. And then I would have been picketing outside the stadium really quick. I think item number one on LaFleur's checklist is get as much sage as you can and start burning it around that team facility and try and turn this thing around as quickly as possible.
Jonesy, appreciate the call. I'm sure you picked up on it as well. There was a short amount of time between the Kubiak reporting yesterday and then the announcement by the Cardinals. That, to me, indicates that Mike LaFleur, and I don't mean this as a disparaging remark, there was a safety net there. Mm-hmm. The Cardinals knew what they were doing, at least, as far as I perceive it.
Mm-hmm.
But the reaction on social media when the Kubiak reporting came out from Adam Schefter and others yesterday, that the Raiders are zeroing in, I think a lot of people reacted that, okay, that means LaFleur's out of the mix too? Like they're not going to get Mike LaFleur? What are we doing here? There was a lot of people with the sky is falling attitude, and here we are. The Cardinals did like Mike LaFleur. I don't, they felt compelled to still talk to Clint Kubiak, and apparently they still got their guy.
Yeah.
Let's go back out to Gilbert, talk to Tom, who's up next here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Hey, Tom.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call again. I love the hire. I hate the process. And as much as we slam on Jarrett collectively, he said it absolutely perfectly. The timing sucked. If this was your guy, they should have just said, you know what? We've interviewed you twice. We like what you've got. I know Clint Kubiak is going to interview on Saturday. We'd like to announce that you're the head coach. I think that just would have been a confidence statement. Like, we know he's out there. We know people like him. We want you. Now the question that I have going forward is, how is he going to put together this staff? I really, really, really would like to see Mr. Bidwell invest the money in a quality staff. This is the one area I don't want to see him cheap out on. And then hopefully, win some games. But the whole Kyler Murray thing, that ship has sailed. When a player shows you who he is, believe him. Have a great day, guys.
Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, Tom. Tom said he hated, likes the hire, hated the process. I think one thing has been consistent with every coaching search with the Arizona Cardinals in recent memory is everybody hates the process. They're very deliberate. They're among the last teams to pick. It always gives off a negative connotation when that's the case.
It's that scene in Stripes when Sergeant Hulka walks into the barracks and Bill Murray is the last one in bed again, and he rouses Bill Murray and he says, "Soldier, I notice you're always the last one out of bed in the morning." I'm pacing myself, Sergeant. That's the Arizona Cardinals. They're the last one out of bed.
Well, they're pacing
themselves.
Thanks for the calls. Good thoughts. We're going to continue our discussion on the Cardinals coaching search, landing on Mike LaFleur. And we'll talk to it with the Cardinals radio color commentator. The one and only A.Q. Shipley joins us next for his weekly visit. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
Good teams bring the best out of the Phoenix Suns. What I love about it is their effort is so consistent. Whether it's good teams, bad teams, mid-league teams, it doesn't matter. For a team to have this as their personality, this as their attitude, and I want to make this clear, Dylan Brooks is the tip of that spear. I think we'd all agree. He's the tip of that intensity spear that the Suns have. And they went out and found dogs to go out there and fill this culture out. That's the thing that I love the most about the Suns.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, make your game day watching complete with great tasting Daisy Dips. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and if you're like me and mostly everybody else, you're snacking during the game. Chips, wings, veggies. So why not kick your snacking up a notch with Daisy French Onion Dip and Daisy Ranch Dip. Both are delicious, made with real ingredients you can find in your own kitchen. We're talking no preservatives, no artificial ingredients. Daisy French Onion and Ranch Dips are so creamy and so flavorful that you would swear they were made from scratch. Get Daisy French Onion Dip and Daisy Ranch Dip wherever you shop for Daisy products and elevate your game day snacking.
Be honest.
Do you really want to spend the next 25 to 30 years chained to your mortgage? That's not a financial plan. That's a financial prison sentence. On a Life Changer loan, you can bulldoze your balance to zero in just a few short years. Attack principal first, lower your monthly payments, and give you 24/7 access to your equity, and that puts you in control. It's not magic. It's just math. So free yourself from mortgage prison today at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside, creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morris Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morris Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Howdy, folks. AQ Shipley here, and I know the perfect place to shop for your next car, Earnhardt Lexus. My friend and general manager, Bull Earnhardt, and his team at Earnhardt Lexus on Camelback will roll out the red carpet for you. It's just what they do. You see, Earnhardt, they know what they're doing because they've been doing it for 75 years. That's right, 75 years. Bull's grandfather, Tex, started it all back in 1951. And what started then is still happening today. The No Bull way of doing business. Attention to comfort and kindness, offering amazing vehicles and incredible value, working hard to treat guests like family, ensuring happy customers for life. It's why people choose Earnhardt Lexus, and you should too. So swing by Earnhardt Lexus and experience amazing. Experience the No Bull Earnhardt difference at 8th Street in Camelback, or shop online at earnhardtlexus.com. That's earnhardtlexus.com.
I'm Sammy Sepulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Welcome to the Valley, Mike LaFleur. That is right, the Cardinals have found their next head coach, the former Rams offensive coordinator who is from both the Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan coaching tree. The Phoenix Suns split their 2 games over the weekend. They beat the Cavs Friday night 126-113, but fell to the Clippers last night 117-93, and will look to get both Jalen Green and Devin Booker back this week. And speaking of Book, he was named to his 5th All-Star game yesterday. ASU and U of A was tight for a half over the weekend, but eventually the Wildcats found their stride and got an 87-74 win. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss Low T. Start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Hit pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain.
Former Cardinals center and current Cardinals color analyst. 12 years in the league. All 12 spent in the trenches. Super Bowl champion. AQ Shipley. The center of the Cardinals. With Bickley and Murata. Brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers and NoBull.com. A trusted name in automotive for over 75 years. And that ain't no bull.
Every Monday, we get to talk football. We get to talk Cardinals with AQ Shipley. It's called the Center of the Cardinals, as you just heard. Brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers. And AQ joins us right now via video. AQ, good morning.
Good morning, boys. How are we?
Good.
AQ.
27 days. The Cardinals have been searching for their head coach. It's finally over. It's Mike LaFleur. A lot of people picking out this and that during the process, but I think a pretty positive hire. Your initial thoughts on this hire, AQ?
Yeah, agree. I actually attribute this very similar to the Penn State coaching hire for me. Like I felt like it took too long. I thought that they ultimately got the guy that they probably wanted in the end, right? They put out all the feelers, they met with everybody, but you ultimately get a guy who comes from McVay, comes from Shanahan, comes from that Coliseum out in LA, right? And he knows this team so well, and he understands the toughness. And I saw some of the quotes that he thinks that it's almost there, and hopefully he's the guy that can get us there.
As a guy that's been in a locker room, what do football players want baseline from their head coach? Is it communication? Is it honesty? Is it plan? Is it the plan? Is it force of personality? What do they want to see from Mike LaFleur?
Transparency. I think transparency is the biggest thing. I think the NFL and the players in that locker room are the ultimate sniffer outers of BS, if that makes sense, right? Like you can see right through a guy, you can see right through what his messaging is, if it's true, if he stands by it, if he's convicted by it, if he lives by it. And that's ultimately what you want. And still at the end of the day, it's a great head coaching hire. We're a little late in the process now, so hopefully not all the coaches aren't picked over at this point, because you can have a great head coach, but have a not so good staff, right? So at the end of the day, you got the coach now. Now we got to put together a good staff.
We talked about this earlier, and a lot was made that Mike LaFleur didn't call plays on the staff with Sean McVay, even though he had the title of offensive coordinator. He did have play calling duties with the Jets earlier. How important do you think it is that Mike LaFleur be the play caller, but with somebody as a designated offensive coordinator as well, AQ?
Yeah, I think that's going to be key. I think who he hires as his defensive coordinator and special teams guy, and I think ultimately, listen, it's his first time being a head coach, so ultimately you need somebody that can help you with situational football, all the game management stuff. I'm not the biggest analytics guy, but at the end of the day, you still need somebody to kind of be in your ear a little bit about, hey, it's 4th and 3, and here's the time situation, and we're down by whatever it may be, right? So you need somebody to kind of bounce that off of. But, I think for me, if you're going to bring in an offensive head coach, the reason that he's here is because you believe in his offense, right? You believe in what he has learned from Sean McVay, what he has learned from Kyle Shanahan. Obviously, he's been around some really good coaches. Now, we want him to call the plays. We want him to lead the team. And it's a lot on your plate, but you got to have a good DC, and you got to have somebody also helping you in the analytics side.
All right, a lot of us who have covered the Cardinals for years, I think we've kind of all come to the conclusion that the team and Kyler Murray have reached a fork in the road, and it's time for each to go their separate ways. There's a subset of Cardinal fans who are wondering whether Mike LaFleur might change that calculus, whether or not he might want to give Kyler Murray a shot. How do you handicap that?
Yeah, it's tough because, listen, we don't know what's being said behind closed doors, right? I think that's the biggest question mark. I think, some of these guys might have come in and said, yeah, listen, I want to be the head coach, but I want to be the head coach if Kyler Murray's the quarterback, right? And I think then it becomes a different conversation. And listen, I think everybody out there probably believes in themselves more than others do, and that's what makes you elite in the NFL level, like whether it's a player, whether it's a coach, whether it's whatever. Everybody has to think higher of themselves, because if you lose any ounce of confidence at the NFL level, you've lost your sauce, right? And so there's probably a lot of guys that are like, man, if I just got my hands on Kyler Murray, I can get him over that hump and get him to be that championship level quarterback. So again, we're not sure what's being said behind closed doors, but I think ultimately the way that things ended last season, yeah, I think we're kind of going our separate ways.
Yep. AQ Shipley is our guest every Monday, brought to you by Earnhardt Auto Centers. About the process, and you already made reference to it, AQ, that it did last a long time, and it did give you those feelings of the Penn State coaching search. But a lot of Cardinals fans' eyebrows were raised early last week when it was reported Mike LaFleur was in for dinner, then for the in-person interview on Tuesday. Yet the Cardinals still put that on hold to go take a last swing at Clint Kubiak. They still got their guy, but what was your reaction to the way the Cardinals played that?
Yeah, I think, listen, they played their cards, and ultimately it looks like they got who they wanted. They probably wanted to kick the tires a little bit on Kubiak, but if you know you got your guy, it's tough to let those guys out of the building. I mean, we saw what happened when Robert Saleh, like he couldn't even get another interview. They were not letting him leave that building down in Tennessee, right? So you can play with fire a little bit, but sometimes it comes back to bite you. Fortunately, I think in this case, it looks like it did not. and it looks like Kubiak's going to where he wants to go. But listen, I think if you sat here, whatever it was, 4 weeks ago and said, hey, listen, we're going to end up with Mike LaFleur, I think you got to feel good about it. This is a guy that comes from Shanahan, McVay world, and also has a brother that he can lean on who's a head coach. I mean, that's ultimate. That's the ultimate, caveat when it comes to being able to lean on somebody and get advice about a position that you've never held before.
Your Penn State analogy is right on the money, because all Penn State alum that I've spoken with were exactly the same as you. They're like, what are we doing? Oh, okay, yeah, I like this guy a lot. When it comes to the quarterback situation, if I can dovetail back to that, do you think that Jacoby Brissett looks better, performs better, is a better option if you actually give him a potent running game, which he did not have?
I think if you put me back at quarterback, I'd look better with a potent running game. I think that's the biggest answer, right? I think anytime you have a running game that you can lean on, it makes the quarterback's job easy. Listen, I mean, I think when you look around the league at some of these teams, for instance, like a Sam Darnold in cases. Now, Sam's looked fantastic. There's no question about that. But there's been numerous games where he throws 11 passes because they're running for 200 yards, or Stafford, right? And any of these things. If you ask Stafford to sit there and play in a drop-back passing game 55 times a game while the other team knows it's a passing situation, he's not going to look as good as he is whenever they're running for 150 yards, period.
Yeah, one of the and we talked about this during the season, AQ, and people will talk about challenges ahead of Mike LaFleur and the staff, whatever it looks like, what they're facing moving forward with the Cardinals. One of the most puzzling things to me all year, and I think you would agree, was the drop-off, and it ties into the run game, the drop-off in performance of the offensive line individually and collectively with a lot of the same personnel that did a really good job the year before. Outside of the quarterback position, do you believe fixing that offensive line is Mike LaFleur's biggest challenge moving forward?
I think there's got to be a part of that. But listen, I think also when you look, like we've talked about this, I think a couple times this year, is like, man for man, if you look at the Los Angeles Rams offensive line, I don't think across the board, I don't think they have, maybe outside of Kevin Dotson, right? Like I think the other four are just guys. And I think scheme can help offensive linemen out so much. And so if he can bring some element or form of what Sean McVay has been able to do year after year without really a bunch of stud offensive linemen, I think that can help. But I think ultimately we saw this year, we saw that this group was underperforming. We saw that they were not as good as they were in previous years. But I think scheme can help. But I also think, yeah, you're going to need to get a guy, maybe two guys. And, I think that's ultimately what it's going to come down to. But again, I think also this league works in cycles. I think across the league, across the board, as I've sat back and taken a step back from this season after all the stuff I studied, running games were down across the board, across the entire league. And so this entire offseason, in my opinion, I think coordinators are going to figure out, hey, how do we get back to, 10 to 12 100-yard rushers a week? This year it was like 3 to 4 per week. I mean, it was not a very good running the football year for teams across the league.
People look at the Rams this past season and they assume that Sean McVay's reputation is that of this high-flying, pass-oriented, wide-open kind of offense. And this past Rams crew was exactly the opposite. They were a power-based running team that hit you in the mouth. So if people were to ask, what is it about the Sean McVay coaching tree that is special? How would you answer that to people who don't understand?
I think when you look across, okay, so this is the best way that I'll try and put this, and hopefully this makes sense. I think far too often when you look at coordinators and guys who call plays, whether it be offense or whether it be defense, I think they have a system, they run their system, and they don't veer too far from it. I think the really good ones over the years, the Bill Belichick and the Sean McVay, right? Those two off the top of my mind come to mind, because Bill Belichick, when I first came in the league, or when he first started in the league, it was the Vince Wilforks of the world, and it was all these monster defensive linemen. Well, then it went to the Aaron Donalds and the J.J. Watts, and then now maybe we get back to these big guys. But the NFL always works in cycles, and I think the guys that are able to adjust and move with the times of where the game is are your best coaches, and don't just have one system that's cookie cutter and only fits in this. And if that doesn't apply to what's working in the league, then you're going to get fired, right? And I think so when you look at Sean McVay, and when he first started in LA, it was 11 personnel. It was wide outside zone. It was high flying. It was all this stuff, tons of shifts and motions. And then you turn them on this year and it's like, okay, well, that is not what's going to work right now. That's not what this team is built for. So we have 3 really good tight ends. Let's utilize them. One is a fullback, and we can get multiple personnel situations using the same guys on the field or interchangeable pieces using Puka Nacua. And all of a sudden, you can run every single play out of every situation, out of every single formation using multiple packages.
Yep. AQ,
Good
great
stuff.
stuff. The best part about all of this is now the hire's made, we can actually let the healing begin from last year. You said
That's right.
You stepped away from the season. We can finally let it start now.
Now it can start. Now we can go. Hopefully the fans kind of climb back out of their hole and we get back on track. And LaFleur has a great message and we keep this thing rolling.
And hopefully you'll be broadcasting a playoff team next year, AQ. How about that?
Come on, let's go.
Let's do it. Let's go. Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, man. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, guys. Take care.
AQ Shipley joins us every Monday to talk Cardinals and NFL football. The focus on the Cardinals, and rightfully so today, after they hire Mike LaFleur. More on that coming up later on in the show. We'll talk to JB Long to get the LA perspective from all of it. But coming up next, the Suns are trying to go green, but the universe is not cooperating. We'll tell you more about the injury frustrations for a Suns player next. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile kids run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth. And if you're a certain age, we all know the anxiety that comes with the big question, the one we all ask at a certain point in our lives. Do I have enough to retire? Will my money last? Will I end up having to take a job in retirement to supplement my income? Am I missing something? If any of that sounds familiar, highly recommend you call my friends at Trajan Wealth. Set up a free appointment, because if you're like most people, you probably don't have the peace of mind you need, because it's one thing to save for retirement. It's quite another to feel totally prepared, and the latter is what you're going to get from my friends at Trajan Wealth. They are veteran-owned, they are locally operated, they are fiduciaries, which means they're duty-bound and obligated to act in your best interests at all times. They can review your current portfolio or portfolios to see if there are any huge gaps, and they will give you personalized strategies, tailor-made plans that are built around your needs and your desires and what you want your retirement to look like. At Trajan Wealth, it all begins with relationships. I became a client at Trajan Wealth, super impressed with their approach. And if you want to get that retirement-related anxiety off of your shoulders, call Trajan Wealth. Get your plan started today. 480-360-7900. Online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. I've had the privilege of seeing miracles, broken families rebuilt, every crash, every workplace injury, every medical mistake. Fighting back can work. We've gone toe-to-toe with insurance giants, and we've won a lot. Over $30 billion recovered. Size matters. Reputation matters. Results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So, when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside: creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morse Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morris Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
Hey, it's Luke. Did the Phoenix Suns continue their winning ways against the Cavs and Clippers over the weekend? We're talking Suns at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Williams adding to his dunk total as Merrill can't get that one. Williams fights for it, unable to save as Jalen Green also leaping high. He is face down on the floor.
That was third quarter Friday night. Jalen Green playing in his second straight game for the third separate time this year. Went up for a rebound on a missed shot by Sam Merrill of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Got tangled up with Jarrett Allen. Went down, landed on the hip / the tailbone. Stayed down for a while. Got up. Had to check out of the game because of the injury timeout. But immediately checked back in. Played a few more minutes. And then the Suns won going away. Didn't have to do much down the stretch. Not in the lineup last night. In street clothes again. And now it's a different injury for Jalen Green, and the frustration continues. He's got to be wondering, what do I got to do to stay on the court at this point?
Yeah. Yes, exactly. And I think a lot of people to the flip side are like, what's it going to take for him to power through an injury? I think there's a flip side to this.
Yes.
That through no fault of Jalen Green, I think he's wandering dangerously close to Bradley Beal territory.
Yeah, we talked about it on Friday and kind of pinpointed the importance of Jalen Green playing in that game against Cleveland. Now, he did play. He didn't start, again, coming off the bench for Jordan Ott, and did some good things. Hit a couple threes. Still doesn't look like anywhere near the full version of Jalen Green that we've seen in the past, mostly, not here, but in a Houston uniform.
Yeah.
Here was Jordan Ott, the head coach of the Suns, yesterday, commenting on the new injury for Jalen Green, which I guess was called a hip contusion.
Jalen, it's just the fall, the hamstring seemed to be good. Everything was good until that fall, and we're going to be smart here. I mean, everyone saw the fall, how hard it was. And then just mechanically, we want everything to be right. His back to be feeling right, his hip to be feeling right. But it appears to be, everything was good with the comeback on the hamstring.
Yeah, in regards to Jalen, kind of what are you saying to him? Obviously, he's been doing everything in his power to try and get back.
He just wants to be out there. His teammate wants him to be out there, and we want him to be out there. But there's no pressure from us. We want him back, and we want him healthy. With the speed that he has, we know everything has to be right. So, obviously, it was great to see him out there. Just in general, just to see him out there. You could feel his energy. Even after the fall, I felt, he impacted us. So just an unlucky bounce at this point. But he'll be out there as soon as he can.
You hit on an interesting point about pushing through. And Dylan Brooks had a comment last week, and this was before the fall happened to create this new injury.
Yep.
But said, hey, when you tweak something, sometimes you just got to get back out there and you got to play through it. The fact that adrenaline's pumping, yes. A fall like that, anybody that's played basketball to any level has taken a fall like that. You get your feet tangled up, you land, you're sore. Playing through soreness, second half of the season with the Suns chasing what they're chasing, I think that is an important element.
Yeah, listen, I've talked to a couple of people who sensed very obvious frustration. This is before the hip pointer or the contusion or whatever it is, on just the laborious, painstakingly slow return from the hamstring injury, which has really baffled anybody with any knowledge of how long these things generally take. And look, it's the Suns coaching or the Suns medical staff. They can claim a great victory with Mark Williams, because nobody thought it was possible for them to be doing what they're doing with Mark Williams.
No,
everybody budgeted in 20 to 25 missed games this year for Mark Williams.
Yeah, I think they said like the ceiling they felt was 60. If we can get 60 games out of Mark Williams,
Yeah,
we're
wow.
golden.
We're way ahead of the game if that's the case. I just think that with the case with Jalen Green now, there has been a lot of basketball played. There have been a lot of triumphs that he has not been a part of. And I think it, like any athlete who's not available at some point in time, it's the team doesn't turn on you, but it kind of reframes the way people look at you.
Well, suddenly there's only 32 games left in the season, too.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
And people are still clinging to, we're halfway through. No, you're more than halfway through.
And last night seemed like a game where they could have used some Jalen Green kind of energy.
Absolutely. I mean, Jordan Ott said after the game why the offense suffered so much, and we saw this early in the homestand too.
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't get into the paint, and when they were shooting 2-point shots, they were tough late in the shot clock shots, and they weren't going in. It was a poor shooting night all the way around from 2-point range. But yeah, that was a perfect example. A healthy Jalen Green completely changes the complexion of how that offense is working, even against a good team like the Clippers. You mentioned the Bradley Beal comparison. I've heard this come up in a couple spots, and I'm not going to say people are wrong for feeling what they feel. The biggest difference for me in the situations is the Suns went down the Bradley Beal road and made that trade knowing he had a vast, long, extensive injury history. They have to have a new level of frustration with this because they acquired a guy in Jalen Green who had played 164 out of 164 regular season games the last 2 years. So he's a guy, obviously, you can't do that without playing through soreness. So this is a new level of frustration. But again, I'm not disagreeing with you. The murmuring is starting to happen. And you chalk it up to bad luck. I think the latest bout Jalen Green had with the hamstring, and the Suns basically said it themselves. There's nothing structurally wrong with it. We're being precautious with it, and we're letting him recover on his timetable. But it was obvious that he didn't trust it.
That's obvious.
Yes.
That's exactly right. And I think that's part of the issue here. I think part of what the medical staff is doing is in concert and in unison with the discomfort or the unease that a young player feels with this injury, given the fact that he has been so healthy for his entire career. And it's not unusual for a young player to suffer an injury like that and have a hard time trusting it on the other end of it all.
Yeah.
Because they don't have the history of it.
Yeah. And when we left the airwaves on Friday morning, we were both kind of hoping Devin Booker would be back for last night's game against the Clippers. That didn't happen. It's been more than a week since the ankle injury. Didn't get that. We did get the news that Booker made the All-Star team, and we also got an injury update pregame from Jordan Ott on Booker's injury.
Book's making tremendous progress. Obviously been on the court multiple times, trending in a good spot. We know who he is. As soon as he can get out there, Dwayne, he's going to get out there. So whether the All-Star break is tomorrow or in 2 weeks, he's going to rehab like crazy. He was in there again this morning. So whenever he's ready, he will be out there playing.
Oh, did he have the reevaluation today?
He just continues to progress.
Okay.
I mean, he is skipping steps basically with how fast he can do it. And I think this has been his history. Obviously he's had other injuries and been able to recover incredibly fast too. This is just another one.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I was taken by yesterday was the lack of talk about the reevaluation. And you heard Dwayne ask the question flat out, and it wasn't really termed a reevaluation, just continuing to progress. I don't know how I feel about this because now there's talk about the All-Star break rolling in. They got 5 more games before the All-Star break.
Wow. Wow.
That's a long time.
Yeah, it is.
And if the reevaluation happens and it wasn't positive, I the update would be helpful in that situation. But I don't know.
Look, they say Devin Booker is right there. So, and look, and Devin Booker is going to want to play in the All-Star game. So I think that, I think he's going to be here sooner rather than later. I'm hoping that when Jalen Green gets back out there, he can put together 2-3 consistent weeks of basketball.
Well, not only that, but maybe this team can get more than 2 games of full health.
Yes.
Which is all they've had this year. I believe.
Wow.
2 full games of everybody in the rotation being available.
Well, that's just it for Jalen. Is that how about 3 healthy games? Just get it out of his head that he's still tinkering with things.
Snake bitten on that second game.
How about 3 games, 20+ minutes, everything feels good, and then I think that he might be able to get out of his own head.
Yep. Coming up next, Sammy's going to take us through some social studies on this Monday morning. Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, everybody. Dan Bickley here. By now, you know Sweet James, the official accident attorneys of your Phoenix Suns. In fact, if you were watching the game last night, you saw the commercial of Sweet James dunking the basketball. Say it all the time. I don't know whether that vertical leap is real or digitally and artificially enhanced, but I do know this. Sweet James and his stable of accident attorneys, they are great at dunking on the opposition you will face if you're ever injured in an accident. And, of course, I'm talking about the predatory insurance companies that do not want to pay you a nickel for your injuries. Here's what you will get from Sweet James. They'll get you the medical treatment you need so you can heal. Then they're going to go out and get you the most amount of money possible and the justice you deserve. They're going to treat you with compassion every step of the way. Their attorneys have extensive trial experience, which makes a big deal in their industry. It means those insurance companies can't play games. They can't nickel and dime. They can't deny Sweet James. Not when they're willing to tell your story in a court of law. This is why they not only win 98% of their cases, big and small. They consistently deliver some of the largest settlements in the country. You can expect maximum compensation when you hire Sweet James. And remember, the call is free, the consultation is free, and you pay nothing until they win your case. 1-800-9-MILLION, 1-800-900-0000, sweetjames.com.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Garrett, I just saw where you guys actually have hit over 1,000 5-star reviews.
That's absolutely true, and we don't do it without our team, and obviously to our amazing customers that are willing to trust us and support our team along the way. The thing that separates Moving Team 6, obviously, is our team. You need somebody to help you make that move happen, and we're the team for you.
Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Howdy, folks. AQ Shipley here, and I know the perfect place to shop for your next car, Earnhardt Lexus. My friend and general manager, Bull Earnhardt, and his team at Earnhardt Lexus on Camelback will roll out the red carpet for you. It's just what they do. You see, Earnhardt, they know what they're doing because they've been doing it for 75 years. That's right, 75 years. Bull's grandfather, Tex, started it all back in 1951. And what started then is still happening today. The No Bull way of doing business. Attention to comfort and kindness, offering amazing vehicles and incredible value, working hard to treat guests like family, ensuring happy customers for life. It's why people choose Earnhardt Lexus, and you should too. So swing by Earnhardt Lexus and experience amazing. Experience the No Bull Earnhardt difference at 8th Street in Camelback, or shop online at EarnhardtLexus.com. That's EarnhardtLexus.com.
Winter is in full swing, and Aleve is here to keep you moving. When the cold weather sets in, everyday aches and pains can linger, but Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you going with long-lasting body pain relief to get you through whatever the season brings. Chilly days or cozy nights, Aleve gives you that long-lasting body pain relief you can count on this winter. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have their head coach, Mike LaFleur, who had spent the last 3 seasons as the LA Rams offensive coordinator under Sean McVay. LaFleur and the Cardinals have agreed to a 5-year deal, and the coaching search is now complete. The Phoenix Suns Friday night handled the Cleveland Cavaliers 126-113, but Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers were too much last night in a 117-93 loss. And over the weekend, Suns guard Devin Booker was named a Western Conference All-Star reserve. This will be Booker's 5th All-Star appearance. GCU got another Mountain West win Saturday, beating Boise State 86-69, and ASU and U of A were tied at the half on Saturday, but the Wildcats, led by Koa Pete, pulled away in the second half en route to an 87-74 win and the best start in school history. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona for your chance to win a 2026 Corvette Stingray. Earn entries February 1st through the 25th. The details are at casinoarizona.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
9 o'clock on a Monday. That means it is time for Social Studies. You can find us on X at Bickley_Murata is where we post the questions every single day. We're at Bickley and Murata on Instagram and Facebook. And shout out to the 480 of you watching on YouTube. Obviously, it's a big day. The Cardinals hire a head coach. So shout out to the 480 of you watching on YouTube at Arizona Sports. And that's where we'll start with the Arizona Cardinals. What was your immediate initial reaction when you heard the Cardinals hired Mike LaFleur as their next head coach and why?
Yeah, immediate was relief that Mike LaFleur didn't have second thoughts or was still available after the Cardinals went and interviewed Clint Kubiak. But as I've said all morning, there's a second alternative reality that might explain it. It is not just the Cardinals looking for something better. It could have been at Mike LaFleur's behest.
Immediate reaction is the same one that Vic just mentioned. Okay, but
right.
They shot their shot with Kubiak. Mike LaFleur was a guy that they liked. We're going to hear how much they liked him.
Mm-hmm.
They could have done a lot worse in this process.
Yes, they could have.
The same exact thought of like, okay, I just hoped that he didn't get like butthurt and would like didn't want the Cardinals and left, and we were settling for something that maybe we didn't want in the first place. A lot of good responses here. We'll start with Andy. I think he's a good coach and a good hire, but it doesn't mean anything unless the Cardinals can find a quarterback. Paul said, good start, but if Bidwell doesn't provide true assistant salary pool, then we hired the offensive version of Jonathan Gannon, who will end up with the same results. Let's see. Daryl Lee said, yay, it's over. Then I closed my Twitter app. LaFleur was my second choice from the start, but this whole process felt so inept I couldn't be excited for anything in the end. And then Rhett Reese just said one word, relief. I think relief's a good word. Now
that's a good initial reaction.
It's over. Now you're relieved. We have the coach, and it wasn't some other people that we didn't necessarily want. Okay, so this has been a long conversation the last week or so on the show. So Gambo left the spoon, okay, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we'd had all this conversation, and then this morning, your note that you got.
Mm-hmm.
So we asked, what is your...
Dan got a note from the weekend golf show.
Yes.
In solidarity.
The bunker to bunker guys.
The bunker to bunker golf show.
Which is a terrible way to play golf, by the way.
Yeah,
you do not want to go from bunker to bunker.
Yeah, that's a golf
That's
show geared toward me too.
I don't even go bunker to bunker. I go bunker, same bunker, same bunker, same bunker.
Opposite
Take the ball,
bunker.
throw it out.
Yeah. You got 6 pounds of sand in your shoes.
Yeah. So Jarrett, you were saying?
So they left a note for Dan saying that they had heard the show and they are in solidarity because of how dirty the
work area is. Jared,
work area.
Get your mind right. Come on.
So
get those synapses firing, Ferret.
The whatever you call the area right in front of where you broadcast
workspace.
there.
The workspace. So we asked, what is your biggest cleanliness or hygiene pet peeve? And why?
My biggest one?
Yeah. Or just, you can name them all if you want.
I mean, without calling out other people, the amount of dust that builds up, man. I just moved out of a place and had to clean up after I was. The amount of dust buildup is just disgusting.
Yeah.
And I hate dust in the car. I get into
dust
some
in the cars.
I get into some people's cars and they're like completely dust free and spotless, and I want to know how these people accomplish this.
I'm with that.
Because dust is just.
I'm one of those
skin
guys that I can't stand if you don't put the toilet seat down. Both of them.
Really?
Yeah, really.
Okay.
Both of them? The lid, too?
Yeah.
Fair.
Just me.
There's some good responses. So Tom Foss said, I like to have a very clean car. I have a membership with the car wash, and I go almost every day.
That's
a
weird.
lot.
That's like
Whoa.
OCD.
I will say the car wash membership thing is a beautiful thing.
It is.
Well, if you like a clean car, it's well worth it. But every day, Tom?
I like my dad.
You don't even live in a place with weather.
I know. Like, my dad likes to wash his car. Like, that's something he likes to do on the weekends. And I'm with him. A clean car is just, there's something to be said about it, because a dirty car.
Oh, yeah. Jared vibes with that.
I was going to say, does he want to wash my car?
No.
But getting into somebody's car.
Peek into Jared's car on your way out next time.
Oh, no. I have a new car over the last.
Is it clean?
Yeah. It's
You
not
have a
my
new car?
I mean,
he got one a while
Oh,
back.
that's right.
6
You
months
did. I
ago,
haven't
yeah.
seen it. Wow. Okay.
So this is
bright
another.
orange.
We got.
Of course it is.
See it
To match
outside
his
the-
shoes.
Of course it
Look out
is.
the window.
Rhett Reese had another good response. He said that public restroom doors should open outward, not inward, so you can push them open with your knee, foot, or
Oh, I
elbow
love
on
that.
your way out. Why is it the opposite?
That's a great call.
And then Mudslinger, I retweet to this. Dishes piled up in the sink. Oh. Having been born and raised in Arizona, I learned real quickly that that's a no-no, waking up to the morning ferret-sized cockroaches piling on the drain. Yeah, that's disgusting. And
That's
then
a ferret.
this
That's
one,
a ferret.
That's a ferret.
That's a cockroach.
and then the last one from Groom Shroom is just bad breath. People that walk around with bad breath daily. Because that one, it's fixable.
Buy some chewing gum.
Yeah,
Sometimes it's medical.
Well, yes, for the most part.
But
like,
yeah.
Have some gum, Okay, lastly, this came up because
Yesterday was the Grammys.
sure, the Grammys were yesterday. Completely missed me.
I watched 0 seconds of the
0
Grammys
seconds
and
of
have
the Grammys.
zero remorse about
Neither did I.
missing
Didn't
it.
watch it at all either. I just saw some Chapel Roan.
Yeah, I saw Chaperone's
I don't
outfit.
believe you. I do not believe you for a minute that you were not going back and forth to the Grammys.
I'm not. I don't know any new artists really.
Okay.
I did see back to
So if this was the Oscars, it'd be different.
I'll
Oscars,
watch
Golden
the
Globes,
Oscars.
Emmys, Tonys.
Got
I would
it.
watch all
of
those,
that.
but not the
Gotcha.
Grammys.
Okay. All right.
And so it brought up the question: what is a quote perfect song, and why? It could be just a song that you think is perfect. Like, what makes the perfect song?
Teenage Dirtbag by Wheatus. Perfect song. Tells a story. Good
Yeah.
falsetto. Got a good beat. Catchy as hell. My karaoke go-to.
There we go.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
I'm sticking with
One
it.
hit wonder
That's
though.
Vinny's perfect
Absolutely
song.
a one-hit wonder.
Wow.
Vic?
I would not expect.
Oh, listen, I could be here all
Yeah.
day
All day,
rattling
sure.
off songs that I think are perfect, from Stairway to Heaven through whatever. I go to
Fair.
responses.
Stephen Reese.
Steroids. Oh no,
go
that's.
ahead.
Never mind.
Stephen Reese's was a great.
I was
he
thinking
said-
of hotel. I was gonna say Stairway to Heaven, the Devil's music, but it was Hotel California.
That's
that was
it.
the
That's
Devil's.
it. That's it.
Stephen Reese said, "Dream On" by Aerosmith, "Hallelujah" by Leonard Cohen, and "Jacoby" by Sir Jarrett Carlin.
That was a
Boy.
That's a good one. Go Irish. He said, "Three Little Birds," Bob Marley. How can you be mad when you listen to that? Daryl Lee said, "The Happy Birthday song. No matter your favorite genre, everyone sings it." And then let's see. Nick said, "Blue Collar Man" by Styx. Zero said, "Blink-182 Cynical. Best of 90s punk alternative style." And then Daylight Films took it a different way. He said, "Any song that emotionally moves you. Could be the chords, beat, riffs, could be the lyrics, or could be both. What one brings to the table in life experiences or time in your life, what happened when the song dropped. Too many to name, but I think that's a good synopsis.
It's funny though that because I think about this a lot because there's obviously the bands that I like, the music, the songs that I absolutely love, and I've heard thousands of times. But there's so many of them that they don't qualify as perfect because there's a lyric I would change or
go on too long or something,
or it could go on too long or not long enough. Maybe you feel a song needs another verse that doesn't have another verse.
And I think there's something to be said about finding a perfect song for the first time. Like new music comes out and you're like, wow, that song is great. As opposed to like you have your favorite songs, you listen to them all the time. Finding a good song is really, really underrated.
But a song that we've mentioned before in a different realm musically, a song that universally everybody loves or makes you happy. Perfect song for me, September by Earth, Wind & Fire.
That's a good point.
I thought you were going to say Just Like Heaven, because that was your performance song for a while.
Bick was kind enough to let me hijack his band on a few occasions.
But there you go, at Bickley_Murata on X, at Bickley and Murata elsewhere. And watch us on YouTube at Arizona Sports. 518.
518.
Over
500.
There we go.
Wow.
There we go.
Very nice. Appreciate it. That is Social Studies. Coming up next, Mike LaFleur, the new head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. What does it mean from the Rams' perspective? We'll talk to JB Long, their play-by-play voice, next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have hired Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur as their next head coach.
The Cardinals were very thorough in their process. They took their time, and they obviously feel comfortable that Mike LaFleur can not only run an offense, but run an entire organization. They may have been last, but they'll get the last laugh if their coach can turn around the franchise.
What does the LaFleur as head coach hire mean for the future of Kyler Murray in the desert? We're chopping up the Cardinal decision today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
All right, so there's a lingering misconception in the electronics industry that big box stores offer the best pricing on televisions, and that happens because you walk into one of those stores, there's likely a TV right at the very front of the store. It's probably pretty cheap, and you go, wow, this is where I need to shop for my electronics. What you don't realize is that TV at the front of the big box store, likely hot garbage that will rob you of quality and experience. One of many reasons you head in down, see my friends at Waltz TV and Appliance. They're going to give you all sorts of great stuff. Number one, a very knowledgeable staff. They've been serving the Valley since 1957. They can give you the insight and the wisdom you will never get from a big box store. All the major name brands you are looking for. Great selection of big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches. If you've always wondered what a television that big looks like, they've got it on display in their theater room. That's reason enough to go check out my friends at Waltz. They'll give you inventory you are not going to find anyplace else. Great selection of outdoor televisions, great selection of audio components from sound bars to speakers. And when you put that right audio component together with the right television, you have magic as a sports fan. You will hear, see, and feel the difference. You'll also get same-day delivery 7 days a week from Waltz. You can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a professional. And when you're at Waltz, drop my name, you're going to get added incentive, an additional 10% off installation or a 3-year warranty for free. That is your choice. Visit Waltz off the I-10 in Warner. It's right behind the IKEA. You can always shop online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Now is the time to start building your defense against the sun with All Pro Shade Concepts.
Exactly right, Wolf. Smart homeowners are getting their free estimates now for retractable shades and awnings for their patio.
Yep, if you wait until the playoffs to fix your defense, you're getting cooked.
That's right. Our shades are custom fit, so the earlier we measure, the sooner your home is protected.
Beat the summer rush and get your free estimate today and receive free installation. Go to allproshade.com because you gotta have shade.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-YREFI-85. That's 888-YREFI-85. Or visit YREFI.com.
Not available in all states.
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
NFL offseason loading.
The Cardinals have hired Mike LaFleur as their new head coach.
LaFleur is the younger brother of Packers head coach Matt LaFleur.
Arizona Sports. The Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Bickley and Murata.
Now we continue with a thank you and a good morning to our audience in New River this morning. Whether you're watching or listening, we appreciate the support in New River. Of course, a lot of the show today has been devoted to the Arizona Cardinals finding their next head coach, LA Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur, the choice of the Cardinals, here to give us the LA perspective. Rams play-by-play voice JB Long joins us. Thanks for coming back on the show, JB. We appreciate it.
Happy Monday to you guys. Thank you for the invitation. Hope your show's going well.
It's going well. We finally get to talk about not a search, but a find. The Arizona Cardinals end up with Mike LaFleur, and obviously his connection with the Rams and working with Sean McVay was a big selling point for the Cardinals. But let's start with the Rams' perspective. What did Mike LaFleur mean to the Rams, and how big a loss is this for him and Sean McVay, or for them and Sean McVay?
Yeah, I think it's a significant loss. It's not one that they haven't bridged before. It's become all too familiar. I could tell the calendar flipped to February because I started getting social media alerts about the Rams losing coaches, and I'm sure more will come. But, Mike did a really nice job, not just in terms of his design, his architecture, his play calling on a couple occasions, which we can get into, notably this season in a win at Arizona, which I'm sure you guys have spoken of. But I would say as many offensive minds as have come through the Rams building, he was maybe as empowered as any in terms of running training camp, running practice on a day-to-day basis. To my recollection, McVay felt free to detach from the offensive huddle and coach the entire team as much or more than he did at any point during his 9-year tenure while Mike was with us.
Wow. You never know if a young coordinator on either side of the ball is ready to be that guy and occupy the big chair. From your perspective, how ready is Mike LaFleur?
Yeah, I think he's definitely ready, and I think that is the most important thing. I realize we're in an era of NFL head coaching where you have to have a play sheet in your hand. Mostly offensive play callers who double as head coaches, but there's some great defensive examples as well, including the head coach of the Seattle Seahawks, who I expect to be the NFL Coach of the Year and may win a Super Bowl here next week. So there are counter examples, but he fits the mold in that way where he is going to bring you schematic design and down-to-down play calling and lead you into the next, era of quarterback and offense, whatever that looks like in Arizona. But I think what will ultimately determine his success is his ability to stand in front of a room of 53-plus men and extract the very best from them and guide them through challenging adverse times and prepare them for 17 NFL Sundays, which I think has been what Sean has done as well or better than any of his peers.
JB Long, Los Angeles Rams play-by-play voice, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. JB, you mentioned the game where Mike LaFleur did take over play-calling duties for Sean McVay. December 7th at State Farm Stadium, an absolute shellacking. The Rams beat the Cardinals that day 45-17. They put up a season-high 530 yards of offense. Tell us the perspective that you had of that game. And you mentioned the architecture was the word that stood out earlier from Mike LaFleur's offense. What are some of the tenets of the architecture of that offense that we can look forward to?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be associated with Sean, but also I think in your introduction, his brother Matt too, right? He comes off of that same tree. You're going to see the McVay-Shanahan style of offense. I think it was noteworthy that when Sean fell sick that weekend, he flew independently morning of game, if I recall correctly. And at some point along the way, he just decided, to make sure that if I have to step away from the sideline, our operation isn't disrupted. Mike, you're going to speak directly into Matthew Stafford's helmet, and you're going to handle the Saturday night meetings. And it looked great. It looked like they didn't skip a beat. It wasn't like, oh, my gosh, this is the LaFleur offense, and it's working to perfection. It's as good or better than McVay's. No, it looked like a continuation of what they had been building all season. But what they've been building all season was a couple of different high-level offenses. They led the league in scoring, yes, but if you remember on the front end of the schedule, it was spamming Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams with targets. They had built a Ferrari, and they're going to drive that thing. By the time they got to Arizona later in the season, it was more of a 2 and 3 tight end driven offense. They had completely flipped their identity in a way that they'd never done together nor at any point during Sean's tenure. And it led to an MVP caliber season for Matthew Stafford. So I think Mike probably deserves a lot of credit for the way they pivoted their midseason. And then on a macro level, I think the way that he influenced the Rams running game, which in recent years with Kyron Williams and Blake Corum has looked much different stylistically, more of a downhill come-at-you running game than the outside zone that made Todd Gurley, for instance, so successful in the Jared Goff years.
JB, I'm curious what you think about this, because for years people have looked at Bill Belichick's coaching tree and wondered why are so few of these guys working as head coaches on their own, yet Sean McVay's is absolutely flourishing. What are some of the nuances behind that? Is that a matter of hiring the right people in the first place? Is it the interpersonal? What explains why this Sean McVay coaching tree has been so prolific?
Well, everyone wants a piece of their success, and having sustained success in the league is very difficult. And so, that Shanahan and that Sean have done it, I think, leads to natural opportunities for the people they hire. But I think the people they hire is probably the genesis of it. It's probably where we should focus more of the attention. If they were hiring you and me, we wouldn't go very far.
No.
But I think one of Sean's strokes of genius was making sure that he started his career with a Wade Phillips. That allowed him to grow into his role as a head coach while he deployed the offense that he wanted. Later on, going and getting a Brandon Staley to find his, chess counterpart on defense and sharpen his iron, if you will, that led to a head coaching opportunity. But when you're consistently producing players and offenses that are at or near the top of their profession, I think people are going to try and borrow from that. And his ability to pivot, not just schematically, but from person to person, and his hiring skills, his interviewing skills, probably self-select the type of people who are going to be the next round of head coaches in this league. I think his good friend and defensive coordinator, Chris Shula, fits that mold and will happen for him eventually. And then Nate Scheelhaase was the other big name in this coaching cycle, and even from lower on the org chart than Chris Shula or Mike LaFleur, I think he sparked a lot of interest because people saw the traits of a leader of men and a football mind that eventually will translate to an NFL sideline when he's ready.
JB Long, our guest here, and before we let you go, you mentioned the Super Bowl earlier. Rams and Seahawks had 3 great games this year, really close games, entertaining games. Seahawks won 2 of them. They're the NFC representative. I think it's going to be a blowout, JB. I think the Seahawks are going to crush New England. Do you feel similarly?
Really?
I disagree with him, by the way. Yeah. I'm not of that camp, JB.
Yeah, and 2 weeks of preparation, I think anybody can get ready and play good 4 quarters. But I think it's within the range of possibilities. I think they truly are an elite team, especially defensively. And if you had asked me, can the Rams go up to their place and beat this Seattle Seahawks team if their quarterback doesn't commit at least one egregious mistake, I would have said it would be a long and uphill battle. And Sam Darnold was spotless. He was nearly perfect. And if he plays that way again on Sunday, then I'm pretty sure they will win. I don't know if it'll be a blowout, but I think if he gives them the type of game that he gave them against the Rams last week, their defense is going to be plenty good to get them to the finish line.
All right, finally, JB, in Los Angeles, is there any lingering doubt about the return of Matthew Stafford? Is that up in the air, or is that assumed that he's going to be coming back next year?
Interesting question. I think Sean McVay next speaks in about 45 minutes. He kind of went dark after that loss to the Seattle Seahawks and regrouped, got his thoughts together, and I'm sure he was dealing with a lot of this coaching stuff we've been speaking of behind the scenes. But whether or not he has any clarity on that point remains to be seen. We should have a next indication here within the hour. But I think based on his response post-game in Seattle, and then based on a lot of the things that he and Matthew and people were saying throughout a very successful season, the feeling is he's still got a lot of great football to offer. And since they didn't finish the drill this time around, I imagine they're inclined to run it back and try again. But that's ultimately a decision that rests, within the Stafford household, and that's not something that I've been privy to. So I wouldn't be shocked if it goes in a different direction. But I think my operating hope, I wouldn't say assumption, is that, if he wins MVP, he's not going to walk away. But if he does, good for him. It means he's got a lot of good things going for him in life.
Well, that decision could be announced on somebody's podcast before Matthew Stafford announces it. I'm just saying, JB.
You are definitely asking the wrong guy, but I knew you were doing that when you asked me the question, so that's okay. That's why you invited me here. And by the way, Bickley, I can't believe that you're able to do this show while surviving a Grand Canyon season with Gregson Frampton, our great friend. So good for you.
Gregson's fantastic. He's the best. I'll tell him you said hello, JB.
He deserves hazard pay for dealing with the two of us, doesn't
he? No doubt about it.
JB, thanks for the time. As always, we appreciate it.
Have a great day and great week.
Thanks, you too. JB Long, Los Angeles Rams play-by-play voice, does a lot of college athletics as well, including great work on the Big 12 package on TNT this year. He joined us on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, it's Monday. We got to hand out some hardware. We will do it straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And again, a disappointing night tonight in downtown Phoenix, but there haven't been many of them lately. Suns will have their 3-game win streak snapped as they lose by the final score of 117-93 here at Mortgage Matchup Center.
Suns couldn't clip them at home. More reaction to Suns Clippers on the way at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey, it's Vince Murata, and whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for showers and baths, or creating ambiance for family gatherings, Southwest Gas proudly fuels our homes and communities with a safe and reliable natural gas service. More than 92% of Arizona customers prefer natural gas service in their homes to power appliances, but natural gas is more than an essential ingredient in the kitchen. It supports economic development and growth in our community. Southwest Gas helps fuel the local businesses and industries that help our communities thrive, from startups to large-scale manufacturing. Southwest Gas helps business succeed. Many of the recent large-scale businesses that have expanded their operations to Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Southwest Gas helps businesses succeed while helping Arizona become a national leader in advanced manufacturing. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. For more information about how Southwest Gas helps fuel life's important moments and supports a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait, and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
When you're hurt in an accident, results matter, and Sweet James stands above all the rest. They deliver the best medical care, the most amount of money, and justice to every single injured victim. You're not just another number. You're a real person who deserves the best. Oftentimes, the attorneys at Sweet James represent a second chance at life for many clients. They take that seriously. If you're ever hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. 800-900-0000 or sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with What's Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Welcome to the Valley. Mike LaFleur, that is right, the Cardinals have found their next head coach, the former Rams offensive coordinator, who's both from the Sean McVay and Kyle Shanahan coaching tree, and LaFleur is planning to call his own plays, according to our own John Gambadoro. The Phoenix Suns split their 2 games over the weekend. They beat the Cavs Friday night 126-113, but fell to the Clippers last night 117-93. And we'll look to get both Jalen Green and Devin Booker back this week. And speaking of Book, he was named to his 5th All-Star game yesterday. ASU and U of A was tight for a half, but eventually the Wildcats found their stride and got an 87-74 win on Saturday. And that's what's trending now.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
All right, today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford. As we love to grade things, don't we? So how do you grade? Right? How do you grade the Cardinals' hire of Mike LaFleur? A through F.
I'd give it a B. Without seeing any actual work in progress, I would say that, once again, I really do like A.Q. Shipley's analogy. Penn State fans were gripping and gripping and gripping, then they ended up with a really good coach. Yep. And it's like, okay, I guess I'm not so angry anymore. I'd give it a B.
I'm fine with that number.
Yeah,
that letter.
The results are interesting. F has 40% of the vote. B and C have 20 and 25. D has 8 and only 7% voted A. I thought that was an interesting result to that.
40% giving it a failing grade?
Yesterday,
wow.
When I was here at the station, Damon Allred read the poll results to me as they stood yesterday afternoon. It was like 55% F.
Okay, so maybe people are...
at some point, Cardinals fans were so frustrated it didn't matter what happened. But because it happened when it did, it was going to be an F. Mm-hmm. But again... We're grading a process. It doesn't matter what the process is. The results matter.
Yes.
Thank you, Sammy. That's today's Sanderson Ford poll question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
You're going to go to the hardware store.
Handing out the hardware.
All this hardware.
Hardware. That's how we do the award show. We're all fully dressed, by the way. There's no clothespins or.
Yeah, look, Jared, you might want to button up a couple of buttons. I mean, come on, dude. Come on.
We're not all.
I mean, look at this.
He's
Vinny,
channeling his inner Chapel Roan. I feel
usually
like
am.
I'm at the Pink Pony Club right now.
Wow.
Let's hand out some awards. What do you got, Vic?
The Hyperbole Award goes to the NBA on NBC last night. They had a game on Sunday Night Basketball, and they made a big deal of it. They brought out Caitlin Clark to be part of the pregame, but the non-stop odes to Madison Square Garden was enough to make me want to throw up. Madison Square Garden has got a lot of history, but I would challenge the idea that it's the mecca of basketball. The Knicks haven't won a title since the 70s. St. John's hasn't been good in forever. Yeah, I get it.
Big East isn't what it once was.
Big East isn't what it once was. I get it. When the Knicks are good, there's a very good energy inside the building, but that has nothing to do with the building. It was nauseating how much time they spent wow, can you believe we're broadcasting from this sacred place? It's a gym.
All right, mecca of basketball, no. World's most famous arena, that's the other claim they make. Is that the case?
Is it?
Maybe. Hey, your point is
Rose Bowl's pretty famous.
I didn't hear the nonstop gushing.
Dude, it was nonstop.
My first award has to do with that same arena.
Oh no!
Really?
Yes.
You took mine.
It was too good to pass up, Jared.
I know.
My first award is the Great Moments in Fake Hair in Sports Award.
Otherwise known as the Shut Up, Gerald.
Ooh.
Saturday night at Madison Square Garden, heavyweights Kingsley EBay and Jarrell Miller tangling. In the second round, something happened that you probably haven't seen before.
Is it coming off? What is happening here? It is. Oh, wow. He's losing his hair.
I've seen a lot in boxing. I've never seen something like that.
I've heard of guys taking their hat off to show respect. Miller's taking his hair off.
After the fight, which Miller won, by the way, he explained the whole situation, why he had fake hair on in the first place.
So it's so funny, right? I get to my mama's house, and she had some shampoo bottles under her table, and I shampooed it. The was like ammonium bleach. I already lost my hair like 2 days ago. So I called my man, so give me the man. Let me stop on real quick. I beat to knock that off.
So what happened was he was wearing a toupee. He got uppercut, and his hair flew off his head in the middle of the boxing match.
It got thrown into the stand.
And then he took it up and he threw it into the
stand. He's doing his
stands.
post-game interview, and you could see, like, his whole scalp was discolored from this ammonium bleach, and he had a light ring of hair. I don't know why he just didn't shave his hair.
I know. Just, get rid of it.
Wow.
It was very funny, and his explanation killed me. Sorry, Jared.
No, it's all right. That was a viral, exciting one. I have two others, actually. The N in NFL stands for Not in America Award goes to the NFL, who today officially announced their first ever game in Paris next year, which means next season, 2026, they will have games, regular season games in Paris, France, Melbourne, Australia, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, Munich, Germany, Madrid, Spain, 3 games in London, and they're expected to add games in Ireland and Mexico as well for next year.
We are careening towards every team having an international game very soon.
Very soon, probably in the next 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
All right, my first award is the moment of the weekend, and I'm actually giving it to a horse named Jaime's Commitment. And I'm well known to enjoy the horses, but this has a good story. So one of our own listeners, his name's Ray. His dad trains horses here at Turf Paradise.
Okay.
And so he DM'd me about a month ago and was like, hey, if my dad ever has some horses running at Turf Paradise, you should come out. We'll take care of you, all that stuff. And so finally this Saturday, they had one running. We go out. I meet him, met the whole family, and the horse won. The horse won a big race. And so he's like, come with us. Go to the winner's circle. We're petting the horse, and we take this great picture. And he was 5-1, so great odds on a horse, and he battled. So it was a great moment to see them get A, that excited, and B, for them to invite me and be there. So it was a great time out there. I got to say.
Good luck charm.
How much did you win?
Well, let's just say
Vic, your next award?
Yeah, my next award is the Suck Ups Award. I'm giving it to the Pro Football Hall of Fame because it occurred to me over the weekend. All this hand-wringing over Mike Chappell from Indianapolis, who voted for Robert Kraft over Bill Belichick, occurred to me, you're voting for an owner over a football coach who has won, 7 Super Bowls, 6, whatever the number happens
8,
to be.
including his time as a coordinator.
There are 16 owners in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. It's a joke is what it is. That's it. That's all I got to say. Owners being inducted in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, that's a little self-serving and incestuous for my taste.
They're contributors, Vic.
Oh, yeah.
My last award is the Whatever Happened to Peanuts and Cracker Jacks Award, and I'm giving it to the Chicago White Sox, who over the weekend unveiled some new food items that fans can enjoy during baseball season at Rate Field. It's not guaranteed anymore, just Rate Field. Among the new items, they have something called the Tokyo Drip, a vanilla and strawberry milkshake topped with California sushi rolls, available at select concession stands for $48.
Oh, my goodness.
Munetaka Murakami, who's their new Japanese star player for the White Sox, said, "I've never seen this before, but if it brings wins, I'll try it once."
Wow.
Sushi on a strawberry and vanilla milkshake. What will they think of next?
I think I'm out on that.
That is Hardware on this Monday. We'll wrap this thing up. Some final thoughts straight ahead. Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile kids run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at petsrun.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and I'm here to tell you Parker & Sons is fabulous in your time of emergency, and I know this firsthand. Not that long ago, I had a plumbing emergency in the middle of the night. I had a toilet flooding my downstairs bathroom. I got in the car. I'm on my way to radio. I called Parker & Sons at 4:30 in the morning. Could not believe a live person answered the call. Later learned that that always happens. Whenever you call Parker & Sons, a live person is going to answer the phone. That is very reassuring, especially if you're dealing with a plumbing emergency. And by 8 a.m. the same day, they were at my house fixing my issue. By the time I got home from radio that morning, they were already done, gone, and my problem had been rectified. Found that to be tremendously impressive. That is what Parker & Sons does. They're also great for preventative measures, and in the fall, in the winter, highly recommend checking out the air quality in your home. From duct cleaning to air purifiers, Parker & Sons can keep your family breathing easy. Their Captura air scrubber cleans the air in your home 24/7. Great idea with cold and flu season settling in on the valley. Keep your family healthy by calling Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And remember, all their technicians are trust certified, which means they're licensed, bonded, insured. They've all passed drug tests. They've all passed background checks. They're the company you can trust in your sacred space. All you have to do is call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-On-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-On-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-On-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-On-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona. And yes, they are making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 electrical inspection, which includes a full panel and circuit safety check, the GFCI and outlet testing to prevent hazards, an inspection for outdated or overloaded wiring, and a detailed report with safety upgrades and energy-saving suggestions. All you have to do is go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
I got to the more lively part of the song. Jared asked a question in social studies earlier today. What's a perfect song? This got some votes, including a vote from our own Dan Bickley. I picked it up at the 4-minute mark, which is the halfway point.
Yeah.
Stairway to Heaven. But it's got everything. It's got the slow, somber beginning, builds to a crescendo.
Yeah.
It's got one of the most famous intros ever.
One of the more iconic guitar solos ever.
Yes.
Yeah, it's got everything.
I think it's been banned from guitar shops all over the country.
Probably has.
Basing that on Wayne's
Probably
World.
has.
No, that's actually a thing, I guess. I was just reading like a thread on that recently that came from the scene in Wayne's World where they have the sign up.
Yeah.
No Stairway to Heaven. It's actually kind of a thing. Yeah.
This reminds me of other songs like Bohemian Rhapsody, I guess even like Band on the Run, where it's almost like 3 or 4 songs within one song because it all has different sections of a song, you know?
True. It's a good point. But more consistent than those 2 songs, I think. Stairway to Heaven by Led Zeppelin. Or Greta Van Fleet, I can't.
I can't figure out what.
Today's song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
All right, we didn't get to it a lot. There was a brief mention during the Rush Hour reboot. Arizona beat Arizona State in basketball. Bobby Hurley moved his interview to tomorrow. We're going to talk to the head coach of ASU tomorrow. Here's your chance, both Sammy and Jarrett, to gloat, to talk about the Wildcats being 22-0.
Oh, that's just it. It's history. The best start in school history in a school where, I went to U of A, and they are not a blue blood team. Like, the Blue Bloods are Carolina, Duke. U of A is not in that realm. But to have the best start in school history at a school like Arizona, who has notoriously had great teams, is ultra impressive.
No.
Yeah. Carolina, Duke, UConn, Kentucky, and Kansas, I would put as the blue bloods.
I think that's a good.
U of A is
Isn't that weird that
just below them.
They all have blue uniforms, too.
My God.
Yeah.
U of A has blue uniforms sometimes. ASU plays U of A very well.
They do.
Both games were close for
about 33 minutes at a time.
And then it just the talent overtakes it against. One of my hardware awards was going to be the Just Press 2 for a while, Mitch Hedberg Award, because the one thing that bothers me consistently about U of A is they do not shoot threes. They are 10th in the entire country in points per game. They are 336th in the country in three-pointers made per game.
Just like you to hate watching unbeaten teams.
So this
I'm
is
just worried about them in the tournament in a one-game winner-take-all.
Can I offer you an opposing viewpoint on that?
I was gonna.
Because it was talked about a lot on the TNT broadcast too, from the studio crew.
Yes.
And by the way, can somebody tell Greg Anthony who the hell the coach of University of Arizona is?
Thank you.
He referred to him as Tommy Shepard like 7 times and never once said the right name. Anyway, they talked about the three-point shooting thing a lot. I don't think that's something to be concerned about because they started shooting threes in the game. Their percentage is fine. How many teams have you seen be derailed on their quest for a national championship?
Shoot themselves out of games with the reliance.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
and when you have a reliable
Yeah.
half-court offense that can get you high-percentage two-point shots, ride it.
It's just Jarrett's way of hiding
You
and
can't enjoy anything.
It's his way of hiding and suppressing growing excitement under these guises of this team's going to let me down. Right?
I am not pessimist is not the word, but I try to have low expectations as to not be disappointed. They have 5 of their last 6 games of the year against ranked teams.
I was going to say, yeah, they go to Kansas.
Oh, this stretch is after
unreal.
the Oklahoma State game. It's unbelievable.
Kansas twice.
At Kansas, home for Texas Tech, home for BYU, at Houston, home for Baylor, and then home for Kansas, home for Iowa State.
I thought Kansas was having a cheeks kind of year.
No, well, they got Darren Peterson is working his way back.
Kind of back.
He's probably going to be the number 1 overall pick.
He's the best player.
At least in the top 2.
They're ranked right now.
Yeah, they're 14.
They are ranked.
Okay.
But, yeah, if you
Weren't they having that kind of year at one point in time?
To start
part
the
of the year.
There was a weird Darren Peterson. Is he going to play the season or is he not going to play?
Even so, I mean, even on Saturday,
he
played he was on a minutes restriction and played 3 minutes in the second half or whatever.
Yep.
It's weird too because I watched the full game on Saturday afternoon. Kind of pleased with the Devils effort. Again, it was kind of the same game that they played down in Tucson, and I don't. This is big for me to say. I don't find this Arizona team really that hateable now that Caleb Love is gone.
As they're really not like they have.
Kirk Krissa on his
They don't really have like a guy that tries to muck it up or push a lot of buttons. They kind of just go about their business.
They do, and they're freshmen. Oof.
Man.
And Krivas is a beast.
And a walk off the bench. It's like
Bradley to close out games.
The
They're
thing is,
awesome.
they check all the boxes for a team that could make a deep run, but we could be sitting here before the second weekend and being like, oh my God. Yeah, that's just how it goes.
Yeah. By the way, Koa Pete had really good tickets to the Suns game last night.
Yeah, well.
Courtside.
With Burries.
Wow. Was that? I didn't.
Yeah, it was Braden and Koa.
They have the same haircut.
Because Koa's from here, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
I noticed Koa because he still had the bandage over his eye from the shot that he took. Mike LaFleur named the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals over the weekend. We had some discussions on play calling. Gambo put it out there earlier that the plan is for Mike LaFleur to call his own plays as the head coach.
Good. Yeah.
I think that's a plus.
Yeah, that you'd want that to happen. That's one of those kind of deals that I think you'd want him bringing to the party, if you
Did
will.
we ever get any clarification during the Cliff Kingsbury era why the Cardinals never employed an offensive coordinator?
I don't know.
Was it monetary?
Is it the same reason they don't have a team president? I don't know. It's probably very much so.
So that's the next question I have. Are they going to have Mike LaFleur call plays and have an offensive coordinator working underneath him?
The Cardinals need to hire the guy from Jurassic Park who spares no expense. Bring in that expensive vanilla ice cream. Right?
Hammond.
John Hammond.
Yep.
That's it.
Spare no expense.
That's it.
Well, that would be a departure.
Yeah, it would.
That's going to do it for us today. Thanks to JB Long for joining us, AQ Shipley, all initials on our guest today. We stick with the theme. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports. We'll see you tomorrow.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the #1 wiper blades in America.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction, lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
All right, here we go. Hi, it's Tim Hovick, and you're invited to my favorite event of the year, and it's free. The Santan Ford Special Olympics of Arizona Celebrity Putting Challenge, located at the TPC Stadium Course Putting Green. The challenge features Special Olympics athletes, celebrities, big sports stars like Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Corbin Burns, Arizona Cardinals stars, and so many more. And top business leaders, all up close and personal. It's Tuesday, February 3rd at 11 a.m. And all fans are admitted free to the entire stadium course. It's Ford Free Days. Our Special Olympic athletes capture the wonder and amazement embodied by the great game of golf. Please join me in supporting our Special Olympics athletes, then watch the Tour Pros practice on the big stadium course. It's a great day. See you Tuesday at the TPC. The Waste Management Phoenix Open. It's Tuesday, February 3rd at 11 a.m.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay, plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Freeway Chevrolet. At Freeway Chevrolet, it's about more than just getting from point A to point B. And right now, you can get up to $11,000 off select new 2025 Silverado 1500 crew cabs. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Up to $11,000 off select new 2025 Silverado 1500 crew cab models from dealer inventory. Excludes trail box. Not available with special financing, lease, and some other offers. Restrictions apply. Offer ends February 2nd, 2026.
Gleason Roofing. Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20 plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite Contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Savolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have their new head coach, Mike LaFleur, who had spent the last 3 seasons as the LA Rams offensive coordinator. LaFleur and the Cardinals have agreed to a 5-year deal, and the coaching search is now complete. And according to our own John Gambadoro, he plans to call his own plays for the Arizona Cardinals. The Phoenix Suns Friday night handled the Cleveland Cavaliers 126-113, but Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers were too much last night in a 117-93 loss. And over the weekend, Suns guard Devin Booker was named a Western Conference All-Star reserve. This will be Book's 5th All-Star appearance. GCU got another Mountain West win Saturday, beating Boise State 86-69, and ASU and U of A were tied at halftime on Saturday, but the Wildcats, led by Koa Pete, pulled away in the second half en route to an 87-74 win and the best start in school history. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, and my brothers. Are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Happy Monday to you, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. It is the first Wolf and Luke show in the month of February of 2026.
Okay, that's right.
But Luke didn't want to be here to celebrate, unfortunately.
Yeah, he did not. Apparently, Groundhog Day. Is it not February 2nd? Is that not what it is? Groundhog Day? Isn't
it's
that
Groundhog
what
Day.
Says? I look over there. Sammy the Bull is shaking his head up and down. It is Groundhog Day, February 2nd.
Groundhog Day is stupid.
That's disrespectful.
Okay, there are people that actually
that back.
celebrate this, Rick. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm like...
And you don't... You think it's stupid, Rick?
I'm seeing big national news outlets posting about how Punxsutawney Phil says there's going to be 6 more weeks of winter. I'm like, this is a stupid superstition. There's bigger things to cover.
Yes, I see. Bigger things
I don't know.
to
I think
cover.
6 more weeks of winter is pretty significant, just in general. Not that
not
it's going to affect us
true.
here locally, but I do think it is significant. I'm obviously exaggerating, but I do love the movie, I will say.
Okay.
Phil Connors? Okay.
Yes, okay.
Enough of that.
You've got that down, too. The movie thing? I mean,
okay.
Mitch is just going to be here for 4 hours.
So I guess there's 2 movies that we're going to be referencing a lot today. Number one is Groundhog Day, because today is Groundhog Day. But then the other one is Dodgeball. Why Dodgeball?
Dodgeball.
You should
why
know
do
the
you say
answer
that?
to this.
No,
because,
why?
Well, you should, because intrepid producer Rick was able to dig up a certain little teeny tiny soundbite from Dodgeball.
Okay.
LaFleur. Yeah, because we got to talk about some guy named Mike.
Yes.
Guess what day it is, Mike? It's Groundhog Day. But you're
Yes.
also the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, you are.
Yes, and you've got to ask yourself, Basinonians, how do you feel about this hire of Mike LaFleur? It's very interesting. Once again, did I want Mike LaFleur first for the Arizona Cardinals? I did not. As a matter of fact, I wanted John Harbaugh. That's who I wanted. And then I wanted Kevin Stefanski as well. And obviously, we know that Sean McDermott, it looks like Sean McDermott is going to take off for a year, just like Mike Tomlin is going to take off for a year as well. Those guys never really were in the conversation at all. The Cardinals did talk to John Harbaugh, but we all know where Harbaugh went. He went to coach the New York Giants, and we all kind of felt that was going to be the case right there. For me, as coordinators go, if you're just going to go the coordinator routes, Clint Kubiak and Mike LaFleur were 1 and 2 for me right there. So now this is where the Cardinals have gone. Will it work? We're going to find out. What are the odds that it will? I don't know.
There's a lot of positive things, I guess, you could take away from the fact that they hired him. Number one, he is the offensive coordinator of a Rams team that by a lot of people, was seen as one of the favorites to win it all for most of this year. And then, of course, they get knocked out in the championship round to the eventual NFC champion Seahawks. But it was still a team that won 12 games this past year, an offense that is likely going to be touting the MVP. I think there's a good likelihood of Matthew Stafford winning that. There's a fairly decent likelihood of Puka Nacua winning Offensive Player of the Year. So if you're just looking at those base surface level things, you'd say, wow, this is a pretty good hire. The guy that was the offensive coordinator for one of the best offenses in football is now your head coach. You can get behind that. But it's all the other factorial things that played into how this hire came to be and the reporting rundown of how things went on Sunday that just have me feeling not underwhelmed, but just whelmed, I guess. Like, I don't hate the hire, but I don't know how much I love the hire.
Yeah, as a coordinator goes, Basinonians, he couldn't be more qualified, honestly, to become a head coach when you think about it. 38, that's the new way the NFL is going, by the way. Have you noticed this? These young coaches, of course, he doesn't have head coaching experience, and that to me is something I wanted early on in this search. I wanted a Raheem-type Morris because I love that. I love the fact that he had head coaching experience, of course. But I wanted an offensive mind more than anything else because of the quarterback situation the Cardinals are in right now. But I think as a coordinator, once again, a coordinator that is in waiting to be a head coach, I think he's more than qualified. He doesn't have a head coaching experience, of course, but Mike LaFleur comes from an impeccable coaching tree. When you're talking about Matt LaFleur and Kevin O'Connell, Liam Cohen, and now Mike LaFleur coming from the Sean McVay tree, offensive coordinators have done very well for the most part under McVay.
If you want, you could also group Zach Taylor, who's the head coach of the Bengals, into that. He was
he was not a coordinator.
Not directly the coordinator, but he was part of McVay's offensive staff.
Yes.
They got Joe Burrow to the Super Bowl in Taylor's third season, Burrow's second season. So there's a lot of success branching off of that tree.
I was only talking about coordinators.
Okay, fine. I'm sorry to derail this entire topic.
That's
Tell you what,
fine.
Well, get us back on track.
Be specific.
AQ Shipley this morning, his thoughts on the hire.
I actually attribute this very similar to the Penn State coaching hire. For me, like I felt like it took too long. I thought that they ultimately got the guy that they probably wanted in the end, right? They put out all the feelers, they met with everybody, but you ultimately get a guy who comes from McVay, comes from Shanahan, comes from that Coliseum out in LA, right? And he knows this team so well, and he understands the toughness. And I saw some of the quotes that he thinks that it's almost there, and hopefully he's the guy that can get us there.
You would think that the offense is going to be significantly better than a year ago just by him being in the building. Like, I think a simple benchmark for me would be, can they score 30 points in a football game this year? I think that that's doable, even though we have so many other questions about this offense. I think just his presence and his knowledge allows them to have the opportunity to get back into the 30 points in a column.
Yeah, well, once again, it wasn't the offensive coordinator's fault, Drew Petzing, that was here. It was not. It was the fact that he had nobody blocking for anybody for the most part for half the season, and James Conner was out, all the injuries they suffered, and the fact that Kyler Murray and going through the Kyler Murray situation as we've come to know it, in the Wolfley compound, the situation. It wasn't a controversy. It was weird. It was a situation. Is he going to be the quarterback going forward? I think he's done. I think most of us all think that he's done. Does Mike LaFleur think that? I cannot wait to have that conversation as the show unfolds, Basinonians. But once again, he comes from an impeccable coaching tree. He comes from the NFC West. I do like that. Mike LaFleur comes from the NFC West. He knows all the teams in the NFC West. He knows the coaches. He knows the players. I think that is nice. And not only that, you pilfered the Rams coaching staff in the process. I like it. The Rams offense this year, and a lot of it has got to do with Matthew Stafford, just the incredible guy that he is. But I guarantee he didn't help the running attack at all that much. Matthew Stafford did not help the rushing game of the L.A. Rams, and they were number 7 in the NFL in terms of rushing yards per game and number 6 in rushing yards per play. I love that. They were number 1 in points They were number 7 in red zone, 63% of the time. He did a very, very good job as the offensive coordinator. He didn't call plays, but as everyone knows, I don't put a lot of stock into that anyways.
You don't. I kind of do, only from the perspective of at least you're in the flow of the game and you're actively taking a part in how the game is processing on a down-to-down basis. You get an idea of, proper flow. Do you talk to the head coach like, hey, we should call a timeout here, things are not set, et cetera, et cetera. But I understand when I hear you and Shipley and even Lorenzo Alexander, who's going to join us later on, has said to me, why does having play calling experience matter? For what it's worth, he does have play calling experience, period, on the resume. When he was the offensive coordinator of the Jets, it's not sparkling, don't get me wrong, but he at least has experience calling plays when he was Robert Saleh's OC with the Jets. By the way, to your point about young hires this offseason, so you have Mike LaFleur, Clint Kubiak, who's going to be coaching for the Raiders. That's not official yet. They have to wait until the game is over. Jeff Hafley with the Dolphins.
Yes.
Jesse Minter with the Ravens. And Joe Brady with the Bills.
There you go.
Half of your 10 hires from this offseason are all below 40 guys.
The one thing I want to say quickly is I want to get back into the play calling feature with Mike LaFleur going forward, okay, as the show unfolds.
I got good news for you then. We've got 3 hours and 45 minutes to figure out when that conversation is going to be. Maybe it'll even be next. But first, I want to tell you about this awesome thing that Wolf gets to take a part of as well. Arizona Sports, we're teaming up for something big. We want you to climb with us. Sign up. You can join Wolf and Bernsey on the Arizona Sports team. Help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event on February 21st. It's just a few Saturdays from now. Text HIKE to 620-620 to learn more and sign up today.
The Cardinals Climb, ladies and gentlemen. Come join me and Rick. Rick, are you? Yes. Jamal, are you doing it? No, you are not doing it. Rick and I are doing it.
He is wearing his Cardinals beanie
Please
today,
sign up and join our team. That's right. David Charles Burns and myself and Rick. We're going to be out there for the Cardinals Climb, February 21st. Join me.
All right, coming up next, let's talk with our Cardinals insider, our lead reporter, Tyler Drake. His thoughts on Mike LaFleur as the Cards' next head coach. That's next. Wolf and Luke. Mitch Vareld is in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
LaFleur. The Arizona Cardinals' search for a new head coach has ended.
Breaking news from the NFL. The Arizona Cardinals have announced the hiring of Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur as their next head coach. LaFleur is the younger brother of Packers head coach Matt LaFleur.
6 in-person interviews this hiring cycle for the Cardinals before they landed on LaFleur.
Stick around for more about the Cardinal decision on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and not that long ago I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Morgan & Morgan isn't just an injury firm. It's our family's life work. It's my husband, it's my sons, it's me. When we take a case, we see a family just like ours. $30 billion recovered is something I'm proud of. But what I'm really proud of are the families we stood beside. It's an honor to fight for you when you need our support the most. Morgan & Morgan, for the people and your family.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Low T? Start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Hey, whether it's our Arizona Ford dealers or the Phoenix Open, it's time to drive one. Time for the 9th annual Ford Drive One for Arizona Charities, closest to the pin contest on the iconic 16th hole. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Every year, this is a win-win for fans and even better, charities here in the AZ. And it's real simple. As the pro who knocks it closest to the pin during the first few rounds will win 10 grand in cash for the charity of their choice, including Gabriel's Angels, Military Assistance Mission, Harvest Compassion, First Tee of Phoenix, Soul Survivor Inc., Eden Village, Veterans Community Project, Salvation Army of Phoenix, and UMOM New Day Center. And don't forget, it's Ford Free Days. They are back. Yep, that Monday and Tuesday at Phoenix Open Week. Come on out, get in free. Everyone gets in free on February 2nd and 3rd. Ford Free Days, courtesy of our Arizona Ford dealers.
NFL offseason loading. Who will be the next head coach of the Arizona Cardinals?
The Cardinals have hired Mike LaFleur as the new head coach to a 5-year deal.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
Hopefully the Cardinals fans out in Buckeye are happy with the Cardinal decision. How are we doing this morning, Buckeye?
Yeah, Buckeye. Slow it down out there as well, Buckeye.
Yeah,
flying around.
Drive safe, as per usual. Mitch Vareldis, Ron Wolfley, now joined in studio by our lead Cardinals reporter, Tyler Drake, for us at Arizona Sports. I saw that you got to do your fun little stand-up yesterday at one of your favorite spots, naturally. I like the little Baker cameo in the background, too, while you were breaking down the LaFleur hire.
Yeah, that was a fun little, we're at lunch. Oh, things are happening. Okay, Mackenzie, grab Baker. And then Baker, I guess, got out of her clutches and decided to get in the video. But hey, Augusta Ranch, shout out.
Man, I missed that. I'm sorry about that, Ty. I'll make sure that
Hey,
show
look,
me that
it's on social media. You got plenty of time to look at it and see Baby Bakes in the background.
Okay, good.
Okay, so we got a nice little timeline of you learning about the hire, but what was the initial reaction that you had Cardinals hiring Mike LaFleur to be their next head coach?
Yeah, it was really the big question mark was after Clint Kubiak decided, hey, he's intending to sign with the Raiders, go call Mike. That should be the first call. And it sounds like that was the first call, and apparently, according to our own John Gambadoro, it was immediately took the job. And that was the fallback, I think. Not the fallback, I don't want to say it like that, but obviously they went in with that meeting with Kubiak, still wanting to test it out, test the waters. But in my mind, after he was here for 2 days, it seemed like that was where we were heading, was Mike LaFleur. So you get that 2-day interview out of the way. Obviously, they did their due diligence with Clint, but you land on Mike, and hey, we got to see what happens on the field.
Yeah.
But given what the track record of a Sean McVay disciple, which 3 former coordinators finding almost instant success, that's something to build off of. And yes, the play calling.
Is that your favorite part of this? The fact that he comes from the McVay tree?
When we talked about this coaching search, Wolf, I think the one thing I said was I need to see at least one of 2 things. I need to see some really good in-depth analysis, whatever you want to call it, about the NFC West. They've got to know the division they're playing in, especially when it's 3 teams that were vying for a number 1 spot in the NFC. That was number 1. Number 2, I would have loved to see some head coaching experience. If you can't get both of them, give me the division, see what you can do. Let's ride.
Yeah. No, that's one of the reasons why Raheem Morris I was pretty high on
Yeah.
him. The only thing was he was a defensive-minded coach.
Exactly.
I wanted more of an offensive-minded coach.
They have been doing this alternating coaching lean the last couple of years. Like if you go back to Bruce, he was an offensive mind. They hire Steve Wilkes, defensive mind. Kingsbury, offensive. Gannon, defensive. Now you're back to offensive, and it sounds like he's going to be the one calling the plays. Not that he doesn't have the experience, but the managing of the entire game as the head coach while also managing the offense, I think is something that I'm going to be paying very close attention to in this first season.
That's why it's critical to get somebody with a lot of experience. If you can get in a coordinator that you can really rely and maybe bounce things off of and just have somebody be that veteran voice for you when you're in the middle of having to, do I throw the challenge flag? What is this? What's this? Doing all the ins and outs of being a head coach. Have somebody that you can have in your back pocket that knows it, has been in the position before, or at least has been in the role of a coordinator for a long time to where they know the ins and outs and can help you when you are in that gray area, because it's going to happen. He's going to go through, the training wheel phase of being a head coach, and maybe he gets a lot of that out of the way in the offseason, but until the lights come on, until you start playing games, that's when we're going to start seeing it.
Do you have any word whatsoever as to when the press conference is going
Not
to
yet.
be?
I keep refreshing and trying to see, but nothing yet.
All right, so you're not willing to break anything right now.
I wish I could. I'd love to. Here's my thing. I would assume it's going to be this week, but we also have the WM coming up, and that's going to be its own chaos.
Some other big football game coming up later this weekend.
That too.
too.
Yeah. It's a jam-packed week, to say the least.
Yeah. I personally wouldn't be surprised if it was next week, but that's only because it just lessens the distractions of everything else. Tyler Drake, our lead Cardinals writer, joining us here in studio to talk about this hire. I now want to wide view it a bit. Not necessarily get your ranking on where LaFleur sits among the other 9, but how does LaFleur stack up, you think, to how the other 9 hires laid themselves out for the other teams?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, when I'm looking at this coaching cycle, hire process, whatever you want to call it, I'm going to be looking at 2 guys, and it's going to be Mike LaFleur and Clint Kubiak, because those were really the last 2 guys on the Cardinals' radar, in my opinion. How do their careers shake out? How do their head coaching tenures shake out? Who's going to be gone first? Who's going to be there the longest? Like, it's going to be very much a Clint, Mike. Like that. Those are 2 names that I'm going to be watching for years. And obviously I cover the team, but when I'm comparing other stops, obviously John Harbaugh, he was probably the darling of the cycle.
Yeah.
I think everybody knew he was going to the Giants right away. But when you look at these younger guys, it's going to start with Mike and Clint for me, and seeing who has the better trajectory long term.
Yeah, honestly, I think that is a situation where I think the Arizona Cardinals, for the most part, they let Mike LaFleur walk out of that building, and that's the one thing we are all kind of very interested
Don't let him think about it.
Would they actually let him walk out of there? I think they had to tell him, we have one guy we got to talk to. You 2 are our finalists. That's what I think happened, and it's one of the reasons why I think Mike LaFleur just didn't say go fish to the Arizona Cardinals after all of this.
Yeah.
Are you getting the same feeling?
Yeah, exactly, because that was the first thing that stuck in my mind too, is you let him leave. You let him get out of the building. Not only does that give him time to think, it gives the Rams time to think. Hey, we want to bring you back, man.
Yeah.
Don't go to the enemy. Stay here. And gives LaFleur a lot of time to be like, hey, you know what? It's pretty nice in L.A. They know what they're doing over there.
They just handed out extensions today,
How much are you going to boost my salary?
So it was kind of and I wrote it on ArizonaSports.com. It was a serious gamble to let him leave and go home and have that window.
I think they probably came forward with him and said, listen,
it's you 2.
Mike, we love you. You are right there. We want you to know. We just have to talk to this guy, and you 2 are going to be the finalists. Maybe he was totally convinced on that and bought it.
Yeah.
Which I do.
Yeah. I could see that, definitely.
Quarterback question is going to be its own separate thing that we've got an entire offseason to figure out. But who currently...
Not really a full offseason.
Well, it's half an offseason. Whatever. Currently on the Cardinals offense, who are you keeping closest eyes on in terms of what he'll be able to accomplish under LaFleur and this offense?
I'm looking at the young wide receivers. I'm looking at Marvin Harrison Jr. I'm looking at Michael Wilson. And obviously Clint Kubiak, when I was talking about him, Jackson Smith and Jigba, you can see that. But... dive back a little bit farther. When Mike LaFleur was in New York, Garrett Wilson, Offensive Rookie of the Year. And really, that was the starting point for him. So if you can bring some of that, and that's when Mike LaFleur was calling the plays, bring some of that over.
So what do you think is going to be the first question in the press conference? What do you think it's going to be? I mean, honestly,
I think one of them is going to be, for one, it's why the Cardinals instead of maybe going back to L.A. and continuing this thing on. Can you win with Kyler Murray? What are your thoughts on Kyler Murray?
What if he answers the first question with Kyler Murray?
You know what I mean? Then we don't have to ask the other question.
This is going to be, honestly, right now, it's going to be fascinating. I cannot wait to actually hear Mike LaFleur address this situation in how they're going to proceed with Kyler Murray going forward. It's going to be very interesting. For me, I don't know. You could go either way on this. I think you could. Either we're going to embrace it or we're not going to embrace it. But to me, I think he's going to probably speak a little median, Mike LaFleur, and just say, whoever's here, we're going to coach him up big time. Yep. That's the easy way to do it.
Easily. He's on the roster. We love him. We're going to get the best out of him.
He's under contract right now.
Exactly.
To use a famous Les Snead. Jared is a Ram right now. Josh is our guy. Yeah, we'll hear it all. Tyler, as always, we appreciate it. You do a great job covering this team for us.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks for joining us here this morning. All right, coming up next, speaking of the other guy that Ty is going to be keeping close eyes on in this hiring cycle, did the Arizona Cardinals want somebody else, and that somebody else said no? We'll talk about that next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Vareldis, in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And again, a disappointing night tonight in downtown Phoenix, but there haven't been many of them lately. Suns will have their 3-game win streak snapped as they lose by the final score of 117-93 here at Mortgage Matchup Center.
Suns couldn't clip them at home. More reaction to Suns Clippers on the way at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Saturday, February the 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart, any style, any budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. For the one, we'll help you propose with a dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes, in stock and ready to compare side by side. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've got a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped, and now could be a great time to refinance and put money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track rates daily to help you act fast and save. Just email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com, and they'll alert you when it's the right time. Skip the mailers and robocalls. Lund Mortgage gives you the full picture so you can make a smart decision. Email RateWatch@LundMortgage.com and start saving.
After your last putt drops, make Bonehouse Brewing your next stop in Fountain Hills. Our tap room is a true Arizona adventure. Mining relics, hidden treasures, and a beer lineup that's as creative as your short game. From our legendary hazy IPAs to crisp lagers and seasonal stouts, there's a brew for every golfer's taste. Bring your foursome, share your best and worst shots, and raise a glass to the good times, because at Bonehouse, every round deserves a legendary legendary finish.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name, and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have their next head coach. They announced the hiring of Los Angeles Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur yesterday. For more on LaFleur, head on over to arizonasports.com. And Devin Booker is an all-star for the 5th time in his career. The Phoenix Suns guard is averaging just over 25 points and 6 assists in 41 games this season. This report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. If you're having neck or tingling pain issues, go with the best, and that's DISC. Voted America's leading doctors in 2025. Text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
This is a league about wins and losses. We just felt like we were going in the wrong direction and we needed to change course.
The Arizona Cardinals head coaching surge is officially over. Yes, that's right. Mike LaFleur, Rams offensive coordinator, is heading to the Cardinals on a 5-year deal.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
The Cardinal decision has now been made, but there's a lot more decision-making that has to be done this offseason.
Yeah.
Mitch Vareldis in for Luke today alongside Wolf. And most of the show today is going to be reacting, of course, to the hire of Mike LaFleur, the next head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. But can I take you through how my Sunday went in terms of, just timeline of learning about the other guy getting hired by the Raiders, Clint Kubiak, and then LaFleur getting hired, and et cetera, and how the rest of the day went.
Bring it, man.
So I'm on my morning walk because I'm trying to get some basic exercise in.
Okay, that is good. That is a good habit to get into.
I walk in like a rectangular type pattern, and as I'm walking along, and I see that Kubiak, he seems to be the front runner for the Raiders. I'm like, okay, I kind of expected this. And then moments later, another one that's Kubiak is expected to be hired by the Raiders. And I'm thinking,
yeah,
they were last again. In a 10-team hiring cycle, they were last again. You got to be kidding me. Minutes after that, they hire LaFleur.
Yeah.
And I'm a little bit less tense than I was moments ago. I'm feeling more at ease.
Yes.
But I still kind of wanted the other guy. Like, if I had to prioritize it between the two, I would have wanted Kubiak as opposed to LaFleur.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yes.
Did you have an opinion on those two?
As a matter of fact, they were neck and neck for me for the most part, Clint Kubiak and Mike LaFleur, neck and neck. And Jesse, who's Jesse? Rick. By the way.
Jesse's girl.
Do you have the cuts? Do you have the cuts we were playing about from Greg Bell, of course, about Clint Kubiak and what he was saying about him in terms of being a leader of men, and Dave Wyman as well. They joined us last week, Mitch. Dave Wyman is the Seattle Seahawks radio analyst.
Love Wyman.
Okay. Oh, I love Dave, right? And
here, I have the cut of
listen
Clint
to
Kubiak's personality from Greg Bell.
Listen to what they say about this.
Well, he strikes you that he's as dry as that desert you all live in down there. He doesn't have a charisma. He is a very understated, quiet guy. He's very deadpan. Now, the players will tell you that he jokes, and when he jokes, it's funny because he's so deadpan that you almost don't know he's joking. He doesn't command a room to me, and I would be interested in how those interviews would go, how the charisma leadership piece. He's probably not going to win the press conference if he gets one of these two remaining head coaching jobs. He's a X's and O's salt of the earth football guy. And the cameras and
Yeah, that is good right there in terms of Greg Bell. Once again, he doesn't command the room. Okay, so that kind of got my attention. He's not going to win the press conference. That kind of got my attention. And then Dave Wyman, who I've run into this guy literally on the football field so many times, I don't even care to count it. But here's Dave Wyman, the radio analyst.
Yeah, and just real quick, the question was how much losing Clint Kubiak could hurt the Seahawks, and he elaborates on that, and then listen to the end of it is what you really want to listen to here.
No, I mean, I think Schneider and McDonald would probably bring in, somebody else. The other thing they could do, and I mentioned Rick Dennison. I mean, he's been offensive coordinator, and he's won 3 Super Bowl rings as a coach. And, he could probably carry on with the run game. He understands it. He's the run game specialist. It's just that, you know how it is, Wolf, like, offensive coordinators, like, half the battle is, like, how do you sequence your plays? Like, they're almost like artists, right? Like, let's hit them with this, and then let's go here. And, I've not heard many words from Clint. I mean, he is very quiet. Is he going to be a guy that's going to, inspire his players? Or, I mean, if that's sort of the way they're going, I think Clint Kubiak would be a great hire in Arizona. But I just don't know that he is one of those guys that has, I'm sure he has leadership ability. I just don't. He just doesn't have a lot of words, man. He's a very quiet guy.
There it is. He's a very quiet guy. And, I'm just wondering how that went. If, in fact, the Arizona Cardinals did sit down with Clint Kubiak, and if he is an understated guy, I'm wondering if they were thinking, oh, boy, this is going to be JG and the fan base. Remember the fan base of how upset they were that he never showed any emotion on the sideline, JG, and even in press conferences and things of that nature. So I'm just wondering how they were impacted by that discussion.
Well, think about all the other times that guys have been hired because of how well they did in the interview or how well they did at the press conference. The follow-up to that is how did they do on the actual games?
Yeah.
And not many of them succeeded. Like, I think about the press conferences that stand out to me are the ones that are the wacky and weird ones and the ones that don't necessarily leave a good taste in my mouth.
Sure.
I'll use a very recent example.
But bombing an interview is not going to be conducive to you getting the job.
Not necessarily, but I don't think succeeding in an interview means that you're good at that job either. Right? Like, you could be prepared beyond all means.
Sure.
You could go into Steve Wilkes lasted 1 year.
Yes.
But he obviously interviewed well enough to get the job the first time, right? And he's been interviewing well enough to get all these other defensive coordinator jobs across the league. Sometimes you can win in the room, but you don't win on the field. And sometimes you could be terrible the room, but that doesn't mean that you're going to be bad at the job.
Yes.
And that's how I look at it in terms of, I look at Kubiak's resume and I'm like, I'm in.
Hey,
I've
listen,
seen it. It works.
Bill Belichick is not a guy that's going to win the press conference.
No.
He never was. He's a great coach. Having said that, if you were the Arizona Cardinals and you sat down and you had this 2-day interview with Mike LaFleur and he blew you away and you loved him, you love Mike LaFleur, you said, we got to do one more thing. We just got to talk to this guy. Let us go talk to this guy because you thought, hey, Clint Kubiak, this is going to be a guy we want to have a discussion. What are your thoughts on Kyler Murray? For nothing else, just sit there and ask Clint Kubiak, what are your thoughts on Kyler Murray? What would you do with him? Just to get his answer on that alone in an interview would be very interesting to me. But again, to have that kind of conversation and think, man, Mike LaFleur blew us away, and then Kubiak didn't really blow us away in terms of the interview, who are you going to go with? Who would you want to go with?
I'm more so in the camp of if LaFleur blew them away over the course of
Does the interview matter? Yes, it does.
It does matter. But I still want the product to be worthwhile. So
But you're looking at two coordinators, Minch, and you're wondering, what will the product be? You're not guaranteed anything. The interview is going to weigh heavily in whether or not you're going to hire a guy.
It does, but we at least have like physical examples of how these coordinators have operated in recent history, right? The example I was going to use of like not doing well in the press conference but doing well with the product, Liam Cohen.
Okay.
What's the one thing you remember about Liam Cohen's opening press conference for the Jaguars? The awkward way that he said Duval.
Yeah.
And what did he do this year?
That's not the way I'm going to remember
Duval.
That's what you remember.
Okay, but what else do you remember from his press conference?
He was really intelligent.
You don't have to be loud and outspoken to be intelligent, though. Is what I'm kidding.
Yeah, you don't. But again, loud and outspoken, it doesn't mean that you have to be loud and outspoken to win the press conference. You don't have to be.
So there was another tangent we wanted to get into. Did they want Clint Kubiak, and then once they saw that he was going to choose the Raiders job, they decided on Mike LaFleur?
That's a better question.
ESPN's Jeremy Fowler yesterday.
We knew that Kubiak, if he decided that he was comfortable with the Raiders and the Raiders decided that they wanted to move forward with him, that they would probably have to wait. Well, they would have to wait until after the Super Bowl to finalize anything. So it would have been more of a handshake agreement, wink, wink, and then nobody would really confirm that it's moving that way until after. But the wild card was Arizona. Would they continue to wait it out, or would they just hire somebody on the spot today? So they decided for the latter. It was really pretty clear that Mike LaFleur of the Rams was the next option for them. They wanted to go offense. Both teams did. That was pretty clear, just considering their quarterback situation, the uncertainty there on that side of the ball. They had to get moving with a young, exciting offensive mind that can kind of help them balance everything.
And the other part of it is, how much did Kubiak prefer the Raiders as opposed to the Cardinals?
Absolutely.
If those are the two options.
Well, to me, once again, the quarterback situation with Mendoza, knowing that this is awaiting, I think that is much more appealing than what the Arizona Cardinals have going on.
Well, think about the offense. You get to have Mendoza as the number 1 overall pick. You get to have Ashton Genty, who was a top 10 pick last year.
Yeah.
And you get to have Brock Bowers, who 3 years ago lit the world on fire.
It's not only that, once again, maybe Clint Kubiak, being an understated guy to begin with, maybe if he said, you know what, this quarterback situation for the Cardinals is a mess right now, and over here it's very clear. The Raiders' job is very clear. Fernando Mendoza is the direction they're going to go in, and I would prefer that. So maybe it was a situation where you had Clint Kubiak sitting in a room being interviewed, and his enthusiasm was even more understated because of the quarterback situation and where he'd want to go. Maybe the Cardinals picked up on that.
Also, speaking of a fun triumvirate of personalities, Fernando Mendoza plus Clint Kubiak plus the city of Las Vegas.
That's going to be.
That should be fun.
That equals what, Minch?
Well, we'll find out next year. How concerned should we be about the Phoenix Suns after their loss to the LA Clippers last night? We'll react to the game next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Varel is in for Luke here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Duval.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I would love to know, behind closed doors, are some candidates selling the Cardinals on keeping Kyler Murray? Are some candidates selling the Cardinals on, let's get rid of Kyler, here's a guy I think I can coach, it's this quarterback or it's that quarterback? I mean, that to me is the most important conversation that any of these coaching candidates can have with the Cardinals. What is the shared vision of the quarterback position between the front office and the coach that they ultimately hire?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information. They like to say, your move is their mission, and that's because they use a military-like approach to every one of their moves. They're going to show up. They're going to be on time. They're going to be reliable, Basinonians. The move isn't done until the job is done. They are a top-rated moving company here in Phoenix. They're honest, they're trustworthy, and experienced. And I know this because the Lee family, that's right, Tim Lee is the owner-operator. He runs the business with Garrett and JT, his 2 sons. It's a family-run business, Basinonians. I know the Lee family, and I know Moving Team 6 because of the Lee family. Family-owned and operated, something I love. Full-time staff members only. They're licensed, bonded, and insured. Over 25,000 moves already completed. Go to movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. Are you pretty proud of your jump shot? Do you love pizza? Then you've got to get into Spinato's pizza competition going on now through April. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. It's just like the game horse. And if you win it, you could be shooting on the court at a Suns home game to win Spinato's pizza for a year. There are 3 qualifying events leading up to the championship round on April 2nd. That's happening at Spinato's Gilbert location. Show off your skills and win pizza for a year. Get registered at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution, too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Cardinals land in a safe space with Mike LaFleur hire, writes Dan Bickley. How the Suns' Western Conference could change at the trade deadline. And the Diamondbacks have interest in free agent first baseman Carlos Santana. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Phoenix Suns last night against the LA Clippers.
We're just busting it right here, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah.
You like this song, Wolf?
I don't know, man. Every now
It's a
and
nice
then
little jam.
It's the new T.I. song, if you can believe it.
Okay, the new T.I. bass is, let me see, Google T.I.
Well, I mean, this is considered like unk music, Wolf, now.
Okay,
He's
unk.
like,
all right.
he's like, his heyday was 20 years ago.
Okay, cool.
Tell you what,
gotcha.
you look up who T.I. is, and I'll pass along this. It's not breaking news, but it is news.
Okay.
I don't need any buzzer hit or anything like this, but I was wrong. Mike LaFleur is going to be introduced tomorrow to the assembled media. It's going to take place at noon, which means that it sounds, I would guess, we're going to be listening to it right here on Arizona Sports during the show tomorrow. I don't know if I'll be here for that, but you will.
All right. Okay. Mike LaFleur gets introduced tomorrow at noon.
Tomorrow at noon.
Okay.
So I'll just say that again, just in case you're just getting in the car, just turning on the app, just opening up the YouTube stream. Hi, YouTube. Hope you're doing well.
What up, YouTube?
Mike LaFleur press conference will be tomorrow at noon.
Okay.
And I would guess that there's a high likelihood of it being carried here on Arizona Sports. That's just a guess.
Absolutely.
Don't hold my word to that.
Yes, I am not the program director, Basonians, but I think we are going to carry that. We'll do it live.
Tell you what, we'll ask the program director. Program director, if you're listening,
Don't hold me to that, by the way.
Getting back to Clippers and Suns real quick. 117-93. This was, Wolf, I don't know how you feel. This was the first time in a while that they've had a loss where they had a lead at one point, but they never really felt in it for the entirety of the game whatsoever.
Yeah, it really was. It was weird, based on audience, but you watched this game from the very beginning. Of course, obviously, you had no Book, no Jalen Green. The Clippers didn't have James Harden or Bradley Beal either. That was interesting. But
you mean they didn't have Bradley Beal?
Yeah,
what?
No, they didn't. What are you talking about, Minch? This was disappointing. It was disappointing after beating Detroit and Cleveland.
It's a good word for it.
In back-to-back games. Oh, my goodness, last week how fired up were we? Are you kidding me? Thursday and Friday, you beat Detroit, and then Friday, you beat Cleveland in a back-to-back. Man, we were all jacked up. Can you imagine if somehow, some way, the Phoenix Suns would have found a way to beat one of the hottest teams in the association, if not the hottest team in the association? Oh, man, we'd all be having a parade, I think. Okay, maybe I went a little overboard in terms of the parade.
I don't know. 16 and 4 in their last 20 is pretty darn impressive. It's near parade worthy.
You're talking about the Clippers.
Yeah, the Clippers. 16 and 4 in their last 20. I think technically it's now 17 and 3 with the win last night. But one of the areas where they absolutely dominated the game, and you'll hear from Coach Ott here in just a second, just their ability to out-physical the Suns last night.
Oh, yeah.
No doubt. I mean, their physicality, their size overwhelmed us at times. We got to use our speed the best we can. Couldn't get out in transition when you're taking it out of the net so often or after free throws. So, yeah, their size really impacted us for sure, really on both ends. Defensively, they're as good as anyone defensively when you're playing against them in the half court. You can't move them with an elite on-ball defender and done. And then offensively, they just threw the ball inside. And when they didn't get it inside, they threw it up on the glass. When they didn't do that, they got fouled and went to the free throw line. So, their size hurt us for sure.
The statistic that highlights that more than anything else, Wolf, and I'm sure you know this, 63 to 35.
Points in the paint.
No, the rebound differential. 63 Clippers rebounds to the Suns 35. Points in the paint was large, too. It was like 60 to 18 or something like that.
I have 63 to 35 points in the paint. That's what I had down.
Oh.
Could have been the wrong thing. But, honestly, they came out from the very beginning, the Clippers. They came out from the very beginning, man, and they hammered it. Kawhi Leonard, of course, Zubats, John Collins, even Brook Lopez. If you look at Brook Lopez, his numbers weren't dominating based on needs, but if you watch him play and how he played, he was very, very physical down in the paint. They owned the paint in this game.
Very early on, Ty Lue, and this is what makes Ty Lue such a great coach, he was able to run the double big lineup with Brook Lopez and Ivica Zubac, and it was just abuse is what it was, for lack of a word. Points in the paint, I have even worse, 64 to 18.
Okay.
Is what I have for points in the paint.
Good. I don't know why I wrote that down, but I did.
Either way, you wrote down correct numbers in your heart, and that's, I think, the most important thing.
Mark Williams, honestly, this was a situation, I think we're going to see more and more and more of this. I think we're going to see teams attack the Phoenix Suns with this kind of tactic. This big, go beat them up, attack the paint. I think this is going to be a strategy that we're going to see. The Cavs did it, and I think there's going to be other teams that are going to have success doing it as well. We've seen other teams do it, but I think this is going to become the clear-cut way where you attack the Phoenix Suns, and we'll see if they make an adjustment to it.
Well, so here are some of the teams that have had success against the Suns this year, not necessarily by points in the paint, but then also consider who their big men are. Oklahoma City has taken 2 out of 3 against the Suns so far this year. They have 2 more, by the way, against the Thunder. Chet Holmgren and Isaiah Hartenstein was back in the lineup last night, so they haven't seen Hartenstein yet, but running that double big play, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is one of the most common drivers to the basket that there is. They play physical. Denver, Nikola Jokic. Nuggets have gotten 2 out of the 2 games they've played so far against the Suns. Both of them were blowouts, very lopsided games. Houston has been a bugaboo for the Suns this year. All 3 games that they've played against Houston, they've lost. And quite frankly, the biggest factor in all of them, in my opinion, has been Steven Adams and his ability to just command the paint. I think those three teams stand above the rest in terms of teams that are going to give the Suns fits when they play. I would include San Antonio and Minnesota in this conversation, but the Suns have beaten them all the times that they've played those teams this year.
Yeah.
But they have just as scary of a big problem, too.
Yeah. You know, when I was talking about Mark Williams, of course, and this guy is an offensive talent. There's no denying that. I'm a Mark Williams fan. He's an offensive talent, but I don't see Mark Williams being a banger. You know what I mean? I don't see that.
Overall, with this team, and Mark Williams is a big culprit of this, and I was yelling about this from the last row of the arena last night. This team doesn't feel like it boxes out, and it bothers me. And Mark Williams is like one of the biggest culprits of that. Like, I feel like he uses his arms too much to try to get rebounds. Just like he reaches up and tries to get it, or tries to push someone out of the way with his arms instead of, like, you know, backing into someone and you know, using his legs to, like, drive someone and not, you know, and try to get the rebound. And I feel like some of this is their lack of size, and some of this is avoidable.
Yeah, you know, you could see the strategy, especially with Zubats, too. He was going to be physical with Mark Williams. He was bent on being physical, and you could see this, and it's okay. I get it. Listen, I'm glad Mark Williams is a Phoenix Sun, and we all have bad games or down games, let's put it that way, from time to time. This is going to be something, though, that I think the Phoenix Suns are going to have to address going forward, whether it's, you know, a simple conversation with Mark Williams in regard to how teams are going to try to take advantage of him. I'm sure he already knows what that is, but sometimes, Minch, when a coach talks to a player, there's coaching him, and then there's having a personal conversation. You need to understand just how important and how serious this is. There are two different conversations that a coach will have from time to time.
The alternative avenue, and I don't think that this one will be heavily explored, but the trade deadline is in 3 days. So if they decide to go that route, there
have been rumors out there.
There have been some
not in terms of a power four type of guy, a big guy they need.
There was a report that Gambo couldn't necessarily shoot down regarding Gershon Yabusele, who's with the Knicks, not necessarily in a prominent role. Could they be a team where it's just like bad contract swap or luxury tax ducking, whatever it is? But it doesn't sound like anything significant Suns trade-wise is going to happen. Coming up next, an hour of the lowdown with Lorenzo Alexander. We got to get his thoughts on the Arizona Cardinals hiring of Mike LaFleur. We will ask Zoe next. Wolf and Luke Mitchfield is in for Luke here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Join Arizona Sports in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at petsrun.org.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Are you looking for your dream home? What if you found it and then you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? That'd be perfect, right? Well, it's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do, actually. You buy your new home now, you sell the old one later. That way you don't risk missing out on the new home you just found. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash. You can buy, move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. You don't have to do any showings. You don't have to wait around. You don't have to do any double moves. You don't have to bend your schedule around the schedules of a bunch of strangers. I've done that before. Maybe you've done that before. I can tell you I'm not doing it again. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right kinds of buyers, because Orchard agents are some of the most experienced around town, and they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. It's what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers sell their homes without the stress. Their flagship program is Buy Before You Sell. Orchard gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, and still get top dollar for your home. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com.
Bad driving habits are hard to break, but good driving habits are easy to form, especially when they can lead to a discount on your auto insurance. With Farm Bureau Financial Services, the safer you drive, the more you save. Drivers like you are saving an average of $321 per vehicle. So buckle up, learn more, and find an agent at fbfs.com/save. Individual savings results may vary. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company.
Sure, there's more than one roofing company, but there's only one roofing contractor of the year, America Roofing. Yep, America Roofing, just rated #1 in Arizona, and that is reason enough. But you know what? So many more reasons. When you're A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, family owned and operated for over a quarter century, 500 employees statewide, home or business, repair or replace, and we've had America Roofing do both at Casa Galvisi. Plus, right now, save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
If society collapsed tomorrow, how long would your family last? If you run out of food, probably not very long. That's why over 3 million American families trust My Patriot Supply for preparedness. Right now, you can get their best-selling 3-month food kit for $100 off. It's 3 months worth of real, hearty meals that give you 2,000 calories a day and last up to 25 years. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com to get your 3-month kit for $100 off. The discount won't last long, so go to MyPatriotSupply.com today. That's MyPatriotSupply.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hi folks, Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y-Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y-Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-Y-REFI-85. That's 888-Y-REFI-85. Or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have their next head coach. They announced the hiring of Los Angeles Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur yesterday. According to our John Gambadoro, LaFleur will call the plays for the Cardinals. And Devin Booker is an all-star for the 5th time in his career. The Phoenix Suns guard is averaging just over 25 points and 6 assists in 41 games this season. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Think Roth conversions can wait? Think again. Today's low tax rates won't last forever. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The energy and passion he brings to the game is something I think that's contagious.
Intercepted by Lorenzo Alexander. Now he laterals to Aqib Talib.
When you talk about a great pro that you wish every one of your players would emulate.
He's one of those guys, he's like a lunch bell guy.
That blue-collar appeal to coming to work. He's going to outwork you every single play.
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke to give us the lowdown on the Cardinals and the NFL. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com today.
Hour number 2 of the Wolf and Luke Show on this Monday. Mitch Varellis in for Luke today alongside Wolf. And one of my favorite things that I get to do if I get the opportunity to fill in on the Wolf and Luke show is when we get to sit down and talk ball for an hour with Zoe. Lorenzo Alexander, the 15-year NFL vet, joining us now in studio. Zoe, hope everything's been well. Hope the start to the new year has been good for you. How you been?
Yeah, things are great. A lot of things have changed since I think last time we saw each other. But things are positive, moving in the right direction. Like I tell everybody every day, man, I'm blessed and highly favored. Family's healthy, doing well, and got a lot of great things on the horizon. Going headed to the Super Bowl next week, so looking forward to that. And being up at Cal while I'll be doing some coaching as well.
Nice.
But the one thing that, I'm not quite sure about, and I was listening, I always listen, because I'll text you from time to time, right? I hit Luke up all the time. I don't bother Wolf because I know he's not looking at his phone. But driving in today, I heard about the climb, right? Raising money.
That's right.
And so my question is, I know you have a team, Wolf. I know you'll be in the building.
Right.
But will you be participating?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Okay, you're going to be climbing. Okay, all right.
Bro.
He's going to do the easy route. He'll do one section, and then he'll sit down. And
hey, I just know us as athletes, we get older, we start looking at things a little bit different. Do I really want to try to pull and push?
I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah, the Cardinals climb coming up on February 21st, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
This is going to be really interesting because I'm going to take the Wu Fang clan.
All right.
I'm bringing the family. We're all going to do it together.
Maybe I bring my crew out. Team Alexander may have a little friendly competition. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. I'd love for you to do that. Yet at the same time, we're probably going to take the intermediate, because, again, not me.
Yes.
Not me, not Vet.
Yes.
But, hey, Mama, what's up? Warrior Queen.
You got to be nice on the knees, too.
Right, I was going to say. Yeah, so we're going to do that. I'd love for you to join us.
Yeah, for sure.
I wonder if the new head coach is going to be participating in Cardinals climb.
So.
I know he's going to be busy early off, but we learned yesterday, Zoe, Mike LaFleur is going to be the next head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. What was your initial reaction to seeing that as the hire?
I know his name had been floated out there, and, obviously, as you see other people get jobs between him and Kubiak, you knew it was going to be probably one of those two, and so I wasn't shocked. I think my initial reaction, I don't know much about him outside of who he's connected to, and so I think I'm more excited about who he's been connected to because I know he's been coached and developed well as someone that can make that transition from, an assistant, position coach, coordinator, now head coach. When you look at, all going all the way back to Mike Shanahan, Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, his brother Matt, right, McDonald, all these guys that have done, or McDaniels, I should say, all these guys that have come out of that tree of coaches, and then just the amount of equity that group has that goes all the way back to the 80s. And so I know one of the things that I'm excited about is who's going to come with him and help him make that transition, just like McVay had in like a Wade Phillips, and seeing who the pieces that he can put together. So I'm excited about who's going to come with him and how he then impacts this organization.
It's really interesting because Sean McVay, of course, calls the plays in a game.
Yeah.
He calls the plays, right. And Mike LaFleur did not, but he prepared the game plan. He was the offensive coordinator.
Right.
So what are your thoughts on that in terms of not calling the plays?
I think it is. I don't think it's a big factor. I think there's a lot of factors that go into being a good head coach, and that is one of them, and I think that's more of a bonus. That's not one of the main things I need to see because, calling plays, yes, you're making decisions, but he's a part of that process. He's on the headset. He's listening. I'm sure Sean is talking to him, hey, where do we go here? Even though Sean is making the final decision, he's weighing heavily, and he's also probably taking notes as he's doing it. And to your point earlier, he's done it before, just hasn't done it recently under Sean McVay. And so it's not a big thing. I just think it's a lot of coaches we can look at, probably both sides, guys that have called plays. I think about Josh McDaniels and wasn't very good as a head coach. And you can look at guys like Mike Tomlin, which he was, I think, more of a special teams guy. Never was like a play caller, I don't think, if I remember right.
Defensive coordinator for 1 year.
1 year, okay. Yes. He was 1 year, okay. So that's not a good one. So I would have to think about
John Harbaugh.
That special teams. Yeah. I knew it was a special teams coordinator, right? So he doesn't call offense or defense. Most people don't look at special teams as calling plays, right? And so he does really well.
Even though it's the biggest part of the game, we all know.
Right. So it's a factor. I just don't know if it's a determining factor. I'm looking at leadership qualities. How can I connect? How can I communicate my information to you? How can I develop and establish a culture that everybody's willing to buy in, even though they may not necessarily agree with everything that I'm saying. I'm looking at Coach his humility. Can people come in and speak into his life that is on his coaching staff to maybe redirect him to help him grow and do better, not just my way or the highway? I think those factors are more important than whether or not he's called plays in the past. I don't know if he's going to continue to do that or wants to do that now moving forward, but I always feel like you can hire great coaches. There's a lot of great coaches out there that can call plays. May not be great head coaches, but they can sit in the booth, see the game unfolding, and make calls to the quarterback and manage a game that way. But it's much harder to lead a group of men.
Yeah.
You have 53 individuals becoming one, not to mention the practice squad, not to mention the coaching staff that you also got to keep together. You got to also manage ownership, right? All of the scouting department. How do we see this? GM as far as who we want to bring in. There's a lot of more interpersonal relationships as a head coach that I have to be able to manage that if I don't manage well, can send everything off the edge. And so that's what I'm looking at more so than play call. I think that's just a great additional benefit to have.
I had an old coach, Zoe, that used to say all the time, and he'd say this as he's drawing up the X's and O's on the grease board. He said, you can have all the X's and O's you want.
Right.
You can make those lines move everywhere you want. But until those X's and O's start breathing and taking the garbage out every Tuesday morning, you have no idea how this play is going to work.
Oh, it's real.
It's all about the execution.
And I see it on a much lower level, right? And I got Zach Miller out there with me coaching youth football, and we got great football IQ for 10U football. Woo, I'm above. I'm winning. I might be a Hall of Famer out there, right? But I tell a 11 or 12-year-old to do something, and I don't know what I'm going to get. Yep. So is that on me as a coach not knowing what I'm talking about, or my inability to help him develop so he knows what I know to execute it, right?
And sometimes you could be 24 and still do the same thing.
Exactly. And so it's more about what can I do as a coach that's going to help that guy understand my scheme, execute my scheme and my culture consistently on a day-to-day basis and stay locked in, right? Because we also know coaches that have been in the league that will burn cats out. And after that first 1 or 2 years, I don't know. Or it can never inspire you. So there's a lot of stuff that goes into it that I think come before being able to be a great play caller and how that impacts winning and losing.
You just have to hope with the youth level versus the adult level that the attention span works a little bit longer and the retention.
Well, you seen these cell phones? Cell phone breaks? Yeah. Have you heard of that? Didn't the Cardinals do that for a little bit?
Yeah.
Hey, we need a cell phone break. So that's just the world we live in. So the attention span is the attention span based on social media, clicks, things that got to keep your attention. And so, again, as a coach, I got to know that. And so how do I structure my meetings? How am I delivering information to you? I can't overload you. I got to give you what you need, but I got to cut the fat. So I got to get right to the point, and then I got to be creative in how I deliver the same message on a day-to-day basis.
We're going to keep talking with Zoe about this hire and much, much more going on in the NFL for the rest of this hour. But because you brought it up at the start of the segment, I'm giving you now some more information about Cardinals Climb. So you can join either Wolf or Burnsy, well, both of them, on the Arizona sports team, help raise money for critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event February 21st. And if you want to know more, Zoe, all you have to do is text HIKE to 620-620. We'll send you a link. You can learn more and sign up. Coming up next, what is the first thing that Mike LaFleur needs to accomplish as the head coach of the team? We'll ask Zoe next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Vareldis in for Luke here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Cardinals' search for a new head coach has ended.
Breaking news from the NFL. The Arizona Cardinals have announced the hiring of Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur as their next head coach. LaFleur is the younger brother of Packers head coach Matt LaFleur.
6 in-person interviews this hiring cycle for the Cardinals before they landed on LaFleur.
Stick around for more about the Cardinal decision on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information, 480-360-7900. Trajan Wealth, they understand the importance of tactical investments and tailored insights for growth in line with your risk tolerance. As an independent firm, Trajan Wealth is not bound to just one line of products or portfolios, Basinonians. No, they're not. They have the ability to customize a portfolio to meet your own unique goals and needs. This is the reason why you got to give them a call, 480-360-7900. Are you interested in wealth management that is designed to protect, maintain, and expand your financial portfolio? I can tell you, Basinonians, that I was. Trajan Wealth, they understand the importance of tactical investments and tailored insights for growth in line with your risk tolerance. 480-360-7900. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC. SEC, registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Progressive Insurance knows pets, and one of the biggest differences between people and pets is that we don't eat things off the floor. But dogs definitely will, and it makes them so happy, no matter what it looks like, smells like, or what state of decomposition it's in. We all want to go through life that carefree, and that's also why you should get Progressive Pet Insurance, because they eat things off the floor. So protect your pet from all the questionable life decisions they make. You know where they drink from when you're gone, right? Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Covered subject to policy terms and conditions.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Unsure where to start? Sounds like you may be suffering from FOMO, the fear of messing up. The cure? Filing your federal and state taxes for free using TurboTax on Credit Karma. All you have to do is start and finish filing on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th. Just keep in mind, this offer is available only if you didn't file with TurboTax last year. It's time to break free from your fear of messing up. Start filing for free today in the Credit Karma app.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Arizona sports.
Here we go, fellas!
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke.
A guy who epitomizes class, integrity, and is a true gentleman.
The Lowdown, brought to you by Y Refi.
Hopefully the Cardinals fans out in Queen Creek are having a good start to their Monday. What's up, Queen Creek? Hope you're doing well.
Love Queen Creek.
The good old QC.
Yeah.
It's a good area over there on the east side. We were talking football with Lorenzo Alexander, the 15-time NFL or the 15-year NFL veteran.
Oh, I thought you were about to give me like Pro Bowls or something. I was about to say, man, I might get in the Hall of Fame with 15 Pro Bowls.
Well,
come on now.
I mean, Shadur Sanders being a Pro Bowler kind of weakens the case just a tad, but it's okay.
Well, no, not when I was in now. Hold on. It's a new era.
It's a new era.
It's a new era.
The Tyler Huntleys and the Shadur Sanders of the world.
Yeah, it's just the way they do it. They
then.
need to change it, but that's neither here nor there. All right.
Let's focus back in on the hiring. Cardinals hired head coach Mike LaFleur. He's going to speak to the media tomorrow at noon is going to be his press conference. Looking forward very much to hearing what he has to say about a plethora of things.
Right.
But, Zoe, I want to ask you, just in terms of the to-do list of things that LaFleur has to do now that he is the head coach, what is the first thing you would like to see him accomplish? And it could be just about anything that he is responsible for.
Yeah, I mean, there's a ton that he has to do initially. Obviously, the QB situation, which I know we'll talk about a little bit later. But I think the main thing is getting on the phone, which he's probably already doing, as far as guys that are going to come with him to help him make this change. Like, I've been talking about this even before he got on. It takes a group of men, a group of coaches, right? He's obviously at the head. He's going to set the table. He's going to set the standards, and we're going to talk about what that looks like on a day-to-day basis. But then he has to have coaches that have the ability to then understand that and then dive in wholeheartedly to really help him achieve that with these players that are on this football team. And then I would say after he does this, and I know you talked about just the first thing, then it's starting to identify the leaders and captains on your team. So I'm making a call to Buda Baker. If K1 is in the future, I'm making a call to K1. All those guys like, hey, I need you. This is what we're going to do. This is going to be the standard. And I need the buy-in from you guys in terms of helping us change this locker room. Because as Wolf always talks about, I mean, this is a players' league. Yes, the coach is going to set the table and give you the platform and the environment, but the players have to take a hold of that and then get out of their comfort zone. And you got to go, sometimes you got to go pull guys, right? Because everybody, I would say, is talented in the league. Everybody isn't a man in the league, a grown man, a professional. Maybe that's a better word, a professional, in terms of how do you approach this game. And so as leadership, yeah, I don't feel like I have to, or maybe I don't want to because it takes away time from my team, but I may have to go lunch. Hey, man, you coming with me this offseason. Hey, man, what you got going on? Let's do this thing. We all talk about it, but how are we going to be about it? And as leaders, as those guys that are identified, have to be outside themselves. And then after you do that, then it's getting on with the GM, the front office, and starting to identify talent, right? Obviously, we're having the Senior Bowl, what else is the East-West Shrine game? All those things are going on. Combine will be coming up. And who can we identify with our pick or picks, right, that can come in and add some starters and some depth that we can develop in the starters over the course of the next 2 to 3 years?
What's always so interesting to me is a coach, of course, he comes into a football team and he's going to inherit a lot of talent. Now, what kind of talent is that? Is it more physical? Is it more skill-based?
Yep.
Is it, where does the talent lie on the football team? And to me, this is something that is interesting because you wonder, where do you begin if you are a coach? Because I've got a philosophy. This is the kind of philosophy. This is the culture. This is the way that I want to play football. But our roster isn't constructed to back that up. You've got to be able to reconcile those two things.
And I would say that's more, in my view, I think that's more of a schematic thing that I have to shift, right? And so let's say I come in, I'm a defensive guy, and I want to play a ton of man, right? Well, we don't have guys that can lock down. So let's play zone. But that doesn't mean you have to be the foundation. The standard is the standard, right? We got to be smart, we got to be fast, and we got to be physical. So as a coach, what can I do then change schematically to maybe help service the skill set that I have until I'm able to bring that along? And so I say, right, just because you don't have great talent, right, when you look at this roster and, how they finish in this division, when I went to Buffalo, it was at the bottom of the barrel in the AFC East. All right, Sean McDermott comes in, right, Tom Brady is still there, and over the course of the last 8 to 9 years changes that. But the first year, we were giving away some Marcel Darius, Sammy Watkins, right?
Wow.
They didn't fit the culture.
Yeah.
So the first thing you have to do is establish a culture. Who are my guys? And I got to build around those guys. Because if the culture is not sound, everything else doesn't matter. You can't build it on talent.
That's right.
Because talent comes and goes, right? Talent has egos. They have to buy into what the culture is, and that's where you start team first, right? And then you develop on top of that. And if you're able to do that, you create sustainable winning, longevity, perennial playoff teams, not like, I want to get to the playoffs 1 year, and then after that it falls all apart.
Right. How much of that balance, by the way, because you mentioned the balance of personnel and what the coach is comfortable doing. He's an offensive mind, obviously, but whoever he brings in, like on defense, for example, is going to have their opinion on how to scheme things up, whether it's 3-4, 4-3, what have you. But how much of it has to be weighed with the personnel that this team has already invested in, and then what the coach is comfortable calling.
It's all about the personnel. And great coaches, I can scheme anything up in 3-4-4-3, right? That's just the people on the field. But I can still run the same type of defense out of 3-4 and 4-3. I'm just putting guys in better positions that are, because sometimes those outside backer edge guys, right? Like Khalil Mack, right? He's considered an outside backer. There's several guys but they were defensive ends.
Yeah.
So I don't want to come in, play 3-4, and have them dropping. Right? I may play 3-4, and I'm going to put them in a position to where they're rushing all the time, and I have a guy like myself that was more of a cover guy, more of a tweener. You take less of the reps because you're not as impactful when you rush. And so you can scheme up things based on your personnel running 3-4-4-3 or nickel, 4-2-5, whatever that looks like for your personnel, and run the same thing and accomplish the same things, because the NFL is about matchups too, right? And typically you're trying to get your best players on the field, and how can I match up against whatever they're running the best way. And you can do that with really all of those things, depending on how versatile that talent is as well.
What are a couple of things that, if you are Mike LaFleur, the first team meeting, and you know how important that is, first team meeting, what would you hit in that first team meeting? You don't have to go into depth.
Right,
just
you are establishing your key principles, your culture. What do we stand for? What is that? Right? And in Buffalo, it was trust the process. What is the process? I'm going to then define that process, right? This is what we got to do every single day. These are the non-negotiables.
Yes.
Right? How do we win football games? These are the areas that we're going to focus on in our practice, and our meetings are going to reflect the significance that I'm putting on these things. And then if you fall out of line, there's going to be consequences. It just is what it is, because we're trying to go somewhere together. And there's going to be a lot of things pulling us apart, and we can't do that to ourselves.
That's right.
And that's how the Patriots win, right? The Patriots team ain't great, but they don't beat themselves.
Nope.
They stick to the process. They're fundamentally sound, and they operate methodically every single day. That's what great organizations do. And I think you have to have, when you hire someone, right, from ownership, you got to allow that process to take place. You hire because you trust him, obviously. Give him all this money. You brought him in. Let him have his space to do that, because I've been with organizations, not to say that Mike is going to be this here, but I've been in organizations where you'll have a owner come down like, no, you can't find him because he's our star, whatever, right? You can't do that. So I would say organizationally, that has to be, whatever the coach is setting up, obviously was talked about, then you have to support that whether or not you agree with it or not, because that's who the men see every single day. And once they see one blemish or something they can manipulate, just like kids. Oh, I'm gonna go to mom on this one. Nope, I'm gonna go to dad on this one, right? And that's what happens, and that's where the dysfunction happens. So, but that's where he needs to start, and then having the support of the organization as he goes through that, especially through the disciplinarian phase. Just like when we see like a Keon Coleman get benched, you got benched because you're not doing what you need to do. That has to be supported to really get to where you want to get to, regardless of whoever that person is.
Coming up next, we're going to go national, because I heard there's some big game taking place later this week. So we got to ask Zoe, what storylines intrigue him the most heading into the 60th Super Bowl? We're going to ask Lorenzo Alexander next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Varel, this in for Luke here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DIS. If you're having neck or back pain, then you need to go see the best of the best, and that is Desert Institute for Spine Care. The reason you should choose them varies in need, of course, Basinonians, but they have award-winning doctors and provide a broad range of treatments for you. DISC provides pain mapping and a careful diagnostic approach to figure out exactly what will be best for your issue, and then they back that with proven success and trust. The DISC doctors often train doctors from around the world, that's right, around the world in best practices and techniques as a world leader. If you're experiencing any kind of neck or back pain like I was, at some point, you need to go see Disc. Text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for Disc.
Collins Comfort Masters here, your trusted Lennox dealer. Is your AC system over 10 years old? You could be wasting up to 40% on energy costs. Smart homeowners know. Now is the time to upgrade to a high-efficiency system and lock in our New Year's savings. With nearly 11,000 five-star Google reviews and over 40 years of trusted service, Collins Comfort Masters is your no-worry solution for AC, heating, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com today.
Hi, I'm Tom Shane. Since 1929, Shane Company has helped millions of customers find their dream engagement ring. I still hand-select every ruby and sapphire center stone, choosing each one for its unique color and life. We're proud to offer the widest selection of beautiful colored gemstones for your engagement ring and fine jewelry, because a friend wants you to have nothing but the best. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have their next head coach. They announced the hiring of Los Angeles Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur yesterday. For more on LaFleur, head on over to arizonasports.com. And Devin Booker is an all-star for the 5th time in his career. The Phoenix Suns guard is averaging just over 25 points and 6 assists in 41 games this season. And that is what is trending now.
Arizona Sports.
It's crazy. I've never seen nothing like this.
Lorenzo Alexander, 15-year NFL veteran.
And he is going to get sacked. Lorenzo Alexander, the former Cardinal.
The Lowdown with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Y-Refi.
I like that rejoiner because we get a little taste of Zoe from the... What was it? Were you mic'd up in a game at one point in time? Was that what that little bit was there at the beginning?
Yes. I don't remember when, though.
It's okay. The simple answer suffices.
Yes. There was a game I was mic'd up. I was mic'd up multiple times, but I don't know which game that was.
What was that like, by the way? Because I never really get the first-hand experience.
Yeah, you wouldn't, huh?
No,
you can mic yourself. You never walked around the office mic'd up. You should try it.
This is the closest I get to a microphone.
You should try that. You should mic yourself up and walk around the office and have random questions with people and or conversations and see what they say, and then play it on your podcast
And
or
honestly,
at night on your show.
How many different conversations you'll have
Right.
because people know you.
And so that was the whole thing. So, guys used to try to find you if you didn't tell them because they thought you was the FBI. Oh, they don't want to say nothing too crazy, right? Get away from me, right? Don't be next to me because it's some, and the NFL films do an excellent job because I know it's been some wild stuff said, even for the person that has the mic because you forget. I know I've had that moment, but I know those people over there and they do a really good job as far as cutting all that and throwing that somewhere deep in the vault.
Yeah, I was going to say the production on that stuff in particular is just wild because when it's very off the cuff and you have no idea, like, oh, the microphone's just chilling right there, it's fantastic to your point.
Yeah.
I wonder who's going to be mic'd up, if anybody, for the upcoming game on Sunday, and that's where we're headed next. This game in Santa Clara, to clarify, not San Francisco, but Seahawks and Patriots. For what it's worth, the 1 seed in the NFC and the 2 seed in the AFC, they've been 2 of the better teams all year if you're looking at the records, if you're looking at the style of play, with the offense, defense, coaching. There's a lot of things to like about both of these teams, but there's a lot of favoritism towards the Seahawks early on in this matchup.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that has to do with the defense and then potentially playing, not potentially, but playing a younger quarterback in the league. And I think that's probably where my interest will lie. I think, both of these guys, Drake May, Sam Darnold, do a really good job for the most part playing within themselves. But when it's the fourth quarter, right, where you typically have to rise up as a quarterback and really make a play, who is going to make the play and who's going to make the mistake, right? In terms of that could potentially shift this game in the favor of the opponent, much like we saw last week in the AFC Championship where Stidham, right, throws the ball. He should have just threw it away, but he's trying to do too much, right? And then that's one of the scores that ends up costing you the game. Or a coordinator or a head coach making a decision in the game that, do we kick, do we not kick, right? That's been a big thing. So it'd be really interesting to see. This game is going to be, the weather's going to be great, but based on what has happened over these last couple of weeks as far as going forward versus kicking 3 points, are coaches more conservative with all of the eyes that have kind of been on that with the other coaches that ended up losing these games?
So when you think of the fronts, the defensive fronts, when you think of Seattle and you think of the Patriots, who do you think is the more physical of the front?
Well, luckily I don't really know because I'm not out there taking those hits.
Yeah, but I
they both look physical. I mean, I think they both do a really good job. I don't know how you quantify physicality when you have two guys that play. That's where they start at, is being physical and getting to the quarterback, stopping the run. So I really don't know. I like both ways the way they look at it. I know you probably got some numbers. Hit me with the numbers.
No.
Per play number.
I don't have the numbers. You just know I'm squinting my eyes.
Yeah, I see you reading over there like, oh, I got a great stat for you, Zoe. This is how tight they are.
You know what?
The glasses are right there.
For me, no, just be quiet. So, for me, I think the Seattle Seahawks have a much better defensive front. That's what I think. When I say much better, I'm not saying like it's the best that we've ever seen. I'm just saying when you've got Leonard Williams in particular and DeMarcus Lawrence as well, and you've got guys Byron Murphy the second. Yeah. They have defensive linemen that I think can truly make a difference. Leonard Williams, you've heard me talk about this before in the past, Minch. The most destructive force in the football universe is a destructive 3 technique, and that is Leonard Williams for the most part. I just think they have better interior defensive linemen, and that to me is something that Drake May is going to have to handle. In Drake May, I've got to tell you, I think he's so impressive. I've talked to you about this, Zoe, throughout the playoffs, but he seems like a stone-cold killer. His facial expressions, and he seems like he's under control, and it's not too big for him. Now, it doesn't mean he's going to go out there and play great, but I will say I'm fascinated to see how he handles the Seattle Seahawks and that pass rush.
Well, I will say, given the previous defenses that he's faced and given the struggles that his offensive line has dealt with so far in this postseason, I would not be surprised if Drake May finds himself down in the backfield on several occasions, especially to your point about the front led by Leonard Williams and DeMarcus Lawrence. This Seattle unit, Zoe, it just feels like if I'm choosing between the units in this game, I think I'm putting Seattle's defense at the top of the list in terms of this is the unit that's going to have the biggest impact on the game over all the other units in this game.
Yeah, and I can understand that, especially because their secondary plays physical too, right? They got a little something to them, a little edge to them.
Nick Emenwari is awesome to watch.
So they're flying around, and I get that completely. I keep, we keep the bias of hating the Patriots comes out a lot. And
I don't know what you're talking about.
And they just play
bro.
really good, sound, physical football. Mike Vrabel, I love him as a football coach, and I know he's going to have that football team ready. And they've also continued to show up and play good physical defense as well. So it's always hard when it's not something glaringly different to kind of pick one. I just know they're going to be really well coached, ready to go as well.
Yeah, for me, I think Vrabel, there's no doubt about it, Vrabel's going to have this team ready to go, and they're going to be sky high. Everyone's been talking about the New England Patriots, and what have you heard of the New England Patriots? What is the narrative surrounding them right now?
Nobody believes in us.
Nobody believes. Man, can a coach use that, Zoe? Can a coach use that?
He can. But I don't think it's so much that people don't believe in him versus they don't want him to win. I think it's more, I don't want the Patriots to win.
Why can't it be both?
I think it's more about that.
I believe there are people that are out there. There are a lot of analysts that are out there. And what is the narrative surrounding the Patriots? They didn't play anybody.
That, and then look no further than the line that they set for this game going in. 4.5 is a big line for the best two teams left.
Is it really?
In the NFL? I would think so.
I have no idea.
I don't either.
Man,
I like
I know you're out there on a Saturday night on the corner.
4.5 points. I mean, most games are decided by 3.
Yes.
Right. One team is traveling across the country.
But let me put it this way. I would think that in most Super Bowl matchups between two teams that won 14 games, you would probably set it somewhere at a 1.5 or close to a 2. For it to be 4.5 implies that there's a lot of love for the Seahawks going into this one, and a lot of doubt. They don't believe in us about the Patriots going into this one.
Does the money line move that spread too? So are people betting against the Patriots because they don't want them to win, or they think they're not going to win?
The likelihood is that more,
I'm just psychological. I'm just asking.
That's right. You don't mind losing money. That's right.
The likelihood, I would guess, is that more of the money is going to go towards New England, because 4.5 is a wide enough margin.
Okay.
If you think they're only going to lose by a field goal, put your money towards 4.5. As the week goes and as more money goes in, if that line continues to push Patriots, they'll shrink it. And maybe it'll go by 1 point, or it'll go by 1.5 points, what have you. So I think that gives enough of an indication. Like, yes, you could listen to all the national personalities talk about it, but Vegas is reacting the same way. That we don't believe in the Patriots. We think their schedule was a little too easy.
Okay.
They weren't the best.
So when you say, I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, you're fine.
Because I'll forget the thought. So once you make it to the playoffs, are those teams no longer good? Are those not good teams? Or are you just talking about the regular season? Right? Yeah. Because the regular season is the schedule you're given, right? Then you get to the playoffs. Now that's the creme de la creme, right? And they are now in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And did they have a first round bye? Did they have a first round bye?
The Patriots?
Yeah. Well,
no.
So they had
the
to.
2 seed.
All right. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying so they had to play more games than the Seahawks to get to where they're at, and they played 3 good teams?
Yeah.
Right? So that's what I'm saying.
Well, they played Denver in a snowstorm, and everyone's making a lot of it. Yeah, they're making up a lot of stuff.
It is a team game or whatever. I mean, it is what it is. Somebody handles the pressure better than the other team. So, I mean, if they go and beat the Seattle, then what's the excuse? I mean, I don't understand that logic. Every NFL team is pretty damn good.
Yes.
Right? Now, there's margins where you can say, they didn't have a quarterback this week or whatever. But the schedule, yes, because that's the way it's designed to play the 4th best team in that conference the next year. So, of course, you're going to have one of the weakest schedules. And most of the time, those are the teams that extend and find themselves in the playoffs. And if you're playing some pretty good football, because built on the confidence, great coaching, right, being healthy at the right time, then you start winning some games and you pop up and you're like, woo, they're not the first team to do this, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah, so,
there's a Patriots team that overcame a large margin like this not too long ago, too.
Yeah, not that I'm into predictions. I'm not. Who cares? Who do you like in the game?
I like Seattle.
You like Seattle?
Yes, okay. I do like Seattle. But I'm not saying because my reasoning isn't because, the Patriots haven't played anybody this year.
Right.
So they can't, there's no way they can come in the Super Bowl and beat them. I just think to the point that you made earlier, I think the way the defense of Seattle is
Leonard
playing
Williams.
is just another level.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And I think Sam Darnold is going to continue to rise and play in the position, and with the weapons that they have offensively, as well with the running game. They're just the better team collectively and explosive, especially when you think about special teams.
Yes.
And what's my man, Rashid Shaheed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Patriots got a
difference
good one,
maker.
too, in Marcus Jones.
Yes, but he didn't have a great last game. I
Right.
mean, he's kind of been struggling in the playoffs to me, but watching the game, he's made some big plays in the playoffs in that special team. So that collectively is why I think, not because the Patriots won 14 games and they played all fourth-place teams from the year prior,
Yes.
so there's no way they can get there, even though they just played 3 playoff teams and won to be in the Super Bowl.
Right.
You
All right.
know?
Yeah, no,
Go ahead. I went
got
long.
you.
I'm sorry. Go ahead,
It's
man. I
okay.
just the rationale of people.
I've got Rick waving his arms like crazy.
I'm sorry,
behind
Rick.
the glass.
Hey.
It's okay. Hey, we want to ask you, is Kyler Murray going to be Mike LaFleur's guy? Or are we fever dreaming at this point? That's next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Varel, this in for Luke, Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
At the end of it all, the Cardinals end up with Mike LaFleur, who I think most Cardinal fans are okay with. You had a choice if you're the Arizona Cardinals. You could have gone and tried to hire a retread of Vance Joseph or Ron Rivera, somebody who's done the job, somebody who's had experience, or you could roll the dice on a first-time head coach who is currently a coordinator. In this particular case, I'm cool with the latter because A, I wasn't really a fan of the retreads that were available to them, and B, if you're going to take a shot, roll the dice and see if you can find a Jordan Knott. Roll the dice, see if you can find a Liam Cohen.
Bickley and Marotta mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Man, you gotta have shade when you work with All Pro Shade Concepts. You're working with the most trusted local shade company available. That's kind of reassuring, isn't it? Voted number 1 by Ranking Arizona for patio shades in 2024. They got an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, and you can check out all their 5-star reviews. I dare you. Go look at all their 5-star reviews on Google right now. There's over 1,000 of them, Basinonians. Installation, of course, is all done by their in-house team. There's never any subcontractors. These shades, by the way, are commercial grade. They're industrial strength, hundreds of colors, durable fabric as well to withstand that Arizona sun. Choose from manual or motorized, sealed track or cable shades. All Pro Shade Concepts, they've got them all, baby. Go to allproshade.com for more information. That's allproshade.com. You got to have shade.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 plumbing inspection that includes a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues, a water heater flush and safety inspection, a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs or damage, and a peace of mind report. Go to cbrothers.com or call 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
If you're trying to get through your daily activities and you're noticing you can't because you're focusing more on your pain than being able to enjoy the moment, those are the patients that we're looking to treat because we can make a difference.
That's Dr. Ashley Caravelli, a medical director for QC Kinetics.
What we're doing at QC Kinetics is offering treatments that help with joint preservation. We use cutting-edge technology in our in-house lab to harness your body's natural healing powers and target the areas where you need them the most.
These are regenerative, non-surgical treatments, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader, delivering lasting relief to tens of thousands of patients.
What we do know is that the sooner we start treatment, the sooner you'll see relief.
So don't wait another minute. See if you're a good candidate for these non-surgical treatments for joint pain. The consultation is completely free.
Call QC Kinetics 602-837-7246 in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The energy and passion he brings to the game is something I think that's contagious.
Intercepted by Lorenzo Alexander. Now he laterals to Aqib Talib.
When you talk about a great pro that you wish every one of your players would emulate.
He's one of those guys, he's like a lunch bell guy. That blue-collar appeal to coming to work. He's going to outwork you every single play.
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke to give us the lowdown on the Cardinals and the NFL. Brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com today.
All right, final segment of the lowdown here on the Wolf and Luke Show. Mitch Veraldis in for Luke today. Lorenzo Alexander joining us here in studio. And now we get to ask a very fun, do we call it a producery question or do we just call it a straightforward question?
I think it's produced.
Produced.
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to read it as it's written on the show sheet. Let's go with that. Lorenzo Alexander, I turn to you and I ask the following question. Who will be Mike LaFleur's quarterback, and could it be Kyler Murray? That's the question. That's the question I present to you here.
In my opinion, it should not be K1. I'm not going to change my opinion in terms of what I've seen over the course of his career while he's been an Arizona Cardinal, what happened last season. I just think there's time to make a shift. Mm-hmm. When you've had this much time on task, been to one playoff game, there hasn't been any consistent winning. You can see the change in players when we talk about receivers, when we talk about Trey McBride, when Jacoby Brissett steps in and is playing quarterback, how everybody's game rises. There's more consistency there. I think that there needs to be a change. And I actually think it's going to be beneficial for him to be in a whole different place because if you stay here, you still got all that baggage. You still got the sense of guys that have been here that know or at least know what you've done in the past.
Right.
And that's always going to be with you. And that is my whole thing. You know, when somebody thinks they can come in and have a different message, I can say something 100 different ways. If the individual I'm speaking to hasn't decided to say, I'm going to do things differently, you're going to get the same result. And I think sometimes you have to hit rock bottom, and that looks different for different people. And so rock bottom, right, not rock bottom, but just going to a different place, is that for K1 potentially in his career, like, dang, maybe I do need to make a shift, right? And we look at all these other quarterbacks that have done something in other places. I've never once heard, that there was a lack of professionalism there, right?
Yeah.
So there's a lack of professionalism, at least a thought process of it versus people that have watched him. Multiple people have said that. And so if I'm walking into that, I'm trying to, man, I don't know what Mike LaFleur is going to say to him that's going to get him to shift his perspective as far as how he works, if it hasn't worked yet.
Yeah.
Right.
With all of
for
the
me,
equity.
So the biggest question for me is, what does Mike LaFleur think?
It doesn't matter what he thinks, though.
It's more about what Kyler thinks.
It's not about. This is not a technique, fundamental processing how I see the game.
Do you think, though? I know, but do you think there's a situation where this interview that happened as well? What is the number one question?
I guess
you might ask
if he might,
Mike LaFleur. Do you believe that Kyler Murray should be your quarterback? Do you want Kyler Murray as your quarterback?
Am I asking Mike that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That's probably a question that was asked.
But absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, but I don't know from an organizational standpoint. Maybe I'm just trying to see what he's going to say. And then I would say, well, how do you handle the lack of professionalism and football character that has been talked about from other coaches, other assistant coaches, other players that has occurred while he's been our quarterback here? How do you address that issue?
In the locker room. You're talking about how do you address that?
No. I'm talking about as the owner. I'm asking from Bidwell's seat, talking to Mike, if you think Kyler is your quarterback, how do you address that issue as far as maturing to really take onus of playing QB? Because when Jacoby got the job, the first thing I heard was, oh, man, he was calling receivers with Michael Wilson sitting down. It's like, hey, man, you see these top 10 plays? If we get these looks, I want you to run. If this play is up, I want you to run it like this. If this play is up, I want you to run it like that. If this play is up, I haven't been listening, ear to the ground is hard because I'm not always in the studio. But I don't remember K1 doing that. It was almost awkward with him and MHJ because they're both similar, like quiet dudes, right? And so there really was never no chemistry because they both, well, you over there, I'm over here. We like each other, we're good, but we're not going to talk because that's just my personality. Jacoby stepping in, man, we got to get this thing done. And so as a quarterback, you technically have to be the one, as I was talking about earlier, you have to step outside of your comfort zone and do things that you don't necessarily feel like doing or want to do because of the nature of the position and you're seen as a leadership. Just like I asked you earlier, Wolf, are you showing up to the climb or are you participating in the climb? Right? It's a big difference.
Would you think I would just show up to the
That's what I'm saying. Some people just show up to the job. Me showing up to practice, me showing up and being in meetings, yes, my presence is there, but am I doing the work? Am I going home and figuring out different ways that we can continue to grow this thing? Am I doing stuff after practice? Am I meeting with guys before practice? Right? It is a daunting task, right? And that's why guys like Peyton Manning, they had offices, right? That's true. And not that everybody has to do that, but you got to be somewhere close to that, moving that direction as an elite quarterback in this league. And you have to be able to talk to people. You have to be able to communicate. And because I haven't seen that, K1 has all the talent in the world, but there's a difference between being a great talent and a great player.
Amen.
There's a big difference. There's a lot of bandwidth in between that.
Especially at the Q position. See, for me, I wonder about his teammates. I wonder about, can you rebuild him in that locker room? Could you do it inside that locker room?
Can he? Because the question is, can he?
I'm taking a different route, knowing that you're correct. Can he rebuild that?
Yeah.
But I guess what I'm saying is, if I'm Mike LaFleur and I'm the Arizona Cardinals and I'm having a conversation with him, I've got to find out what your thoughts are on this, and I'll guarantee you, and you know this, but to me, there's 4 or 5 offensive coordinators that are out there in the NFL that believe I can rebuild this guy.
Until they can't.
Do it.
Until they can't. Until they can't.
But to me, they're out there. Was Mike LaFleur one of them? That's what I want to know.
And I'm scarred because I've been around some really great, talented football players that underperformed their ability because of a lack of professionalism in the lock. They just did bare minimum and great talent. Like, man, you should be a Hall of Famer.
Absolutely.
And it's like, why? I wish I had what you had and I could cultivate that. And you're just sitting here. So that's the perspective I'm coming from. Like I said, I think K1 is a great talent. But if he changes some things from a football character, great dude, football character, football professionalism, that is when the shift is going to happen. I just don't know if it can happen here with all the baggage that's attached to it.
That's what
Because anything that, if he falls off as he's making, because it's not going to be perfect as he's making a transition,
the king once he's deposed.
Other players going to be, oh, here he go again. So I feel like he just needs to be in a different place. So if I'm coming in, hey, let's start this thing from ground zero. It can be done. Like I go from personal experience. Buffalo, Josh Allen was not in Buffalo when I got there. Right? The first year we went to the playoffs without Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Right?
Who was that?
Tyrod Taylor.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And it was Nate there. What's my other dude? Man, I can't think of his name. He threw a whole bunch of picks.
Peterman.
Nate Peterman was there, I think.
5 picks in one half.
Yes. So, and we still made the playoffs. And Josh Allen wasn't Josh Allen when we got him.
No,
nobody thought he was going to be this dude he is now.
It's true.
So it can be done. It may not just be done with K1. It may need to be done with somebody else that's younger, that's moldable, that's hungry, that's ready to go, that's going to do all the little things that's going to allow him to cultivate his talent and become a different type of dude.
So, as always, we appreciate
it.
We're amped up today now. We're raring to go for the final 2 hours. Lorenzo Alexander joining us for the lowdown here on the Wolf and Luke Show. We appreciate it, as always, especially Wolf. I know he does. Coming up next, top stories of the day. Wolfing Down Your Lunch is next here on Arizona Sports.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Devin Booker from downtown.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. The Basin's most trusted team for over 25 years when it comes to artificial grass. Not just artificial grass, but putting greens and hardscape as well. They transformed our backyard into a true oasis over at the Wolfley compound. Artificial grass looks incredible. Spring is the time you want to act, Basinonians. If you're thinking about switching to artificial grass, do it before the summer heat. Text GREEN to 620-620 for their special spring offer of up to 15% off, or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com. You can do this, brothers. No more water bills that make your head spin, of course. Make the backyard your oasis, starting with Legacy Green Solutions. Text GREEN to 620-620 for their special spring offer of 15% off. Or you can visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com. Text GREEN to 620-620.
Home sellers often face the same dilemma. Buy your next home first and risk 2 mortgages, or sell first and risk being without a home. But Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty, has the solution. Carol's Buy Now, Sell Later program advances the cash so you can make a non-contingent cash offer, move into your next home first, and then sell your current home the right way for the most money, no double mortgages. Call Carol Royce at 480-776-5231 or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Hey, when America Roofing says we've got you covered, they're talking winter rain, summer heat, monsoon storms, repair or replace. Do what we did at Casa Galvisi and go with Arizona's 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Yep, Jake, Josh, Tracy, and 500 employees statewide earning Arizona's Roofing Contractor of the Year award. And they're A-plus rated with a Better Business Bureau. So, home or business, go with Arizona's biggest and best, America Roofing, and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you, and Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So, when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford.
Low T? Start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have their next head coach. They announced the hiring of Los Angeles Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur yesterday. According to our John Gambadoro, LaFleur will call the plays for the Cardinals. And Devin Booker is an all-star for the 5th time in his career. The Phoenix Suns guard is averaging just over 25 points and 6 assists in 41 games this season. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona for your chance to win a 2026 Corvette Stingray. Earn entries February 1st through 25th. Details at casinoarizona.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
It is noon-ish. Noon 04 to be exact. But either way, it is time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch, no matter what time it starts. And so we bring in Rick. How's it going, Rick? The Arizona Cardinals have hired their next head coach. They announced the hiring of Los Angeles Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur yesterday. This takes us to our Sanderson Ford poll question, which is up now at arizonasports.com, and it asks, how do you grade the Cardinals hire of Mike LaFleur? A, B, C, D, or F? Wolf loves this one. You get to go first, Wolf, because this is your favorite type of poll question.
Yeah, of course, I'm not going to give it a grade, Basinonians. I will tell you I do like the hire. As a coordinator, he is more than qualified to become a head coach at some point in time, especially with the trend of young head coaches that have been hired in this hiring process. He doesn't have head coaching experience, but I love the tree he comes from, the coaching tree he comes from. I think it's impeccable. He comes from the NFC West and knows the teams and their coaches in the NFC West. I like that. And basically, you pilfered the LA Rams coaching staff by taking their offensive coordinator, and I like that as well.
And they might not be done pilfering, for what it's worth. If Mike decides to invite anybody over from that Rams staff, we'll see. I'll just go middle ground and say C. I don't hate it. I don't love it. But I'm willing to at least give him the chance to do the job, per se. I think you've got to go C until you see the... go C until you see.
I think that's fair. I think it's totally fair.
You've got to go C until you see them play. Now, if they'd had hired somebody who's like a second-time head coach, like say they hired Vance Joseph, I'd probably give it a B. Because I at least have some foreground to work with. I like Vance
Joseph. I like Raheem Morris as well. I like those two guys in terms of their former head coaching experience. I think that is important. I did. But if you're just going to go coordinator, for me, it was Mike LaFleur and it was Clint Kubiak.
So for that, I go C. All right, I will vote C. So F leads at 37%.
Wow.
Really? Yeah,
wow.
The fan base isn't very happy. Shocker. B is next at 27%. C is in third at 21%, D 8%, A 7%.
That really is surprising to me. I did not expect that.
I think there's just a state of vitriol with the fan base right now.
I think so.
Justifiably
I think you're right.
so.
Yeah, I think it's just a situation you're going to have to wear this until you don't.
I don't know if we backlog polls, and I know it's a completely different sport, but I'm curious how people reacted to the Jordan Ott hire in real time. And I mean, look what it's brought them now. I'm not saying the same thing's going to happen here, but it's a similar type of motto of extensive coaching search. You whittle it down to this long-time coordinator in the league or assistant coach across the league, and look at what they've been able to do in the first year. The Suns are 30-20 through their first 50.
That was not a popular
hire.
No.
I didn't like it in the moment. We all thought it was Michigan State-esque, as it were. All right, the Phoenix Suns split their games with the Cleveland Cavaliers and Los Angeles Clippers over the weekend. Jalen Green returned to the Suns lineup against the Cavaliers, but took a hard fall and had to miss the Clippers game. Is this just becoming a lost season for Mr. Jalen Green?
Only because half of the season is already gone, and he's only played in, 3, 4, 5? You're holding up 5 games. I'm not going to say fully lost, but what am I supposed to have learned about Jalen Green from this year? So if that means it has become a lost season, then yeah.
Yeah, for me, it's not a lost season for Jalen Green. I know that they've played 50 games, Ron Wolfley reporting. But this team, thank goodness, this team could be playing in the postseason, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, I think we all expect them to play in the postseason based on what we have seen so far. The evidence is certainly there. And if Jalen Green, now I got to finish. Don't talk about playoffs. If Jalen Green can come back at any point in time and suddenly be the Jalen Green we all thought he was going to be, this is not going to be a lost season for Jalen Green. I'm expecting him to come back sooner as opposed to later and be everything we thought he was going to be.
I'm just worried about this becoming a chronic issue, like it already seems to be right now.
I know, and I'm with you on that. That, to me, I don't know.
And I understand the reason he didn't play was more the fall than the hamstring, but...
The fall was bad,
It was very bad. He was down, got back up, but he only played 15 minutes as a result. Not that he was going to play much more, but either way.
According to our John Gambadoro, the Arizona Diamondbacks are interested in free agent first baseman Carlos Santana. No, not the guitar player, the free agent first baseman.
¿Por qué no los dos?
The 39-year-old hit .219 with 11 home runs and 54 RBIs last season with the Guardians and Cubs. Would you guys like to see the D-backs sign Carlos Santana?
If this is the part of the rung that we're going to, and I mean this in no disrespect to Mr. Santana, who was somebody I actually wanted the Diamondbacks to bring in not too long ago. If this is how far we're going down, just bring back Paul Goldschmidt. Why do we keep explore? And I say we like I'm part of the team, but why do they keep exploring options in the veteran first baseman rung when you've got one who the fan base will immediately get behind if you bring him in? I'm sure there's a price point to be figured out, but why go older? I don't really understand it, quite frankly.
Yeah, I just wonder, first of all, he's known, Carlos Santana, as a great clubhouse guy.
Yes.
And he's I think he's 40 years old. I think he's got a great glove still. He's got a very good glove right now defensively.
Yep.
That fits with the Diamondbacks. And maybe Carlos Santana could possibly, you can't say it without thinking of the guitar player.
Look, man,
you cannot.
He's everybody's everything.
Okay, Carlos Santana could have an impact on Ketel Marte in that clubhouse.
With the help of a black magic woman.
And will you stop it? I'm trying to get over this, Mitch. He could have an impact on Ketel Marte. So maybe, okay, it's not like he's a classic power-hitting first baseman, but maybe he could influence a classic power-hitting second baseman who's really, really good and maybe get the best out of him because of his influence. That's a possibility. It happens in locker rooms and it happens in clubhouses. I think I'd be on board for this.
You're saying he could potentially curb Ketel Marte's evil ways?
I think it might be smoother if the D-backs go after Paul Goldschmidt than Carlos Santana. A little smoother.
With Rob Thomas, that one in particular.
Okay.
It was one of the newer ones that he did.
I don't say anything about it again. Don't say it, Minch.
Thanks, Jesse. Appreciate that. That was Wolf and
Daniel. Brought back some memories, man.
Hey, I need you to play Santana rejoiners when appropriate for the rest of the show. I know we've got fun joiners to hit, but either way, can Mike LaFleur get Marvin Harrison Jr. on track? Also, is it really on track? Is that what we're looking for? That's next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Vareldes in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Arizona Cardinals' search for a new head coach has ended.
Breaking news from the NFL. The Arizona Cardinals have announced the hiring of Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur as their next head coach. LaFleur is the younger brother of Packers head coach Matt LaFleur.
6 in-person interviews this hiring cycle for the Cardinals before they landed on LaFleur.
Stick around for more about the Cardinal decision on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com for more information. You know, choosing dental implants, man, it is one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make. That's right. That's one of the reasons why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They are locally owned here and proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility with decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored. Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results that you can trust. That's right, Dr. Joe Basinonian, so cool. He's the owner-operator of Aria Dental Implant Center. And you know what? This is not a sales pitch. This is experience, ladies and gentlemen. This is the best in the business in Aria. And Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers out there. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply. As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside, creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morse Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morse Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
The Cardinals have hired Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur as their next head coach.
The Cardinals were very thorough in their process. They took their time, and they obviously feel comfortable that Mike LaFleur can not only run an offense, but run an entire organization. They may have been last, but they'll get the last laugh if their coach can turn around the franchise.
What does the LaFleur as head coach hire mean for the future of Kyler Murray and the desert? We're chopping up the Cardinal decision today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7. Arizona Sports, the Cardinal decision. The Cardinal decision with Wolf and Luke.
Curious how the people out in Surprise feel about the Cardinal decision. How we doing this morning, Surprise? You doing all right?
Yeah, Surprise. Surprise, Arizona. Just got to say it like that. Surprise.
In case you missed it, Mike LaFleur is the new head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, the former Los Angeles Rams offensive coordinator, and we will get to hear from the Cardinals' new head coach LaFleur for the first time tomorrow at noon.
Not really a surprise based on it. Interesting.
The LaFleur hire, you don't think it's a surprise?
Not a surprise, I would say. No.
I would think the reporting around the 2-day interview was probably the strongest indicator of it all in the process. We hadn't heard much about anyone else getting a 2-day interview. Now, granted, the Cardinals have been very good about keeping some of the interviews they've had close to the vest. Like last week, we learned about Ron Rivera interviewed for the job, but then we learned that, that was weeks prior. So they've obviously been doing a lot of the work undercover, so to speak, or what's the word you would use for
clandestine.
That? Like curtains are closed. Nobody knows what's going on back there.
Yes.
Now that Mike LaFleur is in, I want to bring up one particular name that'll help set up this conversation.
Oh, no.
No, it's not bad.
Oh, okay.
Puka Nacua.
Oh, Puka Nacua. Love Puka Nacua.
In his first 3 seasons in the NFL, would you say he is now considered maybe the best, if not arguably the best receiver in the entire league?
He's in that conversation. And I'm talking about a very small, maybe 3-4 wide receivers, JSN.
Can he do anything similar with Marvin Harrison Jr. and make him look more like the former number 4 overall pick as opposed to the disappointment that he's been the first 2 seasons?
You know what, honestly, right now, this is maybe the best part of a tragic thing that has happened. And when I say tragic, I'm talking about within the sports confine base. I'm not talking about life, okay? But the fact that you had Marvin Harrison Jr., and he was drafted by the Arizona Cardinals, and suddenly he's played and developed as a pro, and suddenly that development is not as much as you'd like to see. And yet your quarterback situation has been a little foggy from time to time as well. This is going to be tough on Marvin Harrison Jr., I think, because now he's got a whole new set of circumstances in front of him. Now, Minch, that could actually work in his benefit, or it could actually work against him.
Yes.
This whole new paradigm that you're going to bring in Mike LaFleur. Will Mike LaFleur unlock Marvin Harrison Jr.? I don't know, but we're all going to see.
I think just as importantly with that is, can he keep up the consistency of what we saw from Michael Wilson and Trey McBride? I know this is supposed to be focused on, hey, can we get the former number 4 overall pick to look like a 4th overall pick? But I do think there has to be a balance in terms of getting Marvin Harrison Jr. to a level where he looks as good as he was advertised to be, while also maintaining you have 2,000-yard receivers in Trey McBride and Michael Wilson from this past year. Can you keep them at that level or close to that level?
Who's your quarterback?
That's probably the most important part of this whole thing.
Yeah.
Is who's throwing him the ball.
Who's throwing him the ball?
When Jacoby Brissett was throwing him the ball, I think we would agree he looked pretty good. He looked pretty in rhythm for when he was out there. He was dealing with injury for most of that part of the year. But I think that is going to be, should we say top 3 in terms of things we're hoping Mike LaFleur can improve upon from the previous regime? Can you get MHJ to number 1 receiver conversations?
Here's the great thing about this, Basin audience. The Arizona Cardinals, at least from the offensive perspective, let's just focus on the offense right now. The Arizona Cardinals, they have all the talent they need. They really do. They got the talent part of it. The quarterback, I'm not counting quarterback in that. When I say talent, I'm talking about the skill positions offensively. I'm talking about wide receiver. I'm talking about tight end. I'm talking about running back. I haven't given up on James Conner. Not a lick on James Conner. I think he's going to be able to come back and contribute. Yes, they need to develop another running back as well. They need to be able to do that. I'm with you on that 100%. But for the skill, they're starting with a really good table. Yeah. This is a good skill set. If you're Mike LaFleur coming into it, you've got the best tight end in the National Football League in terms of receiving. And he's pretty good, too, when he wants to be. And, Trey, we need a lot more out of you on that, too. Okay? Are you looking at me, Trey? Because you know I love you. You know that I do. But we need more from you. And the thing I love, I think Trey would be the first one to tell you he needs to do a better job at the point of attack. We need more from you, Trey. Having said that, Michael Wilson has proved this guy at least is a number 2 receiver. There's no denying that.
He might even be
he
their number 1.
He belongs in the NFL. Marvin Harrison Jr., what are you going to do, Marv? What are you going to do with Mike LaFleur and this new paradigm that is coming in, this new set of rules? It could go really, really bad for you, and you're going to be gone somewhere else, or it could go really, really good for you, and it's going to change everything for Marvin Harrison Jr. That's one of the reasons why you do something like this. We're going to have a front row seat. That much I do know, but here's the other side of this, Minch. You've got talent that is out there. You've got skill position. You want to fix the Arizona Cardinals? Fix their offensive line. Fix the offensive line. Get more physical. Come off the ball. And this is the thing that I love about Mike LaFleur, who was the offensive coordinator for the LA Rams. And oh, by the way, number 7 in rushing yards per game and number 6 in rushing yards per play. The Rams got to where they were. The best offense in the National Football League. Number 1 offense in the NFL in total yards per game and total yards per play. Number 1. Number 1 in scoring offense. Would you say those are big metrics, Minch?
I mean, we watched it up close and personal. Blake Corum running all over the Cardinals.
Number 1, okay? You've got the skill that is there. But the Rams, the thing that made the Rams so tough is their offensive line and how tough they were at the point of attack and being able to run the ball. That's exactly what you've got to do. Rebuild the offensive line right here, and you can do it in a year. Look at what Chicago did. Look at some of these other teams, the way they've rebuilt their Seattle, rebuilding their offensive line. You can do it in a year or 2.
Who do you, just really quickly, who do you trust on the line right now? Paris, yes?
Paris Johnson. Yeah, Paris Johnson Jr., no doubt. I trust him. I would say Yelda. Okay. Yelda Froholt as center as well. I think he is a quality center. I'm not going to say he's one of the best in the league. I'm just going to say he's a quality starter, I think. Paris Johnson Jr. And after that, it's wide open. Will Hernandez, I thought was, man, I was so jacked up watching him last year play. Something was off.
Isaiah Adams wasn't the best. Evan Brown wasn't the best. They got some decent performances out of guys like John Gaines, but it feels like if you've only got confidence in your left tackle and then some semi-confidence in your center, you're right. There's a lot of work that has to be done to fix that front. Coming up next, where does Mike LaFleur and that hire rank against the rest of the hires around the NFL? That's next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Vareldes in for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And again, a disappointing night tonight in downtown Phoenix, but there haven't been many of them lately. Suns will have their 3-game win streak snapped as they lose by the final score of 117-93 here at Mortgage Matchup Center.
Suns couldn't clip them at home. More reaction to Suns Clippers on the way at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Bear here from Waltz TV and Appliance with Dan Bickley. So, Bick, how did your TV and installation really turn out from us?
Bear, I seriously cannot thank you guys enough. My viewing experience is so immersive and so incredible. It is everything you could ever want as a sports fan. I highly recommend to all of our listeners that you see the difference and you hear the difference when shopping at Waltz.
Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution, too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have their next head coach. They announced the hiring of Los Angeles Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur yesterday. For more on LaFleur, head on over to arizonasports.com. And Devin Booker is an all-star for the 5th time in his career. The Phoenix Suns guard is averaging just over 25 points and 6 assists in 41 games this season for the surprising Suns. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Think Roth conversions can wait? Think again. Today's low tax rates won't last forever. Schedule your retirement tax and income stress test at assetpreservationwealth.com.
NFL offseason loading.
The Cardinals have hired Mike LaFleur as their new head coach.
LaFleur is the younger brother of Packers head coach Matt LaFleur.
Arizona Sports. The Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
Wolf and Luke show on a Monday. And a happy February to all of you. Mitch Vareldis in for Luke today alongside Wolf. Top story of the day, of course, Mike LaFleur, hired by the Arizona Cardinals yesterday. That hire also completes, well, technically it's not officially complete yet, but the reporting yesterday of Clint Kubiak likely to take the Las Vegas Raiders job, we can safely say that all 10 jobs have been accounted for from the offseason cycle.
Yes.
So to quickly recap those hires, the Buffalo Bills, they promoted their offensive coordinator, Joe Brady. He's going to be their next head coach.
I like that hire.
Pittsburgh Steelers, Mike McCarthy.
Wow.
Bring him into the fold after a year
off.
Really
surprised me.
Yeah.
Surprised Aaron, I'm sure, too.
Yeah. Ravens, hiring Jesse Minter, the former DC of the Los Angeles Chargers.
Well, that was interesting.
And they hired him quick, too.
Yeah.
Like, if I recall, it only took them like a week. The Giants seemingly getting the big fish of the offseason in John Harbaugh to be their next head coach, the former Ravens coach.
Love John Harbaugh.
Falcons getting Kevin Stefanski, the former head coach of the Browns. The Dolphins getting Jeff Hafley, the former defensive coordinator of Green Bay. Titans get Robert Saleh, the former Niners defensive coordinator. The Browns hired Todd Monken, the former OC of the Ravens. Cardinals, Mike LaFleur. Raiders, Clint Kubiak, the former Seahawks OC. That one will likely become official after next Sunday. Who do you like the most of those 10 hires? And you don't have to say here. You can say whoever you want.
You know, for the most part, Minch, I have tiers, Basinonians. I have tiers. That's not going to surprise anybody, is it, Rick? I have tiers as to what I like. And for me, there's one tier that I'll separate and point to them and say, I really love that hire. John Harbaugh by the New York Giants. That, to me, seems like a slam dunk, especially with the mentality that the New York Giants want to have. John Harbaugh is the author of the original culture in Baltimore and the Ravens and who that team was all about and how they played the game of football. So John Harbaugh, I'm going to say that's going to be number one. I would also say in the same tier is Kevin Stefanski. I love Kevin Stefanski. I'm sorry, the guy, a two-time NFL Coach of the Year. He's been a head coach 6 seasons, and he was
with the Cleveland Browns,
mind you. With the Cleveland Browns. Kevin Stefanski is a guy, an offensive mind that I really, really like. He's in that tier with Harbaugh as well. And then I would say this is a bit of a wild card, but the set of circumstances, it's a little bit different with Joe Brady. Joe Brady being hired by the Buffalo Bills. To me, Basinonians, this was a no-brainer. And the reason why I say that is Sean McDermott. We all know Sean McDermott, and oh my goodness, he was beloved in Buffalo, and this is my hometown, and you know I know this stuff because of it. He was beloved in Buffalo. They're still having a hard time reconciling what has happened here in Buffalo, and there's a lot of blame that is flowing around as well. And they're pointing fingers at a lot of people, including Joe Brady in some instances, including Josh Allen and others. They're pointing fingers. Having said that, I love the hire by the Buffalo Bills of Joe Brady. It makes sense. You're going to change something. You've got a new head coach. That's a big change. And yet he's a disciple of McDermott. And Josh Allen loves Joe Brady. And it's really, really important that you keep that connection in place because Josh Allen, as we all know, is an excellent quarterback. Having said that, that's the number one tier. I put those teams together. Everyone else, there are question marks, including the Cardinals.
I will say, I think that if there's one group of individuals you can convince me on one way or the other, it's anybody that got a new job in the AFC North. And the reason I say that is because of 3 teams changing their head coaches, and the only team that held on to their head coach was the Bengals with Zach Taylor. I don't know that I'm necessarily chomping at the bit for another season of Taylor with the Bengals, given how up and down the nature of that team has been with Joe Burrow in the fold.
I think I could be convinced on Mike McCarthy coaching a well enough Steelers team. The one that intrigues me the most, though, I think is Jesse Minter, because of what he was able to do with the Chargers defense. I think, and we're starting to learn about some of the hires he's made for his staff. He's got Declan Doyle, the former OC with the Bears, coming over. He's got Anthony Weaver, the former Dolphins DC, is going to be coming in to be their defensive coordinator. I like what they're doing, and I think they're setting up to get themselves back on track, so to speak. The big question for them, though, has to be Lamar Jackson and whether or not he'll be up to the MVP levels once again.
Yes, for me, Minch, also, when we're talking about this, I've got that tier 1 that I just mentioned. Tier 2 for me is Robert Saleh and Mike McCarthy. I love the fact these men have head coaching experience, real head coaching experience, not interims. I'm talking about real head coaches in the National Football League. Robert Saleh, though, is a defensive mind, and I love his intensity, and I love the fact that he is that intense. Yet at the same time, I wanted an offensive mind. But I'm willing to recognize the fact that Robert Saleh, I think, is a good coach, and I thought that was a good hire. Mike McCarthy, on the other hand, is that offensive mind. I just wonder if that ship has sailed. And, to me, I'm fascinated to see how this is going to work with Mike McCarthy back in his region that he grew up
does Aaron
in
Rodgers
Western
come back
PA.
too?
And yes, does Aaron Rodgers come back? But I think that is an intriguing tier as well. And I'd put that as tier 2. Everyone else is at tier 3. And this is where they're largely coordinators for the most part. How will Mike LaFleur make that adjustment, Basinonians? We don't know. Do I think he's qualified to be a head coach? Absolutely. If you look at some of the other, he's young. There's no doubt he's 38 years old. But Rick was talking about this earlier, some of the other young hires that have already happened in the NFL, this new trend. Yet at the same time, it remains a question mark. And there's only one way to turn that question mark into an exclamation point. Win. Period.
So I was looking around trying to find people's opinions on the hires. Like, I know how much you love grades. Grades are one of your favorite thing ever. I found this article from Fox Sports, and he graded all 10 of the hires. He had Mike LaFleur last of the 10. Here's what he said. Did the Cardinals accidentally pick the wrong coordinator off of Sean McVay's staff? That's the very first thing he says in the write-up. The NFL world was buzzing at the start of this cycle about the potential for Rams defensive coordinator Chris Shula to be the next great coach off of the McVay tree. Instead, the 38-year-old LaFleur leapfrogged him. Maybe the Cardinals saw something others didn't in his 2 unremarkable years as the Jets offensive coordinator, directing eventual draft bust Zach Wilson. Or maybe they just loved the Rams offense so much they were willing to overlook the fact that McVay, not LaFleur, called the plays.
Oh, no.
But he saves himself at the end a little bit. None of that is to say LaFleur can't be a good head coach. He spent 7 years working for Kyle Shanahan in various stops, 3 years at the side of McVay. So some of their genius could have rubbed off. Still, it's a curious choice, especially considering some of the candidates the Cardinals chose not to hire, and he gave it a D-.
Okay. You know what? And that's what you're going to get when you go coordinators. When you just go coordinators, it's going to be a lot of questions.
Coordinators that are unknown and haven't had a ton of work on the resume, per se.
Yes. Man, do we want to get into the play calling right now? I have no time to get into the play calling. But I do want to address this at some point in time because it is something that just, it drives me nuts. And I want to talk about it at some point. Can we do that, Rick? Play calling and how that's going to factor in with the hire of Mike LaFleur. Okay, good.
I think we could find some room for it coming up here. Just a blank look at the show sheet, but we'll find out. More on this as the show unfolds,
Indeed.
as you like to say.
Yes.
Coming up next, did Devin Booker deserve to be an all-star over one of his teammates? We'll talk about that next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Varell, this In for Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
We go back to the Cardinals. What would have happened if they would have hired DeMeco Ryans?
Nobody's saying that about the Phoenix Suns. They got it right.
It's the thing that gives me a little sliver of hope about the Cardinals coaching search, because I remember a lot of frustration about the Suns coaching search over the summer. Nobody was happy with it. Nobody was happy with the direction of it. Everybody thought it was nepotism. Everybody thought it was Michigan State favoritism. Everybody thought they were ignoring the better candidates out there. And they got it so right that I think it gives you a little faith. Even though people don't love the names that are being thrown out there for the Cardinals right now, they can get it right. The same way the Suns got it very right with Jordan Ott.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Listen, Presidential Pools, they started out as a little company right here in the Basin all the way back in 1991, and now they have reshaped the pool industry here in Arizona by becoming the largest pool builder in the state. Man, don't we love a success story? We all do. They've been improving their brand for decades now and really set themselves apart with the process that they use, their products, and most importantly, Basinonians, their people. There's no doubt about that. Whether you want a total makeover and want to build a luxury resort in your backyard, or you know what, you want a pool that doesn't break the bank, Presidential Pools and Spas, they got you covered. They got a 5-year warranty. They can build your pool in 60 days or less. And let's not forget the value that it's going to add to your property. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Is your home ready for the chill? Don't let winter sneak up on you. Right now, Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted Lennox dealer with nearly 11,000 5-star reviews, is offering a $49 heating tune-up to keep your system running smoothly and your family cozy. So why wait? Experience comfort with Collins Comfort Masters, your trusted no-worry solution for all of your air conditioning, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration needs. Schedule an appointment by calling 480-NO-WORRY or go to collinscomfort.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
Why choose Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson has been doing business the right way, putting the customer and our community first, offering online purchasing options, making maintenance a breeze with mobile service and pickup and delivery, prioritizing customer needs and affordability to provide the best deal, plus raising over $1 million annually for local charities. So when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Sanderson Ford.
The NCAA Women's Final Four is coming to Phoenix, and the fun starts at Women's Final Four Tourneytown, presented by Capital One. A 4-day celebration, games, contests, giveaways, and special appearances. There's something for every fan, and it's all free inside the Phoenix Convention Center. Join the excitement of the Women's Final Four in downtown Phoenix, April 2nd through 5th. Free events, all ages, all weekend. NCAA.com/Women's Final Four.
A big win, a bad loss, and an all-star bid. It was a busy weekend for the Phoenix Suns, and we're covering all of it on today's Burns and Gambo show. We started straight up 2 o'clock here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
I was never a Carlos Santana fan.
Really?
Okay? I mean, he's talented. We we all know that. This is not my kind of music based on these. And I could say that.
I couldn't come up with a fun reference with Oye Como Va because no hablo español, but this one is also a banger in the Carlos Santana library.
Honestly, though, the best part of the song isn't the guitar; it's the organ, like in the background.
Yes, the organ is good.
Anytime
I also just like
an
little
organ.
samba.
Wolf out.
You've lost me.
You use organs every day, though.
What are you talking about? Oh,
that was just a stupid dad joke. Sorry.
Minch.
Mitch Vareld is in for Luke today, along with Wolf. In case you missed it earlier, we saw some reporting from Gambo that the Diamondbacks were checking in on first baseman Carlos Santana, not the singer and guitarist, but we needed some Santana injected in. It's not upbeat enough for Wolf, I understand.
Yes.
That's his problem, not mine. Jordan Ott, yesterday, pregame. Devin Booker is an all-star.
The coaches get to vote on the reserves, which is a good thing because we see how coaches prepare for him, especially this season, the amount of bodies that he's seen time and time again, and the impact he has on the court, in the locker room, on our entire city and organization. Again, there's not enough good things to say when you have a superstar that does all the things that no one sees and does all the stuff on the court. So, we're glad he's in there, and he deserves to be in there. I'm glad he's recognized by the coaches, which is the group that you want to be, players and coaches you want to be respected by, and he obviously has that.
5th career selection for Book, by the way, at the All-Star game. And this frankly, just it should come as no surprise that Booker is representing. The Suns have been a really good team this year, and Booker, being the face of it all, he deserves to be the representative.
You know what, honestly, Basinonians, I think amongst the players in the association, I could be dead wrong on this. Please don't at me on this. But for me, it means more that Devin Booker was picked by coaches than it was that he was picked by fan vote, as far as I'm concerned. I think that there is more credibility that is there. This is one of the things that I absolutely love in regard to how we used to select Pro Bowlers in the NFL, and something that we're going to talk about a little bit later in the broadcast. So I'm not going to talk about it now, but to me, it meant so much to be voted on by your peers. And that's what's cool about this with the reserves as well.
And they've got the funky setup this year where they're splitting the 24 total guys. So
don't do this.
Well, no, I'm just laying it out in case people
Don't do this. This is going to break my head. Go listen to this, Basin audience. Listen to what Minch is about to say.
You're setting the stage for me.
This is going to break your face.
Now I'm getting stage fright. Okay, so there's 12 representatives from each conference, the West Conference and the East Conference. Then those representatives are going to be split up into 3 teams of 8. 24 total, 3 teams of 8. The 3 teams, 2 of them are going to be representatives of the United States of America. Those are 2 of the teams. And then the other team is going to be what's called the World Team, which is representatives of all the other different countries. So, like, to put it into layman's terms, Luka Doncic, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Nikola Jokic, Victor Wembanyama, and Giannis Antetokounmpo, if he's healthy, that's a starting 5.
Okay. It's a pretty good one, isn't it, right there?
Good.
Yeah. Are they all stars, Minch?
Yeah.
All of them?
Yeah.
Okay, that's great. They're all stars.
Do you need room to rail on this, or are you good?
No. I just want to, honestly, I want people to understand this. 2 teams. There are 3 teams.
24 people.
There's 3 teams.
3 teams of 8.
This is great. 3 teams of 8, and 2 of them are United States of America.
Correct.
Right? Not North America.
No, just the one country.
United States of America.
All the Canadians are in the world team.
And then, Basinonians, there's one world team, and they're going to play each other?
It's a round-robin-ish tournament. The 4th team is the winner of the Rising Stars freshman G League, whatever it is.
Okay, this
other
is good.
tournament that they're doing.
All right, change. Change is something that is inevitable.
Yes.
Isn't that right, Adam Silver?
I don't know if this is a good change either way. Look, my frustration with the whole thing is why are we voting on conference lines and then it's just getting split up into USA and World?
I know.
It just have us vote for the
They're trying to make it easy.
I'm getting sidetracked. The point
They're
is,
all all-stars, every one of them.
And all of them are deserving. And every year with an all-star game and the all-star rosters being announced, there's the healthy group of snubs. I think nationally speaking, the snubs that are going to get highlighted the most is the fact that this game is taking place in the home of the Los Angeles Clippers, and the Clippers do not have a single representative for the game.
Yes.
Granted, you can argue that a team that is 4 games below 500 shouldn't have any all-star representatives, but they have 2 guys that are averaging 25 points a game in Kawhi Leonard and James Harden. That's argument number 1.
You know what I've always – I just want to
ahead.
say this quickly, too, in regard to all-star teams. Don't tell me every team's got to have one. Do you understand? Don't tell me that. All-stars, Pro Bowls, things of that nature, you know what, the best get in. Don't talk to me about every team's got to have it. Knock it off. Participation trophy. For an all-star team? No, I don't think so.
So you don't like how baseball and hockey does it?
Correct.
Okay, just making sure. So because of that, we get snubs. Sometimes teams get omitted, like notably, I just mentioned the Clippers. And as far as snubs locally, there was a healthy conversation about should Dylan Brooks be a representative of the All-Star game this year.
Yes.
He, as of right now, is not going to be.
No.
There are injury substitutions and stuff like that that could change that. But when you, Ron Wolfley, found out yesterday that Dylan Brooks would not be representing as an All-Star, did you feel strongly one way or the other about this omission?
No, I really did not, because for the most part, I didn't think he was going to be an all-star. To me, would I have put him in all-star? Yes, I would have. And the reason why I thought maybe he would be a reserve is that some coaches, just watching him play and how he goes about his business, watching Dylan Brooks give the effort that he gives, and he does it on both ends of the floor. I've talked about this ad nauseum, yet at the same time, other coaches have to notice this. And now that he's scoring, almost 21 points a game, averaging almost 21 points a game.
Career best
I
this year.
thought maybe this would be the year where the coaches might say, this guy, you know what? You can talk about him being a jerk. You can talk about him not making friends when he competes on the floor. You can say anything you want to say about him. You can talk about anything. The guy is producing, and I love how he plays. And I thought maybe they would actually vote him in.
So here's how the West lines up, because they put you in based on West versus East, and then they'll do the splitting up later. We'll actually know what team Devin Booker is assigned to tomorrow. But Steph Curry, Luka Doncic, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, Nikola Jokic, Victor Wembanyama. Those were the starters in the West. The reserves, Denny Avdia of Portland, Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, Anthony Edwards, Chet Holmgren, LeBron James, Jamal Murray.
Wow. Okay.
It's a tough group to crack, just on the surface.
Yes.
I think
LeBron James, Kevin Durant.
How can you say I for one do not agree with the decision of having him in the game, but it's hard
You're talking about LeBron.
LeBron. It's hard to crack the narrative of LeBron doesn't deserve to be at All-Star weekend. Like, he's one of the faces of
and
the
then
NBA.
loser James had 26. Good for him, I guess.
Was that you, Mitch?
Yeah, that was when they lost to the Lakers.
Man, loser
a
James?
couple weeks ago.
Okay.
He was being a baby.
Oh, yeah, but still.
Either
You're
way.
going to call him a loser?
Either way, it was going to be a tough group for Dylan Brooks to crack, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have the opportunity to still go as an injury.
Well, that is awesome.
You're getting distracted, Wolf.
Yeah,
Focus.
you're right. I am. Let me regroup here. Man.
Or we could just break right now. How's
Mitch just called him loser James.
that?
Mitch has got a high standard.
Coming up next, what do we love about the LaFleur hire? And what concerns do we have about the LaFleur hire? Mike LaFleur, head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. We'll talk about it next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Farrell, this in for Luke, here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
You know who I think should be the most embarrassed after this is Bronny. Watching his dad flop around like that. That's not who I want to look up to if that's my dad. I know that much.
Join Arizona Arizona Sports in Tempe, April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and not that long ago I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Who is Farm Bureau Financial Services? At our core, we're relationship builders. We're home and auto bundlers, life insurers, farm and ranch protectors, and retirement planners. We're neighbors, community members, and friends. We're the people you can count on now and for years to come. Find a Farm Bureau agent at fbfs.com/protect. Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance Company, Western Agricultural Insurance Company, Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company.
Gleason Roofing. Jim Sharp here to tell you about my friends at Gleason Roofing. Yeah, my friends. A friendship that started with the great honest work they did at my house. Gleason Roofing's been protecting Valley homes and businesses for 20 plus years. They know Arizona roofs, materials, and our weather inside and out. Make Gleason Roofing your friends by inviting them over for a free, honest roof audit. It involves no scare tactics or pressure, just a clear, professional assessment of what's actually going on up there and what doesn't need fixing. Gleason Roofing is one of a very small percentage of roofers nationwide named a GAF Master Elite Contractor, meaning Gleason has top-tier installation standards, ongoing training, and access to the best warranties in the industry. This is the best time to replace a roof. Cooler temps mean faster installs, and you're getting ahead of spring storms and summer monsoons. Get your no-obligation roof audit right now by going to GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. Gleason Roofing, there's a reason people choose Gleason.
Low T? Start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where we're all about you. Your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. We'll take total care of you. First, come browse all the beautiful settings in our cases. Take your time and try on as many as you want. You'll know when you put your ring on. Your heart will skip a beat. Now, onto your center stone. We can look at different diamond shapes and sizes until we find the perfect match. Come visit us in store, because a friend wants you to get exactly what you want. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have their next head coach. They announced the hiring of Los Angeles Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur yesterday. According to our John Gambadoro, LaFleur will call the plays for the Cardinals. And Devin Booker is an all-star for the 5th time in his career. The Phoenix Suns guard is averaging just over 25 points and 6 assists in 41 games this season. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Call Parker & Sons for all your heating, plumbing, and electrical needs. Voted number 1 by consumers 15 years in a row. Parker & Sons, not your average Joe.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision and Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
GL. Felt like saying that. You know, it's one of the best things about the game of football, brothers. You know what it is? You can yell like a savage. Scream like a... Well, not scream. That sounds high-pitched. No. You can yell like a savage, and nobody cares. What have you done? You can just scream and yell, and nobody cares. Because you're playing the game of football.
You're not one for the Banshee type scream?
No.
Okay.
No.
Just
please don't.
Sure.
Don't scream.
Final hour of the show, by the way.
We're just
coasting on this Monday.
Man.
Mitch Varell is in for Luke today, alongside Wolf. In case you missed it, top story of the day, the Arizona Cardinals have found their head coach, Mike LaFleur, the Los Angeles Rams offensive coordinator, now former, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
And we're going to hear from LaFleur tomorrow at noon when he's introduced to the collective media.
Oh, man, I'm jacked up for that. I really am. Mike LaFleur tomorrow at noon. Are we going to carry it? Have we gotten it? Are we going to carry it live?
Yes, we'll be carrying it live, but not sure right now as to like how long we are, so stay tuned.
Okay. Well, that's always something that you just kind of leave up to the nature of the press conference that you're having. You let that come to you.
I mean, I would imagine it's carved out for like a good 20, 25 minutes at least, right? It's the new head coach of the team. You should give him the runway he deserves and all of that.
But if the questions are interesting, now all of a sudden.
Well, I will say the last time the Cardinals had a press conference, the questions were indeed interesting and very into the nitty-gritty, if you will, about some of the decisions that have been made over the last 3 years. But Mike LaFleur has a chance to course-correct things for this Cardinals team. And given Michael Bidwell's comments in that press conference, he would like those changes to happen very, very quickly, turning some of those losses into wins and showing some tangible growth, even though it is just the first year that he is there. This is a what do we like and what are we concerned about with the hire style of segment. Would you like to start positive or would you like to start negative?
No, I want you to start. You go ahead.
No. I didn't mean like, do you want to start?
Okay.
Do you want to start negative or positive?
Oh, never start negative,
okay.
Minch. Of course, we're always going to go positive on that.
All right.
Okay, so you go first. What do you like about this?
Starting positive. I do like, and look, I've had my frustrations about the effects that nepotism can have in many different industries, but I do think it matters that he's at least had experience and has connections across the league in terms of learning different styles of coaching and understanding different aspects of the offense. And given that his brother has been so successful, I think there is reason to feel somewhat optimistic about the direction this offense can go, given the success of one LaFleur. I get it. It doesn't immediately translate, but that does give me a little bit of confidence going into this upcoming season.
Okay, staying positive right now, what do I like about this signing as a coordinator? I think he is more than qualified to become a head coach at this point in time. Looking at him coming from the team that he comes from, of course, coming from the coaching tree that he does. I absolutely love it. I think it's impeccable, this coaching tree. When you talk about some really good candidates, Sean McVay, and you're talking about Matt LaFleur, and you're talking about Kyle Shanahan, you're talking about that kind of coaching tree, I absolutely love it. He comes from the NFC West and knows the teams that are in the NFC West, and more importantly, knows the coaches that are in the NFC West, knows what they like, what they don't like. He's been a coordinator for 3 years in the NFC West with Sean McVay. And I think Sean McVay might be my favorite head coach in the league. There's so much to this guy. I love his demeanor. I love his positivity. Yet at the same time, there's something that lurks below Sean McVay, an intensity that is below him, and an expectation of physicality that comes with it, because he has done a great job turning that organization around. And then also I love the fact you pilfered the LA Rams and their coaching staff by taking one of their best, an offensive coordinator, a guy who's been that for 3 years. Yeah, he wasn't calling the plays, but that's because of Sean McVay. The positive part of this, I love, man. I love it for all those reasons.
To your point about the pilfering, that might not be the end of it, too. There's a chance that Mike LaFleur could coerce somebody that is currently on Sean McVay's staff to come with him and serve in a higher role here in Arizona. The coordinator hires, by the way, fascinate me. Do they go similar to how they did with Cliff Kingsbury, and they hire somebody with coaching experience to be the defensive coordinator, or even to be the offensive coordinator? Like, how much experience do they look for in the coordinating hires, or do they just let Mike go out and get the guys that he wants to bring in?
Right.
I'm fascinated by that decision. Can I give you a concern?
Yes, here is the negative, the concern.
The limited
furrowed brow, as I like to call it.
Hold on, let me.
Yeah, that's right. Furrow the brow, Minch, for YouTube.
I'm concerned that the limited play calling experience, not to say that he hasn't had it, but the limited play calling experience is going to be a bit of a detriment in this first season in terms of calling the offense and being able to operate the game on a down-to-down basis, right? Because the combination of you being a play caller and you being the head coach, it means you have a lot of duties to balance on game day. He obviously won't be calling defense, but if you're calling a down-to-down, and then you also have to be aware of, okay, how much time is on the clock? What is the personnel that they've set up on the defensive side of things? There's a lot of aspects that are going into the game day preparation and then the actual live working on demand that I'm very curious and nervous about at the same time.
Yes. Okay. That is good. It's legitimate as well. I'm not going to poo-poo what you just said.
Let me unfurl my brow, though.
Okay, that's good. Yes. Okay, Minch is happy once again.
And go lucky.
For me, Basinonians, it's really simple. We have no idea what kind of head coach Mike LaFleur is going to be. That's my concern. And I know that's parachuting in from 30,000 feet, but that's just the obvious. It's the fact of it. We don't know what kind of head coach Mike LaFleur is going to be. Once again, I think the odds say that there's more there to look at and say he's going to be a good head coach. But until you prove it, you can't say it. You just really can't say it and believe it until you do it. I can't tell you how many coaches that I've seen before in my own career where the guy, looked like what a great coach he is. Man, he's a great running back coach. He's a great defensive line coach. He's a great coordinator. But man, being the head guy is a whole different proposition for a human being. And how that guy is ever going to react inside of that paradigm, being a head coach, you do not know until you know. And because of that, that would be my concern. What kind of head coach is Mike LaFleur going to be? And I would say this about every coach that doesn't have a history, doesn't have a track record of being a head coach. You have to ask the question, how are you going to be in front of men? And I'm talking about hyper-aggressive alpha males. This is not your office setting, so to speak. This is the National Football League. Hyper-aggressive alpha males sitting around looking at you and listening to you. What kind of leader of men are you going to be? You don't know until you know.
I know there's one aspect in particular that you want to go deeper into. So guess what? We're going to do that next.
What? Oh.
Mike LaFleur is expected to be the play caller for the offense.
Oh.
So what does Wolf think about that reported decision? That's next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Verrell is in for Luke here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Cardinals have hired Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur as their next head coach.
The Cardinals were very thorough in their process. They took their time, and they obviously feel comfortable that Mike LaFleur can not only run an offense, but run an entire organization. They may have been last, but they'll get the last laugh if their coach can turn around the franchise.
What does the LaFleur as head coach hire mean for the future of Kyler Murray and the desert? We're chopping up the Cardinal decision today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Not sure how to tackle your taxes? Are you sweating the small print? You may be experiencing FOMO, the fear of messing up. The answer? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. It's time to take your taxes to the max. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business right here in Arizona, and they're making $50 worth something again. You can get a $50 AC inspection that includes a complete system performance test, a safety and efficiency review of your compressor, your coils, and your wiring, plus tune-up recommendations to extend the system life and lower your bills. Go to cbrothers.com to book it or call 602-222-3535.
Hey, everybody. Dan Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
This is a league about wins and losses. We just felt like we were going in the wrong direction and we needed to change course.
The Arizona Cardinals head coaching surge is officially over. Yes, that's right. Mike LaFleur, Rams offensive coordinator, is heading to the Cardinals on a 5-year deal.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
I don't know off the top of my head if there's any sort of Ohio State connection with the Cardinals' new coaching hire, but I do know the mascot of Ohio State is Buckeye. It's also
Buckeye.
It's also a city in Arizona is Buckeye.
Ah, I see.
Hope you're doing well, Buckeye, and I hope Jamal appreciated that Ohio State mention on the. He weren't even listening. Unbelievable.
Yes.
I'm just teasing.
By the way, Buckeye, monitor your speed, please.
Just keep a close eye on it for us, if you would. Mike LaFleur, the new head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, formerly the Rams offensive coordinator, something he did not do when he was the Rams offensive coordinator, at least not to the level that head coach Sean McVay was doing, was call the plays for the offense. Gambo has reported today that Mike LaFleur is going to call the offense as the head coach of this team. What was your initial reaction to seeing that report?
Yeah, once again, the play calling part of all of this, there are so many people out there that absolutely think play calling is the end-all, be-all in the National Football League. Play calling is important, Basinonians, but it's nowhere close to being the pivot point as far as I'm concerned. That's just me. Can I say that to Mike LaFleur, I believe, is he's an offensive mind that has put together a lot of the game plans for the Los Angeles Rams. Sean McVay is the play caller. So there's strategy and then there's tactics. I talk about it all the time, but strategy is what you're going to do. And that's where Mike LaFleur sits around with Sean McVay, and they talk about what they're going to do against every team. That's strategy. Then how you're going to do it is the tactical level. And that how you're going to do it is play calling as well. You're going to call these plays. That's how we're going to do what it is that we want to do strategically. So having said all that, we're going to find out what Mike LaFleur likes to do, the ebb and flow of calling plays. But again, I don't think this is such a huge deal. The football intelligentsia that is out there, Basinonians, they want you to believe it's the end-all, be-all. Play calling is important because that's something that every fan can jump on and point to and say, look at the play calling. Are you kidding me? When it shouldn't be about that. The difference maker is about players executing the play and winning. A dude lines up across from him. Beat your man, and the play will work. Trust me on that. You do your job and whip the guy you're supposed to whip, and more times than not, the play will work. That's the difference. And sometimes coaches lose sight of the fact that that is the difference. And sometimes fans also point to it and say, play calling is so important. Oh, my goodness, it's the end all. And it's important, it is, but it's not the difference maker. Players executing plays, that's the difference maker.
Apologies for leading you astray then, Wolf. This is JB Long. He's the radio play-by-play voice for the LA Rams. He was with Bickley and Murata this morning. What should we be expecting from an offense run by LaFleur?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be associated with Sean, but also I think in your introduction, his brother Matt, too, right? He comes off of that same tree. You're going to see the McVay-Shanahan style of offense. I think it was noteworthy that when Sean fell sick that weekend, he flew independently morning of game, if I recall correctly. And at some point along the way, he just decided, to make sure that if I have to step away from the sideline, our operation isn't disrupted. Mike, you're going to speak directly into Matthew Stafford's helmet, and you're going to handle the Saturday night meetings. And it looked great. It looked like they didn't skip a beat. It wasn't like, oh my gosh, this is the LaFleur offense and it's working to perfection. It's as good or better than McVay's. No, it looked like a continuation of what they had been building all season.
To further emphasize JB's point about LaFleur calling the offense in that game, 45-17 Rams.
Yeah.
So I would argue that the offense was firing on most, if not all, cylinders. The highlight of that game being Blake Corum and his ability to run the ball down the defense's throat. And I know that's an area that you're hoping takes a boost based on what we saw from the run game this past season.
There's no doubt about it. The run game was a huge part of what the Los Angeles Rams did in their offense. It was important. It was imperative, dare I say. And the reason being is because when you have Matthew Stafford, would you say that Matthew Stafford is a dual threat quarterback?
No.
No.
Respectfully,
He is respectfully, yes, indeed. No. That means you absolutely have to put him in an offense that can run the ball, and you can use play action to throw the ball down the field. And why wouldn't you with Matthew Stafford's arm talent, his unbelievable ability to read coverage? And, of course, you would want to do that. You have to play to the strengths of Matthew Stafford and everything that he is. But, you know, again, I want to go back. I said this earlier, but I want you to understand what it means. There's an old coaching axiom that says this: you can draw all those X's and O's up on the board. You can make those lines look so great, the play is guaranteed to work. But when those X's and O's start breathing and taking out the garbage every Tuesday morning, you have no idea if this play is going to work or not. That is an old coaching axiom. You can draw all those X's and O's up there on the board. You have no idea once those X's and O's start breathing if it's going to work. What's the translation of that? What is the meaning of that? Players execute plays. And that, you could have the worst play in the world drawn up, just schematically. You could have the worst play in the world drawn up, and one guy does his job exceptionally so. And suddenly, because of that one guy at the point of attack, wherever the attack is, does his job exceptionally so, the play works, even though it was the worst play you could possibly. You understand where I'm going with this. That's why the play calling thing, it's important. Don't get me wrong. It is important. But it's just not the difference. The difference is players executing plays.
Another aspect that I wonder if it gets weaved into the offense or not, motion. The Rams, very, very popular for the amount of motion that they use in their offense.
Great point, Mitch.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, Green Bay has implemented that as well, if we're trying to connect brother-to-brother dots. Motion was not necessarily at the top of the Cardinals' list in terms of their offensive scheme.
Something they tried to do a little bit more this year.
They did. And whether that had to do with the personnel that they were working with, that's one thing. But if you make it an identity of your offense, it has the opportunity to open up a lot of other aspects of the game, right? Yeah. You talk about play action so darn much. You talk about quarterbacks playing under center so darn much. Do you know why? You know why. But you know why is because you're able to keep the defense on their toes.
That's great.
Is if you can establish your run game.
Yeah.
So implementing motion helps keep the defense on their toes and allows the offense to keep cooking.
You know, I love that you've gone down this road, because now we can say, what might it look like? What might they try to do? Well, I would say to you right now, here, you know what, a lot of 11 personnel, and boy, think how much the Rams offense changed this year in terms of 12 and 13 personnel. Think about that. Could we see that here? Oh, yeah, we could definitely see that here. There's no doubt about it, especially when you've got the best tight end in the National Football League.
Tip Ryman.
Tip, you know I love Tip.
But for your 12
and
13 point, yes.
Yes, he's got to get healthy. But again, this is going to be fascinating to see what happens, because there's another coaching axiom that is out there. And I'll say this quickly. Don't tell me about the storm. Just bring the ship in. It's one of my favorites, the coaching axiom that is out there. You get a coach up there in front of you. Hey, don't tell me about the storm. Let's bring the ship in.
Don't tell me about all the injuries. Just get the wins.
You know what? Don't tell me about all the things that beset you and all the problems that you experience. Just do it. Do your job, bro.
Join us on April 11th for personally one of my favorite annual events, Pat's Run. This 4.2-mile run/walk honors Pat Tillman's life as an ASU Sun Devil, Arizona Cardinal, and Army Ranger. You can learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org. Coming up next, what needs to be Mike LaFleur? I got to get used to this because I'm going to be saying it a lot. What needs to be Mike LaFleur's first priority as Arizona Cardinals head coach? We're going to ask the Cardinals sideline reporter Paul Calvisi next. Wolf and Luke, Mitch Vareldis in for Luke. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
LaFleur.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
I would love to know, behind closed doors, are some candidates selling the Cardinals on keeping Kyler Murray? Are some candidates selling the Cardinals on, let's get rid of Kyler? Here's a guy I think I can coach. It's this quarterback or it's that quarterback. I mean, that to me is the most important conversation that any of these coaching candidates can have with the Cardinals. What is the shared vision of the quarterback position between the front office and the coach that they ultimately hire?
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Paul Calvisi with Bright Wealth Management President Matt Dagas. And Matt, taxes. They're one part of retirement that most people never get ahead of.
That's true, and no one also plans for them. So once you start taking income from your accounts, taxes can impact everything. If you don't plan it right, you're going to pay Uncle Sam more than you should.
But you help people take control of that.
Absolutely. We look at all of your accounts, IRAs, 401ks, Social Security, all these taxes to build a strategy designed to reduce all these unnecessary costs over time.
And the difference adds up?
It absolutely does. And smart tax planning can save you thousands of dollars over your retirement years.
And listeners can start that process today.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or visit us at brightwm.com for your complimentary tax review.
Hey, if you want to keep more of what you've earned, make the call.
Again, that's 844-726-9116 or brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One question I'm always asked is, how did you become the largest injury firm in the world with over 1,000 attorneys and $25 billion in verdicts and settlements? One way was our financial strength. Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. To prosecute a typical case costs up to $250,000 in case cost. We advance them all. Product liability cases can have similar costs with an army of lawyers on the other side. Automobile insurance companies have the resources to fight. Guess what? So do we. Many law firms simply may not have the financial firepower to work up your case the way you deserve. And we don't charge by the hour. No recovery, no fee. If you have a question about your case or wish to become a client, go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer. 24/7. It's that easy. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution, too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Collins Comfort Masters here, your trusted Lennox dealer. Is your AC system over 10 years old? You could be wasting up to 40% on energy costs. Smart homeowners know. Now is the time to upgrade to a high-efficiency system and lock in our New Year's savings. With nearly 11,000 five-star Google reviews and over 40 years of trusted service, Collins Comfort Masters is your no-worry solution for AC, heating, plumbing, electrical, and water filtration. Call 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com today.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have their next head coach. They announced the hiring of Los Angeles Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur yesterday. For more on LaFleur, head on over to arizonasports.com. And Devin Booker is an all-star for the 5th time in his career. The Phoenix Suns guard is averaging just over 25 points and 6 assists in 41 games this season. And that is what is trending now.
NFL offseason loading. Who will be the next head coach of the Arizona Cardinals?
The Cardinals have hired Mike LaFleur as the new head coach to a 5-year deal.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
The Cardinals have found their next head coach. It is Mike LaFleur. The hiring made official yesterday. The press conference is going to be tomorrow at noon. But right now, we get a chance to talk with the man who's going to be calling games on the sideline for the Arizona Cardinals radio network, Paul Calvisi, joining us now here on the Arizona Sports Line. Paulie, you've got Mitch and Wolf here with you on this Monday. Hope you've been well, good sir.
You know, Mitch Palooza, let me get this straight.
Uh-oh.
Wolf has tweeted out a poll asking fans to grade the hire. We haven't even got to the opening press conference yet.
Knock it off.
They haven't even cracked the mic or taken the podium, and Wolf is asking for a grade? I mean, what in the Sam name of the NFL draft is going on here?
Paul, you know that did not happen. And you know exactly why that did not happen. How you doing this morning, my brother?
Oh, man. All right. Well, we have an answer, let's get it. Let's go. What do you think? What do you like? What do you expect? Do I have to have all the answers around here? What do you guys think?
Well, that's kind of why we brought you on, was to ask you all those questions that you just laid out there in a 5-second flat span. But I would say there's a collective middle ground, I feel like, when it comes to this hire. I'm not sure how you feel about it in the initial reaction, but it seems like there's a tepid nature to reacting positively to LaFleur, but I also don't feel a ton of strong negativity towards the hire either.
All right, so my opinion, thanks for asking, Mitch. Here we go. If you're looking for someone who can navigate this division, there are 2 huge questions right now. One is quarterback. You'll get to that the rest of the offseason.
Yep.
Right here, right now. How do you deal with the NFL's toughest division? How do you deal with 3 of the NFL's top 5 head coaches in the game? So if Robert Saleh was one of those candidates that has that intimate knowledge of the division, the other one would be Mike LaFleur. And not just from his time spent in the NFC West, 4 years in San Francisco, 17 through 20, and then the last 3 years through the Rams, but the time spent as not just an assistant with Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay, but their right-hand man. I mean, it's one thing to know the X's and O's. It's one thing to look at the film. It's one thing to look at the McVay scheme and the Shanahan scheme. And, there are other schemes out there. Yeah, I saw there was a podcast 2 years ago that Mike LaFleur did with Peter Schrager. And he said the 4 offensive schemes all, quote, have similar nuts and bolts. He's talking about Shanahan, McVay, his older brother, Matt LaFleur, and Mike McDaniel, who had become the Dolphins head coach at this time. And then he said from there, all those schemes evolve to, quote, fit the players. Whatever the players' skill sets are, that's where the offense ends up going, starting with the quarterback. And so he used the example of when Puka Nacua, who was a rookie, and they realized just how physical Puka Nacua was. So, okay, now they're using his big body in the scheme. Cooper Kupp was excellent in motion. Sean McVay did a great job of that. Or this year, you saw Sean McVay with 3 tight ends because they had 3 really capable tight ends, and all of a sudden they're running 13 personnel more than anyone in the league. So I think that's what you're getting in a Mike LaFleur, not only someone who has studied at the right-hand side of some of the best in the game, but someone who's also game planned with Sean McVay. All right, how are we going to attack Mike McDonald, right? 3 epic meetings this year between the Rams and Seahawks. So I definitely like that. Just he's going to come in, and even though he's a first-time head coach, there's not going to be any learning curve when it comes to the division.
We're talking to the king of all media, Paul Calvisi, here on the Wolf and Luke show with Minch filling in, of course. Talk to me a little bit about the offense you expect him to use right now. Do you expect him to use an offense that is built around Kyler? I'm assuming that the Kyler Murray question has come up. How do you think he might answer that question specifically about Kyler in offense?
Well, I think the offensive question first, you would think based on Kyle Shanahan's penchant to run the football, based on what the Rams did this last year. I mean, guys, they had 2 running backs combined for nearly 2,000 rush yards in Kyron Williams and Blake Corum. They were 7th in rushing.
Yeah.
They took the 4th fewest sacks with basically the least mobile quarterback in the league in Matthew Stafford. They do a great job of keeping the defense on its toes, great job of using play action, great job of getting the ball out of the quarterback's hands quickly. Yes, Matthew Stafford is likely going to be the MVP of the league. I get it, but this scheme really caters to the quarterback. They did a great job of getting him in the gun, getting him under center, getting him on the move, rolling him out. So in terms of the scheme, Wolf, I do expect it to be very balanced. Let's not forget, last year, the Cardinals offense, no one threw more pass attempts than the Arizona Cardinals.
Yeah.
Nobody attempted fewer rushing attempts than the Arizona Cardinals. The imbalance was just epic. It was historic. And so you got to get back to what the Cardinals did really well in 23 and 24, run the ball. The good news is that your best player on offense is also your most competitive in Trey McBride. The good news on defense, your best player is your most competitive in Budda Baker. So you got to figure you come in and you enable and empower those 2 guys. I remember when JG came in 23, guys, he came in heavy. That is to say, he came in and he let it be known after Michael Bidwell said they made the move away from Cliff Kingsbury. And what was the one word he cited repeatedly? Accountability. And JG made darn sure there was a lot of accountability those first couple of years as he established the foundation and got his culture in place.
Paul, I want to ask you your prediction as far as the impact he could have on Marvin Harrison Jr., and then branching off of that, what kind of impact could Mike LaFleur have on the offense to maintain the level of play that we saw from Michael Wilson and Trey McBride this past year?
Well, obviously, the Rams have done a great job of featuring 2 receivers, right? They had the leading receiver in the league in Puka Nacua, and they had the leading touchdown receptions leader in Devontae Adams. And they had some pretty darn good tight ends as well. So they found a way. I mean, they found a way to run the ball. They found a way to get the ball to their playmakers. So that's got to be encouraging. That's got to give you confidence. They're going to figure out a way to use Michael Wilson and Marvin Harrison Jr., and one guy's targets won't cannibalize the other guy's production. That's the key to me in watching the Cardinals this last year. The other thing, and we all know this from playing the Rams twice a year for how many, same with Shanahan, nobody does a better job with getting these guys in motion. In 2024, you could count on 2 hands, literally, how many snaps Marvin Harrison Jr. was in motion. Now, they changed that, quite a bit this year, and at times it was really effective. But between the appendicitis and the foot injury, the heel injury, the ankle injury, all the above, obviously curtailed Marvin's season. But, I mean, nobody, I mean, honestly, if the Cardinals have one competitive advantage in the best division in the NFL, it's got to be the fact that they have potentially 2 elite receivers, and they definitely have the best tight end in the game. If they can unlock and maximize those 3 weapons, then guess what? That's something the other teams don't have, that sort of depth.
You know what, Paulie, man, I wanted to ask you about Mike LaFleur and, not calling plays for the Rams and how concerned you are about that. But we have no time, Paulie. And as a sideline guy, I really don't care what your answer is on that.
Wolf, I hope your training for the Cardinals climb is going better than just, your jazzercise with the hand weights you do at 5 a.m. every morning. I mean, you better be doing more than the jazzercise with hand weights to get ready for Cardinals climb.
Yes, okay, Paulie. Thank you, man. Appreciate you, Paul. I love you.
Yeah. I'm busy.
Yeah.
Thanks, Paulie. Paul Calvisi, the Cardinals sideline reporter, joining us here on Arizona Sports. Could you hit him any harder with the flat shovel?
I start laughing before I even rip him. It's a dead giveaway.
You can't even get into a rip job because you're just like laughing.
Yes.
All
cracking myself up.
Really quickly, before we go to break, I want to pass this along because I don't think we'll get another chance to mention it. Dylan Brooks was named Western Conference Player of the Week this past week in the NBA.
There you go.
So how about that?
Think about it. Yeah. Pistons, Cavs.
The 40 points he had against the Pistons. Ooh.
Yeah.
On his T-shirt night, no less. All right, coming up next, who is going to be the quarterback for Mike LaFleur here in Arizona? That's next. Wolf and Luke Mitch Veraldis in for Luke here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. President's Day weekend is when serious buyers step up, and that's why Tim Hovig's Santan Ford isn't waiting. That's right. They kicked the President's Day sale off early. Oh, my goodness, you got to get on over to Santan Ford, Basinonians. We're talking about if you need a new or pre-owned Ford, you got to find your way to santanford.com or head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert. They have kicked off the President's Day sales event early. That means the best selection is on right now. So now is the time to make your move. Once a year, President's Day pricing on beautiful new Fords with serious sale numbers behind it. Early birds always get the best selection at the world-famous Tim Hovig's Santan Ford. Head on over to the Santan 202 Freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert or go to santanford.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, I know so many people that retired, they worked so hard, they built up that nest egg, and then they don't realize that they're going to get hit on taxes, even on Social Security. How do you help people like that?
Well, here's the thing. I think you're absolutely right. Number one, Social Security tax comes by surprise. People almost always owe money their first year in retirement because they never thought Social Security is taxable. That's why it's important to have a financial plan that includes a tax plan. And how do you do that? You have tax efficient or tax-free retirement in retirement, not just all those 401ks and IRAs. And there's tons of solutions there.
As long as I've worked with you, you've always said it's not about how much money you make, it's about how much money you're able to keep. If you want a great plan going forward, call Stuart Willis from Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Equipment can be expensive for families with kids participating in youth sports, but you can help. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Arizona Sports is proud to partner with Earnhardt Auto Centers for this year's Second Chance Sports Gear Drive for the kids at Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. All February long, we're asking our listeners to donate new or slightly used sports equipment during this year's drive. You can donate gear at any of the 17 Valley Earnhardt Auto Centers or give online. Text GEAR to 620-620. We'll send you the link. That's GEAR to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Low T? Start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
This is a league about wins and losses. We just felt like we were going in the wrong direction and we needed to change course.
The Arizona Cardinals head coaching search is officially over. Yes, that's right. Mike LaFleur, Rams offensive coordinator, is heading to the Cardinals on a 5-year deal.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Wolf and Luke.
I'm a big fan of this off-season theme of the Cardinal decision. And I think this was by far the biggest of the offseason, was deciding who the next head coach was going to be. But there's a lot more Cardinal decisions that have to be made, Ron Wolfley.
Yes.
Namely among them, quarterback position. Now, for what it's worth, they have 2 quarterbacks that are under contract right now.
Okay.
They have Kyler Murray and they have Jacoby Brissett.
All right, Minch.
Both of them started last year.
Yes.
Both of them are still on the roster right now. So, technically speaking, you are going into this year with 2 capable quarterbacks. I'm not saying the greatest or I'm not saying the worst. I'm just saying capable.
Yes.
The likelihood of one of those guys not being here at the start of the season, we kind of all agree that Kyler Murray is likely not to be around at the start of this season. But the door is not technically closed yet. Or is it?
Yeah, right. That is the question right there. Is it closed? Is it not closed? I mean, honestly, I would imagine the number one question that if I'm Mike LaFleur that I had in the interview is Kyler Murray. What are you guys going to do with Kyler Murray? Or maybe the number one question with Michael Bidwell and Monty Ossenford for Mike LaFleur was, tell me about Kyler Murray. What are your thoughts as you watch Kyler Murray? What are your thoughts on him, and would you be interested in keeping him? I mean, that is where I would think you have to start the conversation. Now, maybe they had pleasantries, you know what I mean, before they actually dove in.
Like, hey, how's it going?
Exactly. I'm sure they did some
off-season?
things, Minch, but, you know, to me, that had to be the elephant in the room for both parties. So what was the answer on that? And that's why I would imagine, man, after, hey, how do you feel about being the Arizona Cardinals head coach? After that, what are you going to do with Kyler Murray? To me, would be question 2.
It'll get asked. I think it would be a malpractice of our media brethren if the question were not asked about how you feel about Kyler Murray.
I think, honestly, it's got to be number 2.
Dan Graziano was on SportsCenter. This is fresh from today. I haven't even gotten a chance to hear this yet. this is his opinion on the Kyler Murray Cardinals tandem in the future that holds.
So I think the feeling ever since about mid-season when Jacoby Brissett took over, Kyler Murray got hurt, was that the Cardinals were planning to move on from Kyler after the season. And when you talk to people around the league, that still seems to me to be the expectation. I think they would love to be able to trade him, but roughly $40 million in fully guaranteed money this year. And if he's on your roster third day of the league year, then his $19.5 million salary for next year, 2027, becomes fully guaranteed. So hard to see a team wanting to trade for that. If they are moving on, as expected, the Cardinals would have to release Kyler Murray prior to the third day of the league year to avoid that 2027 guarantee. He would then become a free agent, be able to sign with anybody, and we could go through any list we want about teams that might be interested in a veteran quarterback this offseason.
If I may offer my opinion on what is likely going to have to be a severance of the contract as opposed to trading it away, I feel like at the end of the day, the Cardinals are going to have to pay a hefty sum. I don't know how having that hefty sum on their roster is going to immediately on paper translate into the wins that Michael Bidwill is looking for, right? Like I think the Broncos, as an example, are the extreme in terms of being able to cut ties with your expensive quarterback and being able to spend whatever dollars you have remaining, drafting whatever players you were able to draft.
Yeah.
I think they're the extreme example of, wow, this worked out incredibly well. I wouldn't necessarily say it's worked out the greatest for like the Giants, or is it going to work out so well for the Falcons if they decide to move on from Kirk Cousins, if they can't trade him, the Dolphins with Tua Tagovailoa, and then first year in a brand new regime there. There's a lot that they have to weigh if that's the route that they have to end up going. Because I don't think, regardless of the decision, I don't think it's going to translate into a ton of wins this first year. I really don't.
You know, for me right now, I've talked about this ad nauseum, yet at the same time, I just don't see a scenario in which Kyler Murray does come back. I don't see a scenario in which he comes back and you can reinstate him as your starting quarterback. I just don't see that. Now, you know, once again, do I think the Arizona Cardinals might be able to get something for him? Yes. And the reason why I say that is because he is very, very talented. He's a very talented quarterback. And having said that, I know that there are some offensive minds that are out there that believe they can fix Kyler Murray. The question is to what degree? Yesterday we were talking about the fact that the Cardinals, the asking price was a second-round pick, allegedly, right? It was a ballpark type figure. The asking price is a second-round pick.
This is all allegedly.
And why would that be important to a team? They don't want him to be a free agent where now they're battling to sign him to a contract. Where they're battling with somebody else when they could get him under contract with a contract he already has, and maybe they would have to give up something of value to bring him in. But at least they wouldn't be fighting with everyone else to sign him as a free agent, and maybe that'd be the reason why they'd be willing to give up a second-round pick, hear me out, and the Arizona Cardinals contributing to some of the salary that they're going to pay.
That's just it. Is I feel like whatever avenue they end up going down, they're going to have to pay Kyler Murray either all of or a majority of the money that he is owed on his contract, which I, again, say that it's going to be slim pickings in terms of like off-season free agent additions, and that puts an extra emphasis on this draft class coming up, which, you know, we like to quantify draft classes by how sexy the quarterback group is, but as far as like the meat and potatoes options and all that, there's nobody that's really screaming at me personally right now in terms of they can immediately come in and help this organization. I just don't see it.
Yes.
Not yet.
Yes, I would agree with that assessment, but the Kyler Murray question has got to be answered first and foremost.
I'm curious what they're going to end up doing, and more so what route they're able to choose and get. Because there are every team is always looking for some sort of quarterback help, whether it's somebody that has a starter or does not.
Yes, and
somebody
Mitch,
will want him.
Once again, I will promise you, there are coordinators that are out there that are saying, we can rebuild this guy. It's happened now with Daniel Jones, Sam Darnold. It's happened.
That's going to do it for this edition of the Wolf and Luke Show. We got Burns and Gambo up next here on Arizona Sports.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader and Phoenix Suns play-by-play.
Booker on the penetration. It's up to Williams. He'll throw it down. What a look from Devin Booker.
Download the Arizona Sports app. Presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Chick-fil-A's new frosted sodas and floats. It's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new frosted soda or float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious. Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Saturday, February the 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart, any style, any budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. For the one, we'll help you propose with a dream engagement ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes, in stock and ready to compare side by side. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
KMVP-FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have found their new head coach. Mike LaFleur has gotten the job to be the next Arizona Cardinals head coach. LaFleur has been the offensive coordinator for the Los Angeles Rams over the past 3 seasons under Sean McVay, and of course is also the younger brother of Green Bay Packers head coach Matt LaFleur. The Phoenix Suns did fall to the Los Angeles Clippers last night, but in good news, Devin Booker was named to his 5th career All-Star game, and Dylan Brooks has earned Western Conference Player of the Week. And that is what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Streets up to the claw on this Monday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, filling in for John Gambadoro, Tim Ring on this Monday.
You know,
afternoon.
Burnsy, hey, buddy, the bat phone rang.
And you picked it up.
I guess Gambo opened up the window and influenza. But thanks. I'll be here all week.
Well, actually, you'll be here today and tomorrow.
Today
and
tomorrow.
Until Gambo gets over his influenza,
right.
which has got him homesick today. But before we get too deep into this, because obviously we've got a lot of Mike LaFleur news to cover, and Tim Ring's going to be in for Gambo at least today and tomorrow. Hopefully, Gambo's feeling better. When we weigh in on our top story of the day, we'll weigh in with the co-host of the Burns and Gambo Show. So let's hit our top story of the day sounder right here, shall we?
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Just joining us from his home studio, even though he is racked with influenza A and will be out sick for at least the next couple of days. John Gambadoro joining his own show to share with us on what he's learned about Mike LaFleur being the new coach of the Arizona Cardinals. Gambo, what's going on?
Birdsy, what's going on?
How you feeling, buddy? How you feeling?
I sat next to on Tuesday's game. I went to the games Tuesday and Thursday, the Suns game. And on Tuesday, I sat next to this guy. I think he was a scout, and he's got the cough drops there, and he's coughing. I left for like 40 minutes. I'm like, oh my God, this guy can't stop coughing. 2 days later, I told Burns, I sat next to this guy. I'm not starting not to feel good. By Friday, I was sick. Saturday, I went to urgent care. They're like, yeah, you got influenza A. You got the flu. I'm like, that son of a gun. So, those press boxes you squeeze tight in section 102. I'm right next to this guy, and he couldn't stop coughing, and I ended up getting the flu. I missed one time in my life I've taken off sick. In 30 years, one time. And now I'm going to be out at least 2 days.
Well, you sound like you're doing at least okay.
I feel a little better today. I feel a little bit better today.
But
he's probably a scout for the Pelicans too, or some other crappy team.
I don't know, man.
Right,
I'm
exactly.
a freaking guy. Like, dude, if you're that sick where you like got 18 cough drops on the table and you cough, just don't sit next to people.
I mean, at least be a scout for a good
just
team,
stay home,
right? Like the Knicks or the Thunder or something like that. Instead, it was some awful team like
Son
that.
of a gun.
All right, well, that didn't stop you from doing the Gambo thing and trying to figure out what you could learn about this Mike LaFleur news that came down yesterday. Tim and I are going to be talking about it most of the day, but what were you able to find out about it, Gambo?
Well, Adam Schefter came out that LaFleur was going to get the job, and we were quickly able to come out there with a lot of information about that. The Cardinals called Mike LaFleur yesterday morning. They did finish their interview with Clint Kubiak the night before. They did complete that interview, which we put out in the morning yesterday. And then they got up in the morning, they called Mike LaFleur, and they offered him the job. He immediately took it. The Arizona Cardinals had 6 in-person meetings, Burnsy, 6 in-person interviews. 4 of those previously had Zoom meetings. There were another 10 candidates that did have Zoom meetings, and they never advanced. So 10 candidates had Zoom meetings. They never got to the next round. 6 people did in-person interviews, and 4 of those also did Zoom before. And there were 2 that never went from Zoom. They just went right to in-person. So in the end, I would say they had it down to like 6. And they ended up going with Mike LaFleur after the meeting with Kubiak. And I can't tell you one way or the other, how the Kubiak interview went. The only thing I can say is that they did call LaFleur yesterday morning. They made the phone call, and they offered him the job, and he accepted it right away. They did tell LaFleur when he was in here last week, he was in for a 2-day interview, that they had one more interview they had to complete. So they didn't offer him the job then. They just told him what they told every other candidate, is that they had not completed their search yet. And when they got to LaFleur, they did say there was one more interview left that we have to complete, and when we're done with that, then we'll make a decision.
You know, Gamble, a lot of Cardinal fans concerned about the fact that the Cardinals, if they knew LaFleur was the guy, why didn't they just give him the job and identify that last week, especially when it was a pretty widely known consensus that Kubiak was probably heading towards the Raiders, given the situation there. Is there anything you learned about why it played out process-wise the way it did?
Yeah, because they wanted to complete the process, and that's why everything was just, they kept everything, close. There were no leaks. They wanted to just complete the process. So it wasn't about, did they like LaFleur? Look, me and Bernsey said it last week. If they can come away with LaFleur, that's pretty good. I think we were a little concerned if they came away with Weaver as their head coach or Raheem Morris as their head coach. I think a lot of us thought that LaFleur was just going to go back to the Rams and stay. So I think there's some, there is some general excitement that they ended up getting LaFleur, because I think we thought after the interview process was over that maybe that ship had sailed. But the only thing that I could gather out of it is that they had a process, they wanted to complete it, and that process did include an interview with Kubiak. So I don't think they wanted to offer the job to LaFleur before they completed the process, which included the interview with Clint Kubiak.
But obviously they must have, I hate to use the phrase in their pocket, but they must have felt that LaFleur was
comfortable that he wasn't going to bail on them in the week they were waiting.
Was kind of in their pocket a little bit, that they could afford to go have a conversation with Kubiak and not worry that LaFleur was going to say, on second thought, never mind, I don't want the job, right? Because I know you don't necessarily know that, but I think it's fair to speculate that given you use the word immediately, he immediately agreed to become the next coach of the Cardinals.
Yes.
Which kind of suggests to me that the Cardinals did kind of have him in their pocket a little bit, which allowed them the freedom to explore things with Clint Kubiak. Yeah,
I'm sure they felt pretty good about it. I'm sure that they weren't told that. Well, what they were obviously weren't told was, I'm taking my name out of consideration. That never became a factor there, right? He never took his name out of consideration. He did his 2-day interview. They did not offer him the job then. They had good discussions. They told him that they wanted to complete the process, which was the one more interview. Obviously, he knew, and everybody knew it was going to be Kubiak. And from there, they interviewed Kubiak. They finished it at night. They finished it Saturday night. And then yesterday morning, they made the call. Now, what I don't know, and I'm not even going to speculate on it, is what happened between the finalizing the interview with Kubiak and the call they made to LaFleur in the morning. I mean, those 10 hours, I can't tell you what happened there. I can't tell you if they made an offer to Kubiak or if they just felt like when they got done with that interview with Kubiak that LaFleur was the right guy. They may have felt all along that he was going to go to the Raiders, but they wanted to speak with him anyway. But yes, they didn't call anybody else. So when they got up in the morning yesterday, the only call they made was to LaFleur to offer him the job. There was not another plan B.
Gamble, let's get some thoughts on the hire itself. I mean, we're going to hear from Monty, presumably Mike tomorrow, but in your reporting, any insight as to why they believe Mike LaFleur is the guy? And also, what do you think about the hire?
I reported earlier today. It's something that everybody was just trying to figure out, and it hadn't been reported yet. But I did report that LaFleur is going to call plays for the Arizona Cardinals. Now, you remember he called plays for the Rams against the Cardinals and had like a career day. So he has been a play caller before, but the last 3 years with McVay and with the Rams and McVay, he hasn't really called the plays. He just a few games here and there. One was against the Cardinals. I think he's a great. I think he's a great offensive mind. He's 38 years old. I think a lot of it depends on the defensive coordinator they hire. I hope they get a really good one. I do like that he's going to call plays because I think the success the Cardinals have had in the past has been with good offensive minds, right? They had success with Kingsbury, and they had success with Wisenhunt. They had success with B.A. So I think they've had more success with offensive guys than defensive guys like Gannon and Wilkes. And Gannon didn't call the defense, and we all thought he should have. He comes from a great tree. You can't deny it. Zach Taylor, Brandon Staley, Kevin O'Connell, Raheem Morris, Liam Cohen with Jacksonville. It's a good tree to come from with McVay. I just think what's going to be really imperative here is the staff that they build around him. Because this is a team coming off a 3-14 record. They're well behind the Rams, the 49ers, and the Seahawks. So I think a lot of it's going to be very important as to what kind of staff. But as far as an offensive mind, look, I don't know who the future quarterback is going to be, but I like that. I like that whatever quarterback comes in is going to have LaFleur and his offensive brilliance helping that quarterback.
All right, Gambo, terrific stuff as always. Now it's time for you to go rest up and get better because this is no joke with what you're dealing with.
I know, the flu.
So
Vicks
Vapor Rub, man.
Vapor Rub, that's right.
Vicks, oh, man, I got that stuff all over my body
That's
right now,
old school, man.
Yeah, my wife got me to stick Vicks, and Pedialyte. I love the Pedialyte.
Right, so
Pedialyte.
hydrate and rub that Vicks all over the place, and hopefully you'll be back in here by Wednesday. But, man, take your time because it's no joke. And you just next time you're sitting next to a scout who's coughing up phlegm all over the place,
son of a gun,
go sit somewhere else. Go sit in a different spot. Thanks, Gambo.
Right,
we appreciate it.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, good work, John Gambadoro, with the latest on what he's come to learn about the hiring of Mike LaFleur.
We use Pedialyte when we're hungover, right, Bernsey?
I don't know what you're talking about, Tim. What could you be referring to?
How about that Gambo, though, stepping up when he's down on his deathbed?
First
to give us some information.
One sick day in 30 years, so he claims. But now he's going to be taking
is there a dispute on that?
No, I mean, I'm just based off of our conversation walking in here. You're like, I don't know. It feels like I filled in for him a couple times when he was sick before. But
bet him on lunch, and you can maybe even the score on the Suns bet, whether or not these are accurate claims.
Oh, no. He's taking me to the cleaners on that one. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we will react, Tim Ring and I, to the news from over the weekend. Mike LaFleur is the new head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. There was turbulence, but did they land the plane? That's next on Arizona Sports.
The Cardinals have hired Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur as their next head coach.
The Cardinals were very thorough in their process. They took their time, and they obviously feel comfortable that Mike LaFleur can not only run an offense, but run an entire organization. They may have been last, but they'll get the last laugh if their coach can turn around the franchise.
What does the LaFleur as head coach hire mean for the future of Kyler Murray and the desert? We're chopping up the Cardinal decision today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'll be straight with you. I don't usually talk supplements. I'm skeptical by default. Most of them sell shortcuts, and shortcuts don't work. That's why I take M-Drive. I've been taking it for years. Not because it's flashy, because it makes sense. It's about routine, showing up every day, respecting what your body can still do even as it changes. Look, if you're still working, still competing and grinding, you probably noticed it. Energy dips, weight sticks around longer, burning it off gets harder. That's not laziness, that's biology. M-Drive Boost and Burn was built for that stage of life. It supports steady energy, a healthy metabolism, and fat burning. So the work you put in actually counts. No hype. M-Drive's been around nearly 20 years. High quality, clinically tested ingredients made right here in America. It fits my routine. Simple, consistent. You can find M-Drive Boost and Burn at Sprouts, Amazon, or at mdriveformen.com. Taking care of your health matters. Don't put it off. M-Drive, for men who still show up.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Hey, whether it's our Arizona Ford dealers or the Phoenix Open, it's time to drive one.
Time for the 9th annual Ford Drive One for Arizona Charities, closest to the pin contest on the iconic 16th hole. Yep, Paul Calvisi here. Every year, this is a win-win for fans and even better, charities here in the AZ. And it's real simple. As the pro who knocks it closest to the pin during the first few rounds will win 10 grand in cash for the charity of their choice, including Gabriel's Angels, Military Assistance Mission, Harvest Compassion, First Tee of Phoenix, Soul Survivor Inc., Eden Village, Veterans Community Project, Salvation Army of Phoenix, and UMOM New Day Center. And don't forget, it's Ford Free Days. They are back. Yep, that Monday and Tuesday at Phoenix Open Week. Come on out, get in free. Everyone gets in free on February 2nd and 3rd. Ford Free Days, courtesy of our Arizona Ford dealers.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here for Legacy Green Solutions, the Valley's most trusted team for over 25 years when it comes to artificial grass, putting greens, and hardscape. They transform my backyard into a true oasis. The artificial grass looks incredible. And listen, spring is the time to act. If you're thinking about switching to artificial grass, do it before the summer heat. Text GREEN to 620-620 for their special spring offer of 15% off or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Want to make the most of your tax refund? File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it. With a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
This is a league about wins and losses. We just felt like we were going in the wrong direction and we needed to change course.
The Arizona Cardinals head coaching surge is officially over. Yes, that's right. Mike LaFleur, Rams offensive coordinator, is heading to the Cardinals on a 5-year deal.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Burns and Gambo.
Yeah, this is a tough one here. So Mike LaFleur is ready for this job. He has been, I think people have had him as a potential head coaching candidate for quite some time. But think about the division he walks into right now.
Yeah.
The rest of the teams in the division went at 38 combined wins this past season. The Seahawks, the 49ers, and the Rams all won at least 12 games. The Seahawks, of course, are playing in the Super Bowl right now. And you mentioned it, Tim. This job is going to be one that's going to require some patience.
That is Field Yates on NFL Live today. We got a lot of sound. Tim Ring is in for Gambo today and tomorrow, as Gambo is homesick, but he was kind enough to join us in the first segment to share with us what he knew. Shout out to our audience in Wickenburg for joining us on this Monday. Wondering how the folks in Wickenburg feel about Mike LaFleur as the next head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, Tim. As I referenced in the last segment as I was taking us to a break, there's been a lot of turbulence on this flight the last 3 weeks or so to get us to this point. Did they land the plane over the weekend with Mike LaFleur? Did all's well that ends well, ... or is it more complicated than that?
Can't answer that right now. I mean, I would love, and I know it's part of the sports radio genre to sit up here and say, they got it right, or this is terrible, and you're definitive one way or the other. I think, Burnsy, we can look at the process, the way it played out. We can look at the pros of Mike LaFleur's resume and the coaching tree. Not only Sean McVay, but Kyle Shanahan, and they're all part of the same tree.
Yep.
They're all part of the Mike Shanahan, and let's go back to Bill Walsh. Why not throw it all out there when you talk about the coaching tree? But do we know if this is the right hire? No, I can't sit here on the radio in early February, a day after he got the job, and say they got this right. We don't know. History tells us. I mean, okay, Mike, you're up. You fix it. I mean, we look at the history of the organization. I don't have to remind people. 6 playoff appearances in nearly 3 decades, 5 division titles in the history of the franchise, quarterback questions in the immediate, the NFLPA report cards, the reputation of ownership in the Valley over the long haul.
All the stuff we know.
And again, so this is a tough gig.
Yeah.
And when you factor in what the NFC West is doing right now, and they're exactly right. I mean, they're 3 of the best teams in football. Mike LaFleur has got a job on his hands. Now, is he the right guy? I just don't know.
Yeah.
And I try to, I'm just trying to be honest with the listener. I don't know. I don't think anybody does. You can take a stab at it right here, but I just don't know.
No, it's the only right answer to have. I mean, if you're just going to be fair to the audience and fair to yourself, I don't know either. All I know is that for reasons which I'll explain over the course of the day,
we're
we're going to uncover every single corner there is to be uncovered about this. I break it down this way. Among the names that were known that the Cardinals had interest in, okay, the ones that they could legitimately get, okay, I'm not talking about the Harbaughs or even the Stefanskis of the world, or heck, even at this point, the Halfleys or the Salas of the world, of the names that were legitimately attainable. Yeah. Kubiak's another one, which I don't think was legitimately attainable. Of the names that were legitimately there to be had, this is the one I like the best. Okay, now whether that means he's going to be a good coach or not, I don't know. I like the tree. I like the fact that he comes from a division rival. I like that he's coached for McVay and Shanahan. I like the success that other guys who have coached for McVay have had in the league. And for that reason, I like this option the best as opposed to another assistant from another program because he doesn't come from that tree, one, or two, a guy who's getting his second head coaching chance, because I didn't love any of those names. I didn't love Matt Nagy, and I didn't love Vance Joseph, and I didn't love Arthur Smith, and I didn't love Raheem Morris as a head coach.
I agree with that.
Like all of those guys did nothing for me at all. So as I narrow my pool down into what moves the needle for me, I go, okay, I'm taking those guys and I'm throwing them out, and I'm taking the guys that I didn't have a shot at anyway, and I'm not counting them. And among the guys they could get, this is the one that I like the best because I think you bet on the tree and you bet on the success guys who have come from under McVay have had. Does that mean I know it's going to work? No, I have no idea if this is going to work, Tim Ring. Not a clue.
No, and when you look at what he's accomplished so far as an assistant coach, there are some pluses, there are some minuses, there are some concerns. It's all fair. It's all there on the table. In terms of the other guys they probably could have hired, we're not going to know because they're not head coaches yet. And they've gone back to being defensive coordinators.
Right.
So maybe in 5 years, those guys will get their opportunities, and then we can have a fair conversation. Did the Cardinals in January and February of 2026 get it right? But for now, you look at the lineage. This is a guy that learned under Kyle Shanahan, learned under Sean McVay. I understand he didn't call the plays. I also understand that when Robert Saleh brought him to New York, figuring he had learned enough under Kyle Shanahan to call the plays for the Jets, didn't go all that well.
No, it didn't.
Now, he didn't have a quarterback either. Mm-hmm. But he also doesn't have a quarterback here yet.
Mm-mm. Nope.
No, and we'll get into the Kyler Murray thing later.
That's like the huge, like this is chapter 1 of this book. Chapter 2 is the Kyler chapter and the quarterback. That's a huge chapter in this book, Tim.
But, Bernsey, he's been around winning organizations.
Yes.
2 teams into the Super Bowl with him on the staff, the Falcons and the 49ers, okay, under Kyle Shanahan. Shanahan was an offensive coordinator in Atlanta, but still been around 2 organizations that went to the Super Bowl, and then obviously working for Sean McVay, who's been there a couple of times. His brother's a coach in the league. I mean, so there's a lot to like when you look at the resume of a first-time head coach. He's going to be 39 next month. There's positives to that. There are also negatives to that.
He's also been in the league, like you say, for 12 years. I mean, he's it's not like he's young, but it's not like he's young in the NFL in the sense that he's only been in the league for St. Cliff Kingsbury we're talking about, right? Who's never coached a lick in the National Football League. This is somebody who spent nearly a decade and a half coaching in the NFL.
And we're real interested in knowing who the staff is going to be. Yes. Does he get autonomy to hire the staff? Does Monty weigh in on that? Can he convince Gus Bradley to come over and be the defensive coordinator? I think that would be a really good hire. If the offensive coordinator is not going to call the plays, what kind of guy can you get to take that job? Whether or not he should be calling the plays, I have some thoughts on that. We'll get into it. But one other thing before the break, and we touched on this, you and I, earlier via email. Obviously, Mike LaFleur is going to lean on McVay, Shanahan, and Matt LaFleur, his older brother, on whether or not he should take this job. Mm-hmm. Sean McVay obviously has a vested interest in keeping him, but also wants to see his assistants go on and do well. So really, it's Matt LaFleur's opinion that I think Mike may have cherished the most. If Matt LaFleur wants to find out what it's like coaching the Cardinals, who do you think he's going to ask?
The guy who was just the head
I
coach
don't
of
know.
the Cardinals.
His new defensive coordinator. And the fact that those conversations were had, no doubt, and Jonathan Gannon didn't say, oh, my God, stay away. Stay away. Can't win there.
Yeah.
I'm guessing Jonathan Gannon did not say that because Mike LaFleur took the job. So to me, that's almost a good sign that Jonathan Gannon, despite not winning here, having a dismal record and getting fired, didn't throw up enough red flags that the LaFleur family would say, Mike, you're 38 years old. Don't go there.
You got your whole life in front of you, man. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Don't do it, Mikey.
So to me, the fact that Jonathan Gannon probably gave it a thumbs up and didn't say, oh, my God, stay away, is a good sign to me.
That's why I'm glad you're filling in today. I never would have thought of that myself. That's
Doesn't mean everything's going to be hunky dory and they're on their way to a Super Bowl in 3 or 4 years. I'm just saying that was an interesting element to the story because Matt LaFleur talked to Gannon about the Cardinals job.
Yeah. You would assume
100% guaranteed.
Yeah. If you were Gambo, this is the part where you would have said good night, everybody, because that would have been the most pertinent thing he would have said all day. And he'd be like, all right, I'm out of here. Good night, everybody. See ya. We got a lot more to unpack with Mike LaFleur. Obviously, a lot more to talk about. We'll take calls to eventually. Mike LaFleur is going to be introduced at a press conference tomorrow at noon. You will be able to hear that press conference here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM tomorrow starting at noon. But when we come back with Tim Ring filling in for Gambo today, we turn our attention to the Phoenix Suns. A net positive this weekend for the Suns, given that they beat the Cavs, lost to the Clippers. We'll talk Suns basketball next here with Ringer filling in for Gambo on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And again, a disappointing night tonight in downtown Phoenix, but there haven't been many of them lately. Suns will have their 3-game win streak snapped as they lose by the final score of 117-93 here at Mortgage Matchup Center.
Suns couldn't clip them at home. More reaction to Suns Clippers on the way at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear from Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, what makes Waltz the best choice for all of our listeners?
Well, Beck, we're local and we will beat any price. But I would say that it's really our knowledge and expertise that sets us apart. We offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a pro. Or come see us and get what you want when you want it.
Take your fandom to the next level by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner or online at waltz.com.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Football fans, this is it. The biggest game of the season goes down Sunday, February the 8th. So head to Talking Stick Resort and Casino, Arizona for the ultimate big game watch party. Catch every play on massive screens. Enjoy food and drink specials, raffles, giveaways, and more. Doors open at 3:30 p.m., so arrive early and get your spot. Grab your crew, bring the energy, and be where the action is. The big game watch party at Talking Stick Resort and Casino, Arizona on Sunday, February the 8th.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you stuck staring at your W-2? Are tax refund worries holding you back? You probably have FOMO, the fear of messing up. The fix? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. It's time to overcome your fear of messing up and get your taxes done right. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch, Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey, Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DIS. Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
People come from all over the world to see you. Why is that?
Well, I think we built a reputation for cutting-edge surgery, getting people back to life quickly and with less downtime. My father pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, which is an ultra minimally invasive treatment option for treating herniated discs and stenosis. And I guess the word's getting out.
You're being modest, Doc. Athletes from all over the world come here to see you.
It's certainly a privilege to take care of professional athletes, but most of our patients are just everyday people wanting to get back to work and back to enjoying life with their families.
If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
They're going to go nuts when he hits this thing.
The People's Open is back. See the PGA Tour's best tee it up at the 2026 WM Phoenix Open, February 2nd through the 8th at TPC Scottsdale. Get tournament and ticket info at WMPhoenixOpen.com.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have found their new head coach. Mike LaFleur has gotten the job to be the next Arizona Cardinals head coach. LaFleur has been the offensive coordinator for the Los Angeles Rams over the past 3 seasons under Sean McVay and is also the younger brother of Green Bay Packers head coach Matt LaFleur. The Phoenix Suns fell to the Los Angeles Clippers last night, but in good news, Devin Booker was named to his 5th All-Star game, and Dylan Brooks has been named Western Conference Player of the Week. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. We'll get you ready for Suns Blazers, a rare road game. Will Devin Booker or Jalen Green be on the court? The fun starts at 6 on Arizona Sports, 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Tim, since you're filling in for Gambo, it's like you get to call into a radio station back in the 80s and request a song. Do you want to hear John Bloom's play-by-play cut from the win or the loss this past weekend? Your call.
Well, that's a tough one. Let's begin on a happy note, and let's call one from the Cavs.
As the Suns fans get to their feet for the final few seconds off the clock, Suns win. Final score tonight, 126-113. They knock off the Cavs, their 3rd straight victory. They've won 9 of their last 10 here at home, and they end Cleveland's 5-game win streak, taking full control, leading by as many as 30 tonight, and winning by 13.
I actually want to hear something from the Sixers win a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I bet you do. Gee, I wonder who was on the call for that one. It was a busy weekend for the Phoenix Suns as Tim Ring's filling in for Gambo today here on Burns and Gambo. A crazy who could have seen it coming win against Cleveland on Friday night, in which they were up by 30 points in the 4th quarter. I mean, just blew the doors off of one of the best teams in the Eastern Conference on the second night of a back-to-back for the Suns after they had beaten the Pistons handily the night before.
With no Devin Booker.
With no Devin Booker and with Jalen Green, falling on his back and in a very painful-looking injury on Friday and still winning very, very comfortably. Then you find out Devin Booker's going to the All-Star game. Then we find out Jalen Green's out against the Clippers. And then what I still think is a net positive from the weekend for the Suns, the loss last night to L.A. at home, in which, Jeff Van Gundy dialed it up against the boys last night defensively because there was nothing. The Suns, the stat of the night last night, and I still think the weekend was a net positive. The stat of the night for me was that they made 12 shots that were not 3-pointers last night. That's crazy.
It's the story of the game. Story of the game.
12 the whole game.
I get it. Rebounding. I mean, the Clippers out-rebounded them by 28. They outscored them in the paint by 46. But one of the reasons why they outscored them in the paint by 46 is the Suns could not make a shot inside the arc.
Could not.
I mean, I have never seen anything like it. And that game got away from them. We can kind of go through it with a fine-tooth comb if we want to, but you look at that game, at the half. The Suns were down by only 6. I mean, the game was still in reach, very much so. Actually, they cut it to 7 a couple of times in the third quarter. But the Clippers had game control. They were obviously dominating the Suns on the glass. Their length and their size were giving the Suns all kinds of problems. And maybe that played a part in the Suns missing all those shots inside the arc. But a lot of that self-inflicted. Like they play that game again. I trust the Grayson Allens and the Dylan Brooks and the Colin Gillespies are not going to miss the looks they had inside the paint. I mean, think about it. They're down by 6 at the half. In the first quarter, they were 2 for 11 from inside the arc on 2-point field goals. And I remember sitting at home and I'm charting the game, and I'm like, well, this is not going to continue. They're going to shoot the ball better, and they're going to do what the Suns do, and they're going to find a way to win the game. They shot 1 for 12 inside the arc in the third quarter.
Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. It was like I was at the game, and I was sitting next to Kellen, and it was remarkable how, my God, they've made 24 baskets and 15 of them are threes, or we were just kind of not charting it, but just sort of following it along. Like the 3-point shot was the only thing that kept them in the game. It was one of those, like, if you had told me ... if you had told me you're going to finish the game with 19 made 3-pointers and only 5 turnovers as a team for the whole game, I'm going to say, what did you win by 12, 13, 15 points? I mean, to outscore the opposition by that much from the 3-point line and be that clean with the basketball that you only had 5 turnovers for the whole game, never would have thought they would have lost the game by 24 points. But it was.
But if you cannot make a shot, inside the, I mean, we'll credit the Clippers. This is one of those outliers. Eddie Johnson talked about it last night on the broadcast. 82-game season, right? You're just going to have nights where it doesn't happen for you. And I'm not trying to excuse this. You don't like to lose games. You don't like to lose games at home. But that was just not the Suns' night. It just wasn't. And then you got Jordan Miller. It's still relatively in reach late in the third.
Yeah.
And from the final 145 of the third to the opening couple of minutes of the fourth, he scored 12 points.
Yeah.
And suddenly a 10-point lead became a 21-point lead, and then it was over.
I will say that, and maybe it's just because I was there and it's been a while since I've been to a Suns game, I do wonder if the Clippers are, and we'll talk more specifically about this a little bit later, if the Clippers are a team to be concerned about in the Western Conference. Like, as a team that, 17-4 in their last 21.
Best record in the NBA since the 20th of December.
They have size. They have physicality. Kawhi is playing out of his mind right now. They didn't have James Harden last night. I mean, there is something that's a little, I know the Suns are where they are record-wise, and it's still 5 games better in the loss column than the Clippers. They've got a nice little lead on them where it matters the most. But, man, it's hard not to walk away from that game last night. I think, man, the Clippers are coming. They're coming. They're coming for your lunch, Suns. And here in another week or two, if they've cut that thing down to 3 games in the loss column, or if they get down to 2 games in the loss column, not that the Suns won't make the play-in or it won't still be a very successful season, but there might be a team to worry about as a threat in the West when it all comes down to this, and might move the Suns down a notch in the pecking order potentially.
To me, if they continue to play like this, it's going to be another team in the party of a group of teams trying to stay out of the play-in. To me, that's what it's going to be.
Yeah.
The problem is we're talking about Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers. Is Kawhi Leonard going to be around in March and April?
It is the question. Yeah.
They constantly do this. They tease us during the regular season with great wins and great play. And by the time April rolls around, they're nowhere to be found.
Yeah. The win on Friday night was extraordinary. And I certainly wouldn't call it fluky, but you shoot 80% in the third quarter the way the Suns did against the Cavs. And again, something else we'll talk about a little later, too. It was interesting hearing Kenny Atkinson's conversation after the game, in which he kind of lobbed some accusation grenades the Suns' way a little bit. It's sounded like maybe he was talking about Dylan Brooks when he sounded off on how that game was officiated. He got run in the fourth quarter, things like that. But I mean, it was hard not to watch that game on Friday and just like, what has gotten into these guys? no Devin Booker. Jalen Green leaves. He gets hurt. He comes back. He plays through it, but eventually he leaves, and he wasn't available the rest of the weekend. But to think that on back-to-back nights they could take two of the real powers of the Eastern Conference and just punch him in the nose on back-to-back nights. It was literally unbelievable to watch on Friday. I think what we were watching from them against the Cavs.
It's difficult when West teams go east. It's difficult when East teams come west, and you got to take advantage of that on your home court. And when the Suns shoot the way they did against the Cavs, even in a game where you don't have Devin Booker, you basically don't have Jalen Green. I mean, if Jordan Goodwin's going to give you 5 threes, and Collins going to give you 4, and Royce is going to give you 4, and Grayson throws on a couple of more for good measure, as does Dylan Brooks, you're going to shoot the ball like that. You're going to knock down 23 threes. You're going to have an opportunity to beat a lot of teams, including the best teams in the league, which is what they did. I mean, that was a fantastic team effort. And unfortunately, they hit a bit of a wall. Thought they really missed Devin Booker last night.
I thought so too. It was impressive against the Pistons and the Cavs that they were able to do what they did offensively without Devin Booker, and I think last night they just wore it. It was like oh yeah. It not that it was fluky what they did in those 2 games, but just a reminder, Devin Booker still very much matters. You still very much need him. This isn't you're not going to be able to do this all the time without him. And by the way, congrats to Book on being named to the All-Star as a representative. It was kind of a little bit of a surprise to see him get it over Kawhi, but it was nice to see that he got it, and we'll find out in a couple of days what team's on. But I agree with you. Last night was very much no, in fact, you do miss Devin Booker, and you do need him in these games moments.
Especially if the majority of the roster can't put the ball in the basket.
Yeah.
Maybe Devin Booker puts the cape on, and suddenly maybe you're up by 4 at the half, and then it's a different game in the second
Or
half.
draws a bunch of attention and frees up other guys to do other things. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, we just got some news that snuck in. And if you were rooting for a certain guy to be a certain coordinator for your certain NFL team, we've got some news for you. You're probably not going to like it next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
AQ Shipley is our guest. The Cardinals have been searching for their head coach. It's Mike LaFleur. I think a pretty positive hire. Your initial thoughts?
Yeah, agree. I actually attribute this very similar to the Penn State coaching hire. It took long. They ultimately got the guy that they probably wanted in the end, right? They put out all the feelers. They met with everybody, but you ultimately get a guy who comes from McVay, comes from Shanahan. He knows this team so well, and he understands the toughness, and he thinks that it's almost there, and hopefully he's the guy that can get us there.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here to tell you about Berg Simpson and the hope, the sincere hope that you won't ever need to call Berg Simpson, because, I would never wish it upon anybody. When my wife and I went through this many years ago, being in an accident, having people injured in an accident, it was awful. It was terrible. It was a long couple of months just trying to get everything fixed, everybody fixed. But what we realized in the middle of that process was that we couldn't do it by ourselves. And we tried, and we ended up doing it by ourselves. And in the end, it absolutely cost us. And it certainly robbed us of peace of mind. It certainly robbed us of the things that we thought we were due because we were not at fault in the accident. And that's why I'm here to tell you about Berg Simpson. Because if you have been in an accident and you have been hurt in an accident, you are going to need the best team to represent you, and the best team is Berg Simpson. If you're ever in need, please call them at 602-777-7000, 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
Taxes was feeling unwelcome. Now Taxes is an open door, literally, to new TurboTax stores. Meet our experts in person.
Hi, welcome in.
They're powered by Smart Tech and ready to do your taxes for you. Get real-time updates while you go about your day. Confident your taxes are done right. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. TurboTax stores opening soon. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone.
Where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
The Renaissance Festival is back. Weekends now through March 29th. Be ready to have a great time. Amazing adventure awaits the entire family. New shows, shopping, jousting nights, non-stop feasting. Leave your cares behind. Happiness reigns at the Renaissance Festival. It's fun and affordable. Visit now through March 29th. Discount tickets available at Bashas' and Food City or online at arizona.renfestinfo.com. Presented by Delta Airlines, Bashas', Food City, Pepsi, Budweiser, and Guinness.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta. February means the annual Second Chance Sports Gear Drive for Kids with Earnhardt Auto Centers. I'm here with Chris Kerr, the Corporate VP of Marketing. Chris, tell us more about the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive for Kids.
Well, you're right. It's the greatest way I think we can kick off a 75th anniversary milestone, 1951 to 2026. And this one's all about the kids, all about Boys and Girls Club of the Valley. Athletics and getting kids involved with sports can be a costly venture. And we want to supply equipment to these kids and these families at the Boys and Girls Club so families don't have to worry about that. We're looking for people to donate gently used or even new equipment at any one of our 17 locations valley-wide. I mean, whether you're in the East Valley, West Valley, North or South, you're never more than 5-10 minutes away from an Earnhardt Auto Center. We want this to be convenient and take in things that we'll turn around and give to the Boys and Girls Club and help them out with their projects.
It's the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive. Like Chris said, you can donate at any of the 17 Earnhardt Auto Centers locations or text GEAR to 620-620 to donate online.
Message and data rates may apply. Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Here's Lauren. She's got our poll question of the... Tim and I don't get to see each other very often, so we're in here during the commercial breaks catching
We're just catching up.
I look over on the other side of the glass.
Okay, let's go.
You and Jamal are in there catching up, right?
Jamal and I don't get to spend a lot of like one-on-one time where we're doing something we're used to doing. If we have one-on-one time, we're at spring training, we're at training camp. Now it's just catch-up hour back here.
So, like every single break we've come back from, there's been like this 20-second delay. It's like, oh, we're on? I was talking to Tim. I was getting caught up with the ringer. And you were doing the same thing.
Yeah.
So, back to the business at hand, which is the Burns and Gambo Show and the YouTube audience. Hello, YouTube. Good to see you. You got a poll question for us.
I do have a poll question.
Couldn't even tell you what it's about, but I'm guessing it has something to do with the Cardinals' new head coach.
Oh my God, what a great guess. Wow, Burnsy read my mind today. Yeah, nice work there.
Thank you.
And this actually has to do with a tweet that Gambo sent out earlier today.
All right.
Which it refers to Mike LaFleur becoming the offensive play caller for the Arizona Cardinals, something he did not do with the Rams, but something he plans to do with the Cardinals. So we're asking, do you want Mike LaFleur to be the offensive play caller for the Arizona Cardinals, yes or no?
Yes, but it's not by a wide margin.
It could very well work. I have no idea if it's going to work, obviously. My thoughts are, I don't like it because he's a first-time head coach. He's a young head coach. All three phases of the game are under his watch. He's got to manage the game.
Yeah.
I thought Jonathan Gannon didn't call the plays, and he couldn't figure out how to manage a game and get it over the finish line with a win. When it comes to situational football decisions that make the difference in the one-score games that permeate the league.
Yeah.
I would like Mike LaFleur to be on that sideline in total command of the entire football team. Not, I don't say burden, but having the responsibility of thinking 4 plays ahead and calling a game.
Lauren, this is kind of a shame on me moment here, and maybe I should have, because I saw Gambo's tweet, what was it, this morning that he broke the news. What I should have done is looked into the recent offensive coordinators who became first-time head coaches and find out how many of them called their own plays in their first year. Did Liam Cohen in Jacksonville? I don't know. Did Ben, you would know.
Yes,
Did
Ben Johnson did.
Did. Okay, he did. What I would like to know is what the league trend is on this one, and not that I'm going to be following the league trend, but I am curious how many of the offensive coordinators who are first-time head coaches say, yeah, no, I'm going to be the play caller and I'm going to do it myself. Because if most of them are doing it, then I would say, okay, it's fine. If most of them aren't doing it, then I'd probably say, I'd rather he didn't.
It's probably a mix. I mean, Bruce Arians did it, but was he? I mean, he was 60 years old and he had some interim head coaching experience, so he was around. He had been around the block quite a bit.
Cliff did it, and he swore he was never giving that up. Right? That was for him. No, this is my domain. I am calling the plays here.
Yeah, how did that work out? I mean,
I'm gonna guess. 63% of our audience says yes, they would like him to call the plays.
I will say I'm equally as shocked so far at the early return on this one. 88% are saying yes, they want him to call the plays.
If he's the best at it on the staff, then great, call the plays.
Yeah.
I want the best guy on the staff to do it. I just, from a philosophical standpoint, when those bullets start flying on a Sunday, I just watched 3 seasons of a head coach who failed in the fourth quarter time and time again when it came to managing the game and getting the game into the win column. So I look at a guy, Mike LaFleur is going to be 39 next month, so he'll be a 39-year-old first-time head coach in the National Football League.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
No, it's not. Thank you, Lauren. That's the poll question. You can find it on our X page at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. Tim Ring is in for Gambo today, and we'll be again tomorrow as well. The Tennessee Titans have hired Gus Bradley to be their new defensive coordinator. Gus Bradley is choosing to go with Robert Saleh. And speaking of play calling, it seemed like he was coming down between the Cardinals and the Titans for which DC job he was going to take, and the one advantage the Cardinals seemingly had over Tennessee was exactly that. He would get to call the plays defensively in Arizona, where Robert Saleh has already said, I'm going to be the defensive play caller here. He still chose to follow Robert Saleh to Tennessee to be his non-play calling DC there, as opposed to being a play calling DC here under Mike LaFleur.
Kyle Shanahan didn't give him the DC job in San Francisco. Thought Raheem Morris would be a better fit there. So Gus Bradley, we won't spend a whole lot of time on Bradley because he's off to Tennessee. On the positive side, this is the guy that orchestrated the Legion of Boom. He was he was a shooting star in the coaching ranks 10, 12 years ago. Went to Jacksonville, became the head guy. Didn't go all that well.
No.
I mean, I think he won 14 games in 4 years. So the shine was off him as a head coach, and now he's bounced around to different DC jobs and was recently an assistant head coach with the 49ers. He's not perfect, but he's a guy that's been around the block, has some head coaching experience. Didn't go all that well, but he does have the experience. That's something that Jonathan Gannon's staffs did not have, and they probably could have used a little bit of that. Guys who had maybe sat in the big chair to help them on Sundays. I mean, Monday through Saturday too, but especially on Sundays.
On Sundays, yeah. No, it's when I saw that name emerge, and I thought like you did through all of the flaws, and I thought it's not perfect, but it does, especially knowing that Raheem Morris, like you mentioned, is going to San Francisco. Anthony Weaver, whom the Cardinals interviewed reportedly to be their head coach, he's headed to the Ravens as defensive coordinator there. I wanted, because what we saw happen under Jonathan Gannon was a staff that was mostly comprised of people who just did not have a lot of experience, right? It was noticeable. It was visible, and I wanted that to get fixed, and it's still my hope that that's going to get fixed, which is why this already feels like I'm not going to overreact to Gus Bradley not being the defensive coordinator. Tim, it's the concept of Gus Bradley being the defensive coordinator that I wanted. I wanted an experienced guy, preferably a former head coach, certainly somebody who's been a DC before, who kind of understand. I still very much want that to be Mike LaFleur's defensive coordinator. And if it's going to be a first-time head coach calling plays as a head coach for the first time, and now he's got a DC who's the first time being a DC, I don't like that level of lack of experience in year one. I want somebody there who's kind of been there and done it a little bit.
Maybe, I mean, this is all happening very fast. Did Gus Bradley have an offer on the table from the Cardinals? Did the Titans beat the Cardinals to the punch? Did they both make an offer and the Titans was financially more appealing? They paid him more money?
Yeah.
I mean, these are the things we don't know. It'll come out in the coming days.
Sure.
This is all happening right now. I mean, Gus Bradley was broken by Pelissero within the last half hour?
Pelissero, it was 20 minutes ago.
Okay,
Yeah, 20 minutes ago.
So okay, where do the if Gus Bradley was on their list or at the top of their list, where do the Cardinals go now? Conventional wisdom would be now. It's interesting because Mike does have Matt LaFleur's kind of contact list, the Rolodex, if you will.
Sure.
He's got that Rolodex. But conventional wisdom say, okay, who are the Rams linebackers coaches? And they got an inside and an outside. Who's the Rams secondary coach?
Mm-hmm.
Who's on that staff that he knows that would want a promotion to come be a defensive coordinator?
That he trusts.
And that knows the system. And if you assume that is the system he's going to.
No, I think that's all a fair, safe assumption to make. Again, for me, the dream pairing was Mike LaFleur and Raheem Morris, and that quickly came undone yesterday when Raheem Morris took the San Francisco job. But I guess I get it, but and we don't know. I know I'm reading a tweet from Josh Weinfuss, who tweeted out, quote, "I've been told there's a, quote, long way to go before a DC is finalized." And this is the other downfall, maybe the main downfall of being the last team to hire a coach, is that you're behind everybody on this, right?
When it comes to the staff. And that's
other
exactly
teams just
right.
have such a head start on you when it comes to staff building, that when you're constantly, routinely, one of the final teams to fill the head coaching job, now you're scrambling, right, to fill these jobs and to find these bodies.
And you don't want scraps. You don't want the guys left over.
Yeah.
In terms of, those are important positions, obviously. The Rams' inside linebackers coach is Greg Williams, not that Greg Williams.
That would be odd.
Their outside linebackers coach is Joe Caniglio. So those are two names. And again, this is all happening very fast. Yeah. I'm literally just looking at the Rams coaching list right now.
Yeah.
As some names maybe to keep an eye on for the Cardinals.
What will Mike LaFleur want to do with Kyler Murray? That's where this big story is headed next, isn't it? And that's next on Burns and Gambo with Ringer filling in.
The Arizona Sports YouTube channel for live shows, podcasts, viral clips, shorts, and more. Just the local sports leader doing what we do on YouTube. Serve yourself some Arizona sports. Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Hey, it's Gambo, and Christian Brothers is celebrating 50 years in business, and they've got something special for you. You can right now get a $50 plumbing inspection, a $50 AC inspection, and a $50 electrical inspection. Yes, Christian Brothers is making $50 go a lot further these days. You can get a $50 plumbing inspection, which includes a water heater flush. That's right. They'll flush out your water heater to help preserve the tank, get rid of all the hard water sediments. They'll do a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues. They'll do a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs, and you'll get a peace of mind report with expert repair or upgrade recommendations. Their AC inspection's incredible, too. Get a complete system performance test, safety and efficiency review for compressor, coils, and wiring, and tune-up recommendations to extend the system life and lower your bills. So just call 602-222-3535 to schedule. That's 602-222-3535.
A family office is a team built to handle the three biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm, under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have found their new head coach. Mike LaFleur has gotten the job to be the next Arizona Cardinals head coach. LaFleur has been the offensive coordinator for the Los Angeles Rams over the past 3 seasons under Sean McVay, and is also the younger brother of Green Bay Packers head coach Matt LaFleur. The Phoenix Suns fell to the Los Angeles Clippers last night, but in good news, Devin Booker was named to his 5th All-Star game, and Dylan Brooks has earned Western Conference Player of the Week. Brooks averaged 28.8 points this week, which included a 40-point game against the top seed in the East, Detroit Pistons. And that is what's trending now.
This is a league about wins and losses. We just felt like we were going in the wrong direction and we needed to change course.
The Arizona Cardinals head coaching search is officially over. Yes, that's right. Mike LaFleur, Rams offensive coordinator, is heading to the Cardinals on a 5-year deal.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision with Burns and Gambo.
3 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Tim Ring is filling in for Gambo today and tomorrow. And, of course, we wish Gambo the very best. He joined us right at the top of the show, 2 o'clock, to give us the latest on what he knew about what went down with Mike LaFleur and the Cardinals over the weekend. Gambo is very sick, very under the weather right now. He was able to join us from his home studio there, but he's going to take the next couple of days and rest up because he caught a little influenza A over the weekend and needs to rest up and recover. So it's always a pleasure to have Ringer in here to talk about.
I got to go on WebMD and find out what the difference is between influenza A and influenza B. If there's any doctors, give us a call. We'll break down Gambo's latest flu.
Any doctors on the YouTube chat want to tell us the difference between influenza A and influenza B?
And C and D and E, right on down the line.
All the things, right? But we certainly wish Gambo the best and hope that he's feeling better. Now, Tim, we move into, and tomorrow's the press conference at noon. You'll hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Mike LaFleur being introduced to the media. You absolutely know the Kyler question is coming. I'm sure at this point he's probably even rehearsed an answer to what he's going to say or how he's going to address it. But everybody wants to know, does the offensive, wonder kid, the genius, the new offensive coordinator and the head coach of the Cardinals, does he want Kyler Murray to be his quarterback, and was that part of the conversation with Michael and Monty?
This is going to be fascinating. Now, before we really dive in, does it matter what Mike LaFleur wants?
God, I hope so.
I hope
so.
Because the Cardinals may be done with Murray when I talk about Mike and Monty, but Murray may be done with the Cardinals.
Yeah.
So what Mike LaFleur thinks now, can bridges be rebuilt? Sure.
Mm-hmm.
If Mike LaFleur walks into that office and says, this is the interview process, I can fix Kyler Murray. There's a world of talent there. I know exactly how he was misused. It's not my job to put greatness into him. It's my job to pull greatness out, and I can do it, right?
Did a Notre Dame coach say that at one point? Are you
Herb Brooks?
I can tell you're quoting somebody from somewhere when you said that. I can just tell.
But that would be.
Was that Lou Holtz? Was
right,
that the Rudy coach? Who said that, Tim? Somebody from Notre Dame must have said that. Somebody. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, but that now, were those conversations taking place? But if the Cardinals have made the decision organizationally that it's a divorce is imminent and needs to happen, And Kyler Murray feels that as well. That's where I wonder. And what Mike LaFleur says tomorrow, Bernsey, I mean, how much stock do we put in it? I mean, a couple things here. Josh is our guy. Brian Gregory sat up there, different sport, but sat up there after he got the job and said, my job is to make sure Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal can win here. And he knew damn well those guys were not going to be here.
Yeah.
So what LaFleur says tomorrow, I would just caution everybody to not put a whole lot of eggs in those baskets.
Yeah, and I would solidly endorse what you just said a second ago, with one small caveat of what he says maybe won't be that revealing. How he says it will be something to listen to, I think. You know, like if you're a believer in body language or tone or, you know, I just kind of want to see how he answers the question and how he answers it when I would assume there's a follow-up or two when it comes to that, to just see how the answers come out and what he says. But I agree with you for the most part in that the standard operating procedure tomorrow should be, look, Kyler's a great quarterback. I've obviously been on the opposing sideline from him for many, many years. I know what he's capable of in a game, and I'm looking forward to working with him and talking with him and seeing what we can do together. And then when he's asked the follow-up, do you want Kyler Murray to be your quarterback? You know, at that point, how he answers, if he's asked that direct question, do you want Kyler Murray to be your quarterback next year? I can't wait to hear how he answers that.
Jonathan Gannon was asked, do you want Kyler Murray to be your quarterback next week? And he said yes, and that was a lie.
I know. You're right. I know.
Now, I will say this. Let me jump in. If Mike LaFleur sits up there, pounds the podium, and say, I'm here to tell every single one of you and every Cardinal fan listening that Kyler Murray will be my starting quarterback. Now, that's a different story.
That's what I mean. That's exactly what I'm talking about in terms of tone and intent and things like that. Because, yeah, Gannon definitely led us astray the last couple of months of this past season for sure. But when he first got that job, Gannon, you remember the video, don't you?
Oh, him running to see Kyler in the weight room?
He's like walking out of the facility. He's like, Kyler's here? Whoa, hold on. And he turns around. He's like the camera's following through the hallways. And there he is.
See Kyler.
Hey, bro hug, all that stuff. and that's the kind of, and then immediately out, not immediately, but shortly thereafter, it's the trip to Norman for the statue unveiling. And it's like, oh, yeah, this coaching staff, man, this is the not messing around crew. They really believe in Kyler Murray, and they want to show Kyler Murray how much they really believe in him. That's why I'm interested in how LaFleur says it tomorrow, because it'll be like if it goes down the way you just suggested it could, it will say to me he's not lying and that he really he is going to be my guy. You can take it to the bank. Kyler Murray, I can fix him. I will fix him. He's going to be our quarterback. It's how he says it,
Now, having said all that,
yeah.
Here's what I believe is happening. Mike Bidwell and Monty Ossenfort want to move on.
Mm-hmm.
Kyler Murray wants to move on.
Mm-hmm.
How bad is the relationship severed at this point? Is it frayed? Is it complete? Have the bridges been nuked? You're old enough to remember when Patrick Waugh wanted out of Montreal.
Yeah.
Do you remember the famous scene where he walked up to the coach or the GM on the bench after they left him in and he gave up like 7 goals and he said, "Trade me. I will never play for this organization again." Period.
Vaguely. I'm going to go look it up during the break.
Yeah. Look it up on YouTube when Patrick Waugh said, enough is enough. I'll never play for you again. Said it to the GM who was behind the bench. I don't know if we're there yet with Kyler Murray, but I believe that we're close.
Yeah.
That Kyler Murray has already decided that it is time for me to move on. Now, what they're going to do, I have no idea. You go with Jacoby Brissett as a bridge quarterback. Are Cardinal fans comfortable, quote-unquote, tanking for an Arch Manning, a Julian Sayin, a Dante Moore, a C.J. Carr? Because the next quarterback class in 2027, and there might be some guys that we don't even know about.
Sure.
This time last year, we didn't know about Fernando Mendoza. So what that quarterback class is going to look like in 2027, but again, you have to fall flat on your face in 2026.
And the only question I've ever had about that is, does Monty Ossenfort have the leeway to fall flat on his face in 2026, given that a lot of people thought he should have been held just as responsible for
Only
what
if Mike
happened last
Bidwell
year?
is on board with that plan.
And if Michael's on board with that plan, then yeah, it could very well be, hey, this first year it's going to be kind of rough, and we're going to need it to be kind of rough because we're trying to get one of those quarterbacks.
And we're fine with any of the four, so we need a top four pick.
And Gambo's talked about this a lot, and I've always agreed with him to the point of, as long as it's explained to Monty, hey, we're not going to hold this year's record against you. That and the fact that Michael, the day they fired Jonathan Gannon, again, I know it's just words, but was very, oh no, we're going to win next year. It's all about winning next year. We're not going to wait 2 years on this one. We're going to win. And I know that's what people
Ben
say.
Johnson had a quarterback.
Mike Vrabel had a quarterback. Liam Cohen had a quarterback. I totally agree.
They don't have the quarterback.
I think that you're right that the organization is ready to move on. I certainly think if I'm Kyler Murray, no disrespect, guys, I'm ready to move on.
100%.
I'm ready to try.
100%.
Nothing against you guys. It just didn't work out. I'm ready to go
not you,
somewhere
it's
else.
me.
And my guess is they wouldn't have hired a coach who wasn't on board with that. Now, this is just me speculating. I don't know the answer to this. But my guess is in those conversations, they were all in alignment in terms of what the best Kyler Murray plan is. And they wouldn't have hired somebody who said, oh, no, guys, I know he wants to go, and I know you want to get rid of him. I can totally fix this dude, and we're going to fix him, and if you hire me, we're all about I just don't think he would have been the lone dissenter in the room and still gotten the job. Could be wrong, but I don't think he would have been. The other, and I didn't even think about this, you talked about the connection with Mark LaFleur. Matt LaFleur. Matt LaFleur, his brother in Green Bay. Somebody had suggested that because of that, maybe Mike has an in on Malik Willis. If you want to have an in on Malik Willis, then maybe the brotherly connection there. Green Bay knows they can't keep him. They're not going to be able to afford to. I'm sure they'd love to, but they can't. So when Malik Willis walks and become a free agent, is there some brotherly connection that will allow the transfer of Willis from one LaFleur to another? I don't know.
Is Malik Willis your answer? I mean, because if he's the guy that's going to give you 8 wins, then you don't have a shot at one of these quarterbacks coming out, and you're basically hitching your wagon to Malik Willis. Look, the Cardinals quarterback issue is obviously very real and very much there, and a new coach isn't changing that. When you have a flat tire, you don't change the driver, right? Changing the driver doesn't fix the flat tire.
Uh-huh.
And that's what we're looking at here. Okay, we got a new driver. How are we going to fix the flat tire? You must have. I mean, this is Captain Obvious stuff, but you must have a quarterback in this league,
yes,
to achieve the heights that you want to achieve.
Yeah,
and and how do you get? This isn't baseball, where you go find the best free agent guy out there and you sign him. No, you can get lucky in the middle rounds. Plenty of teams have done it. Let's understand that. But if you want one of these top 4, maybe 5 guys in 2027, you're going to have to be bad in 2026.
Bad next year. And is everybody willing to tolerate that one more year? Is Michael willing to tolerate it? Does Monty have the wiggle room to be able to? Do they even have a choice this point?
And then you could draft Arch Manning and he could suck.
Yeah, you're right.
I mean, that's the problem you have here.
And that's the other problem here. And I know we're getting late for break here, but that's the other problem here too. The Cardinals this year have the third pick in the draft. 6 months ago, this was seen to be a quarterback-rich draft, and it turned out to be Stugatz, to borrow a line from Gambo, when it came to the quarterbacks. It left, and who's to say the same thing doesn't happen a year from now? Most don't think it will, but there's always the promise of next year when, the great quarterback class is coming. It's coming. You just wait. It didn't come this year. I would just hate for them to have a terrible year waiting for a quarterback that isn't going to be there next year because people misevaluated the class, or it wasn't as good as everybody thought. I don't know.
You feel better about the 2027 class. Like, I was just never a big Ty Simpson guy. Dante Moore, if he came out, obviously.
But even like the Nussmeyers or Sam Levitt at a time was talked about as a first round, right?
No, excellent point.
There was a huge list of quarterbacks like, this guy, that guy, and that guy, and they turned out to all either go back to school or not be that good. that year. So it's complicated. Arizona Sports has teamed up with Earnhardt Auto Centers to support Boys and Girls Club of the Valley by collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. To donate and learn more, text the word GEAR to 620-620. It was awkward getting Mike LaFleur here. How much are we going to think about that now that he is here? That's next. Ringer in for Gambo on Burns and Gambo.
The Arizona Cardinals' search for a new head coach has ended.
Breaking news from the NFL. The Arizona Cardinals have announced the hiring of Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur as their next head coach. LaFleur is the younger brother of Packers head coach Matt LaFleur.
6 in-person interviews this hiring cycle for the Cardinals before they landed on LaFleur.
Stick around for more about the Cardinal decision on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
When it comes to vision, the name you need to know is Dr. Jay Schwartz at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Ready to ditch glasses and contacts? LASIK is your winning play, an advanced laser procedure that reshapes the cornea for sharp, clear vision. Quick procedure, fast recovery, and trusted results. If you're not a LASIK candidate, no need to worry. They've got options like the Evo ICL, an implantable lens that works with your natural eye, or the Clear Lens Exchange, a procedure that replaces your eye's natural lens for lasting clarity. There's free consultation at all 3 Valley locations, Scottsdale, Glendale, and Mesa. Schedule now at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com, or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. It's the Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy, and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vitalformen.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside: creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morris Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morris Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona Sports, the Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Burns and Gambo.
All right, Tim Ring is in for Gambo on this Monday afternoon.
It's Monday, Burnsy.
I know, I had to pause for a second. Well, no, I was pausing because I could see you out of the corner of my eye. It looked like you were doing something with the YouTube crowd there.
my fans in the YouTube world, yeah.
Are you going to be like Gambo and you're going to flex
the
point and do all that stuff. You're gonna do a
Sammy Sosa.
You got to do that for me tomorrow at the start of the show. Gamble fluxes, he points, he does all the thing. Yeah, no, I was pausing because I saw you out of the corner of my eye, and then I thought for a second, is today Monday, Tuesday? What day is today? It is Monday. We're rocking it on a Monday here, and we want to shout out our audience in Peoria for joining us here on Monday. Hello, Peoria. Thank you. We appreciate you. When it's all said and done, we all know, and trust me when I use the word awkward, Tim, it's probably the nicest word I could use to describe what's gone down the last 3 weeks or so. But I also think it's accurate. It's been awkward watching all of this happen in real time and watching how it went down and watching coaches not come here and not speak to the Cardinals. The Clint Kubiak thing a week ago, you asked Gambo about it when we had him on. It was awkward. In the end, and I'm not asking this to be obtuse or naive or anything. I'm asking a legit question. Does it matter? Does it matter that it was an awkward process to get us here?
All that matters is, did you get the right guy? In your evaluation process, your interview process, did you get the right guy? I thought Doug Holler, in his article, and I want to credit Doug for this because I agree with the point, which is why I want to bring it up.
Okay.
But I thought when it came down to, the decision to hire LaFleur, Holler wrote, let me dial it up here, basically in terms of the reason why LaFleur got the job. And can't find it. All right. I'll paraphrase. It was, you hope that he didn't get the job because he's connected to Sean McVay. You hope that he got the job because he sat in that office with Mike and Monty. Maybe he had some individual meetings with both of them and had a plan.
Mm-hmm.
This is my plan. This is how we are going to win. This is what our goals are. And this is how we're going to get there. We will win. I know how to do it. And here's how we're going to do it. And that blew away Mike and Monty to the extent they said, okay, this is our guy. We promised Clint Kubiak an interview. We'll do our due diligence. We'll have that interview. We understand he's going to the Seahawks. But as of right now, looking at Weaver and LaFleur is our guy. So we'll finish up the interview process. We owe it to Clint. It's debatable whether or not they did owe him that interview or whether or not they should have done it at the 11th hour of this search.
Mm-hmm.
We can talk about that. But all that matters is they got the right guy.
Mm-hmm.
And as we opened up the show with, back in the 2 o'clock hour, neither one of us are comfortable saying right now that they got the right guy because we don't know. Nobody knows. You can be the last guy hired in a coaching search and be the best hire.
Bruce Arians was the last guy hired in that cycle.
The Bears hired Mark Trestman over Bruce Arians. Did they get that right because they
got him first?
They got him first?
Got him earlier? Yeah.
On the college ranks, Pete Carroll was famously like the 6th or 7th choice of USC back in 2000, 2001.
Mm-hmm.
That does not matter. I believe Kevin O'Connell was the last coach hired in that cycle.
For the Vikings?
For the Vikings.
Okay.
So there's a lot that goes into it, obviously. Let's talk about the Kubiak thing, because a lot of Cardinal fans, and this is the way I broached the subject with Gamble. Like, look, if you knew he was the guy,
hire him.
Hire him.
Hire him. Don't talk to Kubiak.
Don't talk to Kubiak.
Right. No, he's the guy. Hire him.
Especially knowing that most people knew that Kubiak was heading towards the Raiders for a variety of reasons.
Yeah. And
you ran the risk of either LaFleur changing his mind, or what if something else happened in the 7-day span?
And that's yeah, let's talk about the Kubiak thing for a minute, because it was this time a week ago. LaFleur's in for a visit on Monday, and he's having dinner, and then he's having an interview on Tuesday. And not that dinner is the end-all, be-all, but we're not, this isn't our first rodeo as sports fans. We understand how this works. Usually when you go through a process like that, and ownership likes what they hear and management likes what they hear, they offer him a job and don't let him leave and make sure he's the coach. And
that's where it got awkward.
And that's where it got awkward. Yeah, I mean, it got awkward. There were a couple of stages where it got awkward, but last week that's where it got awkward, because what the fear was that exactly what you were talking about, in the effort to go get Clint Kubiak in vain, that Mike LaFleur was going to go, on second thought, if I'm not their first choice, I'm not going to be their backup guy. I'm going to stay here. I'll go for the cycle next year. I'm sure I'll have an opportunity to be a head coach in the cycle next year because I'm coming from the Rams organization, et cetera, et cetera. And all I can say to that is, without knowing this for a fact, is that clearly, I hope the Arizona Cardinals felt comfortable that Mike LaFleur wanted their job, was not going anywhere, was, for lack of a better way of putting it, kind of in their pocket as a, hey, we know we got him, we want him, we got him. So as long as we know that and we feel confident that he's not going anywhere, it doesn't hurt to see if we can make a pitch to Kubiak to see if he stays. But I tend to agree with the other. Like, Kubiak wasn't coming. Everybody knew it. Everybody saw it.
Why mess around?
Why mess around? And that to me was the awkward part of this. Is that?
And why did Kubiak even take the meeting?
I mean, leverage for
leverage.
I guess
Get
more money from the Raiders if he. I don't know. I don't know. But I do think that there was no reason not to hire Mike LaFleur on the spot. When you survey the landscape and you look at all of it and you say, Kubiak's not coming here. We saw a guy, we like the guy. He's probably the guy we're going to end up hiring. Let's just hire him. Let's just hire him and be done with this.
Some of this is optics. Some of this is optics, Burns. You would like, right? Some kind of utopian fantasy land that the Cardinals, back in December, were already, Monty had the little list in his top drawer of his candidates. And they make the decision to move on from Gannon. They identify their top guy. They go out there, they wine, they dine him, they give him the contract he wants. And this is our guy. Boom. A week later, he's at the podium. That didn't happen. Again, and it kind of didn't happen with the Gannon hire either.
No.
And again, it gives the perception that the Cardinals make this decision to move on from a coach, and they're like, oh, crap, what are we going to do? And a lot of coaches don't want to even talk to them, which is true. The McDermotts and the Harbaugh, he had a phone interview, but let's be honest. Saleh doesn't even take the interview. He just goes in and takes the Titans job. So some of this is optics, right? The optics are, and also in the Kubiak LaFleur case, the optics were the Cardinals wanted to see if they could get Clint Kubiak. And that's why they told LaFleur to wait.
Mm-hmm.
So on one hand, you can call it due diligence, and maybe they made a promise to interview him, and he promised to interview with them, and they wanted to see that through. But on the other side, it just gives the appearance.
Yeah.
And I know it does because a lot of Cardinal fans were saying this on social media.
Yeah.
Why are they chasing Kubiak?
They're chasing a ghost. They're chasing a guy who's not coming. And that was awkward watching them. 2 years from now, somebody will write an article at NFL.com or at ESPN.com or maybe even ArizonaSports.com, and they'll look at the 10 coaches that were hired during this offseason, and they'll rank them in terms of who did the best and who did the worst and who's done the best job. Most of the names on that list, it's almost not even fair for us as Cardinal fans to look at that list and say, oh, we could have had that guy. No, you couldn't. Oh, we could have had that guy. Yeah, you weren't going to get that guy either.
Doesn't work
that
that
guy
way.
you weren't going to get. That guy you weren't going to get. That guy you weren't going to get. That was not. That was not, and that's the other part that made this all awkward was you wanted to believe, and I agree with Gambo on this one. Having 10 openings the same time you had one really, really exposes the marketplace and kind of the pecking order and things like that. And it certainly didn't help the Cardinals that there were 9 other jobs that were open at the same time theirs was. It just led to a very incredibly awkward process.
And in 5 years, if they got it right, nobody is going to give
care.
a you-know-what about this process. And also, to be fair,
you think anybody cares that Jordan Ott had a Michigan State connection now? Do you think anybody cares about it? Remember how much we cared about that last summer? How wound up we were about Jordan Ott spending 7 years or whatever it was at Michigan State, and how little we care about that now?
Doesn't matter.
That to me is the comp here, right? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but that to me is the comp here.
In fact, 10 seconds before we hit the break, my computer finally worked, and I wanted to give Doug Holler the credit for writing this. The best hope, this is Doug in The Athletic, the best hope is that LaFleur did not impress Bidwell and GM Monty Ossenfort because of his coaching associations, but with his ideas of how to get the organization out of competitive quicksand, and particularly his plan for what to do at quarterback where the Cardinals face difficult decisions, none all that great. Doug Holler in The Athletic.
Doug, we salute you. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, what a role reversal for the Phoenix Suns. An opposing head coach was unhappy with the officiating in benefit of the Phoenix Suns over the weekend? Yeah, we'll talk about that next on Burns and Gambo. We're going to fill it in. New year.
Join Arizona Sports in Tempe April 11th for the 22nd annual Pats Run. This 4.2-mile run-walk finishes on the 42-yard line at Mountain America Stadium, home of the ASU Sun Devils. Bring the whole family. Kids can take part in the 0.42-mile Kids Run after the main event. Honor Pat Tillman's legacy and help support the Tillman scholars who carry it forward. Come for the run and stay for the Tillman tailgate. Enjoy live music, food trucks, and vendor activations outside the stadium. Learn more and sign up today at patsrun.org.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
At Desert Wholesale Diamond, we believe buying a diamond should feel exciting, not overwhelming or overpriced. I'm Diamond Dave, a 4th-generation jeweler, and I've dedicated my career to helping people celebrate life's biggest moments the right way. I hand-select every diamond that comes through our office, making sure it has the right balance of cut, color, clarity, and carat weight to really sparkle. We specialize in custom jewelry from engagement rings to earrings and bracelets designed to reflect your style and your story. And because we keep our operation lean and personal, there's no high-pressure sales and no retail markup. For me, it's not just a transaction. It's about trust. That's why our clients return again and again. At Desert Wholesale Diamond, my promise is simple. Honest guidance, exceptional value, and a stress-free experience from start to finish.
Head to DiamondDaveCantor.com. That's DiamondDaveCantor.com. Or follow Dave on Instagram at DiamondDaveCantor. That's DiamondDave, K-A-N-T-O-R.
Whether it's getting back on the court or back to everyday life, recovery takes the right team. At the Barrow Neuro Rehabilitation Center, that means a combination of world-class neurological specialists who share one mission, helping each patient reach their unique recovery goals. Nationally ranked in rehabilitation, Barrow Neurological Institute is dedicated to maximizing independence and quality of life for people with conditions of the brain and spine. It matters where you get your neurorehabilitation care. Learn more at barrowneuro.org.
Rev up the romance this February at Casino Arizona with your chance to win a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Earn entries all February long and join us for weekly drawings every Wednesday where you could win your share of cash and prizes, plus entries into the grand prize drawing. Then on February 25th, 6 lucky winners will be taking home up to $10,000 or the keys to a 2026 Chevrolet Corvette Stingray. Don't miss your chance. Details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona is uniquely Arizona. Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have found their new head coach. Mike LaFleur has gotten the job to be the next Arizona Cardinals head coach. LaFleur has been the offensive coordinator for the Los Angeles Rams over the past 3 seasons under Sean McVay, and of course is also the younger brother to Green Bay Packers head coach Matt LaFleur. The Phoenix Suns fell to the Los Angeles Clippers last night, but in good news, Devin Booker was named to his 5th All-Star game, and Dillon Brooks has earned Western Conference Player of the Week. Brooks averaged 28.8 points this week, which included a 40-point game against the top seed in the East, Detroit Pistons. This report is brought to you by the Window and Door Store. After a brutal summer, your home deserves an upgrade. Schedule your free in-home consultation online at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. It is Super Bowl week in America. It's also WM Phoenix Open week in the Valley. We'll keep you updated on both huge events. Tune in at 6 a.m. for all the shenanigans on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I don't know why, and maybe Tim can help me understand it, because he often does help me understand things that I don't. No, I'm being serious when I said that. I don't know why Kenny Atkinson's comments over the weekend it's like jumped out of the computer and just grabbed me. Like, wow. And maybe it's just because I'm not used to the Phoenix Suns being a physically aggressive basketball team and hearing other coaches complain about the whistles that they're not getting against the Phoenix Suns. Maybe it's just the forever Suns fan in me who's just accustomed to, the Suns always being the ones to complain about not getting the calls, and the Suns always being the one to complain about never getting the whistle. To hear somebody else do it, I don't know, Tim. It was shocking for me to hear the comments of Kenny Atkinson after that game on Friday night, in which he was bitching about the Phoenix Suns.
Well, what's funny
and
about
the
it,
calls his team wasn't getting against the Suns.
I mean, he's a tough little New Yorker, that Kenny Atkinson. He's been around the block. I think he was upset his team got whooped on the road. But I mean, if you look at the body of work and the way the Suns are officiated, I'm not saying they don't get their breaks now and again, but Dillon Brooks is I mean, the microscope he is under is unbelievable. He can't. Not only can he not get away with a foul, he can't get a call.
Yeah.
They're like, no, you're Dillon Brooks.
You're Dillon Brooks. That was a flagrant. Clearly,
you're an instigator. You're not going to get that hand check call.
We were talking about this last week. This might have changed, but as of last week, there were 8 reversed rescinded technical fouls in the NBA so far this year. Dillon Brooks was responsible for 3 of them.
Yeah, because
nobody else in the league had more than 1, because they go back and look at it the next day and go, yeah, it was probably he got called that because he's Dillon Brooks, and anybody else doesn't get that call, right? Yeah.
His reputation precedes him. He's under a microscope out there. They're keeping an eye on him.
Yep.
So any little thing is obviously going against him. But I can't reiterate it enough. I can't tell you how many times he gets hit going to the basket, and he doesn't get the call because he's also Dillon Brooks.
Yeah. Before the game, and remember, Jordan Ott came from Kenny Atkinson's staff in Cleveland. In fact, we were joking on Friday. The funny thing about this matchup was that the last time the Suns and the Cavs played back in December, there was a lot of talk that Cleveland wasn't playing very well and maybe that they had missed Jordan Ott, and then a month later they'd won like 9 of 11 and they're playing great, and suddenly no one's thinking about that. Before the game, Atkinson went so far as to call the Suns, and I quote, the hardest playing team in the NBA, close quote. So before the game, he's heaping all kinds of praise on Jordan Ott and the Suns. That's the hardest playing team in the NBA. After the game, after a game in which he got ejected, this is Kenny Atkinson post-game. Again, talking about your Phoenix Suns.
I'm not pleased. I thought the game got out of hand, quite honestly. Thought it got out of hand. It seemed, there were parts of the game, it seemed like circus-like, quite honestly. And I don't know if that's what we want as a league. Certain characters in this league take liberties, and we don't stand up to them. And the game turns into reviews and challenges, and go to the monitor for 20 minutes when we're just trying to play basketball. And so that, I don't think I don't think it's good for the league. I know it wasn't good for us tonight. Just shocked, again, one free throw after 3 quarters, as aggressive as they were playing. Thought they could let the game get out of hand.
Smiling ear to ear because I'm so proud somebody's talking about the Phoenix Suns like this.
I mean, is he talking?
Like, is he talking about my basketball team,
or is he just talking about Dylan Brooks? Like, I get it, Dylan Brooks. It's the experience, right? He's an agitator. He's going to try to get under your skin. He's going to be physical. He's going to try to get you off your game, either by talking to you or knocking you around a little bit. I don't think other Suns players play like that. Jordan Goodwin's a hell of a defensive player, but I don't think he plays the style that Dylan Brooks plays, both from a physical and verbal assault on the opponent. Kenny didn't like it. If Kenny's team was up by 15 points, he probably wouldn't have anything to say about it. I mean, Dylan Brooks is a modern-day Dennis Rodman with a jump shot. Like, that's how that he feeds off of that.
Yes.
This is not new. He's been in the league 9 years, okay? And it's obviously not a surefire plan to success, because he's had teams that didn't win.
No, but you know what is new about Dylan Brooks is the success that he's having as a basketball player. That part's new, right? Like I know he's been well regarded, but certainly this is his. I mean, to the point where people are talking about whether he's going to get a spot in the All-Star game. If Adam Silver has to kind of fiddle with the rosters a little bit to make it work with the U.S. players and the international players and guys who are hurt, is Dylan Brooks going to be up? Dylan Brooks at any point in his career never would have been under consideration for any of that stuff, but he is here because he's got the freedom and the power within this system to, I don't want to say do whatever he wants, but certainly he's got freedoms here offensively that I don't think he ever had with the Houston Rockets. There's certainly a lack of options here that he never had with the Houston Rockets. They need him to shoot the basketball. They need him to be an offensive guy.
He seems to be enjoying it.
He does.
I talked about this before on one of the other shows. I could tell by the very first game of the season that Dylan Brooks came here with the idea, I got to be more offensive-minded. My role on this team is not going to be the defensive-minded glue guy that can have scoring nights.
Yeah.
His scoring averages were not terrible, by the way, over the course of his career. I mean, it wasn't like he was an 8 or 9 point a game guy. Go ahead, you can fire it up if you want while I continue to
pontificate. I'm gonna look.
But what he's doing, to me, not only are the numbers better this year, it's his philosophy and how he approaches that side of the ball. Dylan Brooks is looking for his shot.
Yeah.
Dylan Brooks has said to himself upon arriving here, I need to be more of a scorer for us to have the most success possible.
You're right. I was thinking about his scoring average this year compared to his Rockets years, which is he's averaging 21 points per game now. The 2 years with the Rockets, it was 14 per game and 13 per game. There were a couple years in Memphis where he was at 18 point per game, 17 per game.
Sure.
So yeah, there were a couple years, 21, 22, where he was nearly 20 points a game for the Grizzlies. So you're right. I'll back up a little bit on that.
No, but it's not totally out of the blue, but it hasn't been this good. He was not the shot maker. He is now the way he was able to knock down jumpers in Memphis and Houston. So from that standpoint, whether it's psychological, whether it's confidence, whether it's the knowledge that I got to be out on the court doing this for my team to help them win basketball games, whatever the case may be, he's been a revelation offensively.
Yeah.
No, I don't care how many points he averaged in Memphis. You're right. He's been a revelation offensively, and he's a big reason why the Suns are sitting here 30-20 with 32 to play.
And to be fair, at least to the Suns, and this was part of Dwayne Rankin's story over the weekend on this too, he points out, and I haven't updated the stats to know, but I would assume it's pretty similar. The Phoenix Suns, when it comes to I want to make sure I read this right because I don't want to screw this up. The Phoenix Suns are 4th in the NBA in most fouls committed per game. So it's not like the refs are swallowing their whistles every time the Phoenix Suns come into the gym, right? They're getting their fair share of calls. 4th most in the NBA. It's just on that night, Kenny Atkinson. It just blew me away because the Suns have never, and you've been following the Suns for many, many years. The Phoenix Suns have never been thought of or known as the most physically imposing. Even this year's team isn't that physically. It's not like they're a bunch of big, strong alley bullies, right?
But they try hard.
They play really hard.
Yes, and they get in your kitchen. Listen, there's a reason why I think they're still leading the league in steals per game. If not, they're among the top 2.
Top 2, yeah.
I mean, for a while there, they were over 10 steals a game. The last team to average 11 steals a game the Boston Celtics 28 years ago. So what they're doing is above and beyond the norm defensively.
Yeah.
And those fouls and those steals are born out of an aggressive style of play. And you're going to agitate some people. You got the best agitator in the league on your team. And I guess Kenny was having a bad night.
Kenny was agitated. We can count Kenny as being agitated by the Phoenix Suns, and I like it. Mike LaFleur is going to call the offense with the Cardinals for the first time in his career as a head coach. Do we like that call? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I wanted an offensive mind more than anything else because of the quarterback situation the Cardinals are in right now. But I think as a coordinator, once again, a coordinator that is in waiting to be a head coach, I think he's more than qualified. He doesn't have head coaching experience, of course, but Mike LaFleur comes from an impeccable coaching tree. When you're talking about Matt LaFleur and Kevin O'Connell, Liam Cohen, and now Mike LaFleur coming from the Sean McVay tree. Offensive coordinators have done very well for the most part under McVay.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Why Sanderson Ford? Because for over 70 years, Sanderson Ford has been doing business the right way, putting customers first and giving back to the community they call home. From online shopping to convenient delivery options, buying your next vehicle has never been simpler. When it comes to service, Sanderson Ford makes maintenance a breeze. With mobile service plus pickup and delivery, your vehicle gets the care it needs without disrupting your day. At Sanderson Ford, it's not just about selling, it's about honest pricing, real value, and helping you find the best deal for your budget and your family's needs. Right now, purchase America's best-selling truck for 49 years straight, the Ford F-150, starting as low as $33,995, and there's over 100 F-150s in stock to choose from. So when you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, choose no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford. Sanderson Ford is on 51st Avenue in Glendale. You could also go online for more information at sandersonford.com. That's sandersonford.com.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and not that long ago I had an electric bill of $666. I thought it was a sign of the devil and proof that summers are literally purgatory in Arizona. Truth was, my windows were shot, and if you've been in your home around 15 years, chances are you need new windows as well. So do what I did. Give my friends at Advanced Window Products a call. They're a local window and door manufacturing company celebrating their 40th anniversary. They've got their own factory right here in the Valley, which means they'll build your windows, they'll install your windows, then they'll guarantee them for life, and that warranty is transferable if you ever sell your home. I'm a customer. Can't say enough good things about Advanced Window Products. From the installation to the cleanup, the whole process was incredible, and during their February sale, you'll get $2,500 off the purchase of 10 or more windows. Call today, 480-764-2110, online at advancedwindows.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Well, you can start today and file for free with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. Just file on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th and you'll pay $0. Start filing for free today. Offer only for those who didn't file with TurboTax last year.
NFL offseason loading.
The Cardinals have hired Mike LaFleur as the new head coach.
LaFleur is the younger brother of Packers head coach Matt LaFleur.
Arizona Sports. The Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Burns and Gambo.
All right, Tim Rings filling in for Gambo today and again tomorrow. And again, we wish Gambo the very best. Hope he gets over his influenza A. I haven't checked the YouTube chat. Let's see if anybody is.
Any doctors in the chat?
Is there a doctor in the house? To see and tell us what influenza A is. But we had Gambo on earlier, and it didn't sound great. He's obviously not feeling well, but he wanted to join us today to talk about what he had learned from over the last 24 hours or so, and we certainly do appreciate him doing that. But Ringer's in, and Ringer, as always, does a fantastic job filling in, especially with so much news going on around all of sports. You got the Suns in their win against Cleveland and their loss to the LA Clippers, and then, of course, Mike LaFleur as the new head coach. Gambo, for what it's worth, did report this morning that Mike LaFleur will be the play caller for the Cardinals in year one. And it's our poll question today. And when Lauren popped on to tell us the results of the poll question so far, it was overwhelming. It was like in the 80th percentile of people who are happy that he's calling his own plays. You and I both answered the question with a lot of hesitation. Like, hey, I'm not, I understand why everybody's voting, wanting him to call his own plays. We just went through a very CEO-like experience with Jonathan Gannon, where he did not want to step on the toes of his DC. He did not want to step on the toes of his OC. He was never going to be the play caller, right? And people saw how badly that failed. So clearly they want the opposite of what they just experienced. But at the same time, there is something to be said for letting a first-time head coach step back and be a first-time head coach without the pressure of having to call plays
Coach
at the same time.
Team.
Yeah.
Coach the entire team. I just think so much happens on game days on a Sunday that like your attention has to be completely directed towards all three phases: situational football, timeout usage, strategy, everything that goes involved on both sides of the ball to try to win these games. And I talked about it earlier. How many of these games are one-score games where coaching decisions matter?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
And he's going to be 39 years old when it kicks off in September. He's a first-time head coach. And on top of all that, his 2-year stint as the Jets offensive coordinator calling plays didn't go all that well.
No, it didn't.
It's not like he's been the guy calling the plays in L.A. McVay has done that for the most part. His last 3 games as the Jets offensive coordinator before he was let go, they did not score a touchdown. Now, again, we're not going to let him wear this. And he eventually lost his job because they brought in Rodgers, and Rodgers had to bring in his buddy
Nathaniel Hackett. Yeah.
But even with the quarterback issues in New York and a dysfunctional franchise, Cardinal fans are going, yeah, we have both those here too.
It's not a New York thing, Tim.
It didn't go all that well. Like, I was just talking to people associated with the 49ers, and it was like Robert Saleh believed that after all these years in the Mike Shanahan tree, McVay, Kyle Shanahan, that Mike LaFleur, and he was considerably younger then, was ready to be a play caller and an OC, and that fell short.
Yeah.
So it's funny that the Cardinal fans online think, oh, that's a great thing he's calling plays. It may be. I don't know. I'm looking at this subjectively and like, okay, here's a first-time head coach, pretty young at this whole deal, still in his 30s. Like, should his attention be on the entire football team, game day operations, situational football, game management to get some of these wins under his belt? When you're calling plays, you're kind of wrapped up in that.
Sure.
And can that be a detriment to being the coach of the team? Other guys have done it with great success. So I'm not saying it's a black and white issue or hard and fast rule. Like, nope, bad decision. I'm offering this as some concerns, if you will, in terms of him deciding to do that.
No, I think it's fair. And I think and this circles back to the other news of the day about Gus Bradley, the experienced defensive coordinator who will not be taking the Cardinals job, according to a report from Tom Pelissero. He's going to be taking the Titans job instead. Raheem Morris is going to take the San Francisco DC job that Saleh left when he went to go be the Titans head coach. Mike, any concerns I've got about Mike LaFleur being a play caller for the Cardinals would be alleviated by having an experienced, a former head coach or certainly an experienced defensive coordinator who's been around the league a time or two there on the sideline with him to kind of help him, not that he's going to help him coach the team necessarily, but be that voice of experience to lean on in moments like that. It's like I said earlier, I would imagine if I did the research, I would find that most coaches in LaFleur's position called their own plays their first year. Ben Johnson in Chicago. I bet Liam Cohen did it in Jacksonville. I'm sure there are many, many others who were in that spot who did exactly the same thing. And that's his strength leaning into that. The Jets thing, it's funny. I was laughing.
Is it his strength, though? Do we know
right.
that? We don't know. He may think it is.
He might think it is.
He may think it is.
Yeah.
But we don't know, and he doesn't know either.
And Sean McVay, he's totally ready to be a play caller, but we don't know. We don't know until he actually does it, whether he is. You're right. You're absolutely right. We won't know until he does it. Look, I guess what it is more than anything, and this is what I've been struggling to try to say, is if you're going to empower him with the decision-making that comes with being the head coach, and it's something he wants, he should have it. Does that make sense?
That I would agree with.
Like if
I'm going to sink or swim, I'm calling the freaking plays.
Damn right. Because what I don't want to have happen, and I'm not saying Cliff and Mike LaFleur are in the same boat because they're not, but when Cliff came in, it was very much we're going to help you fill out your staff. And we're going to do this for you because you've never been an NFL head coach. You don't have the connections and things like that. And I hated it. Even then, I didn't like that. And I know this is different, but I want a head coach to come in and even though he's a first-timer, to be decisive and definitive and say, guys, I'm telling you right now, I want to call the plays for this football team, and I will, rather than him being told one way or another how it's going to happen. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And it's funny, you brought up Kingsbury. Keep in mind, not you keep in mind, but everybody keep in mind, Cliff was really solely hired because of his play calling and what he did at Texas Tech.
Big time.
And the points he put up on the board. That's why he got the job.
Yeah.
So for him to come here and then not do that, he didn't get the job because he was a leader of men. He certainly didn't get the job because he, won football games in college. Lest we forget he had just been fired. The whole reason he was here was to call plays.
Lest we forget.
Right?
Oh, God.
So that's a different situation. That was such an outside-the-box hire by Mike Bidwell. I look back, it's like they were trying to replicate Sean McVay's offense, and he'd kind of resuscitated Jared Goff, and maybe Kingsbury, a young, handsome guy like McVay can come in and call fancy plays and fix Josh Rosen, and we'll be on our way. It would be just like the Rams.
Yeah.
Obviously, that didn't happen.
None of that came to pass. So, look, if he wants to call, I want what he wants. And if he wants to call the plays, I believe he should be empowered with the ability to call the plays because I want what you've got to trust him. You've got a kid getting ready to go to college. I've put a couple through, right? At some point, okay, we've taught you everything you need to know.
Fly,
At least we hope
birdie.
you have. Go get him. Go get him.
I will say this, though. Be prepared to perhaps be underwhelmed with the offensive coordinator hire then.
Yes.
If he's going to call the plays.
Yes.
Who are you going to get to come to a losing organization with no quarterback and a head coach who's going to call the plays? What kind of OC are you going to attract?
I'm glad you said that because I meant to bring that up earlier. When we come back, that's a good point. 4 o'clock reset time. Lauren, when she's not busy getting chewed out by the boss, will swing in here with the top stories of the day next on Burns and Gambo.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting boys and girls clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, back here for Global Credit Union, locations all across the Valley for you to do your banking, checking accounts, savings accounts, loans. Global Credit Union. I'm a member of Global Credit Union, and I'm proud of it because the commitment by Global Credit Union to save you money, it is real, and it's something you see every single day when you're a member of Global Credit Union, and you see it because their fees are, when they have them, their fees are lower. Their interest rates are better than you can get at a bank. I've been in on the meetings. I've seen the numbers. And the numbers all point to exactly the same thing. You save money when you do your banking at Global Credit Union. The commitment is absolutely real. It's also real for you to get customer service 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, U.S.-based customer service 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to answer any question you have. So many reasons for you to become a member. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
This year's tax changes. Better not get caught snoozing. Miss one deduction. Lose thousands. Not amusing.
Big tax changes can mean bigger refunds at Jackson Hewitt. And right now, get $100 just to try us.
Don't worry, tax filers. If money is tight, get $100 from Jackson Hewitt, so you'll sleep better at night.
Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside: creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morris Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morris Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident, it is so important that you get medical treatment right away, and then you call the attorneys at Sweet James. It's critical that you make your health a priority and get representation quickly so Sweet James can help you with medical care, with your car, and getting you the most money for your injuries. Remember, you pay nothing at all until they win your case. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million, 800-9-million, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription-strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Ready! Hey, it's Chris with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. We are a family-owned and operated business, and we have been since 1957. Our goal is to leave every customer satisfied and a smile on their face. Ready Services doesn't want to leave your home without leaving you with a 5-star experience. At Ready Services, we believe that we can do a great job at a fair price. Learn more about how we can help you at nofeeemergency.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have found their new head coach. Mike LaFleur has gotten the job to be the next Arizona Cardinals head coach. LaFleur has been the offensive coordinator for the Los Angeles Rams over the past 3 seasons under Sean McVay. LaFleur is also the younger brother of Green Bay Packers head coach Matt LaFleur. The Phoenix Suns fell to the Los Angeles Clippers last night, but in good news, Devin Booker was named to his 5th All-Star game, and Dillon Brooks has earned Western Conference Player of the Week. Brooks averaged 28.8 points this week, which included a 40-point game against the top seed in the East, Detroit Pistons. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm, trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
All right, I was just teasing. Lauren wasn't getting chewed out by the boss. You were in there discussing strategy, right?
Or trying to schedule a very important interview for tomorrow,
Wink,
perhaps.
Wink, nudge,
I think
nudge.
They were discussing your future, Bernie. I think
That's it. With
right.
Gambo out today, we really got a picture, and we went, is this what we want?
Yeah, is this a really, Ring we liked. Burnsy,
Yeah.
I know YouTube. I know you agree. I get it. I get it. I understand.
Burnsy's the best.
Tim
Come
Ring
on.
and John Gambadoro would make a great combination. That's.
Don't you put that evil on me.
That's a
I'm just
pass
teasing.
from Tim Ring right there.
Sorry. No, we might be securing a good interview for tomorrow. We were just talking behind the scenes about how to coordinate that. So.
Or I was getting ripped a new one.
Or that too.
Or that.
But now you're here to tell us what's going on in sports. So, Lauren, the platform is yours. Take it away.
All right, well, let's start with the top story of the day, which is the fact that the Arizona Cardinals now have a head coach. Yay!
Yay, it's over.
Seriously.
It's over.
You know how I feel about that personally
Yes.
if you've been listening to any of the resets of the past 3 weeks. So let's dive on in. Here is Sean McVay from NFL Live today discussing Mike LaFleur getting his head coaching job.
You're really happy for Mike, awesome opportunity, and shoot, we'll get to see him twice a year now, so happy for him. I did think that this was something that could occur. It never fails. Every time me and my wife go on vacation, somebody's usually getting a head job, and then I'm spending too much time on my phone. But Mike did a great job, and really appreciative of him, and I think I was able to be a better head coach because of the contributions that he and our offensive staff have made over the last couple of years, and we're looking to continue that. Mike was a tremendous contributor to us.
A tremendous contributor in a way that now Gambo is reporting that he will call his own plays here with the Cardinals.
Which is something he did not do for Sean McVay. Though I did read something from Jordan Rodriguez that
He got some opportunities.
He had some opportunities to call some plays. McVay entrusted him with more play calling opportunities than he had other OCs in the past, but he was not the play caller for the LA Rams.
Sean McVay has made a lot of guys a lot of money.
Boy, is he ever.
I mean, Kevin O'Connell, Liam Cohen, Matt LaFleur, Mike LaFleur, Zach Taylor, Raheem Morris had a head job before he went to McVay, and then got another head job after that. That's a heck of a tree.
It's a heck of a tree. And for him, he's, he knows, not that he can replace Mike LaFleur, but he can replace Mike LaFleur, and that the legend of Sean McVay grows every time one of his guys goes and gets a job, right? Like, it really is a very impressive arsenal of coaches that he has.
Especially because he's like, what, 40?
I know. Still a kid. He's still a kid.
I mean, he'd even joked today that he's like, I go on vacation at the end of the season and I find out that I've lost a coordinator every single time. And I go, all right, got a gap to fill.
Yeah, and he'll fill it, and they're the Rams.
He wouldn't have it any other way.
No,
if nobody wanted to hire his assistants, that would be bad.
He wouldn't. You remember this time a year ago? It was like, oh my God, Gannon's going to lose Petzing. Oh my God, Gannon's going to lose Rawlis. Yeah. That seems like it happened a long time ago, doesn't it? Long time ago.
Yeah, that dream's over there. And speaking of filling out his coaching staff, the Ravens plan to hire Anthony Weaver as their defensive coordinator. The Titans are hiring Gus Bradley as their defensive coordinator. And the Broncos are promoting QB's coach Davis Webb to their offensive coordinator position.
I would assume with 12 years in the league, Mike LaFleur has a pretty good idea of how he wants to build his staff and who he wants to put on it. But there is a detriment to being the last team to hire a coach, is that other teams just have a jump on you when it comes to hiring those guys. It was Josh Weinfuss of ESPN who reported that the DC hire for the Cardinals is that they're not really close on that yet. And you just hate to see the ones you'd like come off the board before they're able to find somebody.
No, listen, money talks. That's what it's going to come down to. He's going to go to other staffs. Remember, he's got not only the 49ers in his back pocket in terms of his history, the Rams, but he's also got his brother's connections. So he's gonna go to other coaching staffs, find somebody who's looking for a promotion and a pay raise, and those are the guys he's gonna go out and get. Probably not gonna get anybody to make a lateral move to the Cardinals at this point.
Right, yeah.
But you find a guy who's a position coach somewhere, and you say, "Come be my DC."
His brother's got a new DC. I wonder if he's interested.
Stop it. Stop it, Lauren.
Jamal laughed. All right. And the Saints will be playing their first NFL game in Paris. It will be a home game for them and reportedly will be against the Cleveland Browns.
Wow.
So sending the best of the best to Paris.
What did the poor people of Paris ever do to deserve a Saints-Browns game?
I don't know.
Tell me there's nothing better to do with Paris than go see the Saints and the Browns? That's the best he got?
Hey, should we go to Moulin Rouge again, or should we go see the Saints and the Browns? Should we go to Montmartre and have our picture drawn?
Thing about I've never seen you're rattling off all these things to do, and I assume you've been that you and Faye have. I've never been to Paris
many times.
Okay,
yes.
there you go.
I have breakfast there.
I just man. There's this thing about putting your best foot forward.
Right, we're sending the best of the best.
Saints and the Browns
But
ain't it.
They don't know the difference.
We is American football. I do not care what I am watching today. Hey.
As long as there's a smoking section somewhere in the stadium, they'll be.
Will there be a cafe there for me to smoke and have my coffee? That's all I want to know.
Okay, Pepe Le Pew.
Now that we've gotten every French stereotype out of the way possible
Pretty much,
in the last 20 seconds, we'll move on over to the NBA because Dylan Brooks was named the Western Conference Player of the Week this week. Devin Booker was also named to his 5th All-Star team. Dylan Brooks, though, was not named to a reserve on that team.
But could still, right? Like he wasn't in the initial offing.
Yeah, but Burnsy, if there's a spot available, Kawhi Leonard will get that spot.
If there's a spot, well, it's weird
Right.
this year because there's 2 U.S. teams and there's an
So
international
he could
team.
play on the international team. Is that what you're saying?
He could potentially get a spot on the international team
If they're short guys.
If they're short guys there, I think you're right. If there's a spot on the U.S. team, it's Kawhi Leonard. They also have to figure out, is Karl Anthony Towns on the international team or the U.S. team? Is Norman Powell on the international team or the U.S. team? And that will kind of also dictate where there are spots and where there are not. It's complicated.
I mean, there are 3 teams, right? Plus the Rising Stars winner will be the 4th team?
No, I think it's just 3 teams playing a round robin. It's 3 teams with 8 players each playing around 2 U.S. teams and an international team. The fact that it's taken me this long to explain the format to you
love this
makes
idea.
it a real winner. You know,
Should we just carry this into the next
swear
segment?
to God, if you can't explain the NBA All-Star game in 30 seconds, forget it.
Let's throw the Elam ending in for good measure and confuse the hell out of everybody.
Yeah, there we go. All right, the Suns, they're back in action tomorrow against the Trailblazers, and the NBA trade deadline is on Thursday, so just be watching out for that one.
That one snuck up. I was talking with Kellen about that last night. It's like, oh, yeah, it's already here. The trade deadline's on Thursday. I don't think the Suns are going to do much of anything, but somebody else might.
I think they might. I know they like their team, and they don't want to do anything to disrupt what they have.
Uh-huh.
But if you could package some guys that aren't playing and maybe to get somebody who could maybe play.
Okay.
Listen, we saw last night a big fat spotlight on their most glaring issue.
Yes.
They don't have size.
No.
And they can get killed on the glass when all 5 guys on the court are not contributing to grabbing the ball off the boards.
This is true.
And over to the NCAA, U of A beat ASU this weekend 87-74 to stay number 1 in the AP poll. They remain the unanimous number 1.
Timmy made a plea to me, not a plea because it makes it sound like you were begging for it. It wasn't like that, but a suggestion. And maybe we'll do this tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yeah. Bobby Hurley's latest comments after the game on Saturday were another exercise in defeatism, in terms of how they played and his future there. And it feels like, I don't know if he's going to make it to the end of the season. I just don't know.
The comments are interesting, but to me, what I want to talk about tomorrow is the motivation behind the comments, because I have some thoughts on that.
Okay.
And the major shakeup in the AP poll was Michigan jumped UConn. They're number 2 now. And in MLB news, good vibes Gino has found a home, a 1-year, $15 million deal with the Reds. The deal also includes a mutual option for 27.
Jeff Passan reported it's primarily expected he will mostly DH for the Reds and not play at third. So he was not the last big bat on the market, but in free agency, one of the few big bats left. Still no Framber Valdez. He hasn't signed. Still no Zach Gallen. There are a list of some decent pitchers out there, starting pitchers. We're about a week away from pitchers and catchers reporting.
Time is running
out. Unsigned.
It's kind of been the norm the last 5 or 6 years in baseball. Dudes are signing late.
Yeah, you're right. It has been.
And with that, that's 4 o'clock race set.
All right, thanks, Lauren. We do appreciate it. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Mike LaFleur comes from an elite NFL coaching tree. How much more confidence in the hire does that give us? That's coming up on Burns and Gambo.
The Cardinals have hired Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur as their next head coach.
The Cardinals were very thorough in their process. They took their time, and they obviously feel comfortable that Mike LaFleur can not only run an offense, but run an entire organization. They may have been last, but they'll get the last laugh if their coach can turn around the franchise.
What does the LaFleur as head coach hire mean for the future of Kyler Murray in the desert? We're chopping up the Cardinal decision today on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
Hey, it's Gambo. If you've gotten a mortgage in the last 3 years, listen up. Mortgage rates have dropped considerably since then, so now could be a great time to look at refinancing and putting some money back in your pocket. My friends at Lund Mortgage track interest rates daily, so they can help you act fast and save big. And it couldn't be easier. Just send an email to ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. They'll monitor the market for you and alert you when it's the right time to refinance. And don't fall for those mailers or robocalls with rates that sound too good to be true. Lund Mortgage shows you the whole picture, rates, total cost, and long-term savings, so you can make a smart, informed financial decision. And if you're buying or refinancing right now, you may not have to make a mortgage payment for a few months. Generations of Arizonans have trusted the Lund Mortgage team just like me, and you can too. Just email ratewatch@lundmortgage.com. That's ratewatch@lundmortgage.com, and you can start saving with the Lund Mortgage team.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. A question I get all the time is, how did we become the largest injury firm in the world? We have over 1,000 lawyers in all 50 states and close to 6,000 coworkers. Our call center is on duty 24/7. You can reach us at any time at forthepeople.com. But the real reason is we won a lot. When you visit our website, go to our verdicts and settlements. There you will see what our clients were offered and what they were awarded at trial. All those verdicts help us resolve many cases fairly and early. You see, nothing beats reputation. The insurance industry knows who we are. We even have insurance adjusters call us for representation because they know too. We've made it easy. On your mobile device or computer, go to forthepeople.com and we will get busy. It's that easy. Call today. Morgan & Morgan, for the people. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee. based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com. I'm Tyler Drake. Suns' Dylan Brooks named Western Conference Player of the Week. New Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur expected to call Arizona's offense. And Kellen Olson takes a look at how the Suns' Western Conference could change at the NBA trade deadline. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com.
Shouting out Phoenix, which is where we're broadcasting from right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Hello, Phoenix. Thanks for hanging out with us. Tim Ring is in for Gambo, saying hi to the YouTube audience. We appreciate all of you sticking with us throughout the course of the day. Peek in on the chat every now and then. Look at you guys yelling at each other there about sometimes things we're talking about, sometimes things we're not talking about. I think somebody did try to diagnose Gambo's influenza.
They did.
A. Yes.
They did.
Did you see that too?
I got to find it. Yeah, here it is. You ready?
Yeah.
Should we do it?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
Yeah, hit me.
No, here it is. Influenza B mostly sticks to humans and changes more slowly. Both can make you sick with similar symptoms, but A tends to hit harder in adults, and B can be rough on young kids.
There you go. Gambo's got influenza A. He's been told to stay away from everybody until at least Wednesday. So he might be back Wednesday. In the meantime, it's always a pleasure to have Tim Ring in, filling for Gambo.
Also, YouTube chat, I would like to clarify that Bickley is not sick from Spoongate. The people of the YouTube comments were asking.
Was Bickley sick today?
No.
Oh.
No, Luke was out today. This is not because of Spoongate.
Oh. Did you hear about Spoongate?
I believe I did. Gambo left a dirty yogurt spoon on Bickley's.
Right there.
Right there in the area that I currently inhabit.
Yes. So that's not why.
And Gambo didn't deny it. It was a Gambo.
Oh, no, it was his. It was his. He admitted it.
Gambo confessed on the air.
Yeah. Yeah. It was his dirty used yogurt spoon.
But then quickly reminded everybody that Bickley spilled coffee on the new rug.
Of which is a tenth as bad as leaving a used.
Which we then tried to explain to him on the air.
Which he did not understand. He thought they were exactly the same level of crime. I'm like, yeah, no, they're very different.
Well, let's make it a poll question. Let's see what people at home think about it. Which is more disgusting.
Pretty sure which would be more disgusting, spilling your coffee or leaving a used yogurt spoon at a workstation somewhere. Anyway, so that's it's good to have Ring in, and Ring will be back tomorrow and all of that. The Sean McVay coaching tree is something we talked about. We alluded to in the 4 o'clock reset there for a second, and this is an older stat, if you will, not even a stat necessarily, but just a little factoid that was put out there by Teo Mackey that's quite some time ago, about a week ago. Since becoming Rams head coach, Sean McVay has had 4 offensive coordinators. Matt LaFleur, Kevin O'Connell, Liam Cohen, and Mike LaFleur. The first 3, 162 wins, 69 losses, and a tie. 9 playoff appearances in 12 years. The Cardinals have 9 playoff appearances in the Super Bowl era. Is the comp that he used to point out. And what that speaks to, and it might be surface level stuff, but what that speaks to is there is, especially when it comes to O'Connell, Cohen, and Matt LaFleur, a history of these guys tend to do very well in these jobs. There were others, of course. There was Brandon Staley, but he wasn't an offensive coordinator. And there was Zach Taylor, who wasn't an OC for McVay, but he was an offensive coach for McVay.
He was a quarterback coach.
QB coach, yes.
Now,
good memory.
He's not doing all that well lately, but he did take his team to a Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
So that coaching tree of O'Connell, Cohen, both LaFleur's now, and Zach Taylor. We don't know how Mike's going to do, obviously, but you're right, Bernsey. There's documented success, playoff appearances, and in the case of Zach Taylor, a Super Bowl appearance of guys that have coached for Sean McVay over the last 10 years. I mean, and then you talk about Mike LaFleur's tree. He's also got the scent of Kyle Shanahan on him as well.
Oh, totally. From Atlanta, from Cleveland, from San Francisco. In fact, I read two things about that today in prepping up for the show. I read thing number one. I think Bickley referred to this in his column about LaFleur, was that Shanahan was none too pleased when Mike LaFleur left the 49ers to go to the Rams. Yeah, no, when he was when he went from the 49ers to the Rams to be their. What was he?
Well, he went from the 49ers to the Jets and then back to the Rams.
Oh, was that what it was?
Now, Kyle Shanahan may have been upset with
him going to the Rams because he was worried. I think that's what it was. He was upset with him going to the Rams.
Going to the Rams.
He was worried that he was taking all the 49ers secrets with him.
He was the passing game coordinator for the 49ers. Went to the Jets with Saleh.
Thank you. You're
lasted
right.
2 years and then went back to the Rams, and Shanahan was not pleased.
Not pleased there. And then I read something else that Shanahan, and this was a quote directly from Shanahan, that Matt LaFleur tried to take Mike with him to Green Bay, and Kyle Shanahan said, I blocked it. Now, maybe eventually I would have given in and unblocked it, but yeah, no, you can't have him. He's not going. So, I mean, it is, as far as coaching tree go, but I loved what you said about this earlier, actually. For me, that's almost the best part of Mike LaFleur is his coaching tree, but I don't know if that's fair to have that be the only thing to like about him, right? Like he's got to, you can't hire him because of the coaching tree that he comes from. You've got to hire him because you think he's the right coach. Because,
and I hope that's the case.
And that's where I'm getting a little askew on this one, because for me, that's the number one reason why I had Mike LaFleur second on my overall list behind Robert Saleh. I really like that coaching tree, and I wanted to tap into it. But in the interview, it can't just be the tree that gets you hired. You got to display the wherewithal and the moxie to be a head coach in this league, and I certainly hope that's what happened.
Yeah, and coaching tree doesn't guarantee success. What you like is, as you mentioned, the guys that worked for McVay tend to be successful. Conversely, the guys who work for the great Bill Belichick tend to not be successful.
Yeah.
The Crennels, the McDaniels, the Weisses.
The Weisses, almost across the board.
The Patricias.
Fail.
They all failed.
Yeah.
Which means it makes you kind of wonder, like, how much is Belichick actually doing in New England? I mean, another thing is with McVay and Shanahan and their coaching trees, like, and again, this doesn't totally make it 100% accurate because there was a great culture in New England as well, and it didn't work for those guys that branched out. But I love the fact that Mike LaFleur has been around, or it's just X's and O's, right? You've been around winning cultures, winning organizations. You know what that looks like. And when you get here, again, nothing guaranteed because Jonathan Gannon was coming off a Super Bowl. But you get here and you might say, okay, this really shouldn't be done this way. Now, will the owner let him change it? I don't know. But this guy's been around three winning organizations because the Falcons went to the Super Bowl when he was there.
Yeah.
So he's had three looks at teams that are Super Bowl caliber organizations.
We're going to open it up to you, the listener, here on the Burns and Gambo show with Ringer filling in. Ringer, of course, takes your calls after most of the Cardinals games around here, so he's going to be very...
Hasn't that been fun the last couple of years?
He's going to be very accustomed to hearing from you on this one. 602-260-9870. We want to hear from you on the Mike LaFleur hire and what you think about it. We're going to get as many phone calls in as we can. 602-260-9870. 9870. We hear from you on the big news of the day. Next, I'm Burns and Gambo with Ringer filling in.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
And again, a disappointing night tonight in downtown Phoenix, but there haven't been many of them lately. Suns will have their 3-game win streak snapped as they lose by the final score of 117-93 here at Mortgage Matchup Center.
Suns couldn't clip them at home. More reaction to Suns Clippers on the way at Arizona Sports on YouTube, the Arizona Sports app, and 98.7.
They call it the Pro Smile difference, and oh, what a difference it is. If you're considering a dental procedure to fix your teeth and give you the confidence to smile once again, I urge you to do your homework. Spend some time researching the different options and places you can have your dental work done. And when you finish, I am certain you will choose Pro Smile. You see, Pro Smile really is different. First, they're the only practice in Arizona with full-service oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists on site. Many dental implant centers use regular dentists to do an oral surgery, not Pro Smile. Also, Pro Smile is the only implant center where the lab, mills, technicians, anesthesiologists, and board-certified oral surgeons are all in office. Most of the places you research will farm much of the work out, which can lead to delays and mistakes, but not at Pro Smile. And with Pro Smile, they understand that you're making an investment in yourself, so they offer incredible finance options, up to 10 years. Because the last thing they want is for cost to hold the customer back. With locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
The Renaissance Festival is back. Weekends now through March 29th. Be ready to have a great time. Amazing adventure awaits the entire family. New shows, shopping, jousting nights, non-stop feasting. Leave your cares behind. Happiness reigns at the Renaissance Festival. It's fun and affordable. Visit now through March 29th. Discount tickets available at Bashas' and Food City or online at arizona.renfestinfo.com. Presented by Delta Airlines, Bashas', Food City, Pepsi, Budweiser, and Guinness. Huzzah!
Low T, start for free for a limited time. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to feel older. Prescription testosterone gives you more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose weight and lose that dad bod for good. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. It's a game changer. So don't wait. If you've got low T, get started for free. Meet with a board-certified medical provider online with no waiting from the convenience of your home or office. Book today and feel like yourself again. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 on your phone. Keyword Red Mountain. Red Mountain Weight Loss. Real testosterone. Real doctors. Real results.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
One great experience.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have found their new head coach. Mike LaFleur has gotten the job to be the next Arizona Cardinals head coach. LaFleur has been the offensive coordinator for the Los Angeles Rams over the past 3 seasons under Sean McVay, and is also the younger brother of Green Bay Packers head coach Matt LaFleur. The Phoenix Suns fell to the Los Angeles Clippers last night, but in good news, Devin Booker was named to his 5th All-Star game, and Dylan Brooks has been named Western Conference Player of the Week. And that is what's trending now.
Burns and Gambo, open phones.
Hello? 602-260-9870.
Snap just right. 602-260-9870. 602-260-9870. Rapid fire calls. Tim rings in for Gambo. Your thoughts on Mike LaFleur as the new head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. He'll be introduced at a press conference tomorrow at noon. You'll hear that press conference here on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Let's go to Gilbert, which is where I'm happy to call home and talk to Jonesy, who's first up here on Burns and Gambo. Jonesy, welcome to the show. What's up?
Jonesy.
We did it. We did it. We finally hired a coach. Look at that.
Like Andy Dufresne in the rain.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Oh, my goodness. Wow. That was rough. I thought we were going to end up with Ron Rivera to end this whole, crazy train off. But I think when you look back at the top 3 candidates between Saleh, Kubiak, and LaFleur, all it really came down to is understanding how difficult this division is and finding someone who knows what a grind the NFC West is. And I'm just hoping that he can come in here and immediately change the tone and get this team going.
It's going to be hard. I mean, we haven't even gotten into, we've talked about the quarterback. We haven't even gotten to the roster. We haven't even gotten into the draft. We you mentioned Doug Ringer earlier, wrote a column on The Athletic, and the headline of the article is, now comes the hard part. Yeah. Okay, you got the hire. Now comes the hard part. You got to figure out how to get this team in a winning spot in the toughest division in the NFL. It's not going to be easy.
I do like what Jonesy's saying about having a guy with some institutional knowledge of the division. That can't hurt. It's by no means a surefire way to get to the top of that division.
Right.
But at least he'll have a really good intimate knowledge of what teams do on both sides of the ball. Now you got to get the horses to go out there and beat those guys.
Ryan in Phoenix next up here on Burns and Gambo. Ryan, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks. And I wish I shared all that guy's enthusiasm, and I am excited. I was pretty convinced as on Friday that LaFleur was going to stay in L.A., that Kubiak was going to the Raiders, and we were going to end up with Rivera or Raheem Morris. I think it's interesting that once LaFleur came over to us, that they gave McVay a 5-year extension right away, too, because I could have seen him maybe as a successor to McVay. I thought McVay almost retired a couple of years ago,
He
too.
did. He was contemplating stepping away from the business. Yeah, go ahead.
And as you guys have mentioned, and maybe it'll be a common theme on your segment here, but we don't know yet. There's still so much to do. We have no idea what's going to happen with the quarterback situation, so it's really hard for me to get super pumped and super excited without knowing who our quarterback's going to be.
That's a responsible take, I think, right?
I share those sentiments. I do. I don't know how it's going to work out with Mike LaFleur. Again, you like the resume, you like who he's worked for. You don't like the situation he's walking into here, especially at the quarterback position. I mean,
it's funny though. There's a common thread, at least between the first 2 callers, and I got this vibe on social media too. It's not so much excitement about Mike LaFleur; it's relief about who it's not. It's not Ron Rivera. It's not Raheem Morris. It's not
Vance
Joseph, whether he was even a candidate or not. Like it's almost like, yeah, we'll see if he's. But I'm glad it's not X, Y, or Z. That's been an interesting common theme here for the last couple.
I think a lot of people agree with give me the apple that's still hanging on the tree, not the rotten apple that's on the ground.
Yeah.
When you talk about retread coaches that had opportunities and failed.
Yeah. Yeah. Don in Avondale's next up here on the Burns and Gambo Show with Tim Ring filling in. Don, take it away. What's on your mind?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? It's a good hire. I think it's cool. I'm more curious to see what coaches he's going to surround himself with. But I got to be honest, man. I mean, this was the worst season, probably one of the worst seasons of injuries that happened with the Cardinals. And we really never got a fair shake on a full roster of our top guys. And I think if he can come in there and have a fair shot at our top guys and they can execute the play, that's the top word. The main word is execution, right? And also, hire a really good second string and third string, obviously, for backup. But I really feel like he's going to have some success because we never got a fair shake last year. We just didn't. And I know there's no excuses and blah, 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 all that. But let's be honest, man. He's going to come in with a really good first string that we really had on paper last year. But we were down to our third or fourth string running back. You know what I'm saying? And so I really feel like he's going to have some good success if we can just stay healthy next year. So thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, you got it. Let's move on. You got a comment on that?
No, go ahead. Let's move on. No,
let's go to Barclay, who's in Fountain Hills. I hope I'm saying your name right. Barclay, yes?
Yeah, Barkley.
Oh, Barkley. Okay, like Charles.
Yeah,
okay, I got you. Well, hi,
like
Chuckster.
Charles,
Thanks, thanks for calling in, Chuckster. We appreciate it. What's on your mind?
I am happy with the hire. Some of the other coaches they might have hired, I think the writing would have been on the wall that it wouldn't have been successful. And I think this has a shot. Last year, I think what bothered me the most out of everything that happened was the divisional play, just going, 0-4 against the 49ers, Seahawks, and Rams. Like, if we get that to, 500, I know it's a big ask, but if we got that 500 in the division, that would make me a happy camper.
I am. I mean, Gannon rolled out not 1-0-6, but 2-0-6 in the division. I mean, that's obviously got to improve. And the roster has to improve. Even going back to the injuries call from a couple of calls ago, they got to draft better.
Yep.
They got to have an influx of some free agents that can help right away. There's no question about it. And then there's the quarterback. And the for all of the injuries, I mean, and I agree that of course injuries were a factor with everything that went down last year. But I think the not having a known plan at quarterback hurt them just as much as their organizational reputation did. It hurt them just as much as any other roster concerns you might have had or anything like that. I mean, there's a reason why the Raiders got Clint Kubiak and the Cardinals didn't. They've got the number one pick in the draft, and there's no quarterback questions there. It's going to be Fernando Mendoza. Not having a quarterback, not knowing what the future is there, and not knowing how you're going to acquire the next quarterback, I can see how that would be a turnoff for a lot of guys when it comes to this job. A lot of guys. There's no question about it. Like, I mean, the Harbaughs and the McDermotts of the world that were suddenly available in this coaching cycle, there's just no way they would seriously look at this organization given the state of the quarterback situation.
No doubt about it. Let's go to Steve in Cave Creek, who's next up here on Burns and Gambo. Steve, welcome to the show.
Thanks. Good having a ringer in for Gambo. It's maybe a sign of the future one day. Anyway, so I want your opinion, Ringer. One of the problems with this team, of course, is this is Bidwell's team, and he doesn't have any outside interest or wealth outside of the team, really, to speak of. And I've been a season ticket over 25 years. Why not do what the Giants did and the York family's doing? Sell 15% to private equity and pull $400 or $500 million off the table and put it in the bank. And he might be a better owner then, not stressing out so much about free agent spending and all that. Why wouldn't he do that? I mean, you still control the team. If the Giants could do it, we could do it.
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, I can't answer that, obviously, why he wouldn't do it. I don't know if there's an ego involved in the prestige of having a family-owned National Football League team for 100 years or so and not wanting to have to answer to anybody or have any other cooks in the kitchen. I don't disagree with the sentiment. Obviously, I'm not a wealth management person in terms of how that would all play out behind the scenes in terms of what it would take to do that. But on the surface, I don't know. I mean, the first word that comes to mind is it's pretty cool owning a football team all by yourself or your family, right? I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
I mean, my first thought about it is, I mean, that's all great and well. I don't know if that really changed anything necessarily about how the organization is run or how the decisions are made over there. But I think that any and I respect the call and I appreciate the call, but that suggestion has been out there for so long, and I'd rather focus on the things that I think you can control and that you know are going to happen, and I just don't know if that's something you can think is ever going to happen anytime.
And only he can answer that question.
Yeah, right. It's like I don't know. I don't know in the football team.
Is it Newsmakers Week coming up? Well, ask him. Ask him.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm actually think he would answer it.
He might. He might. I don't. But like you, I don't know how to answer that question because I
don't know either.
I don't.
I can give you some ideas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you everybody for the phone calls. We certainly appreciate it as always. And yeah, it is good to have Tim ring in for Sean Gambadoro.
Oh shucks.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Suns giveth and the Suns taketh away because Jalen Green, just when you thought he was back, he's out again. We'll talk about that next on Burns and Gambo.
Sports keeps kids active, confident, and connected. But for many families, the cost of equipment can be a real barrier. That's why Arizona Sports is teaming up with Earnhardt Auto Centers for the Second Chance Sports Gear Drive, supporting Boys and Girls Clubs of the Valley. We're collecting new or gently used sports gear to help kids get in the game. You can drop off donations at any Earnhardt dealership or give online now through February 28th. To learn more, text GEAR to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
All right, big week coming up. Big game coming up on Sunday and parties and things like that. And certainly I hope the party that I'm going to has Daisy French onion dip. Daisy French onion dip, Daisy ranch dip, made with ingredients that you can find in your kitchen. No preservatives, no artificial ingredients. And when you're getting together to watch the big game or just any game, you want to make sure you have the best snacks. And Daisy makes the best French onion dip and Daisy ranch dip. I enjoy eating it with chips, wings, and veggies, and you will too. Look for it at your local grocery store.
Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the Sweet James billboards. Fun name, serious results. So if you are hurt in any kind of accident, don't let the insurance companies push you around. Sweet James Accident Attorneys has over 25 years of experience, 500-plus trials, and has recovered over $2 billion for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team and deliver some of the biggest settlements in the country. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com.
As the calendar turns, many of us think about our family, our future, and the legacy we're building. One resolution often gets pushed aside, creating or updating an estate plan. I'm Wes Hunsaker, attorney and partner here at Morris Hall, where we believe estate planning isn't about paperwork, it's about people. It's about making sure your wishes are clearly understood and your assets are passed on in the most thoughtful and tax-efficient way possible. Because without proper estate planning, taxes can quietly take a large portion of what you've worked so hard to build. Online forms might seem convenient, but they can't listen to your story, understand your family dynamics, or help you avoid unnecessary taxes. That's where a real law firm makes the difference. For over 55 years, the attorneys at Morris Hall have helped Arizona families create estate plans tailored to their lives. Plans that protect loved ones, honor intentions, and preserve wealth. Start your new year with true peace of mind.
Morris Hall, premier estate planning for every generation. Visit morrishall.com to schedule a complimentary consultation.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
All right, here we go. Hi, it's Tim Hovick, and you're invited to my favorite event of the year, and it's free. The Santan Ford Special Olympics of Arizona Celebrity Putting Challenge, located at the TPC Stadium Course Putting Green. The challenge features Special Olympics athletes, celebrities, big sports stars like Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Corbin Burns, Arizona Cardinals stars, and so many more. And top business leaders, all up close and personal. It's Tuesday, February 3rd at 11 a.m. and all fans are admitted free to the entire stadium course. It's Ford Free Days. Our Special Olympic athletes capture the wonder and amazement embodied by the great game of golf. Please join me in supporting our Special Olympics athletes, then watch the Tour Pros practice on the big stadium course. It's a great day. See you Tuesday at the TPC. The Waste Management Phoenix Open. It's Tuesday, February 3rd at 11 a.m.
They're going to go nuts when he hits this thing.
The People's Open is back. See the PGA Tour's best tee it up at the 2026 WM Phoenix Open, February 2nd through the 8th at TPC Scottsdale. Get tournament and ticket info at WMPhoenixOpen.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lauren is here with an update on our Twitter poll question of the day, and then we'll talk a little Suns basketball, and then get right back into the Mike LaFleur talk. Gambo reported this morning that Mike LaFleur will indeed call his own plays. We've had already a couple of complicated conversations about it because it's not easy, it's complicated, but not that complicated to our audience, apparently, is it?
No, and still remains quite an uncomplicated subject matter for them because we're asking, do you want Mike LaFleur to be the offensive play caller for the Arizona Cardinals, yes or no?
Yes, but Tim has made a compelling argument for no, and I don't even know if you voted no or not, but you made a compelling argument.
I shy away from it because plenty of guys have done it with great success.
Yeah.
I just gave my own personal philosophy for a young
you made a
coach.
very convincing argument, that's all.
I just, think he might be better off having somebody else do it. But
I'm a yes.
And yes is still dominating 88% of our audience going with yes, he should be the play caller.
I mean, I would understand those numbers if he was the play caller for the LA Rams the last
I don't know
3
where
years.
people are getting this from, or unless they think that we guys learned so much from the great Sean McVay that he should call the plays.
A lot of the comments on this poll question on Twitter are just, why not give it a shot? What do we have to lose?
So we're at that point.
Yeah, literally. What do we have to lose? Honestly, at this point, I'm willing to try anything.
Wow.
Yeah, let's have the fans call plays. What the hell? Everybody submit. We get the technology now to do it.
We can put a little voting screen up with plays A, B, C, D. Mm-hmm.
That's a wonderful idea.
Wonderful idea. It is funny that, why should we do this? Why the hell not?
Why not? What else? What else are we going to do? All right, thank you, Lauren. That's the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page. So, Jalen Green, now, have we seen, one last question for you. No injury report so far?
They're the latest injury report, which came out 18 minutes ago, Suns have not submitted yet.
Okay.
Because they're not required to do so, but they have not done it yet.
Okay, so wait and see on the two biggies, obviously, which is Devin Booker, who was scheduled to be reevaluated over the weekend, and I know Jordan Ott over the weekend had said that, not in a bad way, that Devin Booker is so his recuperative powers are so strong that he's, I believe the phrase he used, skipping steps in his rehab, like he's just flying right through it, but there's no promise that he's going to be able to play tomorrow against Portland. But obviously it's been a week, and so depending on where he is in his reevaluation, Booker could be back soon-ish, but we don't know for sure. It sounds like it's going well, if nothing else.
And now Green's got the hip. I mean, anybody who saw that fall on Friday night against the Cavaliers, I mean, my gracious. I mean, this guy.
Yeah.
After being a relative Iron Man recently, most of his career, certainly recently, in Houston, can't catch a break. Tom Leander had an interesting point on the post-game show. Did you see that?
No, what did he say?
Eddie Johnson and Chambers are like, we're not going there. But Leander thought that actually I'm paraphrasing, but in a weird way, Jalen Green having another kind of bruise or injury to focus on takes away from maybe being a little ginger and reluctant with the hamstring. Don't kill the messenger.
No,
Leander brought it up.
And
Eddie and Tom were both kind of like, but like I kind of know. I kind of, at least I think I know where Tom's going with that.
Yeah, a little bit.
If there was any concern that Jalen is not ready to let that hamstring rip, or he's been favoring it, or he's not have confidence in it, the distraction of the
hip bothering him
Yeah,
might take his mind off the fact that he's worried about whether letting it rip.
It's like when you get a shot in the arm, you pinch your leg as a kid so you don't.
Do people do? I guess
Again, I'm not saying Leander's right. I'm like, don't say that's ridiculous. But Tom brought it up, and I was like, okay, I kind of see where you're going with that.
I wouldn't entirely dismiss it. I could see that to a certain extent. Here's Jordan Ott last night updating Green's new injury.
Jalen, it's just the fall. You know, the hamstring seemed to be good. Everything was good until that fall, and we're going to be smart here. I mean, everyone saw the fall, how hard it was. And then just mechanically, we want everything to be right. His back to be feeling right, his hip to be feeling right. But it appears to be, everything was good with the comeback on the hamstring.
Yeah, in regards to Jalen, kind of what are you saying to him? Obviously, he's been doing everything in his power to try and get back.
He just wants to be out there. His teammate wants him to be out there, and we want him to be out there. But there's no pressure from us. We want him back, and we want him healthy. With the speed that he has, we know everything has to be right. So, obviously it was great to see him out there, just in general, just to see him out there. You could feel his energy. Even after the fall, I felt, he impacted us. So just an unlucky bounce at this point, but he'll be out there as soon as he can.
It's just remarkable to me, and I know this has been said many, many times. Two things are remarkable to me. Number one, the success they've been able to have without him. But number two, they've played 50 games. There's only 32 left. There's still 2.5 months left in the season, but with each passing week, with each passing game, with each, you do just wonder what exactly is Jalen Green going to contribute to this year's Phoenix Suns basketball team. And I hate to say that, I hate to even think something like that, but it is starting to get to that point where you just wonder what. At the end of the day, what value added are you going to have with Jalen Green?
I think quite a lot.
You think so still?
I know where you're. Yeah, I do. I know where you're going with that. Like, boy, they're really good without him. Everybody has found their role. Everybody plays well together. This is a really good basketball team. We don't know how high they can climb, but I look at it this way: this is a team right now that's 10 games over 500. Okay, yeah, they're technically 7th in the West, but come on, man. It's like a 5-car pileup between 7th and 2nd.
Yeah.
I mean, right now they're 3 back of the 2 seed.
It's crazy.
Right?
Yeah.
Now, and what if and the trade deadline just happens to be this week?
Right.
Assume we get Jalen Green back this week. I'm looking at a team that's 3 back of the 2 seed. Other teams involved. I get it. Okay, 2.5 back of the 4 seed, which would give you home court advantage in the playoffs. And I'm going to say to this group, we're going to add a 23-point-a-game score at the trade deadline. I think everybody be doing cartwheels up and down the 51.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to get Jalen Green back, assuming he can stay healthy.
Yeah.
You love the way him and Booker look together. Small sample size. I understand that.
Mm-hmm.
But they look like they've been playing together for a long time.
Yeah.
So I look at this and I'm like, okay, this Suns team is way better than they were supposed to be. Way better than we thought they would be. Maybe way better than Jordan Ott, Matt Ishbia, and Brian Gregory thought they would be. And now you're going to add a guy like Jalen Green and the ability to take over a game and score like, hey, this guy gets you 35 in a heartbeat. So when you're talking about a team that has its eyes on a top 4 seed, I mean, forget that they may end up trying to get out of the play-in, but right now, 32 left. The goal should be a top 4 seed.
Absolutely. Oh my gosh.
And so you're gonna add a scorer like Jalen Green to the mix. So that's why I'm excited about what he can bring and what he can do and what the potential then will be if the Suns are in fact at full strength. And if they can add a body who can grab a rebound now and again at the trade deadline. Yeah. This thing's going to get real interesting down the stretch.
I get all that, and I really, really do. And of course, it goes without saying you're better with him than you are without him. I guess at some point, 32 games left is going to become 22 games left, and 22 games left is going to become 15 games left. And depending on when, I'm not saying this injury is going to keep him out that long, but if it keeps cropping up or if things keep happening, they do need to acclimate to him, and he needs to acclimate to them. And at some point, not that they're going to run out of time, but you can, about a month from now, if you're still dealing with this a month from now, you're going to start wondering, is there enough time to get him acclimated to what they're doing so you are the best version of yourself when it matters the most? And that is the part I'm a little worried about with Jalen Green right now.
I hope he plays against Portland tomorrow, and he plays every single game down the stretch until the playoffs begin. Now, is that going to happen? We've been, quote-unquote, burned a couple of times by the Jalen Green's comebacks. But to me, like, it's just an exciting time right now. It's funny, I talked about this with Wolf and Luke, and let me just leave you with this. If the Suns knew how good they were going to be and how close they are to potentially getting home court advantage in the first round of the playoffs, would you have taken somebody different at 10? Somebody more ready to help you now. It may end up being a phenomenal pick 5 years from now. But if they knew they were going to be this good, would you have taken a Derek Queen? Do you see the numbers he's putting up?
That is, you know what? I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're gonna put that conversation in a box, and we're gonna save it for tomorrow because I like that conversation. I do.
Something to think about.
We're gonna save that one for tomorrow.
I mean, they would never admit it, but
of course,
something to think about.
We come back on Burns and Gambo. Mike LaFleur, can he be Jordan Ott 2.0? Because that's what we all want, right? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
At the end of it all, the Cardinals end up with Mike LaFleur, who I think most Cardinal fans are okay with. You had a choice if you're the Arizona Cardinals. You could have gone and tried to hire a retread of Vance Joseph, Ron Rivera, somebody who's done the job, somebody who's had experience, or you could roll the dice on a first-time head coach who is currently a coordinator. In this particular case, I'm cool with the latter because, A, I wasn't really a fan of the retreads that were available to them, and B, if you're going to take a shot, roll the dice and see if you can find a Jordan Ott. Roll the dice, see if you can find a Liam Cohen.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I want to offer you something absolutely free that could save your life. A complimentary coronary artery and heart scan from Lifeguard Imaging. It's a $600 value, and it's yours for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620. Look, we can't change our parents, and no matter how well we eat and how much we work out, some things are hereditary. Lifeguard Imaging saves lives through early detection. They offer scans for the heart, lungs, chest, abdomen, pelvis, and colon. Scans that can help prevent a heart attack, stroke, and heart disease. Did you know 1 in 2 men will be diagnosed with cancer, and most will not find out until it's too late? Which is why Lifeguard Imaging can save your life. The scan takes 10 minutes, but getting ahead of any issues can help you be there to walk your daughter down the aisle and hold your grandchildren. Look, there is no obligation here. They offer 5 incredible scans, even a full body scan. Right now, you can get a coronary artery heart scan for free when you call 602-755-5003 or text SCAN to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been asked many times how Morgan & Morgan became the largest injury firm in the world. I think I know. When someone comes to us for an on-the-job injury, we have a huge workers' compensation practice. But many times we find a defective product that was responsible for that injury. Luckily for them, we have a product liability section headed by my son, Mike. In addition to the comp case, there is a product case too. Other times, the injured worker is fired or harassed for bringing that claim. We have them covered. Our employment lawyers handle retaliation claims as well as wage theft and discrimination cases, and in some cases need to file for Social Security benefits. No problem. We became big for a reason. 30% of our new cases come as referrals from former clients. Hiring us is easy. Go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer, or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Unsure where to start? Sounds like you may be suffering from FOMO, the fear of messing up. The cure? Filing your federal and state taxes for free using TurboTax on Credit Karma. All you have to do is start and finish filing on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th. Just keep in mind, this offer is available only if you didn't file with TurboTax last year. It's time to break free from your fear of messing up. Start filing for free today in the Credit Karma app.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. How's this for a plan? You find your dream home and then you just move in right away without the frustrations of waiting around to sell your old place first. That's the way to do it. And you know what? Orchard gets it. That's why their Move First, Sell Later program exists, because with Orchard, you can buy the dream home now. Don't waste time, just go. Then sell the old one later. Here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. No waiting around, no showings, no double moves. You ever tried to do a double move before? You don't want to do any double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home. They make price-boosting upgrades. And once they're done, a local Orchard agent will list and sell your home for top dollar. They can do that because their agents are some of the most experienced around town, with smart tools and products to help you attract the right buyers. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to sell your old home later so you can focus on buying and moving into your new home now. Buy before you sell. Still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Bear here from Waltz TV and Appliance with Dan Bickley. So, Bick, how did your TV and installation really turn out from us?
Bear, I seriously cannot thank you guys enough. My viewing experience is so immersive and so incredible. It is everything you could ever want as a sports fan. I highly recommend to all of our listeners that you see the difference and you hear the difference when shopping at Waltz.
Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have found their new head coach. Mike LaFleur has gotten the job to be the next Arizona Cardinals head coach. LaFleur has been the offensive coordinator for the Los Angeles Rams over the past 3 seasons under Sean McVay, and is also the younger brother of Green Bay Packers head coach Matt LaFleur. The Phoenix Suns fell to the Los Angeles Clippers last night, but in good news, Devin Booker was named to his 5th All-Star game, and Dylan Brooks has been named Western Conference Player of the Week. And that is what's trending now.
NFL offseason loading.
The Cardinals have hired Mike LaFleur as the new head coach.
LaFleur is the younger brother of Packers head coach Matt LaFleur.
Arizona Sports. The Cardinal Decision. The Cardinal Decision with Burns and Gambo.
As I look at LaFleur, you mentioned it, the quarterback situation is huge. Jacoby Brissett is that bridge quarterback. He's also a veteran in the room. So when you talk about where that next quarterback is going to come from, if it's not this offseason, to me, you roll with the veteran, a guy that you know people within that locker room will follow behind, because he's the guy that was there with Drake May a year ago in his rookie year. He was with Tua Tagovailoa as a young quarterback in Miami as well. So he has a ton of experience being that bridge quarterback or being the veteran presence for the offense. He was also in Cleveland when they had a lot of things going on with Deshaun Watson. So for LaFleur, you look at this offense, Trey McBride as a tight end. Look at what he's just come from with McVay and what they were able to do with all of those tight ends there. How do you find a way to be competitive early on while you're waiting for that quarterback of the future to be available?
That was Jason McCourty on NFL Live today on ESPN on the Cardinals' hiring of Mike LaFleur. As we welcome you back to the Burns and Gambo Show, Tim Ring is in for the ailing John Gambadoro, who has been diagnosed with influenza A. The flu has gotten him. And even though Gambo joined us in the first segment of the show to break down what he had learned about Mike LaFleur over the weekend, Gambo is also very under the weather and very sorry he can't be here with us today because
he won't be here tomorrow.
And he won't be here tomorrow either. He's that sick. He is that sick, and all you have to do is go to his Twitter feed to find out that he's taken one sick day in 30 years. And so this is killing him to not be here today right now.
By the way, I put HR on that. They're doing an audit. They're going to see it. Yeah, they're going to see if that's actually accurate that he's taken one.
Gambo
I'm just teasing
has
Gambo.
Accrued 1,365 sick days over the years for never taking one in his life. Whereas me, on the other hand, if I'm sick, I'm calling in. I mean, it's just like I get the whole, oh man, I'm going to work through this and it's all right. It's just that if I'm sick, I'm calling in, man.
You know what's ironic about that is, you know who also never takes sick days? the NBA scout who showed up to the game and coughed all over Gambo. He doesn't take sick days either.
Yeah, he probably should have called in sick too. Stayed, watched the game in his hotel room rather than the press box seat that he had in there. Anyway, it's always good to have Tim Ring filling in for Gambo, and he'll be back in tomorrow. Speaking of the Suns, and not so much about the scout that may or may not have given Gambo influenza A, the thing, Jordan Ott, and we're kind of crossing sports here a little bit. But it seems to me that Jordan Ott has kind of become the new standard now for coaching hires, at least in the short term here in the Valley. Because one of the most immediate initial reactions to the hiring of Mike LaFleur is, well, if he can be the next Jordan Ott, great. Hey, if he can be there, Jordan Ott, great. Which I think speaks more to Jordan Ott than it does to Mike LaFleur. But it also speaks to what our true hopes and dreams are for Mike LaFleur as coach of the Cardinals. Here's an assistant coach who, was a valuable assistant, but by no means was a play-calling offensive coordinator, just like Jordan Ott was by no means the first-chair assistant coach for the Cleveland Cavaliers when he got the gig. He was deserving of a head coaching opportunity, but there were also guys in line in front of him who maybe were more deserving or things like that. And Jordan Ott has become such a success story, has become such a huge hit that he's become kind of the standard now. He's become the one that everybody's looking towards. Can the Cardinals find their? Is that fair? Is that real?
Yeah, I mean, it also proves you don't have to get the sexy name or the retread guy or the guy the fans want. I don't think Jordan Ott was high on a lot of fans' lists. In fact, I think a lot of fans were upset that he had Michigan State ties.
100%. 100%.
Because back then, Matt Ishbia was not very popular in this town. He is again.
Tim, I think that's where the parallels come in this more than anything. People forget that was a contentious coaching search among the Phoenix Suns fan base. Everybody was pissed off about Brian Gregory and his Michigan State ties. Everybody was looking through the list, and the cynic in all of us. And I'll cop to this. I'll be the first one to admit, when I saw the list and I saw the Michigan State ties for Jordan Ott, I kind of rolled my eyes and I thought, well, I think I have an idea who the leader in the clubhouse is. And that wasn't fair, but it was also in the moment kind of how we all felt about how the Phoenix Suns were being constructed. And I think we've gone through a very similarly kind of contentious coaching search for the Cardinals where, hey, John Harbaugh, yeah, he didn't want it. And Kevin Stefanski, he doesn't want it. And Robert Saleh, yeah, he's probably just using you for leverage to get the deal he wants from the Titans. And it's left everybody in a really sour mood about the Cardinals' job.
So we should love Mike LaFleur because he's willing to take on the challenge, right? And in terms of like Jordan Ott, now we'll see about LaFleur. But again, the old adage, like, don't tell me about the labor, show me the baby. And nobody cares about a very ugly, contentious labor if the baby is beautiful.
Yeah.
You got to see the baby. But the Suns nailed that hire.
Yes.
At least early on. He's 50 games in. But so far, it appears they nailed that hire.
In ways we couldn't have even imagined they would when they made that hire. It's worked out better than anybody could have dreamed.
And to a certain extent, it takes a village, too. Brian Gregory put the pieces in place. They believed in Colin Gillespie. They got that right. I don't know where the hell they found Jamare Bouye, and not that. But again, like that, what a great example. Like, not that he's been dumping in 20 a game, but he's been a really good find.
Yeah.
I was on the road with the team in Philadelphia, and some of the guys in the truck and whatnot, we were kind of joking because some of the players, the veteran players of the Suns, admitted they're like, we didn't know who this guy was when he showed up. What a great find.
Yeah.
That wasn't an accident. So Brian Gregory himself or somebody on his team scouted that young man and said, this is a guy that can help us.
He'll fit.
And they brought us in.
Yeah, he'll fit with what we do. He knows what we're trying to do here, and he'll fit with our culture or our this or our that.
Right.
Yeah.
And what they got in the Durant trade obviously has worked out, especially with Dylan Brooks. I assume Jalen Green's going to eventually work out once he plays, more than 2 games in a row. But you know what he can do. So the roster was constructed in a way that allowed Jordan Ott to take his skill set, meld it all together, and you come up with a team that's won 30 of their first 50 games. And I'd be shocked if they did not make the playoffs.
Yeah.
So that's been a home run. Now with the Cardinals, again, Mike LaFleur is going to need some help from the front office, and you better start nailing some draft picks up and down the draft that can help you play and win football games.
But I think, and we're actually going to talk about that in the next segment because that goes hand in hand with this. But you bring up I think the point when it comes to this, and I'm not trying to sweep everything that's happened to all of us collectively as Cardinal fans under the rug over the last 3 weeks. It was a really long last 3 weeks watching them go through this, and it wasn't always pleasant. The Kubiak stuff last week wasn't pleasant. Watching Robert Saleh, hey, if he can just get out of Tennessee, he's going to fly to Arizona. Oh, he didn't get out of Tennessee.
By the way, you think that tweet was planted on?
Oh, of course.
For a specific, that very reason of don't let him leave the building?
Of course. Jeff Hafley, same thing in Miami. John Harbaugh, you knew he was never going to come here. Kevin Stefanski was never even rumored to have had a conversation with the Cardinals. Like, it's been a really tough last 3 weeks. But like you said, everyone just wants to see the baby. Don't tell me about the labor. And I hope this Cardinals coaching search has a chance that a month from now, 2 months from now, we'll remember how awkward it was them finding a coach. But that when next season rolls around, like Jordan Ott, we don't give two thoughts in our head to the controversy around Jordan Ott's hiring 6 months ago. It's just like it's so in the rearview mirror now. That's what the Cardinals have to hope for more than anything, and that this will follow suit with that. Nobody will think about how awkward this coaching search is.
So much goes in, Bernsey, to being a successful NFL head coach. Like, you got to have some X's and O's acumen. I think Jonathan Gannon had that. You got to have some situational football acumen. I don't think Gannon had that. But the one thing, ask any former player. Wolf will say it. Anybody I've ever talked to that played this game. A lot of guys know X's and O's, right? Mm-hmm. A lot of high school coaches know X's and O's. What separates the great coaches in the National Football League, again, it's almost a cliche at this point, and you know what I'm going to say, you got to be a leader of men. Like that is what separates the average ones or the good ones from the great ones. The 53 guys have to look at you and believe in you and trust you and be willing to go to war and die for you out on that field on Sunday. They got to trust you, they got to believe in you, and they got to want to play for you.
Arizona Sports is teaming up for something big, and we want you climbing with us. Sign up to join Ron Wolfley and myself on the Arizona Sports team to help raise critical funds for the special needs community during the Cardinals Climb event. It's on February 21st. Text the word HIKE to 620-620 to learn more and sign up today. Now the hard part starts. Mike LaFleur, Monty Austinfort need to build a roster that can compete in the NFC West in 2026. Can they do it? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
The Arizona Cardinals search for a new head coach has ended.
Breaking news from the NFL. The Arizona Cardinals have announced the hiring of Rams offensive coordinator Mike LaFleur as their next head coach. LaFleur is the younger brother of Packers head coach Matt LaFleur.
6 in-person interviews this hiring cycle for the Cardinals before they landed on LaFleur.
Stick around for more about the Cardinal decision on the Arizona Sports YouTube channel, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports 98.7.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Stuart, there's all these different phases to save in your life, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s. But when you get close to retirement age, isn't it wiser to start to make sure that you're more conservative with your money instead of more aggressive?
First of all, it all depends on your comfort level with risk. You don't want to mess up your retirement. You see the finish line is close and you want to be done. Most people know this. People who want to be rich buy stocks. People who are already rich buy fixed income, which is why you've moved to a more conservative approach personally.
Yes, because it's important for me to make sure I protect the money I've been able to save so far.
That's why it's important to know exactly what your comfort level with risk is.
So if you want a financial advisor that can work with you and help you with the risk management, call Stuart Willis at Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax at 602-877-PLAN for a free portfolio review.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
It's Desert Wind Harley's Black and Orange Tag Sale this week. Hundreds of pre-owned Harleys tagged with discount pricing. We're selling every pre-owned Harley to make room for more new 2026 Harleys. Desert Wind Harley's pre-owned Black and Orange Tag Sale ends this Sunday.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
40,000 people. Let that number sink in for a second, because that's not a crowd, that's a small city, and it's also the number of people choosing pain relief without surgery. Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and those 40,000 people said there has to be a better way, and they found it at QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine, where they use cellular level treatments to restore and revitalize joint tissue naturally. And today, those patients are moving better, hurting less, and getting their lives back. QC Kinetics is right here in Phoenix, using safe, natural treatments backed by real science, treatments that activate your body's natural healing power. Safe, natural, non-surgical, with zero downtime, and the sooner you start, the faster you heal. Call now for your free consultation with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
I used to think the draft in my living room was just part of living in an older house. Turns out, I was paying the utility company for air leaking straight out my windows. I'm Becky Lynn, and if that sounds familiar, might be time to replace your windows and doors. Call my friends at Arizona Window and Door Store. Over 1,400 5-star reviews and their exclusive seal and shield installation process. Book your free consultation at azwds.com or call 480-562-3902. Again, book online at azwds.com.
When you look at your backyard, does it need a fix in 2026? Because ours definitely did at Casa Galvisi. I mean, the before and after, remarkable. All thanks to California Pools and Landscape. A total transformation. New decking, shade structure, landscaping, turf. Of course, the pool. Cal Pool's been serving the Valley since 1988. Arizona's most awarded pool builder. And with every pool sold, they're donating to Phoenix Children's. Get a free estimate at calpool.com/Paul.
Don't let tax refund worries hold you back. File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction to help you get every refund dollar you deserve, or your money back. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
Hey, it's Wolf. What does Mike LaFleur need to do to succeed as the Arizona Cardinals head coach? We'll ask Cardinals legend Patrick Peterson tomorrow at 11:15. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Want to say hi to the good folks of Chandler, Arizona.
Chandler!
Hello, Chandler. Downtown Chandler. Love downtown Chandler.
Home of the Wolves.
Indeed.
Home of Hamilton High.
And Hamilton, too. Yeah.
Arizona Avenue.
Perry, I think, is also at Chandler's. Or is it Gilbert?
Barry's in Gilbert.
Well, I thought it was like on the border, but.
Home of Brock Purdy.
But only we see it like that.
Brock Purdy.
Only we see it like that.
It's in Gilbert.
Is it in Gilbert? Okay.
Yeah.
For some reason, I thought it was like the borderline of.
Where's Basha? Is that in Chandler?
I believe that's also Gilbert, but I could be
You're
wrong.
asking a North Valley girl about the wrong side of
I'm
town.
a Gilbert guy. I should know this.
Yeah, you should know this.
I'm embarrassed by myself.
Plus, everybody listening down on that, like, oh, you guys don't even know where it is.
Yeah, you're saying hi to Chandler. You don't even know where we are. I know where you are.
I know where Chandler is.
I know where Chandler is.
I wasn't sure where Basha was.
Downtown.
Stop yelling at us in your car.
Quit screaming at us. Like, we get it. We understand. We've cited his work a couple of times today, so we'll go ahead and cite it again. And I'm talking about Doug Haller over at The Athletic, who, I mean, just basically the headline of his story today, I think, provided a talking point, a jumping off point for a conversation. Doug Haller. The Cardinals get their coach in Mike LaFleur, and now comes the hard part. And amen to that, brother, because now comes the hard part. You thought the search for the coach was hard, and watching all the names that may or may not have wanted to be here, and the awkwardness with Clint Kubiak last week and how that all went down, that was nothing. Because I think what's going to make everybody forget about how awkward this coaching search was, Tim, is the job that now needs to be done by the organization to figure out what they're going to be in 2026. We've already had a conversation about would they be better off having a 4-win season and drafting a quarterback. Michael, on the day Jonathan Gannon got fired, came out and was very vocal about wanting a winner in year one, which is what they all say. But you're in the toughest division in the NFL. Three of the teams you share the division with were all in the Final Four in the NFC to see who was going to go to the Super Bowl. None of those teams would appear to be going anywhere else. You've got roster questions all up and down the board. Hiring Mike LaFleur is the tip of the iceberg for the Cardinals offseason in terms of what is going to happen next.
And I gotta be honest. I think especially when you look at the quarterback situation and the age of some players and some concern about holes in the roster, is this a complete rebuild? It sounds ridiculous because it was supposed to be year 3 of the rebuild and contending for division titles and winning playoff games, but you got to wonder now, is this... Now, I know what Mike Bidwill said, but I have to wonder, when he said that, did he mean, how can I keep Jonathan Gannon here after 3 years of nothing when we have discernible proof of guys turning this thing around in 1 year?
Mm-hmm.
Or did he mean, I expect this thing to be turned around in 1 year? Who's playing quarterback that's turning this thing around in 1 year in this division? What does this look like for them to win 10, 11 games or even 9 games?
Lauren just dropped the soundbite in my file. I'm going to play this. This is Michael Bidwill on January 5th, the day they fired Jonathan.
All right. We want to win. This was a decision that was based solely off winning. When I look at what other teams have done, and frankly, historically, we've done a quick turnaround in our not too distant past, I am looking forward to that, and I hope it's going to be in the first year, not in the second year. But we're confident that our search is going to be thorough, it's going to be broad, and we're going to select the right coach.
How do you parse that?
Well, he wants to win more games than 3. I do believe part of what did Jonathan Gannon in is not only the losing, but like, dude, you don't get 4 years. Look what these guys are doing in 1 year.
Yeah.
That is a bad look for you. You're gone. I also think Mike Bidwill has to be realistic. Like, first of all, you could turn this thing around and win 7 or 8 games and still be out of the playoffs, but you look a hell of a lot better than you looked when you won 3 games. My question is, though, when it comes down to a full-on rebuild, is you got to be bad to get the quarterback you want in the 2027 draft. Like, if that's the direction you want to go, like, who do we have on? McCourty from ESPN, do we play that? And he was talking about Brissett being a good bridge quarterback. We played that about an hour or 2 ago.
Okay.
Brissett being a good bridge quarterback, and that gets you to 2027 when you find your guy. You don't want a good bridge quarterback if you want to find your guy in 2027.
And Gambo, and I'll give Gambo credit.
What is that?
He has made that point time and time again. You don't want to bring back Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray's too good. He's going to win you 7 games next year. You don't want to win 7 games next year. You want to win 3 games. And I keep saying this. I don't disagree with any of that, as long as it's been explained to Monty Ossenfort that he has got the grace and the wiggle room to be able to have that bad of a year next year. Because there are a lot of people who thought that Monty Ossenfort should have been shown the door too, along with Jonathan Gannon, based off of the state of the roster. He obviously wasn't. He's obviously got more of and for him, he's going to point to injuries, and not that he's done this out loud, but I would presume he'd say, look, a lot of these draft picks, they haven't played. We got to see him on the field before we know. I'm not saying he shouldn't be getting another year, but I would presume Monty Ossenfort starts the season on somewhat of a hot seat, unless the organizational plan is exactly what you're talking about. We know we're not going to be very good next year. We're in a really hard division, and the turnaround's just too big. It would benefit us to be bad next year so we can get the quarterback in next year's draft. And if that's all understood going in, then I don't think Monty's going to be out there making moves like he's trying to save his job in year 4, hoping that he can see a year 5. Does that make any sense?
It does. And we throw the term bridge quarterback around. Bridge to what? I mean, if you're out there trying to win as many games as possible and Mike LaFleur comes in and does a pretty good job and he has this thing pointed in the right direction, and you use Brissett next year and you win 8 games, well, what
did you bridge to? Right.
What did you bridge to?
Yeah.
What's the plan in 2027? Now, I'm also not naive enough to think that you must get a quarterback in the top 5. I mean, history tells us you can get a great Hall of Fame Super Bowl winning quarterback at any point, but that's a dangerous game to play. Well, if you're hoping to get your franchise quarterback at pick 25 or in the 2nd, 3rd, or 4th round,
or even in free agency. I mean, look at the quarterback who's playing this year in the Super Bowl, Sam Darnold. You know, and I know he was a top 5 pick in the NFL back in 2018, but the reclamation quarterback story has been a huge angle in 2025, whether it's Baker Mayfield down in Tampa, whether it's Sam Darnold in Seattle, whether it's Daniel Jones in Indianapolis.
Okay, so who's the next candidate if you wanted to try to go down that road? Like a Mac Jones?
Mac Jones or Malik Willis. Those are the 2.
Malik Willis.
Those are the 2. And I'm not saying either one of those are going to be great, but I'm saying those 2 are the candidates. Those are the guys. Like we really think that given the right situation and the right coaching, that guy could be really good. It's going to cost, with Malik Willis, it's going to cost money because there's going to be a real marketplace for his services, given the dearth of quarterbacks out there. And with Mac Jones, same thing. It's going to cost you draft picks. San Francisco is in a position to reap a nice little potential haul for Mac Jones if they make him available because of everyone's desperation for quarterback. And Tim, we're just talking about the quarterback position.
I know.
We're not even talking about the holes on offensive line, on what do you do at running back, about Marvin Harrison Jr., and about extracting the best version of him out there on the field.
Walter Nolan is maybe not going to play. I mean,
Garrett Williams maybe isn't going to be
available.
Garrett
Williams may not be available.
You know, a lot of your draft picks, they were hurt, but a lot of your 2024 draft picks weren't playing great even when they were healthy. I mean, I think, this is my opinion, that 3 years ago when Monty and JG took over, the cupboard was more bare than it is now, but that doesn't mean it isn't bare. You know, like I think 3 years ago, that cupboard was damn near empty. There just wasn't much there. And that's what allowed us all to have the grace to say, you know what, this is going to take you guys a while to fix this. I think the cupboard is a little bit better stocked now, but not by much. You know, like I think there's talent, but not enough to be able to say, oh yeah, you should be able to turn this thing around in a year and win.
Darius Robinson, underwhelming. But you really look at the guts of the drafts under Monty Ossenfort, and again, it's the 3rd and 4th, and in some cases 2nd round picks that have kind of put them behind the 8 ball. When you talk about a Jordan Birch and a Cody Simon and a Max Melton and an Isaiah Adams and a Tip Ryman and Elijah Jones, Ryman's fine as a blocking tight end. Jonathan Gaines in the 4th round. I mean, we've talked about this. What John Lynch and John Schneider and Les Snead have been able to do in the middle rounds. I mean, George Kittle, 5th round pick. Fred Warner, 3rd round pick. Puka Nacua, 5th round pick. Kyron Williams, 5th round pick. We know what Schneider's done up and down the draft in building the team that's currently, in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
It just hasn't been, the guts of his drafts have not been good enough. Let me ask you this before we go to break. I'm going to give you a deal. You can draft a top 3 quarterback in 2027, but you have to endure another 3 or 4 win season. And I'm not even going to throw in, and he turns out to be a great quarterback. Just, you have an opportunity to draft an Arch Manning or a Sayan or a Moore or a Carr, but you got to sit through another 3 or 4 win seasons. Do you take that deal? Cardinal fans take that deal?
I would take that deal. I would. As long as you can assure me that my top 3 pick is a quarterback, that there's a quarterback class worthy of that.
No guarantees though. They might be worthy of it, and the one you pick may be the next Achilles Smith. I mean,
it could, but at least there'd be quarterbacks to choose from. Whereas this year, there's none. There's Francisco Mendoza, and there's none after that.
I am pretty sure more Manning, Sayan, and Carr coming out next year.
Probably.
And they all look like NFL caliber kids.
I would take that deal. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, can the Suns shake their game against the Clippers last night as they take on Portland tomorrow? And more importantly, who's going to be on that floor for them? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
When you found out yesterday that Dylan Brooks would not be representing as an all-star, did you feel strongly one way or the other about this omission?
No, I really did not. Would I have put him in all-star? Yes, I would have. And the reason why I thought maybe he would be a reserve is that some coaches, just watching him play and how he goes about his business, watching Dylan Brooks give the effort that he gives, and he does it on both ends of the floor. Other coaches have to notice this. And now that he's scoring 21 points a game, I thought maybe this would be the year.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Amy Cox did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. And with that money, she decided to treat herself to an anti-aging red light mask. Will she look like a horror movie villain every night? Yes. Will her boyfriend Kevin be scarred for life? That's certainly a risk. But it's Amy's savings, and if she's willing to risk her relationship for smooth, wrinkle-free skin, well, bye-bye, Kevin. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Big tax changes this year could mean a bigger refund, and Jackson Hewitt knows how to get you your biggest. You'll get $100 just to try us. That won't make you filthy rich, but definitely gas plus groceries rich. And since we know all the new tax codes, you could get thousands back, which would make you low-key loaded. Or at least wealthy adjacent? Go with our trusted pros and get $100 to switch. Rest easy. Jackson Hewitt's got your taxes. Guaranteed. Limited time offer for new clients. Participating locations only. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
Jewelry Graham. Hi, I'm Brian, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. We have just the right gift for your sweetheart this Valentine's Day. Any style, any budget. Like heart-shaped necklaces, birthstones, or hand-matched diamond studs. Getting engaged? Create a dream ring and choose from natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes. Come see us in store or at shaneco.com because a friend wants you to win Valentine's Day. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll have more energy, stamina, and it'll help you lose belly fat. You'll also think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Look, don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. So skip the gimmicks and get prescription strength testosterone. It's a game changer. Book your convenient online appointment today. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, Roller here with Wayne from AMCO.
Well, Happy New Year, Roller.
It's a new year, Wayne, and listeners are making new resolutions, eat healthier, go to the gym, save a little money. But what about their cars?
That's right, Roller. Everyone makes personal resolutions, but your car needs a resolution, too.
All right, like what?
Stop ignoring the warning signs. You know that check engine light isn't a suggestion. It's your car's cry for help.
Okay, what else?
Well, commit to regular maintenance, fluid changes, brakes, tires. Taking care of the little things prevent big repairs and big expenses later.
That definitely sounds like a money-saving resolution.
I'll say, here's a good one. Don't wait until you're stranded to call AMCO. If something's off with your car, get it checked right away.
So fewer breakdowns, smoother driving, and less stress in 2026.
That's the goal. Start your year right with a car that's right.
A new year, new habits for you and your ride. Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO, AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
I'm Jamal Gumo with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Arizona Cardinals have found their new head coach. Mike LaFleur has gotten the job to be the next Arizona Cardinals head coach. LaFleur has been the offensive coordinator for the Los Angeles Rams over the past 3 seasons under Sean McVay. LaFleur is also the younger brother of Green Bay Packers head coach Matt LaFleur. The Phoenix Suns fell to the Los Angeles Clippers last night, but in good news, Devin Booker was named to his 5th All-Star game, and Dillon Brooks has earned Western Conference Player of the Week. Brooks averaged 28.8 points this week, which included a 40-point game against the top seed in the East, Detroit Pistons. This report is brought to you by Morris Hall, a premier estate planning law firm, trusted guidance for every stage of life. Visit morrishall.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Tuesday morning. We'll get you ready for Suns Blazers, a rare road game. Will Devin Booker or Jalen Green be on the court? The fun starts at 6 on Arizona Sports, 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Did you say overall it was a net positive weekend for the Phoenix Suns, even with the loss last night?
I think so.
After what they did against Cleveland?
Yeah, I mean, you handled Detroit and Cleveland. I know Detroit was not technically the weekend, but close enough. I mean, to beat those 2 teams in the East the way you did, you're going without Devin Booker against the Cavaliers, essentially going out without Jalen Green.
Yeah.
Listen, they hit a little bit of a wall last night, a little bit of a hiccup.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they got outplayed, they got outworked, they got outmuscled.
Yeah.
They couldn't buy a shot inside the arc. Mama said there'd be days like this. I think it was an outlier. I think it does shed a little bit of light on some of the Suns' faults in terms of size and defensive rebounding. I mean, there was a possession, I think, in the 3rd or 4th quarter where the Clippers got 3 offensive rebounds on 1 possession.
And the crowd at Mortgage Matchup Center has not had a lot to be upset about this year.
It was ridiculous.
Oh, there were some boos. I mean, just for that play, there were some boos raining down on the Suns.
You're going to give the Clippers 4 cracks at it?
Right,
I mean, the game was pretty much over by that time. But so I'm not going to ignore that.
Yeah.
But that's almost a bigger picture thing. The micro last night, just a bad night.
Yeah.
Couldn't buy a shot.
Yeah.
Couldn't buy a shot. You were missing 50 points of offense in Booker and Green, and you couldn't figure out a way to get over the hump.
I'll go micro +1, though. I mean, I think I agree with you. It was a net positive. I think the statement that they made in back-to-back nights against the Pistons and the Cavs on Thursday and Friday was louder than any statement that was made last night. That being said, I am officially on LA Clipper watch from this moment forward in terms of their viability for continuing to climb up the Western Conference ranks and maybe threaten you for your spot if you're the Suns. Now it's still.
They could threaten the Lakers for their spot. They could threaten the.
Like you said, it's a pile up. It's a traffic jam from 2 all the way down through 7. So they could threaten a lot of teams potentially. It feels like the Clippers are coming now, as you pointed out, and you're not wrong. Man, that the Clipper plan is always dependent on Kawhi Leonard staying healthy, and that is just
shut it down for the year at any time.
A crapshoot. And the minute that happens, I am no longer on Clipper watch. But there are just certain matchups, and I think we've seen this, I feel like, with Houston every time the Suns have played the Rockets this year. That just does not look like a good matchup for the Phoenix Suns. I have not liked how they've played their games against Houston in the 3 times they've played. When the Suns played the Clippers earlier, they were a different basketball team. I do not like how the Clippers took the Suns out of everything they wanted to do last night because they were so imposing with their size. And because of that, as long as they stay healthy, that's going to be a team I'm going to look at. Like, for example, it came down to a play-in game, the Suns versus the LA Clippers. If they're fully healthy and the Suns are fully healthy, that's not a matchup I feel great about for the Suns. I don't like that matchup for Phoenix.
Well, we're not going to see them play again. Because I'd like to say, boy, if the Suns just shoot an average percentage from the field in terms of 2-point field goals, that game looks a lot different in the third quarter.
Yes.
And if it looks different in the third quarter, maybe it doesn't get away from them. That was ridiculous last night. I mean, they were down by 6 at the half. They were 2 for 11 on 2s in the first quarter. And I'm thinking to myself at halftime, like, okay, they can't shoot this bad in the second half. The game is right there. It's a 2-possession game, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
They came out in the third quarter and shot 1 for 12. from the field when it comes to 2-point field goals. They shot the 3 fine last night.
Oh, they made 19 of them.
They could not buy a bucket in the paint or even inside the 3-point line, and then they get outscored in the paint by 46.
Yeah.
It was 64-18. Like, that's an anomaly. That's an outlier. That's not Suns basketball.
No, but I
so
think
that's why if they played again and Booker and Green were healthy, I don't know.
You could be right, but I think that the Clippers' size really bothered them last night. Really bothered them.
Mark Williams has to answer the bell from a physical standpoint, for Zubac to go for 14 and 20.
Yeah.
All right. Mark Williams is a young kid. Still 23 years old?
Mm-hmm.
Great athleticism, great skill set. You can just look at him and know that he needs some time in the weight room.
Yeah.
And he needs to grow up and grow older. And if he does that, he'll be fine. But for now, you got to play tougher, man.
Yeah.
I mean, Zubac, you cannot let Zubac have his way because they're not playing Nick Richards. And Oso is basically a 4 masquerading as a center, and he's doing that very well. But when you talk about a body and a physical presence like Zubac, Mark Williams has to step it up in the physicality department. There's just no doubt about it.
Yeah, there are certain matchups, and we've seen it all year long with Mark Williams, where that physicality, we've seen it. I mean, we saw it against the Pistons the other night, where Duren was playing him.
Especially early on,
you know, and it got better in the fourth quarter. And Jordan Ott went out of his way to praise Mark Williams for how he played in the fourth quarter against the Pistons. But from quarters 1 through 3, it was a hard watch for Mark Williams. And there are games like that. It's also, and I realized this today, Mark Williams has officially passed his
career high in games.
Yeah, his most games played in a season in his career. 45, I think it is, surpasses his previous high. That's how, I'm not saying that as an excuse, but it's been a largely hugely successful year for Mark Williams, but there are some matchups where he needs to level up a little bit.
He does. Well, I mean, listen, time is, if he puts the time in the weight room, nutrition, he will get bigger and stronger. Yeah. There's no question about it. But for now, until you do get bigger and stronger, you just got to get tougher.
When we come back on Burns and Gambo with Tim Ring filling in, we're going to carry the Mike LaFleur press conference tomorrow live at noon. Inevitably, he's going to be asked about Kyler Murray. What do we think he's going to say? What do we want to hear him say? Next on Burns and Gambo.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings.
AQ Shipley is our guest. The Cardinals have been searching for their head coach. It's Mike LaFleur. I think a pretty positive hire. Your initial thoughts?
Yeah, agree. I actually attribute this very similar to the Penn State coaching hire. It took long. They ultimately got the guy that they probably wanted in the end, right? They put out all the feelers. They met with everybody, but you ultimately get a guy who comes from McVay, comes from Shanahan. He knows this team so well, and he understands the toughness, and he thinks that it's almost there, and hopefully he's the guy that can get us there.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, back here for Liberty GMC. They're in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. They're online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than you can at Liberty GMC, whether you're looking for a Hummer EV or a Terrain or a Yukon or a Yukon XL or a Sierra 1500. If you're looking for the best truck that's out there, you're not going to find one for less than you are at Liberty GMC. Their GM, Chris Scott, will make sure of that. And when it comes to their service department, I promise you're not going to find a better deal than this. 25% off for everybody at Liberty GMC's service department. You'll also get free wiper blades with any oil change. You can also buy 3 tires and get 1 free always. But right now, you need service. You get it done at Liberty GMC, and you're going to get 25% off. That's what they're offering right now. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear from Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, what makes Waltz the best choice for all of our listeners?
Well, Beck, we're local and we will beat any price. But I would say that it's really our knowledge and expertise that sets us apart. We offer same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you can enjoy a worry-free installation done by a pro. Or come see us and get what you want when you want it.
Take your fandom to the next level by visiting Waltz off the I-10 in Warner or online at waltz.com.
Shop local. Shop Waltz.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
All right, here we go. Hi, it's Tim Hovick, and you're invited to my favorite event of the year, and it's free. The Santan Ford Special Olympics of Arizona Celebrity Putting Challenge, located at the TPC Stadium Course Putting Green. The challenge features Special Olympics athletes, celebrities, big sports stars like Zach Gallen, Merrill Kelly, Corbin Burns, Arizona Cardinals stars, and so many more. And top business leaders, all up close and personal. It's Tuesday, February 3rd at 11 a.m. And all fans are admitted free to the entire stadium course. It's Ford Free Days. Our Special Olympic athletes capture the wonder and amazement embodied by the great game of golf. Please join me in supporting our Special Olympics athletes, then watch the Tour Pros practice on the big stadium course. It's a great day. See you Tuesday at the TPC. The Waste Management Phoenix Open. It's Tuesday, February 3rd at 11 a.m.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here for Legacy Green Solutions, the Valley's most trusted team for over 25 years when it comes to artificial grass, putting greens, and hardscape. They transform my backyard into a true oasis. The artificial grass looks incredible. And listen, spring is the time to act. If you're thinking about switching to artificial grass, do it before the summer heat. Text GREEN to 620-620 for their special spring offer of 15% off or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com.
Message and data rates may apply. Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at AssetPreservationWealth.com. That's AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Locally, nobody is in action tonight. Across the NBA, I don't see any games that stand out as you gotta watch it. Lauren, any college basketball we need to alert the fans to tonight? Because I know you're our gal for that.
In the Big 12 title race, Kansas is playing Texas Tech tonight.
Oh, that game's on right over there, right? What's the score of that game?
It will start right after the North Carolina game that's on right now, so that'll be a 7 o'clock tip.
U of A's got one more cakey game, and then it's go time on their schedule, right? Like Oklahoma State this weekend?
On Saturday.
On Saturday.
They have the rest of this week off, and then it really kicks into high gear.
And then after that, they're plunged into Big 12 schedule hell, right? And to find out what okay, well, we'll see. So yeah, that's what's on tonight. What are you gonna watch tonight?
You know, I mentioned it earlier. I've already watched it, but if anybody's looking for something to watch tonight, the new Netflix documentary on the 1980, we're getting into the Winter Olympics. And I know there's been a lot done already on the 80 Olympic hockey team. HBO. There's been a movie, obviously, 20 years ago, Miracle. But I really enjoyed what they did with this particular documentary, catching up with all the old players. I'll give you a little hint.
Okay.
They brought all the old players, not all of them, probably like 15, to the arena in Lake Placid.
Oh, that's solid.
Set the arena up as if it were 1980 and had them go sit on the bench next to each other. And it was in the first 10 minutes of the film. Worth the entire viewing experience. As they sat down on the bench, they didn't have to say anything. You could see by the looks on their faces, the memories come flooding back to them as they sat on the bench, probably for the first time 45 years when they filmed it.
That's cool.
It was really cool.
That's cool.
It was really cool.
Okay. Yeah, maybe. Boy, that's a good.
How about that
that's
for a
good
pitch?
Sell job right there. That's a good elevator pitch right there. You got me. I'm gonna be watching that when I get home. Tomorrow at noon is going to be the Mike LaFleur press conference. You'll hear it here just on the radio, Arizona Sports 98.7, and by that I mean the streaming options. No, but on the radio, you tune in to 98.7. You'll be able to hear the press conference live. You and I will obviously have a lot to react to. Surely Mike LaFleur is going to get asked multiple questions about Kyler Murray and the future of Kyler Murray. He might punt on it. He might say nothing at all. He might say, we haven't really talked much about it, but what do you think he's going to say, and what do you want him to say tomorrow? Are there two different things? Do you have a thing you want him to say tomorrow, or do you expect him to pretty much keep it right down the middle of the fairway in terms of keeping his comments kind of safe and relatively assumption-free?
I don't really, in terms of what I want him to say, I want Kyler Murray to lead the Cardinals to the Super Bowl. That's not going to happen. I can pretty much make that determination now. What I think he's going to say is I think he's going to deflect. I think he's going to speak in kind of vague generalities. I don't think we can put a lot of stock in anything he does say.
Mm-hmm. About Kyler,
about Kyler. Oh, yeah,
Kyler,
no.
Yeah, we're talking about specifically
totally
Kyler. Right?
No, I care what he has to say about other stuff. But in terms of and I joked about it earlier, Cliff Kingsbury with, Josh is our guy, and Brian Gregory, as we, cross sports, sat down when he got the job and talked about, building a team around Beal and Durant and they'll say what they need to say to get off of that podium.
Yeah.
They're not going to box themselves in.
Nope.
I do believe that the relationship between organization and player, regardless of what Mike LaFleur thinks, could very well be over already. Now, could Mike LaFleur walk into that office and say, this is my guy, I can fix him, I love what I see, I know where everybody went wrong, I know how to get the most out of him? I don't think that happened.
And I don't think he did either. I think he gets the job by saying that if Monty and Michael want him to say that, want to hear somebody come in and say that. But if they want to hear the opposite, if they want to hear we're ready to move on, I don't think somebody gets the job without being aligned with their vision in terms of what's to happen with Kyler. Now, maybe Mike LaFleur had the ability to come in and change Monty and Michael's mind about Kyler. I tend to doubt it. I tend to think like you that and I know I keep using the word because we keep comparing it to the Suns, that whoever they were going to hire at head coach, there needed to be alignment in terms of their vision on what was going to happen with Kyler with the new coach's vision. But what I don't want to have happen tomorrow either, and I don't think it will, I think they'll be very careful, you don't want to devalue Kyler either. Right, like you don't want to. You want to say nice.
You're trying to trade him.
You want to say nice things about him. You want to be nice and vanilla about it. Hey, Kyler I've competed against him so many times. The guy's a competitor. He's a winner. He's got unbelievable skill. I can't wait to coach him.
You can win with Kyler Murray in this league
because it's not it's not a lie. You can win a lot. You people have won games with Kyler Murray. Maybe not as many as you would want, but you can win games. Yes. You say whatever you need to say to protect Kyler Murray's value. I do think, though, when we brought up this hypothetical earlier, if he's super passionate about the opportunity to coach Kyler Murray, pounding the table, kind of passionate, that's noteworthy, right? I think that becomes something like, I wonder.
That will be a holy crap moment.
Well, it will be, won't it?
We'll talk for 3 hours. If he sits down and say, I'm here to tell everybody right now, Kyler Murray's quarterback in the Arizona Cardinals in 2026, and we're going to win. Whoa!
Yeah.
Now, don't get me wrong. I don't think he's going to say that.
I don't think so either.
But that would be something that I'd be like, okay, this is what he thinks.
Yeah.
My guess is this marriage is already in divorce court, right? Mike Bidwell and Monty Ossenfort moving on. And I don't think Kyler Murray wants to be here anymore.
If I were Kyler, I wouldn't want to be here.
Right, it's over. We tried.
And not even in a bad way necessarily. Just like hey, let's read the room a little bit. It's probably time for all of us to try something else, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with it at all. But it's just waiting to hear not what he says, how he says it. I really, and I guess what I keep thinking of, Ringer, is I keep thinking of Gannon, and I keep thinking of 3 years ago, and how he was very messaged, very clear, very loud. Oh, he really likes Kyler Murray. He wants you to know how much
he was
likes
trying
Kyler
to fix
Murray.
the culture and get Murray on board and become a better leader and quarterback. Let me ask you this. They'll never give you the straight answer